Elf, I am the strongest math magician. Volume 1, Beginning. Chapter 1 Viridian Power and N. Crack. The branch was broken by something, making a crisp sound. An olivine figure shuttled through the emerald green grass. It seemed to be running away, but it kept looking back, as if it was curious whether the guy chasing it continued to catch up. Pick up? Olivine's little figure gradually stopped. After seeing that there was no one behind him, he tilted his head in confusion, and his long ears drooped down, looking quite cute. Sorry, did I scare you? A soft voice came into Pikachu's ears, causing his body to tremble a little bit. Then he suddenly turned his head and looked behind him, and saw the figure behind him at a glance. Blue's long hair was tied behind his head, and he wore a black baseball cap on his head. He was wearing a high-necked pure white gown with a slightly elegant atmosphere. He squatted in front of Pikachu, with a faint soft arc at the corner of his mouth. He was tall, and even if you couldn't see his face clearly, you could roughly feel his handsomeness. Well, it looks like it's a little hurt. The man with a baseball cap, whose upper half of his face could not be seen, lowered his head slightly. He stretched out a hand and gently touched his chin, as if he was thinking about something. Then he slowly reached out his hand again to touch Pikachu's head. Obviously, it was a wild Pokémon, and it was 120% alert to this kind of strange human being. It was impossible for the other party to get close to it, but at this moment Pikachu inexplicably did not have any aversion, but felt that the other party's touch was very comfortable. A emerald green light flashed, and the scratches on Pikachu's back caused by the branches began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the faint stinging also receded quickly like the tide. Such a magical scene would instantly attract attention anywhere. No problem, let's go. Pika. Pikachu rubbed the young man's hand affectionately with his head, then turned around and disappeared into the bushes, leaving him alone to slowly stand up. He stood up and gently stroked the black cap on his head. Be more careful next time. His name is N. Full name, Nakiuran Harmonia Gropius. N is the first letter of the word Na in Nakiuran's name, which is also the abbreviation of natural. He is also a time traveler. He has been in this world for about 17 years, which just corresponds to his age. It can be said that he has noticed that something is wrong with this world since he was born. Although there is not much difference from the world before the time travel, there is an essential difference. Here, Pokémon is everywhere. Now the whole world has completely become a world where humans and Pokémon coexist. Here, the most mainstream industry is always Pokémon trainer. In this world, there are also regions such as Kanto, Unova, Hone, Sinnoh, etc. But there is a slight difference. N is now in a remote region called Huaxia Alliance. Except for Pokémon, this place is almost the same as Huaxia before he crossed over. It is just unfortunate that he was not born into a rich family and became a young master with a silver spoon in his mouth and a quasi-god Pokémon. N was born with many disasters. As an orphan, he just happened to encounter a fight between Pokémon as soon as he became conscious. He only remembers that he was caught by a Zorua and escaped. As a baby, he experienced a near-death experience and was later left alone in the forest. If it were not for his innate ability Pokémon Affinity and the special power Viridian Power that can communicate with Pokémon, plus the good luck of being picked up by an old man who happened to be in the Unova region, N would probably have been swallowed by a sea viper as an appetizer. It's bad, it's almost time to go back. So slow. Where did you go for a ride today? I can't see you all day. Oh, I was stopped by a Glaymo when I came back, and I accidentally lost my way in life. As soon as I returned to the apartment where I usually live, a slender girl came towards me quickly. She moved quickly and powerfully. She rushed in front of N without paying attention, quickly stretched out a hand to grab his collar and asked questions. The girl was estimated to be only 16 or 17 years old. Her facial features were very regular and beautiful. Her beautiful face was naturally beautiful, with a small nose, long and shiny black eyelashes trembling slightly, and the charm of youth was fully revealed. She was only wearing a relatively simple black jacket and a white inner shirt, and convenient shorts underneath, exposing her slender and white legs directly to the air, unconsciously attracting attention. The girl's light brown eyes stared at N, her cute little face almost close to him. It was obvious that she was very anxious at the moment. If it was normal, she would certainly not be so extreme. But today she was so anxious that she couldn't help but reach out and grab N's collar, because of one thing. N. I clearly asked you to go with me to get the Earl Dervish Pokemon today. How dare you stand me up? The girl puffed her cheeks slightly, obviously very unhappy about being stood up, but what she was most upset about was that N dared to break the appointment even for such an important thing as getting the Earl Dervish Pokemon. Didn't he want to become a trainer? Harem article, here is a preemptive explanation. Chapter 2 I won't pledge my body. This is not a stand-up. Faced with the girl's questioning, N seemed to have guessed that this would happen a long time ago, and still had a gentle smile on his face, not showing any panic at all. The girl in front of him was named Hilda. She was his childhood sweetheart. They first met at a summer camping event held by Oak Research Institute. At that time, he had been adopted by Old Man Oak and was helping him as a research assistant. At that time, he happened to save the young Hilda from a wild Pokemon with his affinity for Pokemon. After that, the girl always followed him like a little tail. For this reason, the two of them have been close since childhood, and their relationship is even closer than that of siblings. Is it because of me Professor Oak has specially prepared the qualification for you to receive Earl Dervish Pokemon, but you want to give it to me? You are obviously more talented than me, and you should be the one to receive Earl Dervish Pokemon and become a trainer. The girl's face was smoking like a red-hot iron furnace. I don't know if she was angry or embarrassed, but she still grabbed the corner of N's clothes and refused to let go. Because they are childhood sweethearts, no one can understand how talented N is better than Hilda. He can easily absorb and master any knowledge, especially the knowledge related to Pokemon. He is a genius among geniuses. His test scores and published papers are praised by famous Pokemon professors in the industry. He became a formal researcher at a young age. The Old Man Oak, who loves talents, persuaded him to become a researcher many times. He wanted to inherit his legacy, but he still wanted to become a trainer. In the end, Professor Oak had no choice but to respect his choice and helped him apply for the qualification of Earl Dervish Pokemon and Pokemon Pokédex through the back door. However, there is only one. In this world, it is not so easy to become a trainer. No Pokemon professor will prepare a talented Royal 3 Pokemon for you for free when you are 10 years old, and there is no Pokemon Pokédex that you can't buy with money. If you want to become a trainer, you must pay taxes to the Pokemon League since childhood. You can only get a quota to receive Earl Dervish Pokemon after 10 years, but it is only Pokemon. Pokédex is limited and only professor can get it. If ordinary people want to become Pokemon trainers, the first and most difficult step is financial resources. The most basic red and white Pokeball can be bought in stores, but it costs 500 yuan each. If you fail to capture a Pokemon, it will be damaged and scrapped on the spot, and the money you spent will be wasted. Of course, you can also borrow money from the Pokemon League to become a trainer, but the interest rate is not something that ordinary people can afford. Signing that loan is not much different from selling yourself. It is so bad that Grolive shook her head when she saw it. Although Pokemon eggs are also an option, Pokemon eggs are almost random. It is rare to encounter Pokemon with good qualifications or rare species, and the price is more expensive than one. In short, it is purely based on luck. Even if you have money to buy Pokeballs, ordinary people without Pokemon can only rely on themselves to fight Pokemon. Maybe they can rely on their elders' Pokemon to capture them if they are lucky. Even so, many people still die in the wild every year. Even if you are lucky enough to successfully capture your first Pokemon, the daily cost of feed is astronomical. The cheapest poke blocks start at thousands or tens of thousands of yuan, and the cost will only increase as the number of Pokemon increases. You can do it. Hi. Are you listening to me? Hilda stared at N in disbelief. She had already said it so clearly, but he still didn't understand her. She is a genius in learning, so why can't she adapt to this aspect? Obviously, Hilda's family conditions are not good. Her family can't pay all the taxes. Even if she has worked hard to learn all kinds of knowledge since she was a child and has excellent grades in Pokemon school, it is difficult for her to become a formal trainer. Originally, Hilda wanted to buy a Pokemon egg to try her luck, but she didn't expect N to not go to claim the Earl Dervish Pokemon and want to give herself the chance. N, don't you want to be a trainer? Of course I do. In that case. The girl seemed very anxious, and wanted to stick to him directly, but was stopped by the boy in front of her. But I still have you. N stretched out his index and middle fingers and gently poked the girl's forehead. His emerald eyes were full of tenderness. This sudden and gentle words instantly broke Hilda's brain. A smile with these words seemed to make Hilda forget all the troubles that happened today in an instant. The whole person seemed to be forced to be dragged into the rhythm of the other party, captured by the charm, and indulged in it. In short, the brain crashed on the spot and temporarily lost the ability to think. The girl's face was as red as fire. She quickly covered her tender face with both hands. Her heartbeat was so fast that it seemed as if there was a Magikarp splashing wildly in it. Her eyes began to dodge constantly and she didn't dare to look at the other party at all. What did you just say? What? What do you mean? Even if you give me the Pokemon, I won't sacrifice my body. Wait until you become a trainer first, then come to help me. Buzz. The smile on N's face suddenly froze, and the whole person subconsciously leaned back, and a white, slender, tender long leg suddenly swung from the side, with such force that it even tore through the air and made a series of cracking sounds. Idiot! I don't care about you. Hilda turned around with a dark face and left angrily. Obviously, the contrast was too big for her, but N had long been accustomed to Hilda's occasional temper, and just watched her leave helplessly. But N could see that her steps were very anxious. She probably just wanted to get the Earl Dervish Pokemon as soon as possible, and after growing up quickly, she would quickly help N catch a rare Earl Dervish Pokemon as compensation. Finally I managed to coax her away. N scratched his cap helplessly. In fact, he had an idea about his Earl Dervish Pokemon. It was also good for him to give this opportunity to Hilda. It doesn't have much impact. But Hilda may not think so. Chapter 3 Sunday Forest. The apartment where N currently lives is located in the suburbs of Sunday City in the Huaxia Alliance. In the prosperous commercial city of Sunday City, the location of this apartment can be said to be ridiculously remote, and there is also a forest with a large number of Pokemon living around the apartment. It is called Sunday Forest. This forest is 1/3 the size of Sunday City, and it also monopolizes the route from Sunday City to other cities. The number of wild Pokemon living in it is naturally ridiculous. Every year, people try to go deep into it to capture Pokemon. It's just a pity that the Sunday Forest is very deep. The deeper you go, the more fierce and powerful the wild Pokemon inside are. Even if you bring Pokemon in, you may not be able to come out upright. But now, there is an alien walking in the forest. On the forest path, the bright golden light shone through the gaps between the trees that blocked the sky, and was imprinted on the black and grey brim of the boy's hat. His long hair, as green as the forest, seemed to exude vitality under the light. He was an alien. With the Viridian power, he was a darling of nature. His natural affinity for Pokemon made most wild Pokemon have no ill will towards him, or at least would not actively attack him. That's why N could stroll in the sunlight forest so frivolously, as if he was walking in his own backyard. Occasionally, a bold tailo would land on his shoulder and rub his cheek affectionately. And the direction he was heading to was the depths of the sunlight forest. Compared with the city with dense skyscrapers, the tall and dense forest seemed to be in another world, and N, as a human, was supposed to be an intruder in this world, but the branches and green grass on all sides seemed to open a path for him to enter. Occasionally, curious wild Pokémon would watch from afar. Some brave Apomes would even swing on the branches and approach him curiously. Even the timid Caterpie would not run away. Almost, it's here. Mumbling to himself, N half-crouched, staring at the tree hole in front of him with a sharp gaze. Under the big tree with a curved neck and constricted by vines, there was a naturally formed cave. Pa! A clean, plump, and extremely moist blue-orange fruit was taken out by N casually and gently placed at the entrance of the tree hole. The unique faint fragrance of the fruit was transmitted into the cave, and a small body slowly emerged. Pika. The electric mouse with yellow fur and brown stripes is called the Pokémon Pikachu that can be seen everywhere, but this Pikachu is a little special. As soon as it emerged, a trace of cunning flashed in its eyes, and it quickly stretched out its claws to take away the fruit in front of it. Stop pretending! N supported his chin with one hand, and a hint of teasing flashed across his emerald eyes. His words also made the Pikachu, who was lying motionless, curl his lips, and then the space seemed to be slightly distorted. In just a blink of an eye, the yellow fur electric mouse suddenly turned into a Pokémon with an equally petite body. This is a Pokémon similar to a fox, with grey-black hair all over its body, and light blue animal eyes flashing with a proud luster. There are burning red hairs on its neck, limbs, and around its eyes. After being foresighted, it still opened its mouth and ate the blue-orange fruit in front of it without hesitation. Kyuso. Phantom Pokémon Zorua. This is a Pokémon born with a strong phantom talent. It can transform itself into a human or other Pokémon to hide its identity and avoid the danger it encounters. It is extremely rare in the wild. Most Zorua families will not reveal their true appearance in the wild, so even if a trainer really encounters one, he will be bewitched by its appearance and will not discover its true identity. My purpose is simple: become my partner. N's Viridian power allows him to see the potential light of Pokémon. In N's opinion, the Zorua emitting golden light in front of him is the Pokémon with the highest potential he has seen so far. Zorua. Strength, Superior Intermediate. Potential, Special. A Pokémon with special potential. Wild Pokémon that can be seen everywhere are just ordinary low-class qualifications, and some Royal 3 issued by the Alliance are basically medium. And superior Pokémon are rare. It is normal for ordinary medium-quality Pokémon to be stuck at the quasi-elite level for their entire lives before getting an opportunity, but a superior Pokémon may have the opportunity to break through the elite level in the future. Not to mention Zorua, a special class, it will have a chance to break through to the champion level one day. Touching the top of the world's trainer realm. Kyuso? Zorua was slightly surprised by N's blunt words without any disguise, and stretched out his claws to scratch his head in distress. It was a lone Pokémon that had left the tribe and had always lived in this forest. Occasionally, it met the human in front of it, and its proud phantom was foresight, which made Zorua very astonished, but also very curious. In the past, the other party just came to give a simple tree fruit, but this time he actually wanted to make himself his Pokémon. Zorua grinned, took 2 steps back, stretched out a claw and hooked at N in front of him. This obvious taunt gesture made people understand its meaning at a glance, and it was obvious that he wanted the other party to prove himself with a battle. Oh, this is a little distressed. I don't have a Pokémon yet. N also scratched the edge of his black and white cap a little embarrassedly. His distressed voice was naturally heard by a group of other wild Pokémon watching the show around him. Several of them jumped over with golden eyes, expressing their excitement. Caterpie, Pidgey, Spearow, Pinsir. Because N has been staying in the Sun Forest for the past few years, he has been very familiar with this group of wild Pokémon. Seeing this situation, a group of wild Pokémon surrounded him without hesitation, and expressed their willingness to help him. This kind of scene would be considered quite explosive anywhere. Thank you so much. Well, in that case, I'll choose you. I'll trouble you to be my temporary partner. N raised a smile and gently picked up a Bulbasaur from the Pokémon pile. The chosen garlic turtle was also obviously stunned, and then showed a very surprised and excited look, and seemed to be full of fighting spirit. Kusokaso. Zorua shook his proud fox head helplessly. Although it is good at illusion, its own strength is not ordinary strong. All the wild Pokémon around have been beaten by it, and few can be its enemy. The wild Pokémon from all directions all retreated consciously, forming a trend of encirclement that surrounded N and Zorua, and Bulbasaur stood in front of N with full fighting spirit, posing a fighting posture. Then, Chapter 4 First Battle. The battle begins. In just a breath, Zorua's body suddenly disappeared from the spot, and his body was like a radiant light, shuttling around the venue quickly. Bulbasaur, who couldn't find the target at all, looked around anxiously. Agility? Normal wild Pokémon don't have such a high level, but N already knew that this Zorua was special, so he was not surprised at all. This fox has a very unique and powerful talent. He is born with a stronger understanding than other Pokémon. Even if he hasn't reached the level yet, he can learn the skill of agility first. It's not easy to use Bulbasaur to defeat it. In addition, he is aggressive and a little smart. With his unique ability and strong speed, he is always invincible in battles with other wild Pokémon. Even in the forest, it is not easy for the stronger ones to defeat it. In N's eyes, the wild Pokémon Zorua has reached the strength of superior intermediate, and its talent is very high, while this Bulbasaur has barely stepped into the threshold of superior. But, in the battle between Pokémon, if there is a trainer, then it is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Calm down. N's calm voice seemed to have magic, which made Bulbasaur, who was originally panicked and lost, calm down quickly. It stood still in the same place, and such a stable posture made Zorua in the distance a little anxious. Zorua, who noticed this, did not think so much at all. A hint of cruelty flashed in his light blue vertical pupils, and the muscles under his feet tightened and suddenly exerted force. From behind, use Vine Whip. Bulbasaur reacted quickly. Even though he didn't see the opponent, he still strictly followed N's order. The seed behind him quickly threw out 2 Vine Whips and attacked blindly. Zorua rushed over from behind at the right time. He didn't expect that the vines used in advance would be whipped directly. His body couldn't react and was whipped by 2 whips. Snap! Grab it and throw it forward. Kuso? Zorua, who had just been whipped twice, didn't react in time. His front feet were caught by 2 vine whips at the same time, and his body suddenly lost weight and fell forward. Even though his flexible body barely cushioned the impact of being thrown to the ground, his brain was still dizzy. Zorua, who was caught off guard, was about to get up, keep a distance and then slowly fight the enemy, but before he could get up from the ground, an accident happened. Boom! A small seed landed on its head quite skillfully, and the next moment it flashed with a faint green light, and in the blink of an eye it grew into a vine that wrapped around its entire body at a speed visible to the naked eye, leaving it no time to dodge. Paralysis powder. Bulbasaur responded softly, having just used up the leech seed, it immediately used the paralysis powder after a little relaxation. Zorua, who was entangled by the leech seed, had no way to dodge and could only be hit head-on. Tsit-zi-zi-zi-a sound like an electric current rang in Zorua's ears, and his whole body became extremely stiff, unable to move at all. And he was also entangled by the vines of leech seed, and his movements were unimaginably hindered. It just made a wrong step. At the beginning, he was too arrogant and underestimated the enemy. He didn't care at all and attacked Bulbasaur from behind. He didn't expect that the opponent could use Vine Whip to entangle him without even looking at him. In addition to a series of combos afterwards, Zorua was dizzy and didn't know how to fight back. Zorua was very confident in his speed. Even if he didn't use agility, he could easily dodge Bulbasaur's attack. But he didn't expect that the opponent seemed to be able to predict the future and knew that he would do this long ago, and actually launched an attack in advance. Tackle! En raised the corner of his mouth, gently pressed the black and white cap on his head with his left hand, and slowly opened his mouth to speak the last order. Seeds! Facing a motionless live target, even Bulbasaur's clumsy tackle can hit the opponent as expected. With a dull sound, Zorua, who was wrapped like a dumpling, was hit by the head and fell to the ground again. At this moment, En threw out the pokeball and put the cunning little fox into the ball. The red and white pokeball just shook a few times and then stopped completely, which also means buzz. Capture, success. Thank you for your hard work, Bulbasaur. En also breathed a sigh of relief and took out a sweet fruit from his pocket and handed it to Bulbasaur in front of him as a reward, which made Bulbasaur tilt his head a little embarrassed. I always feel like I didn't do anything, and then I won inexplicably? Although he was usually beaten to a pulp by this stinky fox, today it was the opposite. The stinky fox was beaten so hard that its mother didn't even recognize it. This gave Garlic Turtle a strong sense of satisfaction. Zorua, please give me more advice. At this moment, En didn't know what Bulbasaur was thinking. He just bent down with a faint smile and picked up the red and white pokeball on the ground. This guy would become his Earl Dervish Pokemon. And it is precisely because of this that a monster called a devil will appear in front of the world in the future a few years later. Of course, that's all later. Chapter 5 Oxueshin. I knew you wouldn't go and get Earl Dervish Pokemon. It's okay if you don't want Pokemon, but Pokemon Pokédex is hard to get. A complaining voice came from the screen in front of him. As soon as En, who had just returned from the Sunday Forest, arrived at his small apartment, he immediately received a call from the Kanto region. The grey-haired old man sitting opposite the screen pouted his lips, staring at En in front of him, squinting his eyes and showing an expression of detect everything. Oxueshin, a famous Pokemon professor in the Kanto region, was also the old man who picked up En and adopted him. The white research suit became wrinkled because of the slovenly appearance, and the corners of the clothes were stained with grey dust from somewhere, and the snow-white hair seemed to be a bit messy because it had not been taken care of for a while. Although he looks like an ordinary old man, he is indeed a genuine Pokemon professor. Pokemon professor is the pinnacle of the entire Pokemon research community. Those who can be called professors are famous researchers who have made outstanding contributions in the research community, and each of them is a rare talent. The old man oak in front of him has a status in the research community like Mount Tai and the North Star, and his knowledge in the all-round field of Pokemon can be called half of the research. It's just that I don't need it. Besides, Professor, you see, even if I didn't go to receive the Pokemon, I still got a companion. En just smiled and shook his head, and his face still had a meaningful smile on it, making it impossible to see his true thoughts, and Oxueshin just glanced at the ordinary red and white ball in his hand, and couldn't help but sighed. Don't you really need me to help you with some resources? Don't worry about that, Professor. I've already prepared it myself. Even a small request like helping his grandson couldn't be met. Obviously, with Oxueshin's status as a Pokemon professor, it wouldn't be difficult for him to get one or two gifted quasi-god Pokemon. In the end, not only did he not want it, he also gave the Royal 3 opportunity that Oxueshin secretly gave him to someone else. Now, listening to his relaxed and perfunctory words, Oxueshin was so angry that he almost couldn't breathe. From childhood to adulthood, En has shown extraordinary mature mentality, whether in research or in dealing with Pokemon. He is as steady and calm as a monster, and he is too independent to worry about anything for Oak. In comparison, his grandson is simply, Xiao Na, why don't you go back to Kanto and be a researcher with me? With your talent, it only takes 3 years, no, maybe only 2.5 years, you may be able to surpass me. Professor. En just chuckled and shook his head. Of course, he was very grateful to Professor Oak for adopting him and taking care of him as if he were his own grandson, and even wanted to pass on all his legacy to him. But N's goal is not to be a researcher. Tisk, forget it then. But since you didn't go to get the Earl Dervish Pokemon, you must have left the opportunity to Hilda, right? You're so good to her, when do you plan to get married? Seeing that his advice was fruitless, Professor Oak had long been accustomed to it, and could only helplessly spread his hands in N's direction, casually changing the topic to another direction. He treated N as his own grandson, and of course he was very concerned about when this kid would give him another great-grandson. Hilda was a well-behaved and kind girl, beautiful and talented as a trainer, and most importantly, she was a real childhood sweetheart with N. Oak Sueshin had been looking forward to when the two of them would be together. Originally, he naively thought that if things went their way, the two would slowly get together, so he didn't interfere too much in N's feelings. But who knew that after so many years? Hilda, the little girl, has never taken the initiative to confess to N. She has made no progress in the past few years, which has almost driven the old man crazy. If Barry is not here, he can only think of other ways. Anyway, the Pokemon League is not a monogamous system. Well, let it go. Although he really wants to say, I want to be the strongest Pokemon trainer, and women are a hindrance. But N knows that if he says this, Old Man Oak will be furious. He may even fly from Kanto to beat him up overnight. Just go along with him and save a lot of trouble. What a perfunctory response. Forget it, let's get to the point. Since you have good taste, what Earl Dervish Pokemon did you choose? It's this guy. N raised a faint arc at the corner of his mouth and gently pressed the button of the red and white ball. With a dazzling white light flashing, a big bug with a green body and bright red antennae on its head suddenly appeared on his shoulder. Seeing that he was released, the big cabbage worm tilted his head stupidly. Chapter 6 It's broken, my genius grandson's brain is burned. You didn't stay in the Huaxia region for 2 years and burned your brain. Professor Oak stared at the Rayquaza juvenile on N's shoulder with his old eyes dull. His face, which was originally relaxed, was now as black and blue as ink. His expression was even a little unbelievable. It took Oak Sueshin a long time to react, and he covered his left chest with one hand, fearing that he would die of myocardial infarction. He originally thought that according to N's vision, the worst it would be a Weedle, right? Even if it was just a Weedle, as long as the trainer was strong enough, it would have a chance to break through the mediocre qualifications and become strong enough after being trained into a Beedrill. But it happened that it was a Caterpie. Even if it was a Magikarp, I thought you had worked hard, right? If his most proud grandson went to Huaxia region and stayed there for 2 years and became an idiot, he would definitely be torn to pieces by the stubborn old man Rowan in Sinnoh. When N proposed to go to Huaxia region as a trainer, the one who opposed it the most was not Oak, but Professor Rowan from Sinnoh region. It's bad, it's bad. This is really bad. If Professor Rowan knew that I sent the brightest star of the researcher to the Huaxia League to be a trainer, and took a Caterpie as the Earl Dervish Pokemon. Oak Sueshin took a deep breath, cold sweat on his forehead, and looked at the chandelier on the ceiling with a complicated look. Then he slowly took out his mobile phone and prepared to call the Pokemon Center. It's still early, let's see if we can rush to the hospital to rescue N. Don't pretend. N was also a little amused. The Zorua in his hand was quite naughty and cunning, and coupled with its illusion talent far superior to its peers, it could change into any Pokemon he had seen at will. Kyuso. Zorua also grinned, and the next moment its body twisted. The big green caterpillar that was originally lying on N's shoulder turned into a cunning black and red little fox in an instant, which immediately froze the face of the old man Oak on the other side of the screen. Zorua, Zorua! Where did you get this from? Bang! A dull sound came into N's ears, and he could clearly see Professor Oak's entire old face directly on the screen. Even his nose hair was clearly visible on the high-definition display. Oak, who was on the other side of the screen, seemed to want to use his head to use Dragon Rush to break the barrier of time and space, and rushed directly to N to observe carefully. Others didn't know, but didn't Oak Sueshin know? This is the only Pokemon race with the illusion feature. Zorua family is a genuine and extremely rare Pokemon. This kind of Pokemon will never reveal its true appearance on weekdays. The probability of encountering this thing in the wild is almost the same as the probability of Groudon flying into the sky on the cliff sword and slapping Rayquaza down with a slap. Besides, N is in Huaxia, which is the closest to Kanto and Johto, and is a million miles away from the Unova region where Zorua was found. Now N not only found Zorua in Huaxia, but also successfully captured it as his Earl Dervish Pokemon. You should know that he himself does not have Pokemon. Oxueshin can't figure out how he captured such a cunning and agile Zorua with his bare hands. My luck was a little better. Looking at N on the other side of the screen, he smiled and stretched out his thumb and index finger, leaving a small gap between his fingers. His calm expression almost made Oxueshin want to grab his soft emerald green hair and rub it into a pulp. It seems that I don't have to worry about you. You have made Zorua the Earl Dervish Pokemon, and your starting point has far exceeded my expectations. What are your plans for the future? Will you challenge the gym in the Huaxia region and then participate in the league competition? Oxueshin coughed lightly a few times. He has been a Pokemon professor for a lifetime. He has seen all kinds of storms and waves. It's just a Zorua. Haven't you eaten pork? Have you seen pigs run? There's no need to be so out of control. However, this thing does make him a little excited. He doesn't know whether it is male or female. He hasn't touched Zorua's hair with his own hands. He can feel the softness of the hair just from the picture. I wonder how it feels. Thinking about something meaningless in his mind, Oxueshin's gaze on Zorua became a little grim. And Zorua, who has a very strong intuition, seems to have sensed this sinister feeling of being spied on, and his hair all over his body can't help but stand up. That's roughly it. Challenging the gym is indeed the fastest way to become stronger. N glanced at the black fox on his shoulder. Currently, it only has the strength of superior intermediate, which is far from enough in his opinion. Before challenging the gym, N will not act casually without absolute confidence. Before challenging, N will first train it enough, and wait until it has completely improved its own strength and is sure of winning. Well, then I wish you good luck. Since I, an old man, can't give you anything, I might as well give you a little surprise. N muttered the meaningless words in his mouth. With his understanding of Professor Oak, he vaguely sensed that something was wrong. Then that's it. Inter-region calls are very expensive. Remember to go back to Kanto and study that Zorua for me when you have time. Before he could ask, Oxueshin seemed to have guessed his thoughts, and hung up the phone on the spot after saying a word. The action was so fast that it was almost impossible to react. Bad feeling. N stared at the completely black screen in front of him, and his usually calm expression also showed a little strange color. Based on his understanding of Oxueshin, the old man must want to do something that will give him a headache. Chapter 70 Attendance Rate. On a sunny morning, the whole sky was as gentle and blue as a mother's embrace, and soft and warm light fell from the sky. Accompanied by the sunshine, several pidoves and pidgeys flew in the sky together, and then they seemed to notice something and suddenly fell down. Don't worry, everyone will have a share. The handsome young man sitting on the bench had a faint smile on his lips. He wore a black and white baseball cap, which made it impossible to see his face. He skillfully tore pieces of bread in his hands and fed them to a large group of bird-shaped Pokemon in front of him. Even the Pokemon in the city who are already familiar with human existence rarely get so close to humans, let alone a large group of them. If someone sees them, they will definitely be surprised, but there are not many people in this remote corner of the park. Oh no, I accidentally started playing. I finally came to school, and it will be a bit troublesome if I am late. N suddenly reacted and slapped his forehead lightly, got up quickly, and casually said to the a large group of pidoves nearby greeted him and then quickened their pace and left in a certain direction. But in a place he didn't see, a shiny black luxury car stopped next to the park. And someone sitting in the back seat was squinting his blood-red eyes, staring at the direction he left, and his other hand was still gently stroking the Persian next to him. "Hey, who's that over there? I don't think I've seen him before, is he a transfer student? It's almost the third year of high school, how can there be a transfer student? Judging from the school uniform, the person should be a student of the Pokemon Battle class, right?" Because he hadn't been to school for a while, and was obviously watched more frequently than ordinary people. First of all, his long green hair tied behind his head was quite unique even in this Pokemon world with colorful hair colors. At the same time, no matter which world you are in, appearance is very popular, not to mention N, who has both appearance and elegance and gentle temperament. Even if he just walked by, there was a 90% chance that he would attract the attention of the girls next to him. N was keeping his expression cold. This cold aura that kept people away from Norman could scare off a large number of people of the opposite sex who wanted to come up and chat with him, which was a great help in reducing trouble. This high school was called Bully High School, and it was also the high school he attended. This academy was also a relatively orthodox Pokemon trainer training academy. There was also a Pokemon Battle class here, and N was one of them. It was just that he spent half of his high school career at Oak Research Institute. Even after transferring to Huaxia region, he basically never came to this school. He was like a transparent person. The attendance rate was almost zero. If an ordinary person did this, he might have been called to the office by the teacher for a detailed discussion, or simply expelled. But N was an exception. Even though he didn't focus on research, he had won several awards in the research community and officially obtained a researcher certificate issued by the Kanto Alliance. After transferring to Hakurei High School, he also scored full marks in the theoretical exam. In addition, with the recommendation letter written by Professor Oak himself, not to mention the principal of Hakurei High School, even the 4 elites of the Huaxia Alliance had to give N some face and dared not provoke him casually. The status of a Pokemon professor is far beyond the imagination of normal people. Originally, he didn't want to come to school at all. If he had time to go to school, he might as well go to the Sunlight Forest for more training. But because Oak Sueshin said there would be something that would interest him, he was curious and planned to come and take a look, and by the way, see if Miss Hilda, who was pissed off by him yesterday, has calmed down now. Click. N walked into the classroom and sat in the corner by the window at the back. Because he hadn't been here for a long time, there was obviously a thin layer of dust on this seat. He didn't care. He just sat down casually and looked out the window. Bang! Who is that handsome mega guy? The name seems to be very long, I can't remember it at all. He seems to have never come to class for some reason, but he seems to be the top student in the transfer theory exam. He was the one who always beat the class monitor in every annual exam. So exaggerated. He can't be a common light novel hero? The kind who traveled to the modern world, merged souls, and then obtained a cheating psychic. There were bursts of whispers around him, but of course he didn't care. He was just in a daze alone. Until there was a heavy sound from his desk, he suddenly realized that a pair of white long legs in black silk stockings appeared in front of him. "Why did you suddenly come to school?" Looking up, Hilda's rosy and cute little face was a little surprised and grudge, and her jade-like white hands gently patted his desk. A figure that would never appear in the school in the past suddenly appeared today. Miss Hilda, who was a little angry at first, couldn't help but come over to talk. "Because I met a Pidove when I was having breakfast today, it told me that good things would happen if I came to school, so I came." "Who believes you?" Hilda's mouth twitched slightly, and she cursed at N with a frown. Looking at the handsome face in front of her with a smile, she was a little angry. Just when she wanted to continue questioning him, the door of the classroom was suddenly opened. Seeing that it was the teacher who came in, she didn't have any extra time to spare. She gave N a complicated look and quickly returned to her seat. Chapter 8: The Damn Green Hair. "Everyone, please be quiet. I have an important announcement to make next. Our college and the college in Unova region will hold a one-on-one Pokemon exchange competition in 3 days. You can participate in this competition freely. If you are shortlisted, you will have the opportunity to participate in the city-level competition later. I hope everyone will pay attention to it. The bald teacher on the stage said this, and the originally dull atmosphere in the class became boiling. There are not many Pokemon battle classes in this college, and they can all be regarded as the S of this college. Superior. As long as you participate, you may win. As long as you win, you hope to be selected to participate in the city-level competition. This is a city-level competition. Even formal trainers who have obtained the gym badge may not be qualified to participate in the city-level competition. Even if you can't get into the top 3, even if you make it to the quarterfinals, you can still make a name for yourself. You may also be directly offered an olive branch by some families or companies. This opportunity is simply hard to come by. In the city-level competition, it is not surprising that even the Sunday gym leader of Sunday City comes to watch the game in person. If you perform well and are favored by the other party, you may become the other party's apprentice and have the opportunity to take over the other party's position and become the next gym leader. It's simply a step to heaven. Honor is very attractive to these students who have not yet officially debuted as trainers. N just supported his chin with one hand, and his expression did not change. Although participating in the competition to enhance his strength is not bad, he doesn't want to show up now, and he doesn't like to participate in this kind of competition. His strength is not strong enough. Before he becomes stronger, he doesn't want to show off too much. If he wants to become stronger, he still thinks that he can be more efficient in training in the wild with Zorua. I have heard from the professor that you now have your own Earl Dervish Pokemon, right? Hi. N's dazed green eyes have a hint of surprise. He slowly turned his head to look in the direction of Hilda. He just reported to Oaksueshin last night, but he immediately passed the news to Hilda today? Looking at her eager expression, N can guess what she is thinking without even thinking about it. Let's join together. It just so happens that the competition is also a one-on-one battle. I'm actually not interested. N scratched his cheek awkwardly. The recent training plan needs to be further strengthened. If you want combat experience, you just need to continue to fight various wild Pokemon in the Sunshine Forest. Besides, his Zorua is a genuine superior, and his level alone has already surpassed many students. He feels that it doesn't make much sense to participate in this level of battle. You don't think the others are too weak? How about this? If you beat me in this competition, I will agree to any request of yours. Anything is fine, how about it? Hilda's pretty face flashed a trace of ruddy, and her white and slender fingers like green onions gently stroked her cheeks, and the brown hair wrapped around her shoulders gently surrounded her. Her light blue eyes seemed to be evasive, and if you look closely, you can find a faint peach color on her ear tips. And N was still thinking with his head down, whether it was necessary to participate in this kind of competition. After all, it was a competition co-organized with colleges in other regions, so it was natural to meet students from other regions, and it was also possible to meet powerful players. Moreover, the winning prize will be a complete set of high-quality evolutionary stone/ite. As soon as the bald teacher on the stage finished speaking, N slowly straightened the black and white cap on his head, raised a curve at the corner of his mouth, and a faint luster flashed in his emerald green eyes. The speed of his attitude change made Hilda's face gradually darken. What does it mean? Just hearing a set of evolutionary stone/ite, his attitude changed 180 degrees? Is she so unattractive? It was said that he could agree to any request, but he didn't seem to care at all. I thought that this green-haired man was just like this, so I didn't care about him. But the more Hilda suppressed her anger, the more she found that she couldn't suppress it at all. This was simply a step back. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She simply didn't plan to endure it. She slowly clenched her pink fists, making a crackling sound. Mega punch! Hilda threw a straight punch at N's side face fiercely, with such force that it even made a sound of breaking through the air. N seemed to have expected this a long time ago. He leaned back slightly, grabbed her wrist slowly, and gently pulled it. Snap! The girl was caught off guard and was pulled into N's arms on the spot. In an instant, her fierce expression disappeared, replaced by a cute expression of panic, nervousness, and extremely shyness, and her whole head was red as if it was suffocated in a stove. Very warm, although Hilda, who could charm at will when she was a child, often asked N for a hug, but now they are both not young anymore, how could her already twisted personality be the same as before? How many years has it been since she did this? Hilda, who was almost immersed in it, suddenly widened her light blue eyes, and when she reacted, she pushed N away with a red face like a kitten with its fur standing up, trying to escape from his arms. Wait, what are you doing? Sorry, I'm used to it. N also knew that their current posture was a little too intimate, so he let her go slowly with a look of apology. Hilda, who seized the opportunity to escape, immediately flew away from his arms, with a blush on her face. You remember this? In the official competition, I will definitely punch your head off. It's better for girls to talk like ladies. What do you care? N didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was also looking forward to Hilda's strength. I don't know which Royal 3 Pokémon she chose as her Earl Dervish Pokémon before. Maybe it's a good rival. Chapter 9 Changes in the Forest. Dark Pulse. The ripple light ball emitting an ominous black color was gathered in the air. Zorua raised his head and slammed it towards the front. The gathered ripple black ball was also thrown out with force and hit Pidgeotto above in a flash. Pidgeotto also fell from the air at the moment of being hit and fell heavily on the ground. The battle ended with this blow. This is the Sun Forest, where N usually trains with Zorua. Well done! N half bent over and stroked Zorua's head, then walked to Pidgeotto's side, raised his right hand and gently stroked the black wound on his wing. A faint golden-green light spread from the palm of his hand, covering the wound area. In just a few breaths, Pidgeotto's wound recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is his usual style after fighting. When wild Pokémon are knocked down in the wild and lose their fighting ability, they lose their ability to resist. Under this situation, wild Pokémon may be attacked and hunted by other wild Pokémon before they regain consciousness. Although N needs wild Pokémon as Zorua's sparring partner, it is impossible to knock down other wild Pokémon everywhere for this reason and then abandon them. This behavior is likely to put these wild Pokémon to death. Dark Pulse is almost used up, but the body function is still too weak. Zorua's petite body is still constricted by a circle of armor that wraps the whole body, which makes Zorua look a bit bloated. These weights will greatly limit its proud speed and reduce its combat ability, so as to exercise its physical fitness. N lowered his head and took out a blue orange to feed Zorua after the hard battle. The hungry black fox grinned and opened his mouth to eat with his fangs. This guy is relatively introverted and stubborn, and he doesn't care about the hardship of training at all. In the face of various intensive training, he took it all without saying a word. Other Pokémon don't have such strong perseverance. Perhaps because this guy is extremely aggressive and competitive, Covet has become stronger. After realizing that his body is indeed getting stronger steadily, he became fascinated by this feeling and wanted to continue training with N all the time. Well, today's training should be over. If we continue like this, we will be putting the cart before the horse. N felt a little funny when he saw Zorua's slightly disappointed expression after hearing this. Zorua's strength is still superior intermediate, but it is far different from when he was first captured. Now Zorua can at least beat 1.5 of himself. If there is another opportunity for a strong enemy to break through, he may be able to break through to the high level directly. Bang! While N was thinking, a deafening roar suddenly came from not far away. A tree tens of meters high seemed to be attacked by some huge force. Its trunk suddenly broke and fell to the ground. Not only that, the fall of the tree was like a signal, and explosions began to sound continuously in front. N frowned slightly. According to reason, he should leave directly in this situation. The Pokémon that can cause such a commotion is definitely not a weakling. If he encounters a troublesome existence, even his affinity will be useless. Kyuso. Zorua called out to him softly, with a bit more excitement on her face. Seeing the eager look of the little fox, N also curled his lips, waved to the little fox and rushed towards the direction of the explosion. The closer they got to the interior of the Sun Forest, the more obvious the explosion became. It was not until they were quite close that N reached out to stop Zorua from moving forward. Bang! A tree not far away was hit hard, and a big hole was blown out of the entire trunk, leaving only some pitiful broken trunks barely maintaining their position. The culprit for all this was a tall and strong Pokémon that stood there like a hill. Ursaring. With a huge body, thick arms, and an olivine circle pattern on its chest, this brown bear was obviously taller than the ordinary growth Ursaring. Its strong muscles were covered with long hair, but its strength could still be seen from its body shape. The aura on his body was terrifying. Just standing there seemed to be able to block out the light in the sky. This level of pressure made N recognize him at a glance. S level. Boss level medium qualifications. This Ursaring is probably a boss level powerhouse. Pokémon of this level usually serve as the leader of a tribe in the wild, and their strength is far beyond imagination. Opposite this Ursaring is a Pokémon that is obviously much shorter. Gray skin, a white silk towel tied on the head, short body but strong muscles, pink veins all over the body slightly bulging. Timber. Strength, superior beginner. Potential, superior. Timber. N recognized the two Pokémon at a glance, especially the Timber, which was a rare superior qualification, which was not common among the Royal 3 Pokémon with superior talents. And Pokémon like Timber usually live in cities and are not common in the wild. They are close to humans and like to help with some work like moving buildings in the city, just like the Macamp, a capable mover in the Kanto region. Moreover, the Timber family basically lives in groups, and it is rare to see a lone Timber. This superior Timber not only appeared in the wild, but also walked alone, and even had a relationship with the leader-level Ursaring who looked difficult to mess with. It was not normal no matter how you looked at it. Chapter 10 Timber. The Timber holding the wooden stick had hideous wounds all over his body, especially on his face. There were 3 bloody claw marks. He stood not far from Ursaring and gasped heavily, and blood slowly slid down the edge of his cheek. This Timber had a well-developed body and excellent muscle training, which was obviously stronger than other Timbers of the same species. But even so, it is still young. Without evolution, it is already amazing that it can fight against the boss-level Ursaring at this moment. The chance of winning is almost zero. Craftsman. Timber let out a low roar. Facing the huge Ursaring in front of him, he was not afraid at all. His left arm suddenly emitted a dazzling pure white light, and the energy gathered at one point in an instant. Mega Punch. It can actually use Mega Punch. Wild Pokémon without a trainer coaching can learn this move. Its talent is so high that it may not be fully described by natural talent. Its understanding is obviously extraordinary. Bang! With a loud bang, Timber's body has turned into a stream of light and flashed out. It released Mega Punch with all its strength and fiercely blasted Ursaring's face. And the boss-level Pokémon is not a vegetarian. It raised its arms to directly resist. Bang! With a heavy thud, Timber found that his full-strength attack had no effect, and he was shocked. Just as he was about to retreat, Ursaring, who had seized the opportunity, did not intend to let him go so easily. Roar! Ursaring roared, and his right arm smashed down like a hammer. This is Slash! Timber, who had no time to dodge, even raised the wooden stick in his hand as a weapon by instinct, but it was of no use at all. In just a moment, Ursaring's slash smashed the wooden stick and hit Timber's body at the same time. The terrifying force was simply unstoppable. Crack, crack, crack! Because of the tackle on Timber's body, the ground began to crack in all directions with the tackle point as the center. Timber, who was already seriously injured, fell heavily to the ground. After this blow, he might never get up again. Zorua! Kyuso! Even without looking back at his master, Zorua grinned cunningly and raised a confident smile. This kind of strong enemy is not easy to encounter, and it is perfect for training. Ursaring was just about to raise his right arm to kill the stubborn timber in front of him with one blow, when he suddenly instinctively sensed a sense of crisis and raised his head to look forward. Bang! The earth was shaking and the trees were afraid. It was a green monster as big as a mountain, and it could cause the ground to shake just by moving. It was covered with a dark green shell-like armor, and its limbs as strong as stone pillars seemed to be able to crush houses easily. The fierce and brutal aura enveloped the entire forest. Desert Tyrant Tyranitar. This is the real king Pokémon. Where Tyranitar exists, there is often only a desert with no grass left. Its powerful destructive power is like a moving disaster. Even the powerful Pokémon like the boss will avoid it. But this Ursaring is a stubborn person. Roar! Even though it is really afraid, Ursaring still roars intimidatingly in the direction of Tyranitar. This timber dared to break into its territory and steal its food. Ursaring is really afraid of it. Ursaring is also the overlord of the Sun Forest. Although he doesn't know where this terrifying Tyranitar came from, he can't give in easily on this matter. Otherwise, how can he survive in the Sun Forest? The orange-yellow destructive energy was gathered in Ursaring's mouth, and the scorching heat rushed to his face. The surrounding air seemed to be stained with a trace of burning breath. The leader-level Ursaring attacked with all his strength, and the terrifying hyper beam turned into a stream of light and burst out. Buzz! The light column instantly tore through the air and evaporated the trees, like a shameful laser cannon directly hitting the body of Tyranitar, but what people didn't expect was, the moment the body of Tyranitar was hit by the hyper beam, it turned into a shadow and dissipated in the air. Ursaring? Sucker Punch? A calm voice suddenly appeared in the battle, and a black and red light flashed by. Zorua, who was bursting at full speed on the ground, could not be seen clearly with the naked eye. His sharp claws suddenly stabbed Ursaring's jaw. Puff! Ursaring could not react to the sudden attack at all. It would be useless even if he reacted. He had just used the full power hyper beam, and his body entered the rigidity period after the energy burst. His muscles were stiff and he could not move at all. Kyuso! What came into view was a black and red little fox. The moment it hit Ursaring with a sucker punch, it did a skillful backflip and landed gracefully. Even if it was a boss level, it would definitely not be easy to face this attack. What's more, before the battle, Zorua had used Hone Claws several times to increase physical attack power. Now its own attack power has been greatly improved. Ursaring had never been so furious. A mere fox dared to play with it like this. The attack on its neck was as painful as a burning fire. But its stiffness had not completely dissipated, and it could only watch Zorua gather energy on its face. Dark Pulse! Bang! The moment N finished speaking, Dark Pulse also exploded in front of Ursaring's chest. Its huge body was blown away several meters on the spot. The fur on its chest was burned black, emitting bursts of charcoal smell. It also saw the human behind Zorua. The green-haired young man wearing a baseball cap, he stared at the front with a smile on his face, and his calm posture made Ursaring extremely angry. The anger had completely devoured its reason. Chapter 11 The Edge of Phantom. Zorua family's unique characteristic Phantom has the power to control illusion to mimic humans or other Pokémon. But Zorua's talent in illusion is far superior to that of its peers. It can not only simulate forms, but can even create illusions, and even affect the opponent's five senses, making illusions more vivid and real. Otherwise a boss-level Ursaring would not be fooled so easily. In its eyes, the Tyranitar created by Zorua's illusion is extremely powerful, at least above the boss level. So the young Ursaring will release his full strength to attack without hesitation. Roar! The furious Ursaring raised his hand and fired a fire punch, and the burning fist violently smashed down on Zorua's head. Zorua, who had just taken advantage of Ursaring's inability to move and beat him randomly, naturally became the first target of attack. Agility. En raised his eyebrows slightly. He could see that Ursaring was now completely controlled by anger. This kind of Pokemon that lost its mind and could hardly think was the easiest to deal with. Zorua, who was already extremely fast, became even more agile after using agility. The bulky Ursaring had brute force but could not attack Zorua at all. The advantage of its small body was fully demonstrated. Craftsman. Timber also shook his head and temporarily came back to his senses. He didn't understand why Zorua, who was not much stronger than himself, could beat Ursaring like a joke and make him unable to fight back. Suddenly, he seemed to understand something. His resolute eyes swept over the green-haired young man with one hand in his trouser pocket. His command improved Zorua's combat ability by more than one level, which allowed Zorua to do this. En gently pinched the brim of his black and white cap, put one hand in his pocket and calmly watched the battlefield environment, while his eyes glanced at Timber not far away. After a long rest, it barely recovered its combat ability, still looking unwilling to admit defeat. This little guy has a good understanding, and his personality is quite suitable for En's appetite. If possible, En certainly intends to subdue him. However, now he has to find a way to deal with the furious Ursaring. The violent Ursaring attacked with all his strength without holding back. The muscles of his right arm instantly tightened and swelled. A faint light gathered on the entire arm, and a ferocious arm hammer smashed down. The power of this attack is incredible. If it is hit, even if Zorua is not injured, it will definitely lose its combat ability in an instant. Dig! Zorua taunt-sneered at Ursaring, and then drilled into the ground without saying a word. Ursaring Rage's arm hammer smashed the earth, and the broken stones due to the huge force flew everywhere. The ground of this forest seemed to be shaking. Although Zorua can now beat Ursaring to a pulp, the opponent's level suppression is still there. Ursaring at the boss level cannot be easily knocked down by Zorua. The attack caused by the sensitive attack type Zorua is at best a painful scraping. En's eyes were on Timber, who was obviously unconvinced, so the key to breaking the situation was here. Timber, use bulk up. Timber, who was suddenly commanded, was obviously stunned, and his whole head was a little confused. But after hesitating for a second, he decided to follow En's order and began to use all his strength to tighten his muscles, and the pink veins bulged like an explosion. Timber, use focus energy, and wait for the opportunity. After En gave this order, he set his sights on Zorua. Timber did not hesitate, decisively used focus energy and stayed quietly aside. His tense muscles could bring out powerful explosive power at any time. Kyuso. Zorua relied on his agile body to dodge attacks, while leaving wounds on Ursaring from time to time, and constantly moved towards En. Ursaring, who had long lost his mind, did not notice this at all and continued to chase. Roar! At this moment, Zorua, who was still dodging, suddenly stopped. Ursaring did not hesitate at all, and the crackling and harsh sound of electric current sounded. A thunder punch flashed with saffron lightning, like a lightning python, smashed down. Slide over to avoid it. But Zorua made an extremely weird move. It suddenly turned around, slid under Ursaring's crotch, and then raised its head to bombard Ursaring's back with a dark pulse. Ursaring, who was suddenly attacked and lost his balance, had a black vision in front of his eyes, and almost fell forward without resistance. But before it could stabilize its posture, a gray-skinned Pokemon suddenly burst out. Aim at the right foot and use kick down. As En's command came, Timber roared in a low voice, stomped his left foot on the ground, and the terrifying force broke the hard ground, and the power of the whole body was centered on the left foot. All the remaining strength and physical strength were poured into this blow of the right leg. Bang! Ursaring, who could not dodge at all, lost his balance in an instant and fell to the ground like a meteorite. The power of this kick-down attack depends on the weight of the enemy. The power of Ursaring tackle, which weighs nearly 300 kilograms, on the ground seemed to make the entire sun forest feel the vibration. Fighting skills are very effective for ordinary Ursarings. After Timber bulk up increased his attack power, even the boss-level Ursaring couldn't get up at all. There were bloody wounds all over his body, and his physical strength was also exhausted. The victorious Zorua and Timber also looked a little embarrassed. Zorua, who had been restraining Ursaring alone, was in a state of high concentration. Because even if he was accidentally touched by Ursaring's attack, he might fall down, and his physical strength was almost gone. Timber fainted on the ground after using the last attack, but before fainting, he had a satisfied smile on his face. "Thank you for your hard work." N exhaled slowly, glanced at Ursaring who had lost his ability to fight, and gave up the idea of subduing him. He used Viridian's power to treat it briefly, then picked up the fainted Timber and left. The Ursaring had thick skin and flesh, so this simple treatment was enough. If he could wake it up, there was no telling what would happen next. Chapter 12 Envious Miss Hilda. A few days later, Hakurei High School. This school-wide joint competition was between Hakurei High School in Sunday City and the Pokemon Academy in the Unova region. Co-organized, in a sense, it can also be said to be an exchange meeting. Both sides want to highlight the strength of their own college students and slap the other side in the face. Because there are so many participants, the competition is divided into 4 groups for preliminaries, and the winners of the preliminaries will directly enter the semi-finals. I didn't expect that there would be so many participants. A large number of people gradually gathered around the stadium, including not only the participating players, but also ordinary students in the college. These ordinary students were just here to watch the game, and they blocked the surrounding area. Hilda couldn't help but curl her lips, put one hand on her smooth forehead, resisting the scorching sun. She couldn't help but feel a little nervous when she participated in this kind of competition for the first time. Although she had trained hard before, it was inevitable to be nervous in the formal venue. Her competition was in the 4th group of Venue 3. It was not her turn yet, so she could wander around without worry. "It's that idiot N. Why hasn't he come yet? He seems to be in the 1st group of Venue 1. The 1st group's competition should start soon, right? Really? He's still so careless at this time." Hilda suddenly discovered this problem and sweated on her forehead. Now the players are basically in the preparation stage. If he hasn't arrived when the game officially starts, he will be disqualified. However, even that N shouldn't be late at this time, right? Maybe he has actually arrived at the scene, but just didn't come to find her. It turned out that it was her illusion. The 1st group N player? N player hasn't appeared yet. The referee's puzzled voice made the other students watching the game around whisper. Most of the students at Hakurei High School have heard of N's name. He is a monster who always wins the 1st place in the grade in theoretical knowledge, although he rarely appears on weekdays. That guy. Hilda's face was very ugly. She held the wire fence outside the field with both hands and stared at the situation in the battlefield. If no one was seen in 5 minutes, then the qualification for the competition would be cancelled, and the opponent would win without fighting. Tisk, I knew that this kind of nerd who studies hard would be useless. He would be weak when faced with actual combat, right? He didn't even dare to come to the competition site. The player standing on the red side of the battlefield was Yang Ye from the Pokemon Battle Class 2 of Boli High School. He started to speak nonsense in front of the audience. His fighting ability in his class was outstanding, so he was arrogant. Before the game started, the popularity and attention had been attracted by the guy with a good-looking face and a big reputation. He seemed to be ignored by others, and he was inevitably very unhappy. When he encountered this kind of situation, he would make sarcastic remarks. Tisk, you dare to say that? Hilda's mouth twitched slightly, she tightly grasped the pokeball on her waist. N dared to mock her in front of her. She wanted to have a game with that guy and beat him out of his psychological trauma. Well, it's better to calm down, there are still a few minutes, don't be too anxious. Hi. Someone suddenly spoke to her, which made Hilda slightly stunned. As soon as she turned her head, her expression froze. Standing next to Hilda was a girl of the same age as her. She was about the same age as Hilda, but she had a mature figure that didn't match her age. She had a good figure and a slender waist like a willow. Her roundness surprised Hilda. Perhaps the girl wore sportswear for the convenience of activities. She wore a black sleeveless top with a ribbon under a light blue open-sleeved jacket, and a pleated skirt and extremely astringent black stockings. This is too foul. Hilda's expression was quite unpleasant, and she complained with a bit of sourness and envy. The girl standing next to her blinked her beautiful sapphire eyes strangely, as if she didn't understand what she meant. Eh? What's the foul? No, nothing. Are you also a contestant? Well, I'm Rosa from Unova region, and I also participated in this competition. I heard that there is a very famous contestant here, so I came to take a look out of curiosity. The girl named Rosa pinched her smooth brown long hair a little embarrassedly. Her beautiful long hair like a waterfall was combed into a bun-shaped double ponytail. Because her face was youthful and cute but her figure was too astringent, Hilda couldn't help but keep looking at her. I am. Before Hilda started to introduce herself, there was a sudden movement in the venue. A green-haired boy wearing a black and white cap slowly climbed over the railing and walked to the front of the fighting field, while apologizing to the referee and his opponent. Because of his gentle smile and foul-looking appearance, his sunny smile made people unable to get angry at all, and the referee did not say much. Just a cough announced the official start of the game. Chapter 13, Fighting Against the Reverse Attribute. Now, N from the green team will face Yang Ye from the red team. The Pokemon they use is only this one. The one who makes the opponent's Pokemon lose its combat ability first wins. Then the game begins. Go, Pidgeotto! Fly in the sky! With the referee's order, the opponent threw the Pokeball in his hand without saying a word. With the flash of light, a big bird covered with plump feathers flew in the air, looking down from above. Pidgeotto. Strength, Superior Beginner. Potential, Medium. This is Pidgeotto, a flying Pokemon that is quite common in the Kanto region. It has reached the medium level and looks pretty good. Obviously, the strength of Pidgeotto with medium level is not bad this time. After Pidgey evolution, it has vaguely reached the threshold of superior level. This may be the reason why the opponent is so confident. A Pokemon that has undergone the first stage of evolution will have its strength improved in all aspects. Plus, the opponent is a sensitive flying Pokemon that can use the advantage of the air to fight, which is enough to give many Pokemon a headache. Timber, leave it to you. N just pinched the brim of his cap and gently threw the Pokeball in his hand. A Pokemon with a sturdy body and black and grey skin like stone stood steadily in the center of the venue. It held a wooden stick and looked straight ahead calmly. This Timber is very different from ordinary ones. It has a white scarf on its head and 3 very obvious scratches on its face. Even after treatment, these terrifying scars still exist. The calm expression and scars make it look extremely hideous and terrifying. Timber. Hilda didn't expect that N would take out this kind of Pokemon. The Porter is not a rare Pokemon, but it has a very high upper limit after evolution and is very outstanding in terms of strength. This Timber was captured by N after defeating Ursaring. This little guy has a very calm personality and likes to go it alone. After realizing that N could make him stronger, he decisively chose to follow him. At that time, N had a brief exchange with it and found that it felt that the other companions in the tribe were too content with the status quo, so it chose to leave the tribe and become stronger alone. Zorua is an important means for N. It broke through its own limitations in the full-strength battle with Ursaring before and reached the strength of superior level. Give it some time and it will break through this big level and be promoted to boss level. With its talent, if it is promoted to the boss level and evolves again, Zorua may have the opportunity to break through a big stage again. At that time, N will have a preliminary trump card. So it can't be exposed casually now, and the strength of the transporter is only superior level, which is just enough to replace Zorua in this competition, and the competition can also give it practical experience. That porter is very strong. Rosa, the girl with a bun, had a serious look on her face. Just from the developed muscles that were different from those of her kind, it was clear how exaggerated the power of this porter was. Even if it hadn't evolved yet, it couldn't be that weak. However, since you saw that the opponent had taken out the flying type Pidgeotto first, why did you take out the fighting type porter to fight? Wasn't it restrained right from the start? Rosa didn't quite understand this. Didn't he only have Timber, the Pokémon? Otherwise, he shouldn't have chosen to take out the inferior attribute to fight, right? Pidgeotto. Use wing attack. When the opponent saw N take out the fighting type Pokémon, his face lit up immediately. What kind of theoretical genius? It's just a paper tiger. He didn't even memorize the most basic attribute restraint. He can easily win this game. Dodge, then use focus energy. N did not panic at all when facing the attribute disadvantage, but just gave orders calmly. After he captured the Pokémon, the most training he did was the trust between his companions and the reaction of the Pokémon. The Pokémon must trust each other and be able to turn their backs to each other. At the same time, the length of the command should be shortened to only the most important and concise part. Many trainers will call out the name before letting the Pokémon use the trick, so that the Pokémon who hears the command will be at least one beat slower. Many times, it is this moment that determines the outcome of the battle. And the transporter did not hesitate at all, strictly executing N's orders. He stared at the arrival of Pidgeotto, and in an instant he shifted to the left to avoid the attack strangely. After dodging, he immediately concentrated his mind and used focus energy. Focus energy can make the mind more focused and more easily hit the enemy's vital points. When the opponent saw Timber dodge this attack, he just thought it was N's luck. Okay, I didn't care at all, and prepared to let Pidgeotto continue to attack. Pidgeotto, use up. Glare. N's order was faster, and Timber's gloomy and terrifying eyes were already fixed on Pidgeotto. Pidgeotto, who didn't react, was obviously startled and moved in the air, revealing a flaw. Rock throw. Craftsman. The transporter smashed the ground with a punch without saying a word, and quickly picked up the gravel on the ground. Using the strong muscles of his arms to make a throwing motion, the swollen blue veins rolled out like a dragon, and the hard gravel was squeezed and crackled. With a sharp sound, a sharp stone whizzed past. It hit Pidgeotto in the air accurately like a missile. This hit Pidgeotto's head beautifully, and the power was so great that it could directly smack down from the air. Pidgeotto loses his ability to fight. Timber wins. So the winner of this match is player N from the green team. The referee was stunned for a second before he reacted. He didn't expect that this seemingly interesting fight would end in just 3 rounds. The audience watching the game around him exclaimed in admiration. Timber, who was at a disadvantage, defeated his opponent in one go. The player named Yang Ye on the red team didn't even react before his Pidgeotto fell heavily to the ground and lost his ability to fight. His face was full of disbelief. Just now he mocked others for being bookworms, and after boasting, he was knocked down by a single blow in less than 3 rounds. It was too careless to see the opponent take out a fighting-type Pokémon. If he had used the advantages of flying-type Pokémon to fight guerrilla warfare from the beginning, he might have had a chance of winning. But it's useless to say these now. He seemed to be able to feel the hot gazes gathered behind him. No matter how unwilling he was, he could only put away Pidgeotto and leave in disgrace. Chapter 14 Excited Girl with a Ball. Wow, what kind of terrifying Macamp is that transporter? The rock throw he threw actually knocked down the flying-type Pidgeotto with one hit. Impossible. Even if it is a rock-type trick that restrains the flying type, it can't knock down Pidgeotto with one hit. The spectators all looked confused and exclaimed. No one expected that a restrained fighting-type Pokémon would actually defeat the dominant flying-type Pokémon with one hit in just a few rounds. This is a one-hit kill. That guy, obviously just got the Earl Dervish Pokémon last week, how can he be so strong? The strength of that timber is probably above superior level, otherwise even if he used focus energy to aim at the opponent's vitals, he would not be able to end the battle directly with one strike. Rosa, who was standing next to Hilda, had a serious look on her face. She pinched her chin with one hand and spoke while thinking and judging. The league stipulates that one can officially own his own Pokémon at the age of 16, and most trainers also choose to debut at this time. Now high school students are 17 or 18 years old. Many talented trainers with good family background rely on the growth time of 1 or 2 years to settle down, and it is not surprising that they even have boss-level Pokémon. However, the girl next to Rosa just now said that the young man named N actually just got the Earl Dervish Pokémon last week, which means that he has only been a trainer for a week. A trainer who has only been in the industry for a week has a superior level Pokémon? It's not that a trainer who has only been in the industry for a week can't have a superior level Pokémon, but most Pokémon are arrogant, and many Pokémon are unwilling to obey orders from less experienced trainers. And that timber didn't even hesitate under N's command. Even if its trainer shouted such a brief command, it would execute it immediately. It would take a long time to develop such tacit understanding. My name is Hilda. Miss Hilda, you said that the trainer named N just got the Earl Dervish Pokémon last week, right? But he can perfectly command a superior Pokémon that was just obtained not long ago. I'm afraid it can only mean one thing. Rosa took a deep breath, and the corners of her mouth slowly rose. Her blue eyes like the sea were stained with a look full of fighting spirit and excitement, and her tone was filled with a bit of uncontrollable smile. She stared at the field seriously. The handsome man who was still elegant after the battle was just wiping the brim of his black and white hat, with a hint of meaning on the corners of his mouth. A long smile. It can only mean that his trainer level is high enough to convince Timber. The girl was very excited after saying this. She followed the exchange team of the academy to the Huaxia region and wanted to meet all kinds of strong enemies. And in front of her was obviously a strong opponent who was as strong and talented as her. She was already looking forward to meeting him in the next game. Goo! Hilda saw the girl with a bun next to her staring at N in the distance with a sharp gaze, and suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis, which made her involuntarily start to be extremely vigilant to the girl in front of her. Miss Hilda, my game is about to start, and we will meet in the next game. After saying that, Rosa trotted away with a smile, leaving Hilda with sweat on her forehead. This was the first time she felt such great pressure. Whether it was Pokémon battles or other aspects, she was under great pressure. The preliminaries went very fast. Although there were many players, 4 players who broke through the preliminaries were selected after the group screening. N encountered a Panseer in the second game, and won easily with Timber. The Scyther in the third game and the Frog in the fourth game were both superior level. Although it was a bit difficult, he still won. He only relied on a Timber that had not evolved yet, and he easily won all the battles. Even if he encountered a trainer with a superior level Pokémon, he won without surprise. This time, he directly became the biggest dark horse in this competition. Hilda was originally the monitor of the Pokémon battle class, and her academic performance has always been among the best. After getting the Earl Dervish Pokémon, she immediately conducted a very hard training. Her strength should not be underestimated, and she successfully broke through to the semi-finals. However, because the time to obtain Pokémon was too short, even if Hilda had a very talented Royal 3 Pokémon, she couldn't improve much in such a short training time. So she almost won every game by a narrow margin, and entered the semi-finals all the way. Hoo-ha! I'm really exhausted after several games in a row. The beautifully I met in the last game was really difficult. If it weren't for Tepig's attribute restraint, it would definitely be finished. Hilda drank mineral water in big gulps. After several games in a row, not only did the Pokémon consume a lot of physical strength, but even the trainer was highly focused. Her crescent-shaped eyebrows were also covered with fine beads of sweat. Her fair and smooth skin exuded a faint luster under the sunlight, and her skin was extremely moisturized. It was really hard. The opponents I met were all very strong. I was lucky to win. N, who was sitting next to Hilda, just had a calm and gentle smile on his face. From his appearance, he didn't look even a little bit thrilling. You know, Hilda has watched every one of his games. He almost met the strongest opponents in this competition, all of whom were superior level without exception. But he relied on that timber to tear through the encirclement of the preliminaries and made it all the way to the semi-finals. The gold content of his ranking is not comparable to Hilda's. What will those eliminated players do if you say this? Hilda rolled her eyes helplessly. She didn't understand how he could be called thrilling when he was almost not hit by the enemy in those few rounds. N's fighting method was too weird. Every move of the opponent seemed to be within his expectations. It is a very sophisticated tactic in the eyes of others, but after meeting N, he will be drawn into his rhythm step by step. If N uses the words of calculation, every step in his battle is like a number, and the formula put together. It makes the enemy seem to become a puppet following his rhythm, and the heart seems to be detected, which is really chilling. Every time Hilda, as a spectator, watched the whole game, she dared not imagine how she should deal with it if she was N's opponent. Chapter 15 Hilda. Full of sense of crisis. Miss Hilda. Did you make it to the semi-finals? This way we have a chance to meet, it's great. A familiar soft voice came from the side. Hilda, who was holding a bottle of mineral water in one hand, slightly tilted her smooth face and saw the girl with a ball head with shining eyes at a glance. It was Rosa who had just met. Rosa. You've made it to the semi-finals. If I meet you, I won't hold back. Same here. The two girls smiled at each other, neither of them seemed to admit defeat. Rosa, who had just spoken with great energy, suddenly saw the green-haired boy next to Hilda and was slightly stunned. She couldn't help but rub the ends of her ponytails shyly. There was nothing she could do. She could chat with Hilda, who was also a girl, naturally without any problems, but Rosa had not had much contact with the opposite sex since she was a child, and didn't know how to get along with boys. This was also the first time that Rosa met a boy of the same age as N. She was shy but couldn't help but sneak a peek at him curiously. Although she thought her actions were very concealed, she was still discovered by N. When N looked at her with a gentle smile, Rosa, who realized something was wrong, suddenly froze, and then quickly shifted her gaze, and began to change the subject with a completely different stiff tone from before. Hello. I'm Rosa from Aspertia City in the Unova region. I just debuted as a trainer this year. Please give me more advice. Hilda was surprised to see the scene in front of her and widened her beautiful eyes. Rosa, who was just talking and laughing with her, turned into this shy little girl after meeting N. And the blushing and shy look is too cute, isn't it? Even Hilda, who is also a girl, couldn't help but feel her heart jump, as if her heart was pierced by an arrow made of cuteness. After realizing it, Hilda immediately stared at Rosa with hostile and vigilant eyes. Damn! She has such a good figure, but her personality is so pure and lovely. Even Hilda likes this kind of gentle and shy girl, not to mention young men, who will definitely be attracted to her at once. Nice to meet you. I'm from Pallet Town in Kanto region. Just call me N. Pallet Town? Is it the town where Professor Oak lives? Although Rosa was curious about why someone's name was N, she was more surprised that N was from Pallet Town. That's Professor Oak's hometown. Living there means that you will definitely meet that great figure in the research world. Yeah, that's right. I'm so envious. I can often meet that great professor. Hilda and N's expressions were very subtle after hearing Rosa's words. This was not the first time they heard someone say that. After all, not everyone can stay with Old Man Oak since childhood. Almost everyone thinks that Oak Sueshin is a respected and calm erudite person. Instead of a weird old man who laughs weirdly, shouts meaningless poems, and chases other Pokemon everywhere with research tools bigger than his face. That I won't lose the next game, please don't leave anything behind, let's have a battle without regrets. Rosa coughed and stretched out her right hand to N nervously. She could only stay calm when she mentioned Pokemon battles, and she regretted it after she stretched out her hand. Well, I understand. N looked at her with some surprise, and then politely stretched out her hand and gently held the girl's hand. As soft as frillish marshmallows, the smooth and delicate touch makes people want to continue holding it involuntarily, but he immediately let go. Woo! Rosa, whose hand was held, whimpered incomprehensibly. It was her first time to shake hands with a boy, and her shy head almost lost the ability to think. Why did she just extend her hand so naturally? Stop! Stop it! Rosa, we have to start preparing now, and see you on the court later. Hilda watched the two interacting throughout the whole process, until Rosa suddenly shook hands with N. She felt a huge sense of crisis surged in her heart. She stood in front of N without saying a word, fearing that the two would get too close. Ah, that's right, then, I'll leave first. Rosa also covered her cheeks with both hands. Just now, her toes were about to dig out the 3-bedroom and 1 living room. Hilda's words just gave her a reason to run away. The girl turned around and flew away, fearing that her face would be seen with a blush. Seeing the foreign enemy being driven away, the girl turned around and stared at N with a sour and dissatisfied expression. N, were you just savoring the feeling of Rosa's hand? I was just thinking about that girl. She should be a very powerful trainer. The Pokemon she used was Unova's Royal 3's Irvin, which performed very well in the previous competition. N just pinched his chin slightly and made a thoughtful expression. Hilda was also slightly relieved to see him like this. It was the first time she felt that N's wooden personality was so safe. In fact, N certainly knew what Hilda was thinking. But it would be troublesome if she showed it at this time, so it would be easier to fool Hilda by pretending to be stupid. Otherwise, it would be difficult to deal with Hilda's jealousy. Chapter 16 Don't cry if you are easily defeated by me. The afternoon competition will start soon. After professional treatment, all the Pokemon injured in the game will recover quickly. The 4 trainers who have passed the preliminaries will be drawn into 2 groups to fight. The winner will enter the finals from the semi-finals and officially join the champion competition. Group A. I'm in Group B. Hilda and Rosa both drew lots first, and each got 2 different results. This means that the 2 of them will not meet before the finals at least, but it also means that one of them will definitely face N, who has not yet drawn lots. N will definitely fight against one of the 2 girls, which makes Hilda nervous. The girl swallowed her saliva. Although she had boasted before that she would blow N's head off, it would be another story if she really met him in the game. Because no one knows N's strength better than Hilda. He is a genius that even the respected Professor Oak and the serious and old-fashioned Professor Rowan admire. N found that the 2 girls looked at him as if nothing had happened. When he drew the lot, the 2 beautiful eyes stared at his right hand, and he felt a little embarrassed. Take out the paper gently, N slowly started to mutter. Group A. Hilda took a breath of cold air when she heard the result. Her face became extremely nervous. She covered her relatively flat chest with one hand and took a deep breath slowly. Sure enough, she was drawn to the same group with her. I didn't expect that the first formal confrontation between the 2 would be in this kind of competition. At first, Hilda thought that she and N would both enter the finals, win the champion and the runner-up respectively, and then report the good news to N's grandfather Professor Oak. In this way, he will definitely recognize her more. But as soon as the draw results came out, one of her and N was destined to be eliminated first. Please enter the 2 players in Group A. Before Hilda could make any psychological preparations, the referee's voice came. Hilda, who was still at the back, slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. She gently pinched her wrist, let herself curl up a smile full of fighting spirit, and walked directly from the contestant channel to the venue without saying a word. "Don't be nervous." "Huh? When did I get nervous? You should be the one who should be nervous. Don't cry when I easily beat you." Hilda, who was exposed by N's words, suddenly became a little angry. She was so stiff in the movement of her shoulder swing, but she was still stubborn and refused to let go. The next match is today's semi-finals. First, let me introduce the red player, the biggest dark horse of this college exchange match. Player N from Kanto region, although the name is a bit strange, but he is the most likely to win the championship. And the green player on the other side is Hilda, the top student who has always been in the top few places in Hakurei High School. Her tepig performance in the preliminaries has also been very good, and she should not be underestimated either. Next, let's see what exciting battles the two can bring. The commentator excitedly introduced the two to the audience. Now that the college exchange match has started the semi-finals, almost all the audience have flocked to the central battlefield of the stadium. As the champion seed player, N naturally received support from a large number of audiences. Especially from the female audience, they received huge support. Whether it was the younger schoolmates or the seniors from other colleges, they couldn't help but scream excitedly when they saw N coming out of the player channel. Hilda's eyes twitched when she saw this scene. She didn't know why her nervousness was inexplicably replaced by another emotion. The girl held the pokeball in one hand, and the strength made the pokeball make a crackling sound. Her determined beautiful eyes stared straight ahead. "Go, Tepig!" The pokeball exploded in the air, and a small pig Pokemon with orange-red skin and black skin fell from the air. As soon as it appeared, it excitedly sprayed flames with its bright red pig nose, looking full of fighting spirit. This is Tepig, one of the Unova Region Royal 3 Pokemon. Just from the softness and development of its fur, it can be seen that its talent must be high. N immediately used the power of Viridian, and saw the light of the other party's potential in his emerald eyes. Tepig. Strength, superior beginner. Potential, superior. It can only be said that it is worthy of being the Royal 3 specially prepared by Old Man Oak, and he had to pick out the one with the best talent. "It's time, Timber." N threw the pokeball in his hand slowly, and Timber, holding a wooden stick, landed from the air. It carried the wooden stick in one hand and moved lightly, and casually hooked its finger at the opponent Tepig. Poof! Tepig's forehead began to bulge with blue veins. It always felt a little unhappy with the guy on the opposite side. Its left front foot began to rub on the ground, ready to rush forward at any time. N did not rush to launch an attack. He first carefully observed the Tepig in the center of the battlefield. From the development level, he could roughly judge that its strength must be stronger than it looked. Although its realm is not high, as a Pokémon with superior qualifications, it is very talented in this aspect. Even if it is a superior beginner, it can probably play the strength of the intermediate level. This is one of the Royal 3 specially selected by Old Man Oak for N. How could it be bad? In addition, Hilda is also very qualified as a trainer. With her hard power, she can challenge the preliminaries with Tepig and enter the finals. She is indeed not to be underestimated. Since the opponent is not moving, then we will launch the attack first. Tepig, use smoke screen. Tepig suddenly sprayed a large amount of thick smoke, completely covering the battlefield. For a time, the vision was completely blocked, and even N could not see what was going on in the field. This is Hilda's strategy. N's Timber is very powerful, and its strength is even more exaggerated. It can also use rock-type skills that restrain fire. If they fight head-on, Tepig will definitely be beaten to the point where he can't fight back. In that case, block the view and use guerrilla warfare to wear down Timber's physical strength one by one. Calm down. As if N had expected this, his calm voice made Timber, who was wrapped in the dark smoke, eliminate the panic in his heart and stand firmly in place. It stood in the center of the field like a steel bar, motionless, listening to all the movements around it at any time. Tepig, use rollout. Crack, crack, crack. Tepig shrank into a ball and began to roll out quickly around like a bowling ball, approaching Timber and waiting for an opportunity to attack at any time. Chapter 17. Do you like me, Timber? Bulk up. The moment N's command was transmitted, Timber did not hesitate to use all his strength to tighten his muscles. Instantly, the density of the muscles began to compress, and Timber's strength and defense were improved by a full level at this moment. Oh no! Hilda's face froze. If Timber was given time to continuously improve his ability, the consequences would be disastrous. Bulk up is not just a trick to increase strength, but also to make defense stronger. Once the gap is widened, the chance of winning will be even lower. Tepig. Use rollout to hit it. Hold on. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Tepig, who was spinning rapidly like a bowling ball, hit Timber's body hard from the side, trying to interrupt its bulk up. But it was obvious that it overestimated its own strength, and it stabilized its body immediately after Timber took a half step back. Grab it while it can. N didn't even look at the situation in the field, and his emerald green eyes were as calm as still water. In the case of thick smoke covering the entire battlefield, he seemed to have a 3D anatomical vision, clearly knowing the situation inside the entire battlefield. Timber moved quickly, and without saying a word, he opened his strong and sturdy right arm and held Tepig in the rollout state with his excellent macamp. With pure power, he forcibly interrupted its skills and locked the opponent tightly. Tepig, break free quickly. Use Ember directly at 0 distance. Ignore it, use Slam. Tepig was bound by Timber and felt unbearable pain. He opened his mouth and a ball of burning red flames hit Timber's face head-on. But Tepig didn't expect that the flames sprayed out at 0 distance were still withstood by the opponent. How is it possible? Not only did he withstand the attack of rollout, but even Ember was blocked. How could that Timber have such a strong defense? Hilda didn't have time to make the next decision. Tepig's body was thrown more than 10 meters away. Craftsman. Timber reached out and touched the black ash on his face, then spat casually. He was still carrying the heavy wood leisurely as at the beginning, as if the attack just now had no effect at all. Tepig's attack was too weak. These days, Timber has been sparring with the high-level superior Zorua. Every attack of that dead fox was accurate and painful, which allowed it to fully exercise its ability to withstand and counter-attack. Because the speed of Pokémon like Timber is not outstanding even after evolution. Even Torterra, which is famous for its bulkiness, is a little faster than Timber after evolution. So it is impossible for it to learn Zorua's agile and fast attack evasion tactics. Rather than forcing it to change its own tactical direction later, it is better to master the fighting method from the beginning. N wants Timber to become a stat Iona pile tank, relying on its strong resistance to attack to defend against attacks, and then using the terrifying macamp to inflict heavy damage to the enemy. Now its macamp strength has been fully demonstrated. Tepig, are you okay? Hilda worriedly shouted to Tepig on the field, and Tepig, who heard his master's shout, tried to get up reluctantly, but the damage caused by the previous attack was too great, and it was seriously injured. The smoke gradually dissipated, and everyone could see the situation in the field clearly. Just for such a long time of smoke, the situation has changed dramatically. The attacked Timber was useless except that his body was a little dirty. He was attacked continuously but still stood there in high spirits, without showing any sign of decline. The attacking Tepig was seriously injured and collapsed to the ground. He couldn't get up for a long time. At the same time, the ground under him was cracked. It is hard to imagine how much force he has endured. Too exaggerated. What happened just now? In just a short time, Tepig has fallen to the ground. The commentator's deliberately exaggerated voice aroused the emotions of the audience, and almost everyone's eyes were involuntarily on the timber. Only Hilda's eyes were always on N's face. He always had a faint and gentle smile on his face. Even Hilda, who grew up with him since childhood, could not see any of his thoughts in the Pokémon battle. Obviously, she was very careful, but she was still controlled by N. The fitness just now was deliberately luring her to attack so that Timber could grasp the specific location of Tepig. As long as there is a target to attack, the horror of Timber can be fully reflected. Tepig just took a casual blow and fell to the ground and almost lost his ability to fight. Tepig, can you still move? Puff. Tepig barely got up and shook his head, breathing heavily. Just like its owner, he refused to admit defeat and just climbed up from the ground. Tepig got up again. It seems that the battle is not over yet. Listening to the commentary outside, N's forest green eyes had a gentle smile. He looked at Hilda across the battlefield, as if he had sensed her thoughts. Then go ahead. Use flame charge with all your strength. Tepig whispered growl, sprayed a ball of flames to wrap his whole body and rushed forward. His whole body seemed to be protected by armor created by flames. The scorching heat made the surrounding air hot, and the blazing flames continued to expand. Meet it head-on and use Mega Punch. Chapter 18 Quasi God. Damn it, you really don't show any mercy to me. Hilda puffed up her cute cheeks, her white and rosy face, and she didn't know whether she was embarrassed or angry. She grabbed the corner of N's clothes with one hand, and hit his upper arm lightly with her pink fist in dissatisfaction to vent her unhappy emotions. The result of the battle just now was obvious. Even if Tepig triggered the characteristic fierce fire at the last moment, he still failed to successfully knock down N's Timber. The strength of both Pokémon and trainers was quite different. It would be strange if Hilda could win. In fact, Hilda was not angry at all. It was better to say that N gave her all to make her more satisfied. If N gave her a pity because of his consideration for her, Hilda would feel very humiliated and very angry. So, what do you think? Well, what do you think? N blinked slightly and looked at her blankly. Hilda opened her mouth slightly and wanted to say something many times, but swallowed it back because of hesitation. There was a warm atmosphere around, and the girl's cheeks were as white and transparent as always, but at this moment they were stained with a layer of blushing red like mist. She twirled the corner of her clothes with her index finger, and the words were stuck in her throat. It's what I promised you before. As long as you win, I will agree to any request of yours. N suddenly reacted after Hilda said this. He didn't care about that sentence at all at that time. He didn't expect Hilda to be completely serious and took the initiative to say it. However, he didn't think about this kind of thing specifically. N, who has always kept his emotions calm and his face calm, couldn't help but have a little more surprise on his face. He secretly retracted his gaze to avoid Hilda seeing the panic in his heart. Please prepare for the finals. It seems that my game is about to begin. This request will be discussed after I make a decision. A notice suddenly came from the direction of the battlefield, and N was also slightly relieved. Hilda on the side didn't care too much, and she certainly didn't want to get this answer directly from N now. N, you must not lose to me. If you lose to Rosa, you're finished. The girl clenched her fist slightly, and her slightly bulging cheeks showed that she was quite serious. If N didn't lose to her but to that Rosa, wouldn't that mean she lost to Rosa? That's absolutely not okay, not in every sense. Okay. Then what's about to begin is the final of this college exchange competition. The finalists are N from Hakurei High School and Rosa from Unova Region Hanamaki Pokemon Academy. The two are from two different colleges. The commentator's voice began to echo throughout the stadium, and the audience's shouts were endless. This game can be said to be the final between representatives of the two colleges, representing the face of each college. And in the audience, there were several people sitting and watching the game. One of the people sitting in the group was Mr. Xiang, the chairman of Unova Flower and Tree Academy. He looked at Rosa below with great confidence, and it was obvious that he was sure of victory. Little Rosa is the representative of our academy. She has been a Pokemon for only a few months and is about to break through the boss level. Even Professor Aurea Juniper of our Unova region has high praise for her. She may be the candidate for the new Unova League 4 Elite or even champion in the future. Sitting next to him was Nanami, the acting chairman of Hakurei High School. She always had a gentle smile on her face, and she didn't seem to care about anything the old man next to her said. Yes, it's very impressive, but I still think N has a better chance of winning. Ms. Nanami, although that boy is indeed very talented to make it to the finals, I also know that you want your school to win glory. But you also know that the boy's timber strength is only at the intermediate level of the superior level, right? Yes, I know. Nanami gently stroked her smooth brown hair, still with a kind smile on her face. When she smiled, her eyes narrowed like two crescent moons. At least Mr. Xiang, the chairman of Huamu Academy, had never seen her with any other expression. And he didn't know what kind of family background this Miss Nanami had. She was only in her early 20s, but she became the acting chairman of a college. Although she was only acting, she was actually the one in power. No one knew her family background at all. Nanami trusted N's strength very much. Even if her strength was far behind the other party, as long as the trainer was N, she felt that there was still a chance to win. Others may not know, but Nanami can be said to have watched N grow up, so she certainly understands how talented N is. Since Mr. Xiang is so confident, how about making a bet? Bet. A quasi-god level egg. Poof. Principal Xiang, who was just drinking tea leisurely, almost spit out blood along with the tea. Who would bet on such a thing when opening a bet? A quasi-god egg? This is a rare and priceless item. As long as the hatched quasi-god Pokemon is properly cultivated, it will be easy to reach the quasi-elite level in the future. If the talent is better, it is possible to break through to the elite level or even the champion level. A quasi-god may create an elite level trainer. Champion Cynthia of Sinnoh region, Champion Stone Steven of Hone region, Champion Lance of Johto region, their strongest main Pokemon is a quasi-god Pokemon. It is enough to see the power of the quasi-god, and this power also brings the preciousness of Pokemon eggs. Such a gamble was said in such a relaxed tone by the young woman in front of him who was at most in her 20s. It is really unbelievable. However, this gamble is really damn exciting. Although I don't know Nanami's family background, she is definitely not a simple person. She should be able to get a quasi-god. Principal Xiang twitched the corners of his mouth, his fingers trembled slightly, and he seemed to be struggling mentally. It seems that I can really agree to it. Chapter 19 Unwilling Rosa. Hi. Rosa tightly grasped the pokeball in her hand, put it on the cherry pink lips and felt it quietly, with a belligerent look staring at the direction of N. The other party just stood there motionless, with a black and white baseball cap covering the upper half of his face, holding the pokeball in one hand. Although the green-haired boy on the opposite side is really strong, Rosa will not be unprepared. She had observed N's previous matches carefully, and the battle with Hilda made Rosa more vigilant. She must always pay attention to the opponent's every move, even the most inconspicuous details may become the key to the victory or defeat of a game. Timber, I leave it to you. Go out, Servine. Seeing the opponent throw out Poke B first tall, Rosa followed behind without hesitation. Two Pokeballs exploded in the air almost at the same time, and the ferocious Timber and the elegant Servine appeared at the same time. Servine. Strength, superior. Potential, superior. This Servine, like Hilda's Tepig, is a Royal 3 Pokemon of Unova region, and the potential of this Servine is also superior, which is very talented. The slender body wrapped in forest green leaves and cream yellow leaves stands proudly on the field, and the yellow leaves on the chest turn into a V-neck line, like an elegant noble. The Servine, which had just landed, began to take care of its leaves, and the facial expression of the snake head was slightly mocking and disdainful. This kind of Pokemon has a more arrogant personality and will always maintain elegance. Servine obviously didn't care much about its opponent. It had already reached the superior level in terms of strength, but it was 2 levels higher than Timber. The grass-type Servine and the fighting-type Timber had almost no means of restraining each other, so the competition was basically the hard power of the Pokemon itself. Servine, which was 2 levels higher, had a huge advantage. Servine, use growth. Rock throw. The moment Rosa just shouted the order, N's order followed, as if he detected her intention to play a defensive tactic at a glance, and attacked to interrupt it at the first time. Timber grabbed the gravel and threw a violent straight ball, which was so fast that it easily tore through the air. Servine had no choice but to be interrupted just after releasing the skill. Rosa's tactics were very simple, just pure defense. In the previous battles, she had seen N's calm and strong defensive ability. He would find a flaw in the enemy's attack, and then use his powerful strength to counter-attack and knock down the opponent. So as long as she also defended and forced Timber, who was not fast enough, to attack, it was equivalent to her taking the initiative. The most embarrassing thing about fighting Pokemon is that if you want to deal damage, you must rely on close-range attacks. Excellent close-range abilities will naturally sacrifice most of the long-range abilities. Once someone pulls away from you like a kite, you will fall into an embarrassing situation. It's a pity that her idea was seen by N at the first moment of the fight. The rock throw attack that had been prepared flew out at high speed, forcing Servine to stop using growth to improve its own abilities. Use Leech Seed. Knock the stick away, use Bulk Up on the spot. Timber swung the thick stick in his hand as a weapon, skillfully knocked away the thrown seeds, and then quickly tightened his muscles on the spot to improve his own ability. This strong initiative began to force Rosa to attack it actively. Otherwise, she could only watch it improve its ability on the spot, and she was powerless. Open conspiracy. Rosa murmured unwillingly. She still didn't understand why her inner thoughts were detected by her opponent at the moment of fighting. Could it be that the boy who always wore a hat and smiled really had the so-called mind reading? She could only take the initiative to attack. With Servine's much stronger level, she could directly suppress the opponent, and perhaps she could take the initiative. Servine. Use Energy Ball. Attack while rushing forward. N gently played with the Rubik's Cube in his hand, but his eyes were still fixed on the front. The Timber in the battlefield launched its first active attack. It began to move its short legs and sprint towards Servine. It also used the tilted wooden stick to change the attack trajectory of the energy ball, forcing it to deviate and explode at a slightly farther position. As long as the attack did not directly hit it, it would not hurt Timber. Don't let it get close. Another energy ball. Looking at Rosa, who was actively rushing towards this side, she was obviously a little more flustered. The exaggerated power of the Timber was obvious to all. If it found a chance to get close, Servine would immediately fall into a passive position. Block it vertically in front of the wooden stick. The distance between the two sides has shortened to a very close distance. At this distance, it is impossible to rely on skills to avoid damage. Timber simply grabbed one end of the wooden stick and pushed the other end in front, causing the energy ball to explode in the front. Pang! The energy ball blew the front half of the wood into pieces the moment it came into contact with the wood. Timber looked at his stick with a distressed look, but his feet did not stop. He tore through the smoke after the explosion and rushed out of the siege head-on. Wood sticks as weapons can be used in this way. Hilda, who was watching the battle from a distance, stared at the battlefield in amazement. She never thought that N could use Timber's power to this extent, and it was almost rushing to Servine's face. Servine, use Vine Whip to repel it. Rosa did not expect that the battle situation would change so much in just 1 or 2 seconds, and for a moment she forgot the most disadvantageous problem of Vine Whip. As a result, Servine's rattan was caught by the opponent at the moment it was thrown out to hit Timber. A qualified trainer must calmly judge the battlefield situation, make decisive and correct decisions after careful observation, and accurately use the knowledge accumulated in daily life and the most important psychological quality. It is obvious that Rosa is panicking because of her weak mental quality. She has been hit too hard in such a short time that she has no time to make a correct judgment. This will also become an important part of the change in the situation. Chapter 20 The little female snake is about to be severely punished. Grab the vine whip and pull the opponent over directly. N gently pinched the colorful Rubik's Cube in his hand and gave the order with a calm expression. As soon as he said this, Rosa, who was far away on the other side, immediately realized that her decision was wrong, but it was too late now. Servine's vine whip had been thrown forward at the first time. Although it whipped Timber hard, it was resisted by the opponent and grabbed directly. This time, it was equivalent to being caught in the vitals. Vine. Even the arrogant little female snake who likes to mock other Pokémon was panicked. It only weighed 30 kilograms and was not even as heavy as the wooden stick that Timber originally held. There was no way to resist at all. It was pulled over with the whip and the snake in an instant. Mega Punch! A dazzling white light flashed at Timber's right fist. The female snake closest to him saw Timber's swollen right arm muscles for the first time, and her face was stiff with fear. Even if she shook her head frantically, it was useless. Her face turned black, and she could only look at her body with fear, getting closer and closer to the sandbag-sized fist. Don't come over here! Bang! A dull explosion sounded, and Servine was hit by the fist and flew backwards. He rolled 3 times in the air before sliding to the ground. The leaves that he had carefully maintained were also covered with dust, and the dirty appearance was very ugly. Servine! Rosa could only cry out in worry. Servine, who was called honest by a punch, had already put away the arrogance in his eyes. He felt dizzy and black in front of his eyes until he got up. The power of that Timber was simply an alien. How could he have such great power? If it wasn't for the fact that Servine was at least 2 levels lower in level, it would have felt that this punch would have knocked it to the ground. Timber swung his right arm, which was obviously a little too strong. This Mega Punch could be said to be its most powerful move. It was a pity that Servine could still get up. It's really too exaggerated. Timber is just like a humanoid Gyarados. He actually resisted Servine's continuous blocking attacks and broke through to close range. Then he knocked Servine away with one punch. It was the first time for the commentator to see such an entertaining battle. There are only 2 types of Pokémon battles that the audience wants to see the most. One is a simple and violent fight with fists and flesh, and the other is a game battle full of skills. Obviously, this Timber belongs to the former in the eyes of the audience. The sense of attack is quite refreshing. All the opponents along the way were knocked down by punches. Timber, this Pokémon, also gained great popularity for a while. Not only the audience cheered loudly, but also the special viewing seats above were quite exciting. The smile on someone's face became brighter and softer, while someone else's face was as dark as ink as if he had eaten a fly. The smile at the beginning had long disappeared. Perhaps the smile did not disappear, but just moved to other people's faces. Rosa was relieved when she saw Servine still trying to get up and still able to continue fighting, and her eyes were full of apology when she looked at Servine. Because of her mistake, Servine suffered such a powerful blow, it must be painful. And Servine just shook his head to signal Rosa not to care, and then continued to take a fighting posture. No matter what, he would not let Timber get close to him at will this time. Dash forward and use Mach Punch. Servine. Use Vine Whip again, insert Vine Whip into the ground and control Timber. What I didn't expect was Rosa actually dared to attack with Vine Whip again, and N showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. He saw what Rosa was thinking, because it had rained yesterday, and the soil in the battlefield was relatively wet and soft, far from being as solid as before after being baked by the scorching sun. That's why Timber could easily smash the ground and pick up the gravel on the ground to attack at will. Because the ground is not hard, Vine Whip can be directly inserted into the ground. Vine Whip drilled out from the ground below and entangled Timber's legs, causing Timber, who was rushing forward, to lose balance and fall to the ground. And Rosa obviously would not miss this rare opportunity, and immediately shouted and continued to give orders. Sir Vine, Leaf Storm. This attack can be said to be one of the killer moves of Grass-type Pokémon. Because the reaction force after using it will make the whole body lack of energy, and the special attack will be greatly reduced, so you must think twice before using it. Such a strong reaction force will inevitably bring unimaginable power. Sir Vine screamed loudly, and a terrifying leaf storm suddenly rolled up in the entire area in front of it, with sharp blade-like leaves flying wildly in it. Puff, puff! Even Timber's tough skin could not withstand such a sharp blade attack. After just a few seconds in the leaf storm, it was cut all over its body. But Timber would not fall down like this. It was quite confident in its abundant physical strength and ability to withstand blows. Even if it was chased by the boss-level Ursaring, it could still deal with it for a long time. Not to mention Sir Vine, whose strength was still a step away from the boss level. Sir Vine, use the last energy ball. Break free, use Mach Punch. N narrowed his emerald eyes, playing with the Rubik's Cube with one hand. When he gave the last command, the Rubik's Cube in his left hand was restored to the same color on all 6 sides. Both sides started almost at the same time. Sir Vine quickly gathered a powerful grass-green energy light bomb in front of his chest, and the green light stream lingering inside would be transformed into a huge explosion. And Timber also kicked off Vine Whip, and his body burst out with great power in an instant. Chapter 21 I am the woman who wants to be the strongest Pokémon trainer. The punch that tore through the air and exploded with a sonic boom was extremely fast, and the punch hit the center of the energy ball without hesitation. Obviously, Sir Vine didn't expect Timber to dare to do this. It hit the energy ball with this punch. Didn't it know that it would directly detonate the energy ball on the spot? The distance between the two sides is infinitely close to 0. If the energy ball is detonated here, not to mention Sir Vine will be blown away. Even Timber himself will definitely not be able to escape the range of the explosion. This is almost like a mutual destruction. But it is obvious that Timber doesn't care so much at all. Without saying a word, he punches directly on the emerald green energy ball. With a slight screeching sound, the emerald green energy ball explodes on the spot. Bang! This time Sir Vine released the energy ball with all his strength. The power of this explosion is no less than that of a grenade. The explosion on the spot blows both sides away at the same time, and the smoke that suddenly spreads around also makes people exclaim. What happened? Both sides' attacks hit each other at the same time, and the energy ball exploded directly in the middle of both sides. This means that both sides were affected by the explosion. The commentator's voice made the whole audience excited. Rosa also clenched her fist with one hand, and her beautiful eyes stared at the smoke in the field. The explosion just now was not simple. But as a grass-type Sir Vine, being hit by her own grass-type attack, the injury should be reduced. No matter what, the injury of Timber must be more serious. In addition, the previous leaf storm was eaten directly. The grey-white smoke gradually dissipated, and 2 figures stood on both sides. Timber was covered with wounds cut by leaf storm's sharp leaf blade, and there were traces of explosion on the front of his body. It seemed that the injury was not light. And Sir Vine looked quite embarrassed and stood on the field very reluctantly. Although he wanted to face it, Sir Vine still couldn't hold on in the end. He was the first to fall face down on the ground. Both of his eyeballs turned into circles, which meant that he lost his ability to fight. Sir Vine lost his ability to fight. Timber won, so the winner is contestant N from Hakurai Academy. As soon as the referee made his announcement, he waved the red flag in his hand. When the game ended, it also meant that the champion of this student exchange competition had been born. The champion was a ghost student who never came to school on weekdays. Thank you for your hard work, Sir Vine. You have tried very hard. Rosa walked over quickly and picked up the fainted Servine. She lost even though she had the advantage. This can only be explained by the trainer's problem. If she was stronger, the result of this competition might be different. It was a good fight. Well done, Timber. N also stroked Timber's head with a smile. This guy crossed his arms and looked relaxed. He was just pretending to be calm, but he was actually very happy. This time he had a great time. Several opponents with stronger overall strength than him were knocked down by him. He gained a lot of combat experience. I believe that after going back for treatment, he can at least break through to superior intermediate. N, you are really amazing. But I won't lose next time because I want to be the strongest Pokemon trainer. As soon as N walked to Rosa's side, the girl in front of her immediately expressed her dissatisfaction. She would train harder this time when she returned. After becoming stronger, she must encore the Chinese region. Well, come on. N scratched his cheek awkwardly. It's better not to say something like I want to be the strongest Pokemon trainer at this time. Once it is said out, it will definitely cause embarrassing misunderstandings. Xiao Na, you did a good job. N was just thinking about where to receive the prize when he walked back to the rest area from the battlefield. Suddenly, a very familiar voice came from behind. He instinctively turned his head and looked behind him. He saw a brown-haired, squinty-eyed elder sister with a kind smile appeared behind him. Nana, my sister. This is the winning reward for this competition, a complete set of high-level evolutionary stone/ite. And there will be a personal little reward from me, sister, later. But I can't give it to you now. Nanamai, full name Oak Nanamai. She is the real granddaughter of Oak Sueshan and the Lady of Oak family. She has always treated N as a younger brother who is closer than her own brother. She is too smart and has terrible emotional intelligence. She is also the woman that N is least good at dealing with. She doesn't look like Oak's granddaughter at all. Nanamai smiled and handed the small box in her hand to N. This set of high-level evolutionary stone/ite was taken out as a small college exchange competition reward, which was obviously a bit of an exaggeration. Each evolutionary stone/ite contains rich attribute energy. Only one piece is needed to allow a specific Pokemon to obtain powerful energy enough to evolve. The higher the quality, the higher the strength that can be improved. Each high-level evolutionary stone/ite is a priceless good product. And this small college exchange competition can actually take out a whole set of high-level evolutionary. Although stone/ite is not the rarest of the best, its price is an astronomical figure that ordinary people can't even imagine. Even if Oak couldn't actually give N a special gift, he would find ways to sponsor him in other places. And this set of evolutionary stone/ite was won by N himself, so he had no reason to refuse. Thank you so much, Nanamai. N understood it in her heart, and put away the evolutionary stone/ite with a warm smile on her face. He had said before, how could a small competition have such a good prize, and it was already catching up with the official city-level competition, so there was such a relationship. But she was also careless. If N didn't win the champion of this competition, or didn't choose to participate, then wouldn't this precious set of evolutionary stone/ite be won by someone else? It doesn't matter, isn't there still a city-level competition in Sun City later? You just need to honestly compete as a representative of the college. A glimmer of light seemed to flash across Nanamai Oak's narrowed eyes. She would not leave N alone like Old Man Oak, but would help him in her own way. And he even dared to hide his strength and not use Earl Dervish Pokemon Zorua. No way. He can't not use it in the city-level competitions later. N, you are so wow, Nanamai sister. Hilda, who had just run over from the audience and was about to hug N, froze and became restrained the moment she saw Nanamai. You know, not only N is not good at dealing with her, but Hilda is the same. Hey, isn't this little Hilda? Your performance is also very good. How about letting you get engaged to N as a reward? Hey, this. His eyes lit up slightly, and he almost couldn't help but agree directly because he was so excited, but when he saw Nanami's kind smile, he immediately swallowed the words of agreement. She must be teasing him. If he really agreed, it would be a real shame. Chapter 22 Accident. After taking the evolutionary stone/ite as a prize, N took Timber to the Pokemon Center directly. After receiving a comprehensive treatment, he immediately packed up and set off for the Sun Forest. This time he was different from before. He went to the Sun Forest not to train inside as before, but to go directly through the Sun Forest and go to the city next to the Sun City, Nagatsuki City. Prepare to challenge the gym there. In fact, the strength of the gym trainers is very strong. Each of them is basically an expert with more than 10 years or even decades of combat experience. Each of them may have participated in the total region-level competition held by the Alliance and made it to the top 8, top 4, or even the third team. Elite trainers. It's nothing more than being unable to take a seat from the 4 elites, so they had to settle for the position of gym trainer, so the strength of each person should not be underestimated. This is why, except for special circumstances, few young people become gym trainers. With N's current strength, at least Zorua must be promoted to quasi-elite level to be able to get the badge more safely. It is still a bit difficult to challenge the gym trainer with a boss-level Pokemon to get the badge steadily, not to mention the superior level. You can get the badge purely because others like you. As for why he didn't challenge the Sunday gym, it was because the gym trainers in Sunday City were really strong, and N was not yet completely sure of winning over them. In addition, the trainer of the Sunday gym took a plane to the Sinnoh region for business some time ago, so the gym is now closed. Although there will be gym trainers from other regions taking over temporarily, N naturally cannot challenge the gym in Sun City at this time, so the neighboring Chang'e City has become a very good target. On the way to Chang'e City, he can also train Zorua and others well and make full preparations before challenging Chang'e Gym. Well, running away at night is the right choice. If he told Hilda that he had to go out alone to challenge the gym, I'm afraid she would not be able to help but follow him. But in order to become stronger wholeheartedly and in the face of various dangerous situations, he still planned to leave alone. It is now dark, and the wild forest at this time is not ordinary dangerous. Some nocturnal vicious Pokemon will come out at this time. And the Sun Forest is very large. If you know the route, it will take at least 2 or 3 days to cross it normally. This also means that you must camp in the forest and be prepared to be attacked by wild Pokemon at any time. Of course, ordinary trainers would not choose to enter the forest at this time, only N is an exception. With the power of Viridian, most Pokemon have a great liking for him, even if he enters the Sun Forest at night. Only some vicious Pokemon that hate humans or treat humans as food need to be guarded against. A strange color flashed in N's eyes under the brim of his hat. He half crouched and stretched out his right hand to gently touch the soil on the ground. Even in the dim night forest, footprints can still be vaguely seen on the ground. This is not the footprint of one person. There are at least 5 people. Suddenly, they collectively entered the Sun Forest at night. No matter how you think about it, you feel that something is wrong. Apom over there. Excuse me, did a group of people enter the forest just now? Strange. The purple-skinned monkey hanging upside down on the tree blinked slightly, showing its big white teeth and swinging around the branches several times in a row, jumping all the way in front of N, and nodded to N very seriously. Humans wearing the same black clothes. Go deeper. Okay, I got it, thank you. N smiled and took out a pink and juicy sweet peach from his pocket and handed it to Apom. This is a very good reward for Pokemon who likes tree fruits. Apom blinked slightly, then stretched out the big hand at the tail and gently took the sweet peach. They look dangerous, don't get close to them casually. Apom frowned slightly and kindly advised the green-haired boy in front of him who looked very good and had a vanilla-like good smell. He was very different from other humans, and Apom had a good impression of him. I got it, thank you for your concern. N exhaled slightly, it seemed that he was right. That group of guys was probably criminals such as poaching groups. They entered the Sun Forest collectively at night, probably wanting to illegally poach wild Pokemon. The Sun Forest is not a wildlife reserve. Trainers can use legal methods to capture Pokemon here, but if there are collective group attacks and the use of illegal weapons, etc., it is considered poaching. Pokemon are very valuable on the black market, and the rarer the Pokemon, the higher the bounty. The more exaggerated it is. The amount of money for a quasi-god Pokemon on the black market is astronomical, and a group of special black professions have emerged to work for this purpose. Pokemon hunters. These are criminal groups that break into nature reserves without permission and use illegal means to forcibly capture Pokemon in large quantities. Although it is not known what kind of people the group that broke into the forest without permission this time belongs to, it is estimated that they are not good people. Zorua, if you meet someone later, please use illusion to hide first. N released Zorua first to facilitate the response. Pokemon may not be able to act immediately in the poke ball, so it is much better to release it in advance. Kyuso. Zorua bared his teeth, followed the thick tree trunk next to him, and jumped from the side to N's shoulder. Even if it was just a little fox, it weighed a full 20 kilograms. If N was not a resident of Pallet Town with extraordinary physical fitness, he really couldn't carry it. Chapter 23 The Bright Red R. Hurry up, hurry up. There may be traces of that here. Our action is not to capture, but to determine the location of the target. Hurry up and find it. A group of unidentified people wearing black uniforms and black hats were looking for something around the forest. N also held down the brim of his hat and hid behind a tree dozens of meters away. When he saw this group of people, he showed a look of surprise on his face. There was a very obvious bright red R symbol on the chest. As a time traveler, N recognized this obvious feature at a glance. It was the top criminal group that was ravaging the Kanto region. Team Rockets. The most widely distributed criminal organization in Kanto for many years. Even if Lance Elite, who was dedicated and hated evil after taking office, and was known as the iron-faced executive, tried his best to track down Team Rockets, he could not completely uproot it. And didn't make a sound. He knew that Team Rockets was distributed in a wide range of regions. There were Team Rockets in Johto region, which was close to Kanto region. It was not surprising that Team Rockets appeared in Huaxia region on the other side. However, why did they send out more than 10 people? What were they looking for? N had been in the Sunlight Forest for several years. He was familiar with everything here and knew that there should be nothing here that would attract these jackal-like Team Rockets. Anyway, before confirming the strength of the opponent, he still had to wait and see. And if nothing unexpected happened, these guys would be in trouble soon. Zorua, please help me. Kyuso. Zorua nodded with a sinister expression, and used his black hair and swift speed to shuttle freely in the darkness. It deliberately went in front of a member of Team Rockets and deliberately made a little noise in this direction. Roar! In less than a minute, a roar that tore through the night sky spread throughout the forest. It was unknown which unlucky member of Team Rockets was deceived by Zorua, and accidentally entered someone's territory during the search. By the way, he threw a stone in the direction of the sound, which happened to hit someone's head, which instantly angered the old neighbor of the Sunlight Forest. There's Ursaring! A shrill and terrified cry came from the mouth of the Team Rockets member, and the next moment the furious Ursaring suddenly pounced out and slapped the nearest Team Rockets member more than 10 meters away. The furious boss-level Pokemon is terrifying, not to mention the brutal type like Ursaring, who can break the trunk of a tree that two people can hug with a slap. This blow to a human would at least break all the ribs and shatter the internal organs, and there is basically no possibility of survival. Counterattack. Arbok. Use Poison Sting. Mankey, use Crazy Fury Swipes. Wheezing, use Sludge. After reacting, the dozen or so Team Rockets members gathered together and threw out their poke balls, calling out dozens of Pokémon to attack the Ursaring in front of them. But these were just the minions of Team Rockets. Their Pokémon were basically ordinary Pokémon that bullied the weak. Their strength was at the top of the superior level. When they encountered the boss-level Ursaring, it was like Rattata meeting Persian. Roar! After being beaten up by humans, Ursaring had Beaning was furious. Just when this group of humans who came from nowhere dared to come and provoke it, it burst into a full-force crazy attack, and its whole body rushed around like a heavy tank. The Pokémon that was hit would fly out and lose their combat ability on the spot, not to mention the Team Rocket's members who were more fragile. If they were lucky, they would just be slapped and their arms would be broken and they would faint. If they were unlucky, they would die on the spot. Damn beast! A Team Rocket's member who was surrounded in the middle and did not wear a uniform black hat had a gloomy look on his face, and his right hand touched the poke ball on his waist. His code name in Team Rockets is Black Hawk, and he is not considered a coder, because his Pokémon hard power is not good enough, and he is still a team leader after many years. But even so, Black Hawk did not dare to slack off. His immediate superior is that adult, one of the 4 elites of Team Rockets, and the other party is a cold and harsh person. If he couldn't even do such a simple task, he would have no face to go back and report. Go Crobat! Use Cross Poison! Even if he couldn't bring back any information, at least he couldn't mess it up. Black Hawk sullenly threw the poke ball in his hand and launched an attack. The Pokémon flying in the air was Crobat. It was purple all over, with its head and abdomen combined, and even its wings were attached with its claws. The 2 pairs of wings made it look like an X. It flew very fast in the dark, which was very suitable for this kind of battlefield. Cross Poison, flashing with dark purple light, hit Ursaring's chest with one blow. It was completely different from the painless attacks caused by other Pokémon when they besieged it. The moment this blow hit, Ursaring couldn't help but step back several steps. Ursaring's strong and tough skin was actually cut by this blow, leaving 2 deep bloody wounds, which was enough to show how powerful Crobat's blow was. Boss level, mid-level or high level? N calmly judged the strength of the Crobat. There must be a team leader in this Team Rocket's team of more than 10 people, so it is normal to have a boss-level Pokémon. As long as it is not a quasi-elite level, it can be dealt with. It is better to say that if that guy really has a quasi-elite Pokémon, he would not be the team leader in such a team of more than 10 people. Chapter 24 Mew. However, even if it is not quasi-elite, a boss-level high-level Pokémon is not so easy to deal with. At least it is difficult for Zorua to defeat the Crobat now. And it is not known whether the Team Rocket's team leader has any trump cards other than Crobat. If the opponent is too cautious and hides his strength, it will be difficult to deal with. But fortunately, that guy is quite fierce. I'll give him some food to thank him later. N's emerald eyes swept towards Ursaring in the center of the battlefield. It was so powerful and ferocious. Even the Team Rocket's members hiding behind the big tree could not escape the disaster. Ursaring's arm hammer smashed the tree and the Team Rocket's members with just one blow. In this sunlight forest, Ursaring may not be the strongest among them, but he is definitely a guy with top destructive power. Even the high-level boss-level Crobat could not knock down the furious giant bear for a while. Damn, this guy made too much noise. If this goes on, even if Mew really stays in this forest, he will probably be scared away by it. Mew. With his extraordinary hearing, N immediately caught the important words from the Team Rocket's captain's mouth, and a hint of understanding flashed in his green eyes. I see, they want to find the trace of Mew. Mew is a real legendary Pokémon, believed to have existed since ancient times and now extinct. Its genetic genes contain information about all Pokémon, and it can use all moves. Many Pokémon scholars and researchers believe that Mew is the ancestor of all Pokémon in the world. It is called the origin. Team Rockets doesn't know what the connection with Mew is, and has been constantly looking for all traces of Mew. In order to obtain Mew's power, they even use the genes left by Mew for research, hoping to copy Mew's genes to create the strongest Pokemon. Whether Mew is really in the Sun Forest or not, I understand their purpose of coming here. N's mouth began to rise slightly, and he made some simple exchanges with Zorua not far away with gestures, and then immediately began to act. Knowing that his strength is not as good as his opponent, choosing a sneak attack may be a good way, but it is still not the safest for N. What he had to do was to use all the power around him. The team leader felt that after a chill, he turned his head subconsciously. The Team Rocket's soldier behind him who was acting as a guard was suddenly hit by something unexpected and flew out. Mook! Protect me! Black Hawk, who sensed the extreme danger, took a step back with a dark face and quickly took out his other Pokemon, Mook. Under normal circumstances, trainers can only carry up to 6 Pokemon, and many people only carry 2 or 3 as the main force. Black Hawk, who took out Mook and Crobat, obviously belongs to the latter. For him, this is just a task of investigating traces. There is no need to carry more Pokemon. Besides, for him, having 2 boss level 1s is already the limit. No matter how many Pokemon he carries, they are just like the Pokemon carried by other Team Rocket's soldiers, just weak fish. Is something attacking us? Is it a wild Pokemon again? Black Hawk's face became even uglier. He really didn't know why he would encounter so many bad things when he went on a mission casually. But now is not the time to complain about others and worry about the world. He has to get rid of the sneak attack guy behind him first. With his pupils shrinking slightly, Black Hawk suddenly saw the Pokemon behind him clearly. It was a big cat with purple fur, with triangular hollow yellow spots all over its back and body, and a big tail like a sickle behind it. This is the dark Pokemon Lippard from Unova region. It should not appear in the Kanto region. Since it appears here, it is very likely that this Lippard is not a wild Pokemon. Lippard, use Sucker Punch. A calm voice suddenly came, and the Mook in front of him was attacked first. Mook, who had outstanding defensive ability, was suddenly repelled by the attack. It was obvious that the Lippard was not a good person. Who are you? Don't you know we are Team Rockets? A hint of coldness appeared in Black Hawk's eyes. Ursaring behind him was now barely suppressed by Crobat and other Pokemon of Team Rockets. Crobat couldn't distract himself to help him, so he could only rely on Mook. It would be best if he could scare the other party away directly, because he was actually unsure of himself now. Well, I'm just a passing trainer, and there is really no conflict of interest between us. The figure hiding in the woods on the opposite side waved his hand helplessly. In this dim forest, Black Hawk couldn't see the other party's face clearly, and naturally didn't dare to judge who the other party was. If it was the League prosecutor who came to investigate, it would be really bad. Since Lippard, use Night Slash. While talking, the sharp Lippard actually launched another attack, just seizing this short moment of gap time, swinging his sharp claws like a blade to slash at Mook. After 2 consecutive sneak attacks on the vital points, even Mook, who has outstanding defense, was obviously unable to withstand it. I at #UN. Black Hawk was so angry that he almost cursed. Was he Team Rockets or was he Team Rockets? He was talking to the other party and the other party suddenly attacked without saying a word. Even he felt uncomfortable with this insidiousness. The Lippard licking his paws must be a boss-level strength, otherwise his Mook would not be seriously injured in 2 hits. The originally balanced situation instantly became one-sided. Wait a minute, wait a minute. N, who was hiding in the jungle, just raised his hand to stop, and the other party attacked directly without hesitation. Mook. Use Mud Shot. Ikans. Use Poison Sting. Houndoom, use Flamethrower to attack. Of course, Black Hawk would not believe the other party's lies this time. He ordered Mook to attack directly without saying a word. At the same time, the 2 Team Rockets members beside him who were guarding also ordered their Pokemon to attack. But they didn't expect that this attack was the source of the danger. Chapter 25 Do You Like Me, Beedrill? Leopard, come back! N. Frillish, who was hiding in the forest, took back the leopard in front of him. Mook's mud shot not only missed leopard, but also directly penetrated the trunk of the big tree next to N. Several Team Rocket's members had no idea what the other party was doing, but the next moment they suddenly heard a sharp sound of air vibration, and the sound was getting closer and closer. Black Hawk suddenly raised his head and looked. It was a beedrill with black and yellow body and two long needles in his hands that suddenly emerged from behind the tree trunk. Beedrill? If you look closely, there are still traces of mud on the drill's body after the mud shot. Does this mean that the mud shot hit the beedrill behind it after piercing the tree? Buzz buzz buzz. The moonlight slowly spread, and the overwhelming black shadow swept across the sky. Looking carefully, a large area of dark gringy was quickly invading the entire sky, trying to swallow up the last bit of moonlight. It's a group of beedrills. Beedrill is one of the most common bug-type Pokémon. An ordinary wild beedrill is not powerful. Only its powerful attack power and toxins are more prominent. In addition to its advantages, there is naturally a weakness. And this weakness is a fatal weakness for beedrill. That is, Drill's body is very fragile. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is made of paper. Both its physical strength and defense are very poor, but it is extremely prominent. To a certain extent, this fatal weakness even directly overshadows Drill's advantages, which leads to the fact that not many people are willing to cultivate beedrill. Wild beedrill is not strong, provided that beedrill is alone. But the problem is that wild beedrill in the wild are not alone. Beedrill is a famous Pokémon that protects its own shortcomings, and is a real social race. Once you see a beedrill in the wild, there is a high probability that there will be a beedrill nest around, which means that there may be hundreds or thousands of swift hunters in it. It is true that beedrill is fragile, but once the number reaches a certain level, the beedrill group that dares to fight to the death will eliminate this weakness. Even the Pidgeot family that feeds on insect Pokémon dare not provoke beedrill too much. Otherwise, it may lead to a reckless and crazy attack. Impossible, how could there be a beedrill nest here? Black Hawk's face turned green and black as if he had eaten a fly. Before the investigation, he had carefully explored the surroundings, but there was no beedrill nest nearby. Could it be that guy who led them here? Impossible. If he attracted such a group of beedrills, he himself should not be able to escape the encirclement of beedrills. There must be at least thousands of beedrills with such a terrifying number. This is not a small swarm. Even the rare elite trainers in the country would turn around and run away when they encounter such a large number of beedrills. And the fierce and violent Ursaring just now also ran away quickly when he saw the beedrill group, not to mention their group of Team Rocket's minions. But in this way, that guy is also finished. Before Black Hawk was about to run away, he quickly glanced behind him and found that the guy who had just attacked them was actually waving at this side. Although he couldn't see his expression clearly, Black Hawk's intuition told him that guy must be laughing. How could he still laugh? He looked like he had no idea what was coming from behind. That was a whole group of beedrills, enough to turn a leader-level Pokémon into a hornet's nest in an instant. That guy was so stupid. It just so happened that if that guy stayed there to cover the rear, he could not only attract the hatred of beedrill, but also use beedrill to get rid of the guy who dared to provoke their Team Rockets. It was like killing two birds with one stone. Then, the group of beedrills flew past N so swiftly without even looking at that side. Black Hawk? Hi! Because he was too shocked, Black Hawk's steps to escape were even a little stunned. The group of beedrills didn't even look at that side and just passed by? Hundreds of beedrills actually bypassed that area and came here? It's unbelievable, what happened? He initially thought that the beedrills were not targeting humans, but he did not expect that the Team Rocket's members at the back would be attacked by the furious beedrills in an instant. Seeing this, he did not dare to have any luck. The fear of death was like a cold acans, gradually climbing up his neck along the spine behind his back. The cold touch made his hair stand on end, and the blood in his body seemed to be reversed in an instant, making him tremble violently. Run! There is only one way now. Without giving him a chance to think about anything, Black Hawk began to drive the limit of his body and began to flee outside the Sunshine Forest, while the few remaining Team Rocket's members were also desperately fleeing. If they were a step slower, they would only have one way to die. Thank you for your hard work, Timber, Zorua. Takamai. Kyuso. The two Pokémon were very pleased with N's praise. They all held their heads high and were obviously secretly happy. N used Zorua's phantom invisibility hiding his identity. After all, Zorua is too rare. If a few Team Rocket's members survived, Zorua would become a clue to find him. For this reason, hiding his identity is necessary. N sent Zorua to attack the Team Rockets, not to defeat them, but to buy some time for Timber's action. At that time, Timber was throwing rock throw in the direction of Drill's nest from a distance of dozens of meters. For Beedrill, as long as the life dared to invade their territory, whether it was Pokemon or human, they would desperately chase and kill it. It happened that Team Rockets was fighting fiercely with Ursaring, so they naturally became Drill's target. And it didn't matter if N went directly as bait. He was nature's darling, a son of nature with Viridian's power, and also a good neighbor who had lived in this Sunshine Forest for several years. Usually he would often provide some helping hands to the Beedrill tribe, even the Beedrill who hated foreign enemies would not choose to attack it. This led to him becoming the only human in this area who would not be attacked by Beedrill. Chapter 26 Zorua's Talent. Black Hawk's team was almost wiped out, only that idiot survived, and almost all the Pokémon died. In the dim room, a young man wiped the black Pokeball in his hand with a faint smile. He had a short, smooth hair of light blue mixed with grey on his shoulders, and he wore a unique silver uniform with an elegant white tie on his chest. The most eye-catching thing was the blood-red R printed on the left chest of his uniform, which indicated his identity. Yes, the only person who survived provided information that a trainer with Lippard attacked them, and the other party was not attacked by the Beedrill group. I think this is a bit insane. The woman in black uniform holding a folder reported to the man in front of her expressionlessly. After all, saying not attacked by the Beedrill group would make people laugh. Not to mention humans, even other Beedrills of the same race but different groups would be warned and expelled if they dared to invade the territory casually. After all, Beedrill is a Pokémon that no one recognizes except its own family. Stupid, you ran away and were caught by Jenny. After you were fished out, you provided this little thing. The man with short light blue hair didn't care at all. The corners of his mouth still had an elegant and light smile, as dangerous as a venomous snake. But the people who dare to attack Team Rockets are worth paying attention to. Not being attacked by Beedrill is also interesting. Send people to investigate. The morning sun shines through the gaps in the broken leaves, revealing a gentle light, and a little fox with black and red hair has already started training at this moment. It is tied with heavy weights all over its body, and is using thrust to attack the boulder in front of it. Although there was a little turmoil last night, it did not have much impact on N's training, and it is still making steady progress. Kyuso. Zorua grinned, his blade-like fangs flashed coldly, and his blue vertical pupils were full of the sharpness of a sword out of its sheath. His muscles burst out in an instant, and his petite body shot out like an arrow from a string, leaving only a dark and ghostly figure. The claws passed through, and the tough boulder collapsed into fragments. The power of this attack was far greater than before. Well, even with the weight on, it has this level of speed. It seems that it has already stabilized its boss-level strength. N nodded slightly with satisfaction, half squatted down and stretched out his hand to gently stroke Zorua's head. This guy had already stepped half a foot into the boss level after defeating Ursaring, but it was not stable yet. Now after a period of targeted training, it has completely stabilized its boss-level strength. In terms of speed and explosive power, it can be comparable to mid-level boss level, or even better. Such an exaggerated growth rate and strength that does not belong to this class, it is worthy of being a Pokémon with special talent. In this way, after Zorua's steady evolution, it will definitely be able to directly break through Quasi-Elite. Now what N needs to do is to continuously improve its strength so that it can be promoted to a higher level after evolution. Timber has improved quite well. He can now lift 30 kilograms items at will. Evolution is not far away. At this moment, Timber used the tree trunk that was destroyed by Ursaring before, and began to lift it continuously as fitness equipment. It was hard to imagine that a tree trunk that was several times larger than its body could be lifted so easily. Okay, it's almost time for everyone to eat. At this rate, we will probably reach Chang'e City before the evening. Kyuso. Takumai. The two Pokemon's eyes lit up and they quickly put down their hands. Work, like a soldier, he came to En's side honestly. Watching him skillfully set the table, take out the exquisite silk napkin, and elegantly take out the clean and transparent knife, En's movements were like a nobleman at the table. Then, he smiled and took out a can of limited discount luncheon meat at the supermarket for 10 yuan. There was no way, although En was indeed very confident in Pokémon battles, he was also confident in cooking, just in the opposite direction. But even so, he couldn't treat the two little ones badly. The poke blocks he took out for them were all genuine high-end goods, and a box would cost 5,000 yuan in the supermarket. Even if he couldn't cook, at least buying ready-made ones was still very simple for him. But poke blocks were indeed very profitable. If En hadn't relied on previous research funds to expand the gold library, he really couldn't afford it. Zorua and Timber's eyes lit up as they began to eat the expensive poke blocks. Since En wanted to train them, he had to feed them well, but this would cost a lot of money. To support the energy consumption of the two Pokémon, he had to have enough money. He didn't want Old Man Oak to find out about this and give him a black card for no reason. I have to find a chance to make some extra money. As En thought about it, he picked up a piece of luncheon meat with a fork and was about to put it in his mouth when a faint fragrance suddenly floated in front of him, blurring his vision. Suddenly, a pink Pokémon that appeared on the table at some point ate his breakfast in one bite. The cute pink kitten sat in front of him, its big triangular eyes looking at him curiously, and its long eyelashes trembled as it blinked. The two small triangular cat ears on its head also trembled slightly with its movements, and the long tail behind it gently poked the back of his hand along En's fork. "What are you looking at?" A light and young voice suddenly appeared in his mind, making his calm expression completely frozen, and his emerald eyes stared at the Pokémon in front of him who stole his breakfast. Chapter 27 Mew's Gift. Mew. Strength unknown. Qualification unknown. The colorful potential light, this is the first time that En's Viridian power has felt this unique luster. This is the name of the little pink cat in front of En. It is also the most mysterious mythical Pokémon in the legend, and it is a special existence that can hardly be found in the world. Now he is happily eating the discounted $10 luncheon meat in the convenience store. Ordinary people may not be able to see a real legendary Pokémon in their lifetime. Some scholars and archaeologists who are obsessed with exploring the traces of legendary Pokémon may not be able to fulfill their dreams even if they spend their entire lives. It cherishes special Pokémon so much that it not only finishes eating luncheon meat, but also continues to look at En in front of it with innocent and expectant eyes, as if saying, "I want to eat more." Is there really Mew in the Sun Forest? Suddenly, En was shocked so much that he couldn't help but slow down for a while, but he realized the problem the next moment. Team Rockets may have got some clues from Sleep Talk, so they initially judged that Mew might be in the Sun Forest, but they couldn't confirm it completely, so they only sent a dozen people to carry out the mission. If they are really convinced that there is really a trace of Mew in the Sun Forest, then the next time they come, it will not be these small captains, but it is very likely that they will be the real cotters of Team Rockets, who will turn the Sun Forest upside down to find Mew. At that time, it will be really difficult. Kyuso. Zorua didn't notice Mew suddenly appearing on the table at all. He was too obsessed with food and lost his vigilance. Zorua, sensing danger, bared his teeth in Mew's direction, as if he would attack the next moment. Mew was too naive. Although he sensed Zorua's hostility, he didn't know why. He just looked at him strangely and tilted his cute little head in confusion. "Zorua, don't worry about it." Zorua, who was called by N, gradually let go of his hostility and lay back to continue chewing poke blocks. However, he kept his eyes on Mew to prevent him from doing anything out of line to N. Mew's big gem-like eyes kept looking at the poke blocks that Zorua and Timber were chewing. He was curious and envious, but he was well behaved and would not choose to snatch other Pokemon's things. It stole N's luncheon meat because it felt the gentle and intimate aura of N, so it couldn't help but want to play a prank. "Want to eat?" N also noticed this, and tentatively reached out and touched it gently. Touching Mew's head, surprisingly, Mew didn't dodge at all, and seemed to enjoy being touched on the head by him. "Me!" The soft and delicate growl, like cotton candy, came into N's ears. If a female trainer who loves cute Pokemon saw this ultimate cute creature, she would definitely pick it up and rub it hard. The mythical Pokemon that has been unable to be found, because it sensed the unique natural breath on N, it let down its guard and ran over secretly. Even when he was touched, there was no resistance. "Have you been seen by others?" "Me?" Mew, who is as innocent as a child, just tilted his little head, and seemed to not understand N's meaning. Because his personality is too innocent and pure, this Pokemon is not like the so-called ancestor at all. "It's a headache. Let's do this. You have to promise me that you will not appear in front of humans casually in the future. If you are willing to agree, you can eat these poke blocks." "Me?" Mew nodded his head like a torchic pecking at rice, and readily agreed to N's request. This little foodie couldn't resist the captivate of delicious food. Seeing him like this, N could only helplessly hand over the light pink poke blocks in his hand. This is the flavor that psychic Pokemon would like, and Mew, who is also a psychic, should like it too. Sure enough, Mew stretched out his two short hands without any hesitation, quickly opened his mouth and bit it gently, and immediately shouted with joy after tasting the sweet taste like gummy candy. The little guy squinted his eyes in satisfaction, holding the poke blocks in both hands, and began to spin in the air. Suddenly, Mew seemed to have thought of something, and he frizzled to N's side and slowly approached, and his long tail gently poked N's forehead. Just when he was confused, he suddenly felt a burst of weakness all over his body, and even his spirit seemed to have a little more trance, and the dizziness made him unable to think for a while. "Mew!" Mew's growl made his brain dizzy, but as time went by, his consciousness gradually became clear. This abnormal change immediately caused Zorua's stress response. It roared and attacked Mew directly above. The explosive power was so strong that it was ejected in just a moment. Zorua's sucker punch flashed out like a bullet and attacked Mew from the side. Its power was so strong that it easily tore through the air barrier. But the moment it touched the opponent, it was bounced away by the naturally released psychic shield. Zorua was also thrown out on the spot, and the Mew seemed to have not yet reacted to being attacked. It was floating stupidly in the air. Its naturally released shield alone can directly bounce Zorua, who restrains psychic, away. The power gap is simply unimaginable. Even the innocent Mew is a genuine mythical Pokemon, the most mysterious of the legendary Pokemon. If its combat power is fully unleashed, it is far more powerful than the average champion-level Pokemon, and Zorua cannot shake it at all. "Zorua, I'm fine." N raised his hand in the direction of Zorua, and stopped Timber, who was also about to attack. He just felt dizzy, but now he is awake. Not only that, he felt that his thoughts became more relaxed and sharp, and the speed of thinking was improved by at least one level in an instant. There is also a unique feeling of nothingness, as if he can grasp something. Although it is not clear now, it should be beneficial to Pokemon trainers like him. Chapter 28 Psychic's Glory. Mew. After expressing his gratitude, Mew smiled and turned several times in the air. The remaining poke blocks also floated in the air under the light blue light, and disappeared into the forest with Mew in a blink of an eye. "My brain still hurts a little now." En rubbed his temples tiredly. His spirit had just been strongly stimulated. From his current thinking ability, it can be seen that Mu probably activated his mental power. Although the process was a little uncomfortable, the result was unimaginably good. Kyuso. Zorua jumped onto the table with some worry, and came to En's side to look left and right, as if he wanted to find out if there were any bad changes in his body. That stinky pink cat did something without permission while it was distracted. And the brief confrontation just now also made Zorua feel quite guilty. It was obviously a big brother in En's Pokemon team, but it was so vulnerable to the weak-looking pink cat. En couldn't help but laugh at its depressed look with its head down and its tail and ears drooping. There's still a lot of time. Sooner or later, you will become stronger than it, and so will you, Timber. Kyuso. Jin. The two Pokemon nodded seriously and looked at each other secretly, as if they could see the rivalry in each other's eyes. Before, they were two. Tailwind was a little bit overwhelmed, and would definitely train harder in the future. Okay, next I should see what's the current situation of my own body. En slowly took off his black and white cap, and his long emerald green hair was tied up and stood up behind his head. He looked at his right hand, gently clenched his fist, and then cast his eyes on the metal knife and fork in front of him. With the concentration of his mind, the royal blue light gathered around En's pupils, and the knife and fork on the table floated up strangely. Seeing this scene in front of him, he was obviously paused, and then he couldn't help showing joy. Psychic. In this Pokemon world, there are psychic Pokemon, and naturally there are some humans who can use psychic by themselves, which are divided into innate existence and acquired learning. En himself is a human with a special ability, Viridian power. His physical constitution is different from that of ordinary people. In addition, after his mental power was activated by Mu, he is essentially no different from those powerful innate psychics. This is really surprising. He couldn't help but start to marvel. He really didn't expect that he would become a psychic one day. This feeling was so comfortable. Zorua and Timber stared at En controlling the objects to float up. This scene was not something that humans could do at all. The two Pokemon were dumbfounded. They felt that their master didn't seem to be a normal human. He had a unique affinity that made Pokemons want to get close to him. In addition, his hands could emit green light to directly heal the injured area. Now it's even more outrageous. He can use confusion just like other psychic Pokemon. Could it be that he is not a human at all, but a Pokemon in human skin? After a whole day, En, with two Pokemon, Zorua and Timber, finally walked out of the Sun Forest. Although he encountered a lot of Pokemon along the way, they were basically all Rattata, Caterpie, and Pidgeospiro. Although he wanted to continue to expand his team, he couldn't find other Pokemon that he was interested in. He could only use all the Pokemon passing by as sparring partners, and successfully stabilized Timber's strength at superior level mid-level, preparing to break through to the high level. Walk out of the Sun Forest and you will immediately see the city closest to Sun City. Chang'an City is the closest city to Sun City, but compared to the huge commercial city Sun City, Chang'an City is much less prosperous and is a relatively small city. But fortunately, there are all the necessary facilities here, so En doesn't have to worry about accommodation. Rather than challenging the gym, he arrived at the city's main Pokemon treatment center first and handed the two Pokemon in his hand to Miss Joy, the main person in charge, for treatment. Although his Viridian power can easily treat the injuries of Pokemon, physical fatigue and mental fatigue cannot be recovered, so it is best to leave them to Miss Joy for care. Okay, I confirm that I have received your Pokemon. Please come back to pick it up later. A young woman with long pink hair tied into two buns answered En with a professional and gentle smile. Because she has been working for a long time all day, even Joy, who can be called an Iron Man, feels quite tired. She also needs proper rest. So during this gap, she peeked at En's face without hesitation. While she sighed in her heart that the boy in front of her was really outstanding in appearance, she was distressed to think that she still couldn't rest these days, which was really miserable. However, It's nice to be able to see such a rare handsome guy at this time. What's the matter? No, I just think you're really pretty. And you have a slender figure. Anne was a little scared by her unreserved gaze, and she didn't even expect that Miss Joy in front of her would say such shocking words without any hesitation. There was no trace of shame on her face. Isn't it said that Miss Joy is shy? How can there be such a strange personality? After Joy's words fell, Anne suddenly felt a lot of piercing gazes coming from behind. The trainers who were also waiting in the Pokémon Center looked at him with murderous eyes. Miss Joy is everyone's goddess. It's just a guy who looks a little handsome, but he wants to hook up with Miss Joy? Chapter 29, Golden Magikarp. After finally escaping from the various hot gazes in the Pokémon Center, Anne couldn't help but press down the brim of his hat. His relatively withdrawn and quiet personality couldn't stand so many people's enthusiastic attention. Okay, now the two little guys are also enjoying their rest in the Pokémon Center. During the break, should I also find a cafe to drink tea? Anne put one hand in his pocket, his eyes wandering around vaguely, as if looking for something of interest. Suddenly, his steps gradually stopped, and his eyes focused on the entrance of the trading market not far away. This is interesting, he has never wandered around such a place before. As soon as he entered the trading market, there were continuous shouting and hawking, and the sound of bargaining uproar was endless. Many trainers were walking around the market, trying to find something useful. There were some props on the stalls, and some people put a bunch of seemingly strange antiques, and some people even grabbed a pebble and said that this thing was freshly unearthed from ancient ruins, and it was definitely a fossil of ancient Pokémon, etc. Brother, you should be a trainer, you can tell from your temperament that you are different from others. Me? Anne had a professional smile on his face and looked at the uncle who suddenly called him. He was trying to get close to him with a warm and friendly look. He also pretended to look around and acted mysterious. Oh, you are so promising at a young age. You must be a very good trainer. I just happened to see you today, so I'll tell you a big secret. What big secret? This Magikarp here is shiny. The bald uncle grinned and introduced his goods with a smug smile. Young trainers like Anne are the easiest to fool. Young people of this age are not easily praised. They will be flattered and become proud. Moreover, people who become trainers at a very young age are basically rich. Then this kind of foolish and easy to deceive is the best customer, right? Oh! Anne looked at the water tank under the uncle's curtain with some curiosity. There lay a Magikarp with dazzling golden light. The boss also installed a searchlight at the bottom of the water tank. The golden scales of this Magikarp almost blinded people. It was too bright, it was indeed very bright. But the dull eyes of this Magikarp, like a dead fish, were still too eye-catching. Anne slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he had already used Viridian's power to detect the qualifications of this Magikarp. Magikarp. Strength, ordinary intermediate. Qualification, low. Well, it was a salted fish caught from a big river. And the so-called shiny, after a closer look, it seems to be waterproof paint, and a little fluorescent powder is sprinkled on it to make it very bright, but it is actually a trick. How is it? Not bad. This is a shiny Pokémon that is 1 in a million. If it evolves into Gyarados, it will become Saffron Gyarados. How majestic it will be when it is pulled out. Young man, I see that you have a good eye, so I will give you a discount now, only 98,000. You can take it directly. The bald boss also made a very tangled expression, which was so lifelike. If it was more vivid, he could even put on a very regretful face. If it was a real shiny Magikarp, it might not be bought even if it was a million. 98,000 can buy a shiny Pokémon. Some idiots who get excited when their brains get excited may really be happy that they have picked up a big bargain. Well, this opportunity is indeed very rare, but a poor trainer like me has no chance to raise such a precious Pokémon. Let the boss cultivate it himself. N smiled and waved his hand, then turned around and prepared to leave. His free and easy and quick action made the bald boss stunned. He looked like he was fooled just now, so why did he leave like this? Wait a minute, young man, 80,000. 55,000 is also fine. I'm just a civilian trainer, I can't afford this kind of thing. I'll just take a look at your small accessories. N spread his hands with an attitude of I have no money, as if he was really a poor guy who couldn't pay a penny. At this time, the boss suddenly realized that the clothes this guy was wearing were indeed not branded goods. He was just completely fooled by his rich face. He is just a kid with nothing to show for his face. Tisk, poor kid. The boss muttered unhappily, while covering the curtain and putting away the rare treasure Magikarp, letting N look at the accessories on the street stall. Since there is no money to be made, there is no need to put on such a flattering attitude. N casually scanned the trinkets on the street stall with a calm and gentle smile, and suddenly saw a very unique thing from a pile of low-quality trinkets. It was a headband with a red pattern, lying quietly with other headscarves. The moment he saw this thing, a slight glimmer flashed in N's eyes, but his strong poker face still made his expression show that gentle smile, and people could not see that he was shaken at all. This thing is muscle band? Chapter 30 Muscle Band. The olivine headband with bright red triangle stripes looks ordinary but is a rare special item. It has the ability to increase the power of the physical moves of the Pokémon you carry by 10%. It can affect the situation of the entire game to a certain extent. Don't underestimate this 10% power increase. It may not be obvious in the hands of weak Pokémon, but what if the one using this item is an elite Pokémon? This small 10% increase can bring about earth-shaking changes. Although there is definitely an upper limit to the use of this kind of thing, it is estimated that there will be no improvement when used by champion-level Pokémon, but for Pokémon whose strength has not yet reached the peak level, it is very useful. I didn't expect to see such a good thing in such a small stall, which made N feel a little surprised. This item can be said to be very suitable for his timber. At least it can increase timber's power by a level. It just so happens that my sister has been asking me to buy some small gifts recently. This necklace and these headscarves are together. Can you give me a price? The bald boss casually glanced at the small accessories in N's hand and showed a speechless look. These things added up to only 10 yuan, and he couldn't make any profit at all. 50. That necklace is a popular product. Is it too low? Okay. N paid the money with a smile on his face. This made the bald boss who made a small profit smile involuntarily, and his expression when looking at this poor kid became a little better. Without hesitation, N left the stall with the small accessories in his hand. This muscle band is very useful. If the fighting-type elite Bruno in Kanto saw this thing, he would probably be sore. The props that can improve the strength of elite Pokémon can be sold for at least hundreds of thousands. This is much more valuable than the saffron Magikarp that the bald boss used to fool people. Just strolling around and getting such a good thing made N feel very happy, and he became more generous in the following transactions. He also went to the Pokémon store on the blue roof to replenish the food and poke blocks needed by Pokémon, and also went to the supermarket to buy some spare discounted food. Then there was nothing that could attract him in the trading market, and even the gambling egg stall surrounded by a bunch of people was not interesting. Although N's Viridian power can also see the potential of Pokémon eggs, there will be no rare Pokémon eggs in such a place, let alone quasi-god eggs. A casual glance showed that they were basically all inferior qualifications, and there were barely a few medium ones, but there was no high-quality one. If there were really high-potential Pokémon eggs, they would not be sold in such small stalls under normal circumstances, and they would have been sent to special places long ago. Because the potential of offspring is linked to the strength of its parents, the offspring born by strong Pokémon are naturally also high potential, so the eggs of those strong ones are immediately determined to have a destination when they are born. The probability of flowing into this kind of street market is probably 1 in 10,000. Hi. While strolling around, Anne unknowingly returned to the previous small stall. This time, the bald boss was mysteriously introducing his mega shiny saffron Magikarp to a little girl. The girl looked quite smart and should not be fooled so easily. Anne glanced at her casually and retracted his gaze. Just as he was about to leave, he heard a cry from behind. "Hey! I can actually see a shiny Magikarp in a place like this. It's really surprising." "Right, little girl, I see you have a good eye for it. I can reluctantly sell you this shiny Magikarp for only 98,000. Good, it's so cheap." The bald uncle once again showed his superb acting skills, making Anne's mouth twitch. But what made his expression change more was the girl, who showed a surprised expression, and then quickly took out a piplup patterned wallet from her skirt pocket. "Can I pay by credit card here?" The girl took out a glittering gold card from her wallet seriously, and the card that flashed so brightly almost blinded the boss's eyes. This special card is a symbol of a rich man who is stupid and rich, which made the boss's eyes shine. "Oh, it's really too much of a loss to sell it to you like this. I have a family to live to. How about raising the price a little bit, just 500,000? "No problem." The girl agreed readily. Maybe in her eyes, there is not much difference between 98,000 and 500,000, but a shiny Pokémon is priceless. If you can buy it with money, it's a big profit. I advise you not to buy it. "Hi." The girl blinked in confusion. Eyes, and then she suddenly realized that a boy with green hair and a baseball cap was standing beside her. Because of her height, she could see the other person's face hidden under the brim of the hat at a glance. The soft and lively green eyes looked at her for a moment, and he put one hand in the pocket of his trousers, with a confident smile on the corner of his mouth, which made people feel trust in him involuntarily. "Look carefully, the scales on the Magikarp are shining scattered, right? This means that it is sprinkled with fluorescent powder. Saffron's appearance is just coated with waterproof paint. In fact, it is just an ordinary Magikarp. Don't talk nonsense, you little brat. This is a real shiny Pokémon. I just called Miss Jenny, okay? If the fraud is discovered, you will have to go to jail for a few days." Anne gestured to the trainer pilot in his right hand, which showed Miss Jenny's number. The bald boss's face changed immediately after seeing this. He spat in displeasure, pushed his stall and ran away. "See, remember to keep your eyes open in the future. Shiny Pokémon are in short supply." After saying that, Anne smiled and waved his hand and turned away. He had to go back to the Pokémon Center to pick up the two little guys, Zorua and Timber. The girl behind him stood there dumbfounded. Because there were too many people, she didn't have time to call him. She could only remember his appearance in her mind. Chapter 31 Chang'e Gym. The next morning, N, who had fully recovered his energy, finally took his Pokeball to the gym in Chang'e City. This gym is located in the center of Chang'e City. The exterior building is simple and unpretentious. There is only a Pokeball logo on the door plate, indicating that this is a gym. At the same time, this gym is very close to the Pokémon Center. Perhaps it is also convenient for challengers to go there for treatment at any time? As soon as he entered the door, Anne immediately saw the trainer and the gym leader fighting in the battlefield. The trainer took out the frog, while the gym leader took out the general type ferret. It was clearly morning, and there were already dozens of spectators in the audience. Because people in this world are very keen on mainstream Pokémon battles, people come to the gym every day to watch the gym leader's game. The gym trainer is a young woman wearing a dress and glasses. She calmly commands the Pokémon on the field, launching attacks step by step, and beating the frog on the opposite side so that it can't fight back. It can be seen that the game is about to be decided. Ferret. Agility and then use takedown. As the gym trainer gave an order, Ferret, with brown and beige fur, burst out at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye, and his body flashed with dazzling white light and whizzed past. The fierce blow knocked the opposing frog flying away. At the same time, this was the blow that ended the battle. Bang! The frog's shaky body was knocked away by Ferret's blow. It rolled several times on the ground, raising a lot of dust, and finally slid 4 or 5 meters before finally stopping. When I looked again, it was already completely unable to fight with its eyes rolling around. Frog has lost its ability to fight. Ferret won, so the winner is Miss Hime, the trainer of Change-io Gym. The referee's verdict also made the audience in the audience cheer, and this scene has long been commonplace in Change-io Gym. Hime's victory seems to be a matter of course. Hime, the new gym trainer in Change-io City, was a trainer who had participated in the Kanto Quartz Conference and the Johto Silver Conference, and achieved good results in both league conferences. Being able to participate in 2 tournaments means that she has won at least 16 gym badges, and is a true superior trainer. Your strength needs to be improved. I hope to see a different you next time I come. Yes, thank you Miss Hime for your coaching. Hime gently lifted her glasses with her index finger, and her expression remained unchanged. She just nodded in response to the challenger's thanks. The challenger must be very unwilling. But Hime's personality is quite serious. You must beat her in the Pokemon battle to get a badge, so it is probably a bit difficult to get a badge from her. Young man, are you here to watch the game too? Well, I guess so. N, who was suddenly asked, blinked a little blankly. The big man sitting next to him talked to him in a familiar manner and showed him an expression of as expected. Miss Hime is amazing, isn't she? She's just a new gym trainer in the past 2 months, but she's much stronger than the last one, and she hasn't even given out a badge yet. And she's pretty, too. I often come to see her. Hearing the words of the big man next to him, N suddenly understood what he meant by that look just now, and rolled his eyes, then turned his attention to the gym trainer Hime below. Then so, who is the next challenger? Hime shrugged tiredly, her voice a little weak. Because the previous gym leaders of Change-io Gym were average, many people heard that it was easy to get badges and came to challenge. Most of them were new trainers, and some of them didn't even understand the attributes. In the end, she, the new leader, suffered. Let me do it. N suddenly raised his hand with a smile, and immediately confused the big man next to him. After all this time, this guy didn't come to see the beauty, but the challenger? The rule of the gym challenge is 2 on 2. Whichever side loses all the Pokemon's combat ability first loses. How many badges do you have now? Hime looked at N carefully. He was wearing a black and white cap, so it was hard to see his face clearly. But she could inexplicably feel a sense of oppression from the young boy opposite. Hime was slightly stunned when she noticed this thought, and shook her head quickly. What kind of oppression could a young trainer have? Sorry, this is the first gym I challenge. Is there a badge restriction for this gym to challenge? That's not the case, but since you are a new trainer, I advise you to practice before you come. Hime raised her eyebrows slightly when she heard the words from the other side, and she couldn't help feeling a little annoyed. There are too many new trainers who don't have any badges. They are not strong but think that the gym is weak and they can easily get badges. There are too many trainers who have this idea, which makes her more and more irritated. Since there is no restriction, I will challenge it directly. Is that so? Hime gently pushed the glasses on her face. It seems that if this young man is not taught a lesson, he will not know what it means to retreat in the face of difficulties. Gym trainers must also shoulder the responsibility of teaching newcomers. What's your name? N. N? Then let's start directly. Hime held the pokeball in her hand, with a serious expression, showing that she wanted to teach N a lesson. In fact, N was also helpless. He just wanted to challenge Jim, so why did he get caught up in it? Chapter 32 Who else can't fly? Now officially start the gym challenge. Challenger N will fight against gym trainer Hime. Both sides can only use 2 Pokemon. The one who loses all combat ability first will be judged as the loser. And gym trainers cannot change Pokemon. The referee raised the flag in his hand seriously, raised the red flag in his hand in the direction of N, and read out the rules of the game. Then now, the game begins. Come on, Ferret. Hua Mei gently pushed the round frame glasses on her cheek and gently threw the Pokeball in her hand. A well-developed ferret appeared on the field after a flash of light. Just from its well-developed body, it can be known that this ferret is not simple. Ferret. Strength, superior intermediate. Potential, medium. Superior intermediate. N saw the strength of the ferret at a glance. Gym trainers usually decide the level of their Pokemon based on the number of badges obtained by the challenger. Although Hua Mei looked unhappy, she still followed the rules of the gym trainer. Timber, I leave it to you. It was Timber who appeared again, but this time it was a little different in that it had a light yellow headband with a bright red stripe on its head, which made it look quite different from other Pokemon. You also know to prepare Pokemon with restraint attributes, which is good. Hua Mei nodded slightly. Change-Io Gym is a genuine general gym. As long as she takes out fighting-type Pokemon that restrains general-type Pokemon, she can have a great advantage at the beginning. Her eyes looking at the boy opposite her also became more pleasing to the eye. At least he has some brains, instead of coming to challenge directly like other rookie trainers. However, even if I prepare Pokemon with restraining attributes, I will not be defeated so easily. Ferret. Use agility. Ferret on the field suddenly burst out from the spot, and its speed increased by several levels in an instant. This level of high speed made it leave only a few after images on the spot, and the speed was so fast that the audience in the audience seats could not see it clearly. 45 degrees, rock throw. N raised a confident smile. After his mental power was activated, his vision, hearing, smell and other 5 senses, including reaction speed, were greatly improved. Even the Pokemon in agility could be easily grasped by his eyes, and the landing direction could be calculated according to the speed. Crack! Timber smashed the ground with a punch without hesitation, grabbed a rock and threw it out quickly. The high-speed flying rock hit Ferret in agility exactly, forcing it to stop. Is this prediction? Hua Mei's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. How could a rookie trainer be able to determine the direction of a Pokemon's movement? Even experienced elite trainers would find it difficult to do this. Ferret. React quickly, distance yourself from your opponent and use Thunderbolt. Raise the stick to block, and then use Bulk Up on the spot. Facing Ferret, who suddenly became alert and distanced himself, and calmly gave orders. At the moment when Ferret released Thunderbolt to strike Timber from a distance, Saffron's lightning was easily blocked by a stick. After all, wood is not conductive. Except for the fact that the tough stick became charred and made Timber feel a little distressed, Thunderbolt had almost no effect on him. There is actually such a way to resist. Is he really a rookie trainer? Not to mention the gym trainer Hua Mei, even the audience in the audience seats were dumbfounded. They had never seen anyone dissolve all of Hua Mei's attacks one after another, and the opponent was a rookie trainer who challenged the gym for the first time. While Hua Mei was amazed, Timber's bulk up was activated at this moment. Its muscles began to tighten and swell, and it kept posing to show its muscles to improve its own abilities. It's over. But Ferret, who had already pulled away, couldn't stop Timber's actions at all. It not only increased its ability value on the spot, but also threw the wooden stick in its hand in the direction of Ferret. Wait, threw it out? The wooden stick, as Timber's weapon, would never leave his body on weekdays, but this time it was thrown out as a projectile. What shocked Hua Mei even more was that Timber suddenly jumped up on the spot and stepped on the wooden stick with a fierce foot, using this to fly in the air at high speed. Wow, the fighting-type Pokemon is flying! Some of the audience who couldn't control their emotions even stood up. The flying Timber on the wooden strips was very fast. Even if Hua Mei reacted, she didn't have time to shout out the order. Million-ton punch? Timber jumped down from the air like a god of war. The swollen muscles in his right arm began to contract, and the dazzling white light gathered on his fist as big as a sandbag. Furret, who couldn't react at all, was hit by a punch, and his body was blown away dozens of meters like a cannonball. It didn't stop until it hit the wall of the gym. With a loud bang, a big hole was smashed in the tile wall, and cracks covered half of the wall. Broken bricks fell from the wall with a clatter, and the flying lime made people feel excited. What a strong power! Furret was knocked down with one strike. This pure violent battle made the audience breathless. It was not until several seconds of silence that everyone reacted. Furret loses the ability to fight. Timber wins. Please ask the gym trainer to bring out the second Pokémon. The referee was stunned for a moment before reacting. Even though he was surprised, he did not forget his duties. He immediately waved the bright red flag in his hand and announced the result of the game. Chapter 33 Characteristics Iron Fist. Is this really your first time challenging Jim? Hua Mei pushed the frame with a twitch at the corner of her mouth, and looked at her Furret that was knocked unconscious with a bit of heartache. It looked like it would not be able to deal with the challenger in the next 2 days. If this is really your first time challenging a Jim, I have to marvel at your talent, even though I didn't react just now. But now that I know your strength, it won't be so easy to deal with you next time. Anne just raised her eyebrows, still showing that calm smile, which made Hua Mei on the opposite side curl her lips involuntarily. Then she slowly took out a pokeball from her pocket and threw it high into the sky. Go to battle! Ursaring! Bang! A brown-haired giant bear with a height of more than 2 meters and a sturdy body and arms as strong as tree trunks fell from the air to the field. The moment it landed, it raised its head and let out a deafening roar. The sound of the explosion continued to echo in this empty gym. It's Ursaring. And it's a intermediate boss level Ursaring. Just by looking at its ferocious appearance, it's easy to tell that it's not easy to mess with. The reason why N was able to take out a Pokémon of this level is because N's excellent performance was too unexpected for Hua Mei. That's why she decided to take her shot seriously, wanting to see how strong the boy in front of her was. Craftsman. Timber's face also became ferocious, with veins popping out on his forehead. He stared at Ursaring not far away with wide eyes, as if he was about to lose control and attack. Calm down, you are different now. N's words calmed Timber down a little. He had not forgotten the experience of being chased by Ursaring before, and the hideous claw marks on his face were also left by Ursaring. Timber had always wanted to wash away his shame. Are you going to continue fighting? Hua Mei raised her eyebrows. Although it is true that the fighting type Timber can restrain the general type Ursaring, the realm gap between the two sides is a whole level, both in size and strength. It can be said that unless Ursaring stands and lets it hit, Timber has almost no chance of winning. Ursaring. Use Rock Tomb. Mach Punch to smash the rocks. The boulders on the ground just began to surround Timber, and immediately its Mach Punch forced a breakthrough in the middle, and Timber, carrying a wooden stick, was still sprinting towards Ursaring. Are you going to take the initiative? Hua Mei was only slightly surprised by this, and after thinking carefully, this is the best choice. With such a big difference in strength, all Timber can do is to wear down Ursaring's physical strength as much as possible to create opportunities for the next Pokémon to appear. Mega Punch. Fight it head-on. Use Brick Break. Both sides simultaneously gathered dazzling white light. Mega Punch and Brick Break collided fiercely at this moment, and the fist and the knife were evenly matched for a while, but before they could hold on for a while, Timber was forced to retreat several meters. It was obvious that Timber was only able to fight with Ursaring in the first moment, and was immediately repelled afterwards, but because of his extremely strong power, he only suffered a minor injury. What a strong force! How could Timber's punch have such a great power? Even Hua Mei didn't expect this to happen this time. This was the Brick Break of the leader-level Ursaring. Its strength was one level higher than Timber. And with such a big gap, it only repelled the opponent? Wait. Hime seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and looked in the direction of N with a slightly inquiring look. Could it be? Yes, my Timber's characteristic is Iron Fist. Many people will ignore the issue of characteristics, but in fact, the characteristics of Pokemon are an indispensable part of the battle. Only trainers who can use all the strength of Pokemon, including the characteristics, are qualified. Iron Fist. As the name suggests, it is the power of power-up punch-type moves. Whether it is Mega Punch, Mach Punch, Dynamic Punch, Thunder Punch, etc. As long as it is a punch-type skill, the power can be increased by 20%. At the same time, Timber also wears a muscle band that increases the physical attack of the whole body by 10%. This is not as simple as 20% plus 10%, but an increase of 10% on the basis of the already increased strength. It can be said that Timber's own attack power is simply rising geometrically. Even if he fights against Ursaring, who is one level higher than his strength, he is only slightly inferior. This is a terrifying characteristic. It's hard to imagine how strong this little guy will be when he grows up. You can see it now. N showed a meaningful smile to Hime, who was smacking her lips in front of him. The next moment, Timber, who was forced to retreat, roared in a low voice, and his muscles were tense. It looked back at its trainer, and grinned after getting a positive nod. At that moment, Timber roared to the sky, and the bright and dazzling, snow-white light suddenly constricted its whole body. It was covered by this dazzling light, and its momentum suddenly began to rise. In the light, Timber's body began to gradually change, evolving towards other forms, until the light gradually faded, and its brand new body was revealed to everyone. The body has been raised by more than half, and the stone-grey skin is matched with more explosive muscles than before. The veins on the body bulge out with just a casual movement. In contrast to the terrifying muscles in the upper body is the slender waist and a pair of short legs. Gurdurr. Strength, beginner level boss. Potential, superior. Chapter 34 Gurdurr vs Ursaring. Evolved in the battle. This boy can actually accurately control the time of his Pokemon's evolution. Hime was almost dumbfounded. This was the first time she encountered such a special situation. The rookie trainer in front of her, who claimed to be challenging the gym for the first time, had command ability and reaction speed that elite trainers could not match. The battle with him seemed to bring Hime back to the Quartz Conference of the year. The constant pressure of facing a strong enemy made her feel terrified. This is the time to control the evolution of Pokemon. Even an elite-level trainer wouldn't dare to say that he can control when Pokemon will evolve, right? The boy opposite seemed to have already guessed this, and there was no surprise at all. Is this guy really a rookie trainer? Gurdurr easily carried nearly 50 kilograms of red eye beam. His strong arms, which were thicker than a small tree trunk, looked terrifying. Coupled with the completely different powerful momentum, Hime could roughly judge what level this guy's strength had improved to. Boss level. A trainer who challenged the gym for the first time actually had a boss level Pokemon. And this Gurdurr was only the first level evolution. It still had the opportunity to evolve to the second level, and its strength could get a qualitative leap. In other words, in the future, it is a foregone conclusion that this Gurdurr will break through to the quasi-elite after evolution. And the boy looked like a high school student, but he already had such strength. It was no exaggeration to say that he was a genius. Now, Gurdurr's strength is almost on the same level as Ursaring's. Rock Slide. N's commanding voice pulled Hime's thoughts back from her own world. She almost forgot that she was still in battle. She was so shocked that she even made the low-level mistake of being dazed. Use Rock Tomb to protect yourself. Gurdurr kicked the ground with one foot, and used the huge force to easily shake off several huge rocks. Ursaring also reacted quickly and raised his head to use the earth element. The huge rocks wrapped Ursaring. Using Rock Tomb as an attack skill to protect yourself is a relatively common method of use in the eyes of elite trainers. But what Hime didn't expect was that the skill she used became a stumbling block. Use dynamic punch. What? Ursaring, hurry up and distance yourself. Before she finished speaking, Hime found that Ursaring was still wrapped in rock tomb, and there was no time to remove the rocks to distance herself. The Gerdur was no longer there. It had already rushed over here when it released Rock Slide. Dynamic punch is a powerful move, but it needs to be charged, so the hit rate is very low. No one will stand there and let you attack. But now the enemy can't escape, that's another story. Dynamic punch. With his muscles tensed and contracted, Gerdur kicked the ground hard, twisting his waist to gather all the strength of his body on his right fist. The blue veins on his head made Gerdur look more ferocious. The thick arm muscles kept surging like a dragon, and Gerdur's right fist was stained with a hint of orange-yellow luster, as if all the energy of a hyper beam was compressed in this punch. Bang! With a loud bang, Ursaring's huge body was blown away along with the huge rock of Rock Tomb. The hard rock was smashed into pieces in an instant, and Ursaring, who was hiding behind the rock, was hit by a huge force and was blown away dozens of meters. What an exaggerated attack! How could there be such a terrifying power? That Gerdur is too strong, that's Miss Hime's Ursaring. Not to mention the audience, even Hime herself looked at her Ursaring in astonishment. If the dynamic punch just now was not blocked by the huge rock of Rock Tomb, and the punch hit Ursaring directly, the consequences would be disastrous. I was completely tricked. He actually predicted me first. She never thought that she would encounter such a strong challenger in a gym challenge. He deliberately used Rock Slide to attack Ursaring, and Ursaring did not have many defensive means. It was difficult for it to escape the attack range without outstanding speed. Either she had to use brute force to smash the flying boulders, or she could only use skills like Rock Tomb to protect herself. And the boy named N obviously expected that she would use Rock Tomb, so he ordered Gerdur to rush over as soon as he used Rock Slide. Using Rock Tomb to form a natural restraint to ensure the hit rate of his dynamic punch. Ursaring, can you still stand up? The gorgeous Ursaring was reluctant to stand up. The fighting skills originally restrained the ordinary skills of Ursaring, and she was hit by the powerful dynamic punch. To be honest, it was not easy for Ursaring to stand up. But Hime also understood that the outcome of this battle had already been decided. Because the enemy hit by the dynamic punch will inevitably be dizzy and fall into a state of confusion due to the violent vibration, which is an abnormal state enough for Ursaring to end the battle at present. So there is no need to continue the next battle. Gym trainer Hime chose to give up fighting. So the winner of this battle is the challenger N. Chapter 35 Change IO Badge and Substitute. Well done, Gerdur. N praised Gerdur with a smile on his face. One person and one Pokemon bumped their fists together. This is their way of celebrating each other. The grown-up Gerdur is far more powerful than before. His own realm is already beginner boss level. With its characteristics and the bonus of special props, plus N's command. I am afraid it can be on par with advanced boss level. Damn, is this true? Miss Hime actually admitted defeat. This is the first time since she took office as gym leader, right? Idiot. What's wrong with not admitting defeat? The situation just now is obviously irreversible. It's too difficult for Ursaring, who is already seriously injured, to defeat Gerdur, who was only slightly injured. So that means that the boy became the first trainer to get the Change IO badge. There were also bursts of exclamations from the audience. They were originally looking happy, but the cool gym trainer was defeated directly. And it was the most outrageous victory of 1 against 2. It can be said that the battle was one-sided from the beginning. As the center of discussion by the audience, Hime couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. It was indeed a bit shameful for a gym trainer to admit defeat on her own initiative. But compared to letting Ursaring get more seriously injured, she still chose to admit defeat directly. Your name is N, right? I remember it. I hope to see you in that position in the future, so that I won't be embarrassed. Thank you, Miss Hime. You haven't used your main force yet. I'm just lucky. Even though he was praised by her, a gym trainer, the green-haired boy wearing a baseball cap still didn't look complacent. He only had a humble and calm gentle smile on his face, which made people sigh that he had both talent and character. Don't forget that you are a rookie trainer who challenged the gym for the first time. If this is all luck, then wouldn't I be more embarrassed? Hime gently pushed her glasses and smiled, then she took out an exquisite brown gift box from her pocket, opened it, took out a brown bear head badge from it, and handed it to N. The reward for successfully challenging the gym is not only this badge, but also a skill learning machine. These are substitute, protect and mean look. Take the one you like. Skill machines are very important. With them, a Pokemon with decent talent can learn the above skills in just a few days, which is extremely useful in battles. This also leads to a skill machine being sold at a very high price in the market. So high that it can at least cover the Pokemon's food expenses for a month. The rarer the skill, the more expensive it is, and ordinary trainers simply can't afford it. But even at this price, there are a lot of trainers willing to spend a lot of money to buy it, and they would rather not have food to eat than let Pokemon learn useful skills. When N saw the 3 skill machines, there was a hint of surprise on his face. Although he really wanted to pack up the 3 skill machines and take them away, it was still impossible. He could only choose the most versatile substitute from them. The move substitute can greatly increase the upper limit of Pokemon. If used well, it can play a big role. In addition, it is difficult for Pokemon to learn this skill by itself, so the skill learning machine is very important. By the way, I almost forgot to ask you, is this Gurdurr your Earl Dervish Pokemon? How long have you debuted? Hime suddenly thought of something and looked at the sturdy Gurdurr next to N with great appreciation. Even she could see that this guy has excellent talent. If he is well trained, he will definitely be a strong existence in the future. No, it's my second Pokemon. I just got the Earl Dervish Pokemon last week. Last week? N answered with a smile, and then didn't care about Miss Hime, who was stunned. After taking the skill machine and the badge, he said goodbye and left. After getting the badge, he could register as a formal trainer, and he was still rushing over. Hime, who had just been full of admiration, now had a very subtle expression. She thought N was a rookie trainer who had debuted for at least 2 months, but who knew it was only 2 weeks. In 2 weeks, he had already cultivated a boss-level Pokemon. And this Pokemon was not his Earl Dervish Pokemon. Hime didn't even know how strong his Earl Dervish Pokemon had reached. This is not a genius trainer, but a real monster. You have been successfully registered, Nakiurin Harmon Mr. Neogropius, you are now an official trainer. Please continue to work hard to challenge the badge and strive to get higher honors. Thank you very much. Although Miss Joy of the Pokemon Center was extremely shocked, she still calmly completed her work. She looked at the boy in front of her who was only 17 or 18 years old at most, and took a close look at his information. Official trainer. When he came to the Pokemon Center yesterday, he was just an ordinary unregistered trainer, but today he immediately got his first badge and became an official trainer recognized by the league. And this badge is from Changio Gym. The new gym trainer of Changio Gym, Hime, is also familiar with Miss Joy. She is until today, no trainer has successfully challenged and won the badge. And in front of us is the first one. Yesterday, Joy only looked at him because he was handsome. Now, she looked at him with curiosity as if she saw a strange monster. She even couldn't help but want to ask for his contact information and find a time to go out and meet him. Fortunately, Anne didn't know what Joy was thinking now, otherwise she would definitely avoid him. Even if the face is very gentle and beautiful, each Miss Joy has a completely different personality. The one in front of us is obviously a lively type. Chapter 36 How can a human run so fast? There is still some time before the city-level competition in Sun City. Because there was no news for 2 days, Hilda, who was in Sun City, finally couldn't hold it in and took the initiative to call N. When Hilda learned that N had secretly run to challenge the gym alone and succeeded, she was happy for him but also a little angry. She didn't know why she hung up the phone angrily. However, N could tell from her unwilling tone that Hilda probably didn't want to be left far behind by him. Now she should be running to train Pokemon harder and desperately trying to catch up. And since Timbu after RR evolution became Gurdurr, Zorua's position as the leader of the team was seriously threatened, so he trained with high intensity every day, and N saw all of this. In order to prevent this guy from having any hidden diseases due to the high intensity of training, N would use his own Viridian power to massage the 2 Pokemon every day. With N's backup, Zorua had no worries at all, and he wanted to spend the whole day training. Gurdurr was obviously also competing. After getting the skill learning machine substitute, he went to train. Under the helping hand of the machine, it will not take long for it to learn it completely with its talent. Let's eat some canned food today. I'm almost tired of luncheon meat. N was preparing his lunch in the sunlight forest. He took out high-level Pokemon food and poke blocks while waiting for the 2 little guys to come back. I have to give them a rich lunch as a reward. The grass not far away suddenly began to make strange noises. Just when N thought it was Zorua coming back, a little guy with brown hair and a fox-like appearance poked his head out of the grass and looked curiously in N's direction. The brown hair all over the body and the fluffy butter-colored hair around the neck and tail proved its identity. It turned out to be Eevee. 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 Strength, Superior Beginner. Potential, Superior. This is a very rare Pokemon. Eevee that appears in the wild is not more common. Because the genes in its body are very unbalanced and unstable, Eevee can easily evolve into various forms due to differences in the environment, and has multiple possibilities of evolution. And it is a Pokemon of superior qualifications, which is a rare sweet bun in N's eyes. N is very picky about the choice of Pokemon. He will not catch anything he sees. If he doesn't really like it, he will not capture any Pokemon at will. The route he cultivates Pokemon is a serious and small number of superior routes, rather than quantity for quality. Commoner. Eevee was obviously startled when he saw the human in front of him. It just ran over because it felt the close and gentle breath and the pleasant aroma. Who knew that it actually met a human, and it was so scared that it danced its short legs and turned around and ran away. I can't let you run away, little guy. N narrowed his emerald eyes slightly, a strange light flashed in his eyes, and he blew a crisp whistle with one hand in a circle. This sound was a signal to Gurdurr and Zorua in the distance. He chased directly in the direction of Eevee. Buoy! Eevee was so scared that he almost cried. It had already used quick attack to escape, but the human behind it could still catch up. I had heard from other Pokemon in the forest that humans were scary, and it was true. And is this a mistake? It has lived in the sunlight forest for a long time and knows everything about it. It hides in all kinds of paths, and even Pokemon living in the forest may not be able to find it. Why can N find it all at once? However, fortunately, human physical strength should still be limited. After Eevee used agility 2 or 3 times, he finally distanced himself from N. Just when it thought it had finally escaped, it suddenly felt light under its feet. Common clothes. Eevee suddenly saw that his feet were off the ground, and was scared to death on the spot. When did a normal Pokemon like him fly? And the most terrifying thing is that it actually flew in the direction of N. I didn't want to use Psychic, but this little guy ran too fast. N raised one hand in the air, and began to operate Psychic with his right hand. The azure Psychic light completely enveloped Eevee's whole body, making it unable to break free from this bondage no matter what, and it could only be caught obediently. Oh, it's actually a girl. N said softly with a smile on his face. The gender of Eevee is determined by the hair on the tail. The tail pattern of male Eevee will be zigzag, while the pattern of female EV will be heart-shaped. The little EV in front of him has a heart-shaped tail pattern. It is obviously a little girl, and N's actions are also a little gentle. Cloth EV was held in N's arms pitifully. It knew that it was completely trapped in the clutches of the devil. It didn't even dare to think about what terrible fate it would encounter later. Although this human wearing a baseball cap had a pleasant smell and was very gentle, it couldn't help but get close to him, but Evie knew that these were all illusions. It was all a trap. It was just because of this unique smell that I was attracted to it. Humans are so mean. Wait. I found that Evie first. Chapter 37. Evie just wants to cry. A muscular young man wearing a short-sleeved shirt and a straw hat suddenly ran over from a distance. Next to him was a Charmeleon with bright red skin, which was a little dirty and in a very miserable state. Roar! Charmeleon roared in the direction of Evie. Its sharp teeth and knife-like claws scared Evie so much that he kept drilling into N's arms. Common clothes. Evie was obviously very scared when he saw the Charmeleon. Before, it was burned by the Charmeleon's flamethrower and ran around everywhere. It ran away for a long time and was hungry and tired, so it couldn't resist captivate and was attracted by N. You mean you saw this EV first? Yes, there should be a little burn mark on the tail of that EV, which was caused by my Charmeleon's attack. After hearing the words of the muscular man, N glanced at the tail of the EV in his arms, and it was indeed a little burnt as he said. But even if the other party saw it first, it didn't mean that N had to give up this EV. I caught this EV, you definitely can't catch it by yourself. This. N's calm smile also made the muscular young man speechless. He really tried to catch this EV for a long time but couldn't. Its speed was too fast. Charmeleon and Butterfree on him couldn't catch it at all, and he was embarrassed because of chasing it. But he had already put so much effort into this EV, he would definitely not give it up to the other party so easily. You should be a trainer, right? Since you also want this EV, let's solve it with the trainer's method. One-on-one Pokemon battle, whoever wins will get this EV. Yeah, sure. N had a gentle smile on his face, and this sentence just hit the nail on the head. Just now I was thinking that it would be a bit troublesome if this guy was unreasonable, but since it was a Pokemon battle, it would be simple, just use your own strength to speak. My name is Zhao Ren. The Pokemon I want to send is of course Charmeleon on my side, where is your Pokemon? Roar! Charmeleon beside Zhao Ren stepped forward and roared, spraying a bunch of burning flames forward, and the flames on his tail began to burn, showing full of fighting spirit, and the sharp claws also exuded a faint luster under the light of the flames. Charmeleon. Strength, superior. Potential, medium. N used Viridian's power to slightly explore Charmeleon in front of him, and then he showed a look of understanding, then he pointed at the front of his eyes with a subtle smile and spoke softly. Isn't this already here? Kujuo. A black and purple afterimage flashed by, and the whistling sound left by agility still lingered in the ears of others, and a black and red fox with black and red hair suddenly appeared. Zorua stood beside N with a sly and confident smile, licking his paws gently, grooming his hair slowly, and maintaining his elegance. What kind of Pokemon is this? Zhao Ren obviously didn't recognize Zorua, a Pokemon from the Unova region. Judging from its appearance, it was probably a dark or fire Pokemon, but it didn't matter. With such a small body, it should be the Earl Dervish form without evolution. If so, it is far inferior to his Charmeleon, who has won several small competitions. He probably won this game. Commoner. Evie chuckled secretly, waiting for the two guys to fight each other and then secretly find a chance to escape. As long as his agility ran away when they were not prepared, even this human with special powers might not be able to catch him. Gerdur, I'll leave this little guy to you to take care of. Craftsman. At some point, a grey Pokemon carrying a bright red eye beam came up to N and took the confused Eevee from his hands. Looking at the muscular man Gerdur in front of her whose arms were thicker than her head, Evie was so scared that her eyes were filled with tears. What a joke! This guy might beat her to death with one punch. He also grinned at her, so scary, don't laugh. The 3 deep claw marks on Gerduer's face looked so ferocious that Evie suspected that if she behaved a little strangely, she would be eaten alive by this guy. Then I'll take the initiative. Charmeleon, use flamethrower. Sucker punch. Puff. Zhao Ren didn't see it clearly at all. Charmeleon in front of him had just opened his mouth to condense flames, and the petite fox Pokémon had already launched an attack. The sharp blood-red claws had pierced Charmeleon's throat in a breath. The severe pain caused by this attack made Charmeleon unable to continue releasing flames. Charmeleon. React quickly. Use Metal Claw. Charmeleon endured the pain, and swung his claws forward with both arms. The sharp claws were stained with the luster of metal, and at this moment they were as sharp and murderous as 6 steel daggers. Jump up and use Fury Swipes. Zorua was not afraid of Charmeleon, who was several times larger than his body. His 2 forelimbs swung at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. The blood-red claws defended Charmeleon's attack while leaving several bloody claw marks on it. This is the fighting method of dark Pokémon, which is ferocious and brutal. Every attack is a full-strength attack to make the enemy seriously injured. Cunning and agile, they will not show any mercy. For these dark Pokémon, fighting is a bloody fight. Either the opponent falls or they die. Charmeleon. Use flamethrower to counterattack. Zhao Ren's face was pale. Charmeleon was seriously injured by the enemy in just a few seconds. The rhythm of the battle was so fast that he had no time to react. He didn't expect that Zorua would be so strong. Whether it was strength or speed, Zorua crushed Charmeleon. Its strength was simply abnormal. The last pursuit. En stroked the brim of his hat and spoke the last order. And Zorua was quite considerate. He symbolically whipped Charmeleon's face with his tail instead of directly using his strongest claws to kill the enemy. Even this kind of frillish attack was the last straw for Charmeleon. Charmeleon, who had been attacked twice before, was already at the end of his strength. Chapter 38 Visitors from Galar Region. Charmeleon. Zhao Ren's face turned dark and ugly, but he had no choice but to take out the Pokeball to take Charmeleon back, and was willing to admit defeat. Well done, Zorua. Gasso. Zorua licked his paw with his tongue. It was natural for him to win against an enemy that was 1 level weaker than him. In his opinion, there was nothing worthy of En's praise. Then, it's time to subdue this Eevee. If you want to prove it with your strength, you can also follow me for a formal battle. En smiled and spoke gently to the Eevee in Gerduer's hand. He had softened his tone, but it seemed even more terrifying to the Eevee who was already crying. What a joke! Neither Zorua nor Gerduer could be defeated by her. The vicious CH just now the fact that Leon was beaten so badly that he didn't recognize any of his relatives was the best proof. If she went up, she would definitely be beaten up like a sandbag. Eevee's little head shook like a rattle, and finally raised her 2 little paws to show an expression of surrender, just short of raising a little white flag of surrender. Seeing her cute look, En couldn't help but laugh out loud, and then took out a red and white Pokeball and gently touched it on the head. Ding dong! It didn't even shake once before it prompted that it had been captured successfully. En didn't hesitate to release this little Eevee again, wanting her to quickly get familiar with the 2 Pokémon, and introduced them to her very formally. It's Zorua, and this one here is Gerduer. From now on, you will be companions, so you should get along well. Gajuo. Zorua raised her little paw and gently pointed at herself, with a smug expression that made Eevee look a little weird. That guy actually said something like "I'll protect you if anything happens." He looks like such a handsome fox, but his personality doesn't match his handsome appearance at all. Iron. Gerduer smiled innocently. He carried a few dozen kilograms of I-beam in one hand, trying to show that he was very strong. Although he thought his expression was very kind, it was still very scary in Evie's eyes. Then let's go back and eat. You must be hungry, right? Bye. Evie's beautiful brown eyes flashed with excitement. He was attracted by the aroma of delicious food just now, and ended up falling into the tiger's mouth. But he didn't expect that he could still eat delicious food after entering the tiger's mouth. For a while, Evie's sadness was reduced a lot. Being caught by humans and still provided with food. It seems pretty good. The return trip from Sunlight Forest was very fast. And only took about a day to get back to Sunlight City. This time he came back mainly because Oak Nanami came to him, claiming that she had something to give him and a piece of news that would interest him. After returning, he went to the Pokémon Center to recover from the fatigue of Pokémon on his body, and then immediately got up and went to Hakurei High School. The only thing N couldn't handle was Oak Nanami, his sister. And if it weren't for Oak Nanami, the chairman, he wouldn't be able to come and go freely in school and skip classes freely. Dong dong. N took a deep breath and stretched out his hand to knock on the door of the office. To be honest, this was his first time to officially come to the chairman's office. Although he had heard that Oak Nanami was the chairman here before, he had never come to visit her specially. I guess this was the reason that made her unhappy. She had been teasing herself with various reasons recently. This time, she felt that her smile was quite meaningful during the video call. There must be something wrong. Okay, come in. Listening to the gentle voice of Oak Nanami inside, N walked in without thinking. As soon as he opened the door, he immediately met the eyes of an expressionless black-haired girl sitting on the sofa. Stare. The girl sitting in the corner was dressed quite fashionably, with 2 long braids of black hair tied with a bright red headband, hanging down to her shoulders. Her face was expressionless but delicate and cute like a doll. She was wearing a pink dress with a black jacket over it. She wore a collar on her smooth and tender neck, and her 2 slender, straight, white, and tender long legs were exposed, which was very eye-catching. It was a pity that the cold look on her face could not reflect the cuteness of her face, and there was a hint of hostility in her eyes when she looked at N. Black-haired girl. N's face froze. He didn't know the other person at all. Why did the other person look at him with such hostile eyes? Did he do something wrong and was targeted? Mr. Nizei, this is my younger brother, and the one I think is the best new generation trainer. Oak Nanami introduced the young man next to her with a smile on her face, and N clearly felt that the black-haired girl sitting in the corner looked at him with a more ferocious look. Is this the reason? Because Nanami called him the best new generation, did she arouse such hostility from the girl? Sister Nanami, who are these two? Xiao Na, let me introduce you briefly. These two are from the Spike Gym in Galar region. Mr. Nizei is the leader of Spike Gym, and that girl is his sister. Oak Nanami, who was sitting in the chairman's seat, was very proud to introduce her genius brother to the 2 distant guests with an expression of watching the fun. The black-haired young man sitting not far from her smiled and nodded to N, stood up and greeted him formally. Hello. Nakio. Please just call me N. I know, little brother N, I've heard your sister say that you's talent is very high. Today I met him and he is indeed as good as he is said to be. My name is Nizei. It's our first meeting. Please give me your advice. This man named Nizei looked very kind, and his tone was full of praise. Although he was dressed in a rock and metal style, his personality was completely different from his appearance, which made N's smile a little more natural. But the girl next to him. This is my sister Mary. I hope you can get along well. Chapter 39 I will win. Stare. Mary's face was still as cold as ice. Her green eyes, similar to N's, locked onto him like a machine. Her slender fingers painted with black nail polish tapped the sofa lightly. The expression on her face that showed her dissatisfaction made N not know what to do. Sorry, little brother N, my sister is a little introverted and doesn't like to talk much. It's okay. N waved his hands calmly. It would save him some trouble if the other party had this kind of personality. If he was the type who would fight directly when he was unhappy with someone, that would really give him a headache. Little Marie will also participate in the Charizard Cup in Sunshine City. You two will have a chance to meet in the competition. Oak Nanami supported her chin with one hand and spoke with a relaxed expression. N was not surprised that the other party would also participate in this competition. He chose to come from the distant Galar region at this time, most likely to sign up for this Charizard Cup. Sunshine City has always been the central and important city of the Huaxia Alliance, and the competitions held here have always attracted the attention of the entire region. The annual Charizard Cup is limited to young trainers under the age of 18. This has led to the fact that almost all the participants in the competition are outstanding young trainers from all over the Huaxia region. Winning this competition can be said to be a representative of the younger generation in a sense. In this way, young talents from other regions also come to participate in the competition as a training, and they can also test the strength of other alliances. It can be regarded as normal. Ms. Nanami, we have to go to the registration office to complete the procedures, and then we will temporarily return to Galar. When we meet next time, it may be the time for the competition to officially start. Yeah, I'm also looking forward to seeing Sister Mary's strength. Nanami waved goodbye to Nizei very naturally, and Nizei smiled and nodded in the direction of N, and then left first. The girl named Mary followed him coldly. Before leaving, the girl brushed past N, and a crisp and pleasant but subtle voice without any emotional fluctuations came into his ears, which made his emerald green eyes more ripples. I will win. As if she was angry, the girl with a strong desire to win left the office directly after saying this, leaving N and Oak Nanami alone in the chairman's office. Hi, Sister Nanami, what's the situation this time? What's the situation? Oak Nanami's two beautiful eyes were curved into crescents because of her smile, and she deliberately asked back in a rhetorical tone. This attitude was obviously pretending to be stupid. I'm so sorry, Nanami sister, I shouldn't have taken the initiative to come to you all the time. Yeah. That's right. Oak Nanami only nodded with a satisfied smile at this time, and then took out a beautifully wrapped gift box from under the chairman's desk and gently placed it on the table, with a mysterious smile on her face. Hey, this is a small gift from my sister to you, take a look. No, I still rely on myself to compare. The woman's smile became subtle again, and her narrowed eyes made her face a little stiff, which made N swallow back the words he was about to say. Finally, he could only sigh and stretched out his hands to take the heavy gift box. This can be considered as what you won yourself, it can't be considered as a sponsorship from the Oak family, and the gift is not taken for nothing, you still have to represent the Academy in the Charizard Cup. One last thing, we are siblings, why are you being polite to your sister? I understand. N can feel that the big box of gift in his hand has a very strong breath of life, as hot as a flame but with warmth, and he can feel the beating inside when he holds it in his arms. Xiao Na, if you meet the little sister Mary just now in the game, let me show mercy. No, give me your full strength. Teach her a lesson. Oak Nanami said something quite scary with a gentle smile on her face, which made N sigh again at how fast women change their expressions. There are still about 2 months before the official start of the competition. You also represent the face of the Oak family in this competition. You have to do your best to get the top spot. Isn't it too much to ask? N still had a calm expression on his face, and he said some discouraging words, but there was no sign of retreat on his face. Although he didn't know what level the contestants were, those contestants were basically young players from the Huaxia Alliance. A generation younger, he was confident that he could handle it with his strength, even though he had just debuted as a rookie trainer 2 weeks ago. Don't hide your strength. It's not difficult for you with your talent. You should have guessed that this gift is a Pokemon egg, right? It can also be one of your trump cards. Oh! N looked at the gift box in his hand with some surprise. After opening it, a Pokemon egg with a bright red background and pure white stripes was quietly placed in the Pokemon egg incubator. He could feel the slight heartbeat vibration in his hand. This is a good thing I extorted from the principal of the Noble Academy in Unova. This is one of the offspring of Mr. Alder's main Pokemon. Although Oknanami felt a little distressed, she still looked calm on the surface. Of course, it was impossible to get such an excellent thing just by betting. She also paid a little private money and got it with the favor of the Oak family. Alder. N's calm face finally changed at this time. Could it be that he was referring to the Alliance champion of the Unova region? This bright red Pokemon egg was left by the main force of that champion. That is to say, it is very likely. Volcarona. Chapter 40 Special Larvista. Volcarona, with a powerful potential no less than that of a quasi-god Pokemon, is called the Pokemon of the Sun symbol. Since ancient times, it has been considered the incarnation of the Sun. The flame in its body can reach a high temperature of 1500 degrees Celsius. In addition, its dual attributes of fire plus insect make it not afraid of the flame attack that the insect type fears, and it has a strong advantage in attributes. This rare Pokemon is the descendant of Alder, the Unova champion. The Volcarona of that champion is called the strongest Volcarona in the Alliance. Even the champions of other regions will be a little afraid when they see it. Champion Diantha of Kalos region had a headache when he saw Volcarona. Its unparalleled speed and terrifying attack power were like a moving little sun. Any Pokemon with inferior attributes would be terrified as if they saw a nightmare. It's Mr. Alder's. Now even N felt the weight of the Pokemon egg in his hand. He used the power of Viridian to wrap the Pokemon egg and explore the potential of the Pokemon egg in his hand. The life inside the Pokemon egg was also responding to him with the scorching temperature of the flame, and the brilliant golden light was reflected in his eyes. Larvista unhatched. Strength. Potential, special. It is worthy of being the offspring of the main force of the champion-level trainer. Under N's cultivation, this Volcarona will definitely have the opportunity to reach the champion level in the future, and even its strength can break through further, and it is not an exaggeration to surpass its father. There are also differences between Pokemon with special qualifications. The higher the level of Pokemon, the higher the realm it can break through. A Dratini with special qualifications will definitely be easier to break through and become stronger than a Caterpie with special qualifications. This Larvista is like this. How about it, this little guy should be able to become your trump card. Yeah, of course. Even N couldn't help showing joy. Volcarona is very suitable in his team, and instantly fills the two positions of fire and insect. And as long as its powerful strength grows up, it is not difficult to fight against many in a battle. Sister is so good to you, it should be okay to make a few small requests that are not excessive. The smile on N's face became a little stiff. He always felt that Oknanami in front of him had some bad intentions, and the look in her eyes was obviously the same as when she teased him when he was a child, full of unconcealed teasing. It's very simple. Bring a wife back to our Oak family as soon as possible. Hilda or Rosa will do. If that doesn't work, that little Mary who doesn't seem to get along with you just now, as long as you can trick her back home. Nanami, I just want to become stronger now. Of course I know. These two things don't conflict. You can't count on Blue, the stubborn idiot at home. Hearing Blue's name, N paused slightly and couldn't help but smile. That kid has been at odds with Red next door since he was a child. He should be busy fighting each other now. How is Blue now? Will he come to participate in the Charizard Cup? How is it possible? We should not meet in the internal war in this competition. But he will probably come to participate in the Huaxia Alliance Flame Dragon Conference in a year. N was not happy with the news. Any surprises, just nodded gently with a confident smile. The regional conference 1 year later will not only be attended by Blue, but other strong players will probably come to participate. Even he is a little excited. As long as you collect 8 gym badges, you can participate in the Regional Alliance Conference. Just like the Quartz Conference in Kanto region and the Silver Conference in Johto region, as long as you win the champion in the conference in Huaxia region, you can get the right to challenge the 4 elites. Oh, by the way, I have to ask you for one more thing. I have to trouble you to go to Kingzin City and help me deliver something. It just so happens that there is a gym there. You should have got the gym badge in Changjiu City, right? You can also bring the badge there back. Oak Nanamai took out a small box and a letter from her pocket and threw it directly to N. Faced with this errand, he didn't think it was a big deal. Instead, he thought that there would be more opportunities to train and become stronger on the way to Kingzin City. 2 months of training time is enough for N. He did not choose to stay in Sun City for another night, but set off as soon as possible to Kingzin City. More than 2 months of training time must be fully utilized, otherwise losing in the Charizard Cup will be a bit ridiculous. In the end, I have to take a boat to go there, which is a bit troublesome. Although N's face remained calm, he actually didn't want to take a boat at all. This means of transportation made him dizzy, but it was obviously the fastest way to go directly to Kingzin City by boat, otherwise he could only go around in a big circle. If it weren't for the fact that the lakes on the edge of the city prohibited unauthorized riding of water-type Pokémon, he would probably just find a place to borrow a Lapras and ride on its back to slowly swing over. Glancing at the luxury liner ticket in his hand, no matter how much he resisted, he had to set off for the cruise ship, hoping that the ship would be a little more stable and not sink. Just as he was about to go to the ticket inspection area, he suddenly felt someone patting his right shoulder gently. As soon as he turned around, a slender and soft index finger was gently touching his cheek. The owner of this finger was the brown-haired girl wearing a pink and white sun hat from behind. She looked up at him from below with a cold expression, and her green eyes seemed to emit an unbendable rage fire, and her thin and long eyelashes trembled slightly because of her emotions. Oh no, I forgot about it. Chapter 41 Stop talking nonsense. Speak with strength. Because he went to Oak Nanamai's office right after returning from Changjiu City, and forgot about it. I don't know how Hilda knew that he was going to Kingzin City soon, and she actually ran to the port to wait for him. Stop talking nonsense. There's still some time before we get on board. Show your strength. Let me see how much stronger you've become during the time you've been running away. Hilda grabbed the red and white Pokeball in her hand with a serious look on her face. Her heroic face was full of dissatisfaction. It was obvious that she didn't want to let him go so easily. Pokémon battles are the best way for trainers to communicate. I know. Anne scratched her cheek with a headache. It seemed that she had to be defeated before she could talk to her properly. The two of them directly chose a nearby open space as the battlefield. Both sides stood on both sides. There was no referee in this battle. Both sides were very clear about the rules. After hesitating for a moment, Anne still chose to take out a Pokeball at the back of his waist, while Hilda threw the Pokeball first without hesitation. Pignite. Get ready to attack. With the delicate cry of a girl, an orange-red fire pig standing straight on its feet fell from the sky to the ground. Its body is round and looks a bit fat, and the black skin on its chest is like a fighting vest. It also has a light yellow pattern on its body, just like before the evolution. Pignite. Strength, superior. Potential, superior. Puff. Pignite grinned confidently, and a flame was sprayed from its nose. Bending his arms and elbows, he showed his full sense of strength. It was obvious that his strength had increased a lot after the evolution. I didn't expect that after such a short time, the Tepig immediately evolved into Pignite. It seems that both Hilda and Tepig are working very hard to become stronger, and the growth rate is very fast. Although Pignite seems to be superior now, it is estimated that it has reached the peak of the superior level and is half a step into the threshold of the boss level. As long as he accumulates some more experience, it is almost certain to enter the boss level. Eevee, prepare for battle. Bye. A petite brown fox jumped out of N's poke ball. As soon as it came out, it licked its fur in a conceited manner. It didn't become stiff until it saw the ferocious pig knight on the opposite side. Come. Are you kidding, master? I can beat this thing? It is a Pokemon that has just reached the superior intermediate level. Its strength is about 2 small levels lower than that fire pig. It will probably be defeated if it is hit by it. Because of the previous Charmeleon, Eevee has already had a psychological shadow on this kind of fire Pokemon. It has to fight against the powerful pig knight on the opposite side. It is simply a death sentence for it. N is of course aware of this matter. That is why she specially sent Eevee to fight. She must defeat the opponent by herself to resolve the fear in her heart. And it is not very weak, and it also has a chance to win. Eevee. Did you catch this when you went to Chang'e City? It looks so cute. The girl's eyes lit up slightly, and she looked at the cute little fox on the field with some envy, but frowned again after she reacted. She had already prepared to deal with Timber, who knew it was an Eevee. This is obviously a Pokemon that was just captured. It is probably not as powerful as her pig knight, right? And it is a normal Pokemon. Her pig knight has dual attributes of fire plus fighting, which obviously restrains the Eevee. What on earth is N thinking? N, you are not deliberately letting me go, are you? No, don't underestimate this Eevee. Hilda puffed up her cheeks unhappily, looking at the boy opposite with a calm but confident smile, and chose to believe him temporarily. If she is found to be letting her go on purpose, she will be really angry. Pig knight, show him some color. Use flame charge. Baby doll eyes. Although Eevee was afraid, she released the skill without saying a word, and Eevee's eyes emitted a strange light shining on Pig Knight's body. Instantly, the temperature of the flame released by flame charge was significantly reduced, and the speed of the attack was very fast. The Eevee who launched later was faster than Pig Knight who launched first. This is the fairy skill Baby Doll Eyes, which has the effect of reducing the enemy's attack power, and it can definitely launch attacks faster than the opponent at the same level. Ignore it. Just hit it. Pig Knight was covered with burning flames, and his fat body suddenly burst into Eevee at a high speed like a motorcycle, but he didn't expect that before hitting Eevee, the enemy's body disappeared directly on the spot. Dig. Hilda was obviously a little hesitant. This Eevee has a lot of skills, and he can even learn dig. Although Pig Knight is very capable in frontal combat, he really has no way to deal with this skill. After losing its target, Pig Knight looked around in panic. Just as Hilda was about to calm it down and look for its target, Eevee quickly launched an attack. Commoner. Eevee suddenly emerged from the ground and knocked Pig Knight back several meters. The ground-based dig has a restraining effect on the fire-based Pig Knight. Pig Knight, who was hit by this attack, was obviously a little uncomfortable. Pig Knight, don't retreat. Use flamethrower. Swift interrupts it. It takes a very short time to condense energy to release flamethrower. Before Pig Knight's attack was released, Eevee's Swift had already hit Pig Knight like a machine gun, forcibly deflecting its attack trajectory of releasing flamethrower. Within the distance of less than a few meters between the two sides, the Swift released by Eevee can be released directly without any time, and the flying speed is also far beyond ordinary skills. Don't retreat. Push forward and use arm thrust. Chapter 42 Eevee vs Pig Knight. Pig Knight, under Hilda's command, attacked Swift head-on. Even N showed a hint of surprise. Tepig's speed was quite fast as it looked. After using flame charge, it could increase its speed. It just kicked its right foot and rushed forward for several meters. This swift 3 consecutive arm thrust successfully hit Eevee, who had no time to dodge, and sent it flying. The fighting-type arm thrust was also very effective against the general-type Eevee. Eevee barely got up after taking this blow, and it was obviously very uncomfortable. Very decisive. N had a hint of approval in his eyes. If Hilda is a bit weaker, he might choose to let Pignite retreat and dodge the attack to temporarily avoid the sharp edge, but this will instead fall into N's battle rhythm and be constantly consumed by his kite-like attack. But if he attacks directly and forcefully, it will make EV very uncomfortable. It can be said that if Swift had not hit continuously, Pignite's arm thrust would have hit EV a few more times, and EV would be in danger. However, this is also within N's expectations. He calculated based on Pignite's current strength. This guy can only push out 2 or 3 times at most. In addition, the baby doll eyes released before weakened the attack power. As long as EV is not completely hit by the attack, he can still fight. Pignite, good job. Hilda also felt her heart pounding. Just now, she was fighting purely on instinct. It was indeed a bit too reckless to let Pignite attack against Swift. One careless move might become the reason for the defeat of this game. Pignite. Use flame charge next. Dig, get out of the way. Pignite once again spurted out scorching flames all over his body, and his body turned into a hot fireball of rollout, rushing forward with a blazing flame. EV was even faster, and had already dived underground before Pignite arrived. Calm down, Pignite. Observe your surroundings carefully. Hilda's reaction speed and intuition were at their best at this moment. Even if there was a momentary movement on the ground, Hilda would immediately notice it. A slight crackling sound on the ground caught the attention of both her and Pignite. The tense nerves of the Pokémon and the trainer almost discovered the target at the same time. Now! Use flamethrower to the back. The ground behind Pignite only moved for a moment, and Pignite immediately turned around and launched an attack to the back. The scorching red flames burned the front like a fire dragon. But what people didn't expect was that there was only a hole in the ground, and EV didn't come out at all. What? Hilda was obviously stunned. The hole had been dug, but the EV didn't jump out. Instead, it continued to hide below and deceived Pignite's flamethrower. Just rush out and use quick attack. Under N's calm command, EV suddenly jumped out of the hole, flashing with pure white light, and hit Pignite's abdomen like an arrow, knocking him out. The last Swift. Pignite, get out of the way. After knocking Pignite away, EV turned a 180-degree circle in the air, swinging its tail to emit dazzling Swift. The golden light completely enveloped Pignite's eyes for a while. This state was simply unavoidable. Puff puff puff. The golden Swift exploded continuously, and Pignite, who was hit one after another, fell to the ground with a bang, his eyes spinning and he completely lost consciousness. Common clothes. EV was also injured and was almost exhausted. It panted heavily but felt a little happy after winning. After seeing the poke blocks that N took out as a reward, it showed a happy look again. Hilda took a deep breath and felt the pain of the nerves in her temples. Just now, her nerves were too tense. She discovered EV's attack trajectory at the first time, but she didn't expect that her extraordinary performance would be used by N and become the reason for her defeat. That guy is really a monster. Come back, Pignite, you have done a good job. Hilda took out the pokeball and took Pignite back. Then she looked at N's direction with a serious look, sighed, and walked towards him with big strides. You are amazing to be able to beat me in this situation. But I may not be able to do it next time. I am also surprised by your progress, but EV's luck is a little better. If he had come out of the cave earlier, I might have lost. N still had that calm smile on his face. Hilda could not see even a trace of relief on his face. She was sure that she had been tricked by this guy just now. His fighting style was as strange as having the ability to read minds. No matter what Hilda wanted to do, he knew it all. It seemed that he had already analyzed everything about himself, and then used a unique fighting style to bring the enemy into his rhythm step by step. Okay, go. Since you lost, I have nothing to say. Hilda snorted unhappily and waved her hand in N's direction with a little disdain. N felt a little funny about the cute angry look, so he deliberately stroked her soft hair like comforting a child. Okay, come back next time and give me a gift. You bring a gift. Don't talk like I'm the neighbor's kid. Hilda's heroic yet cute face was stained with a crimson glow. It was not known whether she was angry or shy. She made a face at N and ran away, leaving him alone in tears and laughter. Okay, it's almost time to catch the boat. If you miss this one, you don't know how long you have to wait. Chapter 43. This ship shouldn't sink, right? Common clothes? Evie looked at this boy who was always calm and elegant on weekdays with some curiosity. At this moment, he was leaning on the deck of the cruise ship with a pale face. His emerald green hair looked a little messy at this moment, which made him take off his cap involuntarily. I feel much better after taking the seasickness medicine, but it's still a bit hard to bear. N covered his forehead with a headache. Although he was familiar with riding various Pokémon such as Dragonite Gyarados when he was in Oak Research Institute, he still felt dizzy and nauseous when riding such a large means of transportation. Fortunately, although it was uncomfortable, it did not affect his five senses and judgment ability. The cruise ship he took this time was called Joseph. I don't know why N had a mysterious bad premonition just by hearing this name, but after thinking about it, he attributed this premonition to an illusion. This ship shouldn't sink, right? Bye. Seeing N showing such a rare embarrassed side, Evie couldn't help but started to snicker. Who knew that he was caught and trained before he could be proud for 2 seconds? He was required to practice Shadow Ball within today, which was a bolt from the blue. Let's go to the cabin first. I feel much better after breathing fresh air on the deck for a while. This Joseph is a famous luxury ship. It almost sinks twice a year. Fortunately, there are strong trainers on board every time to save the ship. This ship has been safe for several times. If you want to experience the excitement, you can take it. N doesn't know why Oak Nanami gave him a ticket for this ship. Can't he choose the East Sea Emperor next door? Entering the deck, N was immediately attracted by the large number of exquisite foods placed inside. This cruise ship is indeed a real luxury cruise ship. Basically, the people on this ship are young masters and young ladies from wealthy families. Without hesitation, he sat down at a random table. Took the knife and fork from the waiter and slowly tasted the food that he couldn't eat on weekdays. Here food and drinks are provided free of charge, and there are also vendors on various boats setting up stalls to do business. The young people passing by are basically dressed in fine clothes and elegant, but only N is wearing a simple white high-necked long-sleeved jacket with an ordinary black shirt inside. But even so, his outstanding appearance stands out among this group of young people. Those rich ladies are attracted by his face and can't help but look at him a few more times. Some of the more reserved ones choose to sneak a few glances and wait and see for the time being, and a few of the bolder ones even take the initiative to come up and talk to him, but they are all rejected by N with a smile. He didn't expect that his refusal would make those who were waiting and waiting couldn't help but come over. N's mouth twitched slightly, and he politely rejected other people's chats with an apologetic smile, while preparing to leave. Hey, you should be a trainer too? Let's have a battle? Just when he was worried, a young man with a slicked back hair and brand name clothes couldn't help but come over. He was obviously annoyed with N and wanted to embarrass him. After all, in this Pokemon world, face can't be used to make a living. The most important thing is the strength of the trainer. When N hesitated for a moment, the young man was afraid that he would refuse directly, so he immediately said, "Don't worry, I won't let you fight me for nothing. If you win, I will give you 20,000 alliance coins." N, who was about to accept the challenge, was stunned for 2 seconds. The other party came over to serve as a sparring partner for the little guys on his body and to make extra money for him. There is such a good thing? Hey, are you kidding me? That guy is about to win 10 games in a row. It's too outrageous. He defeated all the opponents in the round-robin battle with just 1 EV and 1 Gurdurr. I remember that some of the challengers were elites from the Noble Academy. They are quite strong, right? Pokemon battles always attract the attention of others. After N accepted the challenge, each of these challengers was willing to take out 20,000 alliance coins as a bet. Including the first time, he won nearly 200,000 alliance coins. Now, not only the food for this month, but also for the next month and even the month after, is settled. The smile on N's face has never stopped. Originally, those rich ladies were only attracted by N's face. Now he not only has good looks but also strength. He has become a prince charming in dreams. Such a young genius trainer is rare. Wait a minute, can you follow me in a game? Seeing the Pokemon in N's hand defeat another trainer who came up to challenge, a trainer who had been watching the game for half a day smiled and couldn't help but step forward to ask. Sorry, my Pokemon is very tired, and I don't plan to accept the challenge for the time being. N, who has won nearly 10 games in a row, doesn't want to continue fighting. Even a physical monster like Gerdur will get tired. Although he is very grateful to these trainers for providing him with sufficient travel funds, he is really too lazy to fight anymore. Please, please, whether you win or lose, I will give you a good reward, how about it? It was only then that N noticed that the trainer who challenged this time was actually a woman. Even wearing sunglasses could not hide her exquisite and pretty face. The smile on her lips seemed to have a mature charm, as if to seduce people. The woman's long black hair was tied into 2 ponytails and hung on both sides. She was wearing a combination of olive and dark black. Her model-like tall and even figure was perfect. She wore a pair of high-tech red and blue headphones that looked like magnets, with a long black headphone cable hanging down. The more she looked at him, the more familiar she looked. N's emerald eyes also flashed a hint of suspicion. Chapter 44 Elisa vs N. That's Miss Elisa from Unova region. Actually, it's Miss Elisa. I actually saw a big star here. Someone in the crowd suddenly called out her name, and this sentence instantly became the fuse that ignited the atmosphere. The tourists around who reacted shouted her name like crazy. The woman wearing sunglasses also pinched the ends of her hair in distress, and waved to the people around her with an attractive smile on her face. Elisa, this name N also knew. She is the gym leader of Nimbasa Gym in Nimbasa City, Unova region. She is known as the Shiny Beauty. She is very good at using electric Pokemon and is outstanding in the gyms in Unova region. But these alone are not enough for N to recognize her. It is mainly because of her other identity as a world-class mega model. Even N's childhood sweetheart Hilda, who has a weird personality, is her big fan. She often whispers her name in N's ear, which makes him remember her. Just one game is enough. If you are willing to play against me, how about giving you this Soothe Bell as a gift? Elisa gently shook off the saffron coat on her body, and stepped on fashionable high heels. Even if she deliberately disguised herself with sunglasses, she couldn't hide her temperament and figure. It was natural for her to be recognized. She had a playful smile on her face, and in her right hand she held a jingling silver bell, tied with a red knot that looked very delicate. N showed a look of surprise the moment she saw the bell. Soothe Bell, as the name suggests, is a special item that can soothe Pokemon's emotions. Wearing it on a Pokemon can quickly increase the intimacy with one's own Pokemon, which is a rare good thing for N now. In that case, let's have a fight. Hehe, boy, don't underestimate me because of this, okay? Elisa had a faint confident smile on her face, and threw a coquettish eye in N's direction with a somewhat playful tone. This slight action immediately aroused the hostility of other tourists around, but N still had a smile on his face, as if he didn't feel the atmosphere around him at all. What a great character! Even in this situation, the green-haired boy wearing a baseball cap opposite still maintained a natural smile as before, and he didn't feel any pressure when facing himself. This made Elisa feel a little underestimated. Although her strength is not outstanding among the gym trainers in Unova region, she is also a genuine gym trainer. Then I'm going to use this one make the opponent numb and dizzy. Zeebstrika is here. Elisa gently kissed the pokeball with the lightning logo in her hand, and then gently threw it into the sky. A black and white horse-shaped Pokémon landed majestically on the ground. The black and white patterns on its hair were like lightning, and there were long horns on its head that stood up like lightning. Zebstrika. Strength, mid-level boss. Potential, medium. Elisa, who had been watching the game just now, also knew very well that the young trainer must not be underestimated. The Gurdurr he used was at least a boss level. If he didn't show some real strength, he would definitely be beaten miserably. Nidoking, I leave it to you. N just flicked the pokeball in his hand, and a sturdy Nidoking landed on the ground with a rumble. The rumble made the whole ship seem to tremble slightly. The purple spiked armor was frightening just by looking at it. Elisa's confident expression froze when she saw Nidoking. It was actually a ground-type Nidoking? He knew he was the leader of the electric gym, so he took out a ground-type Pokémon? Even though he had never used Nidoking before, Elisa thought he didn't have this kind of Pokémon. Oh no, she was tricked. It can be said that the ground-type Pokémon has completely blocked her electric attacks from the beginning, and no matter what electric attacks, they are all ineffective against it. This is very uncomfortable for Elisa, who is an electric gym trainer. From the beginning of this battle, there will be a huge disadvantage. Even if I can't use electric skills, my Zebstrika can still shine on the stage. Use agility. Thrust to interrupt. Puff. Nidoking displayed a speed that was totally inconsistent with its huge and bulky body. Its sturdy right arm suddenly stabbed Zebstrika, who was about to move, like a poison sting. Even Elisa didn't expect that this Nidoking was so fast. Then use Shadow Claw. Puff. Elisa had never seen a Nidoking so fast. After interrupting Zebstrika with a stab, it immediately used Shadow Claw to attack directly at zero distance. Zebstrika, who was hit twice in a row, was forced to retreat several steps. Then turn sideways to avoid the opponent's attack. Zebstrika, use Flame Charge to push forward. N seemed to have long anticipated that Elisa's next move would be Flame Charge. He just dodged sideways in advance and completely avoided Zebstrika's attack. The body's flexibility and speed far exceeded that of ordinary Pokémon. In addition, the opponent's prejudgment and orders made Elisa simply helpless. I was detected. And how could Nidoking be so fast? Elisa frowned and gritted her teeth, and began to feel how difficult this battle was. Zebstrika was a Pokémon that was not afraid of close combat at all. Almost all of its skills were built for close combat, and it was difficult for any Pokémon to gain an advantage in close combat with it. Except for Ground-type Pokémon. Ground-type Pokémon that completely ignored all electric attacks made Elisa feel very powerless. Elisa could only rely on skills of other attributes to defeat the Nidoking. But the other skills that Zebstrika could use were too easy to guess. The boy could guess at once that Elisa would use Flame Charge next, and it would be easily read first. The probability of winning this battle was infinitely close to zero. Use Nasty Plot. Nasty Plot. Elisa's beautiful eyes widened, and she forgot to ask Zebstrika to stop him, because she never thought that a Nidoking would use Dark's Nasty Plot. Chapter 45 Shameful Elisa. The Nidoking on the field showed a humanized teasing on his face, and began to condense the dark energy fluctuations, greatly improving his special attack power at this moment, and Elisa was still full of disbelief. That Nidoking actually used Nasty Plot. Impossible, Nidoking is not a Pokémon that can use dark skills like Nasty Plot. Could that Nidoking be? As a gym trainer in Unova region, Elisa is also familiar with various Pokémon in Unova region, and finally realized something was wrong at this moment. But it's too late now. Zorua's Nasty Plot has been successfully launched. There's no need to hide, use agility, and look for attack opportunities around Zebstrika. N gave an order, and the body of Nidoking on the field gradually dissipated, turning into a petite black and red fox, grinning as if laughing at something. This is the first time N officially used Zorua in actual combat with trainers. Obviously, Elisa became the first victim of Phantom. She had never deliberately used electric skills before, and was completely fooled. It's Zorua, I was really fooled this time. Elisa had a bitter smile on her face. How could she, a Unova gym leader, not know about the famous Phantom Pokemon in Unova region? But this is the Huaxia region. How could Zorua, which is very rare even in Unova region, appear in the Huaxia region? Therefore, she didn't think about it at all, and ended up suffering a great loss. But this means that the electric skills can be unlocked. Zebstrika uses Thunder Shock Wave. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The electric current twisted and drifted in the air like a bee and hit Zorua accurately. Thunder Shock Wave is a skill that lock-on opponents will definitely hit, and after throwing this attack, Elisa seemed to have regained her previous confident smile. Take advantage of now. Use Wild Charge to knock it away. Just avoid it. Even though he was hit by the Thunder Shock Wave, Zorua still reacted quickly and disappeared in an instant. The attack of Zebstrika, who was covered in golden electric armor, hit nothing. Too fast. Is it because of the agility before? Elisa felt extremely difficult. Even if he used the Thunder Shock Wave to hit Zorua unexpectedly, the damage caused was still too low. It was too difficult to hit the fox with Zebstrika's own speed. Zorua, who used the two skills of agility and nasty plot, has increased his speed and special attack to a terrifying level at this moment. Even if Elisa's Zebstrika is a powerful quasi-elite, he might be afraid of it. Not to mention that its strength is only the middle level of the boss, and it is impossible to keep up with Zorua in terms of speed. Since the speed can't keep up, attack all the surrounding areas together. Zebstrika uses Discharge. Zebstrika, who finally released his electric skills, also felt extremely frustrated. He roared to the sky and began to release Saffron's lightning like an explosion. For a while, the electric currents like pythons struck around the battlefield. Unexpectedly, this large-scale indiscriminate attack could not affect Zorua at all. It relied on the speed of agility to dodge all the lightning and launched a fatal attack from behind the blind spot. Shadow Ball. Behind. Zebstrika, get out of the way. Elisa tried very hard to save the situation, but Zorua, who used agility, was extremely fast and could not be caught up with the naked eye. In just a moment, the shadow ball exuding the breath of curse was thrown, and Zebstrika, who had no time to dodge, was hit directly. Bang! The shadow ball caused an explosion on the side of Zebstrika, and Zebstrika's body was blown away like an overturned boat. In addition, it had been attacked continuously before, which directly caused it to lose its combat ability. It took only a few rounds for Elisa to be defeated, and the various discussions around Elisa made Elisa's temple hurt. They didn't know what kind of Pokemon Zorua was, but they saw Elisa being beaten up. She was a gym leader, but she was beaten so easily in public. How could Elisa face her fans with a smile? It was so embarrassing. Although Elisa's mentality was a little explosive, she took a deep breath to calm down. After adjusting her mentality, she put on a charming shiny smile again. She looked forward with a bit of resentment but approval in her eyes. I lost badly. According to the agreement, this Soothe Bell is yours. I won this time by luck. If Miss Elisa gets serious, I probably won't be her opponent. Thank you for your advice this time. Luck? Elisa couldn't help but cover her face with her hands when she heard his humble remarks. If this is considered luck, then what is she, a gym leader who can be easily beaten by luck? Although Zebstrika is not her strongest main force, she is also a main member of the second team. It is a Pokemon that is often used in gym challenges on weekdays. She has already used all her strength in the battle. With a stiff face, she held Soothe in her hand. Bell handed the N in front of her. Elisa was about to reach out her hand to shake hands with him, but N just thanked her politely and turned away with a smile. This made Elisa's mentality explode even more. No way, she thought she was a great beauty after all. Shouldn't the mature charm of a 20-year-old sister have a huge killing power on boys of this age? In the end, the other party just smiled so lightly and turned away directly. N's performance made Elisa doubt her charm for a while, feeling helpless and lost. The most important thing was that she was deceived by him when she first said the slightly complacent words "Don't underestimate me," which made Elisa's face burn. Chapter 46 Boys nowadays don't understand the charm of older sisters? Okay, it's very cute when worn. Common clothes. On the deck of the Joseph, N, who was leaning against the corner with Evie to enjoy the breeze, carefully helped Evie tie the decorations, allowing Evie to show off the silver bell on her neck with great satisfaction. As a girl, she likes this kind of cute little accessories, and the soft and pleasant sound of soothe bell makes her very comfortable, and she is more and more satisfied with N. There are delicious foods every day, and comfortable massages after training every day. There are also small rewards from time to time, and the owner's breath is particularly good, and it is particularly comfortable to be held in his arms. Now Evie is quite satisfied with his life, and his life is so comfortable. Hey, I didn't expect you to give the bell to this Evie. It's really cute when wearing it, but I still prefer the electric Pikachu. A pleasant and frivolous voice came from behind, and Elisa came over unconsciously, looking at the Evie in front of N with a bit of pity. The two of them are now in a corner of the deck, where few people come. Elisa had just gotten rid of a large group of fanatical fans around her, and was worried about not finding a place to take shelter when she saw N hiding here to get some fresh air. This deck is quite quiet and comfortable, at least there are no fanatical fans and paparazzi who want to steal her privacy. Elisa happened to think of the battle just now, and couldn't help but come forward to say hello. Ms. Elisa, is it okay not to communicate with fans? I need a break. Sometimes I'm busy enough with work on weekdays, and I always have to take care of my job as a gym trainer. I've closed Nimbasa Gym during this period and traveled to other regions for a vacation. Hearing her leisurely tone, N raised his eyebrows slightly. Is it really okay to close the gym casually? It feels that Elisa is always a little unreliable as a gym trainer. Anyway, I'm not the only gym in Unova region, don't worry. Elisa waved her hand casually, squatted slightly, and wanted to reach out and pick up Evie on the ground. As a result, Evie immediately dodged vigilantly when she passed by, and glanced at her with a bit of displeasure. It seems that Evie heard what she just said, that it was not as good as Pikachu. As a girl, Evie is very sensitive to such things. Seeing Evie running away, Elisa showed a slightly distressed expression, sighed in frustration, and returned her eyes to N in front of her again. By the way, young man, I forgot to ask your name just now. You and your Zorua are really amazing. I was completely fooled by you two. Just call me N. Miss Elisa, you are too kind. I am still far from it now. This sentence is completely N's mental thought. Now the strongest Zorua on him has just reached the middle level of the leader level. Even if it has excellent talent and almost no bottleneck in becoming stronger, it still needs enough time to grow step by step. Now N has no ability to protect himself, and it will be difficult to solve once he encounters a dangerous situation. But in Elisa's eyes, it is a little different. N's attitude is really a little too humble. Even though he just beat up her gym trainer, he is not proud and complacent at all. At the age of 17 or 18, when people are generally prone to arrogance, his genius character is so calm and steady that Elisa can't help but marvel. Elisa can still feel a subtle terror in him. He is really too young. At this age, he has fooled her, a gym trainer with several years of combat experience, around in battle. It is still very embarrassing to think about it now. N certainly doesn't know what Elisa is thinking. He just suddenly remembered an important thing. His eyes suddenly focused on Elisa's face. This strong sight that was completely inconsistent with the previous one made Elisa's smile pause obviously. Hey? What's going on? Why are you looking at her so seriously all of a sudden? Miss Elisa, I have an unwelcome request. Elisa's face became more and more subtle. She was just complaining that young men nowadays don't understand the charm of mature older sisters. Could it be that this handsome boy has suddenly become enlightened? If it was a confession, how would she answer? Please sign for me. Huh? So you are my fan? A trace of surprise flashed across Elisa's beautiful light blue eyes. From the beginning to the end of the battle, she could not tell that this handsome boy was actually her fan. Thinking of this, Elisa's eyes became more resentful. Since he was her fan, she should be more careful when she attacked. He also used that Zorua to trick her around and made her embarrassed. No, it's just that my sister likes you very much, so I want to give her the autograph as a gift. En stretched out his hand and scratched his cheek awkwardly. Hilda liked Elisa since she debuted as a supermodel. She had said before that she wanted to be like her in the future. Only when Elisa heard this did she understand. If that was the case, then there was no problem. She wrote her name on the paper and handed it over. After receiving the signature, En thanked Elisa again. If she gave her Elisa's autograph as a gift, even Hilda, who was arrogant and twisted, would be happy. In this way, even if she was twisted again, she would be much easier to coax. Oh, by the way, you should also participate in the Charizard Cup held in Sunshine City later, right? I just happened to be on vacation recently, so I can go and see it. You have to perform well with Zorua and try to win a champion or something, otherwise it would be too embarrassing for me, an adult, to lose. Elisa spoke with a teasing tone in her eyes. Although her tone was a bit teasing and joking, as a woman, she had an inexplicable premonition about the boy in front of her. He might become very strong in the future, so strong that she would find it terrifying. Chapter 47 Our research institute is very safe. Kingzin City is a city in the coastal region of Huaxia region, located on the southwest coast. Water-type Pokémon can be seen almost everywhere in this city, and with the intricate small canals in the city, people are used to calling this city the Water City. Even the overall architectural style is blue like the sea. Water flows in the city. Rivers across the road and arch bridges on the roadside can be seen everywhere. Occasionally, you can see water-type Pokémon such as Magikarp Goldeen swimming under your feet. This is a real water city. And the gym in Kingzin City is of course also a water-type gym. It's a pity that the 3 Pokémon on N now have no way to deal with water-type Pokémon. Either choose to conquer new companions here, or you can only rely on hard power to fight through. We actually arrived safely. En looked at the luxury cruise ship Joseph behind him with some lingering fear. He felt that it was not easy for him to get off the ship safely. Although there was no wind or waves throughout the whole journey, he still felt uneasy for some reason. Fortunately, he had arrived in Kingzin City. The feeling of being down to earth made him feel at ease. Next, he only needed to deliver the package that Oak Nanami gave him, and his mission would be completed. Let me see. The location where the package needs to be delivered should be the ancient Pokémon lab in Kingzin City. Give the package to Professor Hine. En had heard of Professor Hine. The other party was an acquaintance of Professor Oak. He was once awarded the degree of professor for publishing an academic paper on the genes of super ancient Pokémon. His status in gene research is similar to that of the missing Pokémon Professor Blaine. En was not familiar with Professor Hine, and it was his first time to visit his institute in Kingzin City, so he could not find the specific location of the institute for a while after getting off the boat. Because Kingzin City is a very prosperous city, there are a mixture of waterways and roads everywhere. It is possible to walk on the road and inexplicably get on the arch bridge. It is not easy to find a location here. En, who was puzzled, could only ask a young man who looked like a local on the street. He wore thick glasses on his face and a white coat. He was an intellectual at first glance. Who knew that just when he was about to speak, the other party looked him up and down in surprise, and spoke enthusiastically after showing a little astonishment. Oh, are you a tourist? Are you also coming to participate in our Kingzin City's annual fishing competition? Fishing competition? That's right. As long as you win the fishing competition, you can get special props and Pokemon eggs and other rewards. Even if you don't get the champion, you can get 10,000 alliance coins as long as you enter the top 10. N obviously didn't expect that the other party completely misunderstood his meaning. He hadn't even heard of this so-called fishing competition. Just when he was about to explain it, the other party explained it to him with great interest, fearing that he would run away directly. Although the rewards of this fishing competition are interesting, if N is free, he might participate. But now N still has to deal with the task of delivering packages, so he really has no time to do these things. Sorry, I don't have time to participate in the fishing competition yet. I have to go to the ancient Pokemon lab first. Faced with the other party's enthusiasm, N seemed a little overwhelmed and waved his hands to refuse. Who knew that the other party was just stunned and immediately said, "Research Institute. I know the location of that place." This was a bit unexpected. I didn't expect that he could find someone who knew the way just by asking a passerby on the road. The enthusiastic man laughed and reached out to pat N's shoulder, pointed his thumb at himself and began to introduce himself. "My name is Quan Ji, and I'm currently working as a research assistant at King's Inn Ancient Pokemon Lab. Since you want to go there, let me take you there. So you're looking for Professor Hine. He's been shutting himself up in the lab recently to study the fossils he's just dug up from the seabed. He hardly leaves the lab except for eating and going to the bathroom." Quan Ji nodded thoughtfully, and wasn't surprised that N had come all the way from Sunshine City by boat. Because Professor Hine holds a very high status in the field of ancient Pokemon genes, there are many guests who come to see him on weekdays, and he's no longer surprised. Professor Hine usually conducts genetic research. Of course, the experiments are basically based on observation and recording. Extracting genes to revive ancient Pokemon is done with great caution. You must be worried about safety, right? Don't worry, our institute is much safer than other institutes. Faced with N's question, Quan Ji straightened his chest with a little pride. Compared with institutes like Oak Institute and Birch Institute that often explode and are dangerous, their safety index is almost full. Look, Professor Hine's research is in front. Bang! Before he finished speaking, a white research building located by the lake in the distance suddenly exploded violently, and half of the entire institute was destroyed. Sharp gravel and diffused black smoke flew all over the sky, and even N and Quan Ji were affected. This explosion seemed to be a signal. The next moment, there were continuous explosions in the direction of the institute, and the entire institute was blown to pieces. Fortunately, several researchers in white coats managed to escape before the subsequent explosion. Although they looked very embarrassed, they should have only suffered minor injuries. What the hell happened? Why did the institute explode? And the direction of the explosion seemed to be Professor Hine's laboratory. For the first time, Quan Ji's face showed panic and fear. They were just researchers studying the genes of super ancient Pokemon. Generally, they would not conduct dangerous chemical experiments. It should not be possible to cause such a strong explosion. Chapter 48 Team Rocket's Temporary Base. N's face showed a slight and unnoticeable light. This explosion did not seem to be caused by an experiment. Such thick black smoke was more like a bomb, and it was very likely caused by Pokemon. It is very likely that the skill explosion was used, which means that this should not be an accident. It was probably caused by someone attacking the institute. Don't be in a daze. Go over and take a look. Ah, yes. Quan Ji's face changed, and he immediately reacted from the shock and panic, and ran towards the institute. N followed closely behind him, his eyes still fixed on the direction of Professor Hine's laboratory. What happened? Why did the research institute explode? As a researcher with limited physical strength, Quan Ji panted and asked other colleagues who had escaped. N glanced at the white-coated researchers lying on the ground. There were 5 of them in total, each of them was injured to some extent. One of them was probably the one closest to the explosion, with burns and charred marks all over his body. If it weren't for the superior and strong physique of humans in the Pokemon world, I'm afraid this explosion would have killed him directly. Team Rockets, it's Team Rockets! They suddenly attacked the Institute and took away many things. Where's the professor? Where's Professor Hine? They were also taken away, along with the genetic research data. Quan Ji's face turned pale, and he looked at the Institute in front of him filled with smoke and fire in disbelief. Now it has become fragmented and it is almost impossible to see its original appearance. Quan Ji, you go find Miss Jenny, and the others go report to the Alliance organization and ask Miss Joy from Kingzin City for help. An quickly gave instructions to several researchers who were in a panic, with an unquestionable seriousness and convincing power in his tone. Now that the researchers have completely lost Professor Hine, the backbone, they immediately started to act without much hesitation, regardless of N's identity. N, what are you going to do? Need I say? Of course I'm going to save people. N raised a meaningful smile, stretched out his hand and gently lowered his cap, and then rushed to the forest behind the explosion. Everyone may have different psychic. Some people's psychic is teleport, some are rare mind reading, and more are more common telekinesis. Every psychic Pokemon will use this kind of popular power. N's psychic is the most popular confusion and perception. These two psychics that may be acquired later in life have completely different strengths in N's hands. Learning confusion psychic, the energy he can use is like a cup of water in a glass, both the endurance and the usable power are very small. But N, a congenital psychic, is completely different. His confusion is as vast as a lake. Found it! N closed his eyes, the azure light flickered around his eye sockets, and his emerald green hair seemed to float gently in the air because of the effect of psychic. With the powerful psychic perception, he can be said to have discovered the life breath in the forest that is different from Pokemon at the first time. This is the breath of humans. Team Rockets kidnapped an old man with a fragile body and no physical strength. Of course, they would not run very far at once. There should be a temporary base of Team Rockets hidden in the forest near Kingzin City, and Professor Hine was probably caught there. Maybe he will be transferred to other places soon, but at least Professor Hine is still staying in the temporary base now. As long as this is the case, there is no problem. Zorua, I'll leave it to you from now on. Kyuso. The location of Team Rocket's hidden base is in a hidden cave, and there are traces of Ursaring nearby, which makes people easily think that this is actually Ursaring's lair. But in fact, the inside of this place is the entrance to Team Rocket's base. Going deep into the base from the side, N saw two Team Rocket's soldiers guarding it at a glance. They should be responsible for patrolling and warning at the gate of the base. If there is an unexpected situation, they will immediately sound the internal alarm. Buzz! A very subtle air compression sound sounded, and a ball of energy light flashing with a dark breath suddenly hit the Team Rocket's soldier on the side. The moment this hit the abdomen, it continued to explode. The powerful power directly scorched his chest and made him faint on the spot. Enemy! Although another Team Rocket's soldier reacted and wanted to press the alarm on his belt, his right hand was grabbed by a huge force before he pressed it. Turning his head, he saw a man wearing a peaked cap twisting his arm. Good night. The frivolous words rang in his ears, and the next moment the Team Rocket's member felt a sudden sense of weightlessness, and his head slammed into the hard rock wall beside him. In just a moment, he fainted with blood on his head. Excuse me, can you lend me your clothes? Although you can't hear it. N raised a little arc at the corner of his mouth, skillfully groped around the body of the fainted Team Rocket's member, and finally successfully found an ID access card, and skillfully swiped it on the machine behind to open the door. He casually threw the two fainted Team Rocket's soldiers to a corner, and wore the black team uniform with the letter R that he had just obtained, tied up his long green hair, and put on the black hat unique to Team Rocket's members. The disguise was quite successful. His psychic could sense that there were still many Team Rocket's members inside, and it would be the most reckless to force his way in before he had enough strength. In addition, N didn't know whether there were any so-called cotters inside the temporary base, so he had to be careful this time. His actions had to be based on safety. Chapter 49, Mutated Pokemon of the Experimental Subject. The structure inside the temporary base was also very simple, basically straight corridors and rooms, and occasionally at the corners, you could see sophisticated cameras used for surveillance above your head. Even if he found these things, and didn't do anything. If he destroyed these cameras, it would be equivalent to telling the Team Rockets inside that someone had broken in. If they were discovered and besieged by the gathered forces, it would be a loss. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Oh! Thank you for your hard work. No one expected that N, dressed in Team Rocket's clothes, would greet other Team Rocket's members on patrol without hesitation. Because of his natural attitude, even the other party didn't feel anything wrong. These Team Rocket's members had just tied up Professor Hine, and they had never expected that within a short while, someone would find their temporary base and break into it without saying a word. This blitzkrieg tactic did bring very good results, and it was very easy for N to sneak in wearing the Team Rocket's uniform. Because these grassroots members of Team Rockets had just completed their mission, their vigilance had dropped again and again, and their laziness was the main reason for N to take advantage of the situation. Besides, there were many Team Rockets members who were alone in the base to carry out their missions, and there were many members like N who walked alone in the base, so naturally they would not arouse any suspicion. How is the experimental subject No 18, although it has been temporarily controlled, its aggression is still very strong. It should be calmed down for the time being after taking the tranquilizer. The casual chat of the Team Rockets members passing by made N's eyes look a little strange. The two Team Rockets members came from the west. N took a quick look over there and found that one of them was pressing something on the control panel of an iron door. Beep beep. 145, 14. The Team Rockets member should have entered the password, because after entering it, the member immediately entered the room, but came out again after a while. It seems that he should be a member of the internal patrol of Team Rockets. Maybe there is something special inside that needs someone to take turns to guard. With his outstanding eyesight and photographic memory, he easily memorized the password on the room panel, but on the surface he still walked towards the west passage as if nothing had happened, and walked around the base for a while before walking to the door. Beep beep. Which team are you from? It's not your turn yet. Bang. The Team Rockets member guarding the room suddenly floated in the air and then slammed into the wall. He didn't even have the chance to take out the poke ball. He probably didn't expect that this was the so-called psychic. Psychic is powerful and special, and it is always successful in this kind of sneak attack. What is this? N frowned slightly. This is obviously the so-called laboratory, and the culture tank guarded here is filled with a strange dark green liquid, and there is a white Pokemon who is sleeping inside. Fluffy hair, milky white abdomen, light brown paws huddled together, and triangular pointed ears are also covered with hair. From the appearance, this fox-shaped Pokemon should be Vulpix. But the hair of ordinary Vulpix should be reddish-brown, and it is also a fire Pokemon, while the hair on this Vulpix is pure white like Aciras. This form of Vulpix should not be a shiny Pokemon, but a new form caused by the climate of the Alola region. Vulpix Alola. Strength, Beginner Boss. Potential, Superior. This Vulpix from Alola is called Experimental Subject No 18, and is a Pokemon that Team Rockets has experimented on. The potential light on its body is very strange, with both the bright red light of superior qualifications and a hint of golden light of special qualifications. Could it be that it is a Pokemon of superior qualifications, but it has unexpectedly improved its qualifications because of the experiment? What kind of experiment can improve the qualifications of a Pokemon? And its life breath is very unstable, suddenly very strong and suddenly very weak, not like an ordinary Pokemon at all. Even if it explodes and dies in the next second, N will not be surprised. Seeing the precision instrument next to him, N only glanced at it and quickly operated the instrument to drain all the liquid inside, and then carefully carried the unconscious Vulpix out. The Vulpix carried out by N was still in a deep coma. In this case, he could only take out the pokeball and put it inside. After doing all this quickly, he continued to move deeper into the base. With the perception of psychic, he began to look for the location of Professor Hine. Until he entered the deepest part, he finally found the location of the cell. Buzz! Just at this time, a piercing and rapid alarm sounded inside the entire base, and the color inside the entire base turned red, like a red-hot iron furnace, which made people panic. His intrusion was discovered, which meant that the Team Rocket's member who fainted somewhere was found. In N's opinion, it was probably the two unlucky guys at the door. N had expected that he would be discovered by Team Rockets sooner or later. Without saying a word, he threw out the pokeball in his hand and called out Gerdur, and ran all the way to the cell where Professor Hine was imprisoned. "Oh no, Master Cassidy! Someone broke in!" In a luxurious lounge that was completely different from the outside of the base, a Team Rockets member wearing a black uniform of an ordinary team member at the bottom of the base rushed into the room. He looked flustered and terrified, and his hurried and embarrassed appearance made the blonde inside show a trace of irritation. "Stop making so much noise! Is it another trainer or traveler who accidentally broke in? Isn't it enough to just send a team to catch him?" The woman smacked her lips in dissatisfaction. Her bright golden long hair looked a little dull under the dim light. It was probably because she applied a lot of hair wax, so her hair was fixed into two long strands. Her face was pretty good, but because of the heavy makeup, she looked extremely vulgar. "No, that person disguised himself as one of our members and used Pokemon to defeat all the team members who blocked his way. He is very strong and doesn't look like an ordinary trainer at all." Hi! After hearing this, Cassidy's face finally became cautious. Could it be the Alliance prosecutor who sneaked in to rescue people? She is now responsible for sending the captured Professor Hine to the Team Rocket's headquarters, and this cannot be disturbed by this guy who is suspected to be the Alliance prosecutor. No matter what, we have to take that stinky old man away first. Where's that old man? There's a problem in the cell too. The other party's speed of action is too fast. When we found out, they had already broken into the cell area. All the guards were knocked down, and the cell door was violently smashed open by the other party. After hearing this news, Cassidy's face was as dark as ink. Her heavily made-up face became hideous because of her gloomy and twisted face. She kicked the useless guy in front of her away. "No matter what, we must get Professor Hine back." Chapter 50 Quasi-Elite. Bang! The hard Orberg cell door was easily torn in half like a piece of paper, and a grey-skinned Pokemon with a strong body and explosive muscles broke in. Just with the arm that lifted the steel bar in one hand, it easily knocked down all the Team Rocket's members who blocked the way, and successfully rushed to Professor Hine. Who are you?" The person locked inside was an old man with grey hair and round-framed glasses. He trembled with fear when he saw the iron door in front of him was torn into pieces. He was already over 50 years old, and the visual impact was not small for the elderly. "Professor Hine, there is no time to explain, anyway, follow me first." N quickly took out the key from the guard, untied Hine's restraints, and let Gerdur carry him and rushed directly outside. It was not pleasant to be carried, but there was no other way now. The quick and decisive direct sucker punch was very effective. When Team Rockets found someone breaking in, N had already rescued Professor Hine directly, although it was hard for him to be carried by Gerdur. "I see, that guy, stop him. We must not let him take the person away." N, who had just rushed out of the cell, immediately met a patrol team of about 5 people, who immediately released their Pokemon. Sonic, Ekans, Murkrow, and other Pokemon used a variety of moves to attack N directly. But the Pokemon of these grassroots members of Team Rockets only reached the superior level at most, and not even a boss level could be seen, so it was naturally impossible to pose any threat to N. Zorua, EV, use Shadow Ball. N had already released all the Pokémon on his body in advance. Zorua and EV, who had been prepared in advance, launched an attack at the same time. 2 shadow balls containing explosive energy blew away all the Pokémon sent by Team Rockets. When N entered Team Rocket HQ, he had already explored the internal structure of the entire base. He knew the route here very well and knew which way to go. Boom! Just as N was about to take a detour from the corridor to the gate of the base, a ball of scorching flames suddenly hit the corner of the corridor. The scorching heat instantly burned the rocks in the corridor black and cracked. N frowned slightly and looked at the huge body that appeared in the corridor in front of him. It was a red dragon with orange-red skin, flames burning at the tip of its tail, and a pair of huge wings on its back. It was actually a Charizard. Charizard. Strength, Early Elite. Potential, Medium. Roar. Charizard's roar resounded throughout the base, and its huge body directly blocked the front of the corridor, making it impossible for N to pass through. A quasi-elite Pokémon, even if it is an entry-level one, means that it has a huge gap with ordinary Pokémon, and its strength is only second to the top elite Pokémon. The gap between the boss level and the quasi-elite is far from the gap between the boss level and the superior level. Damn you, you little brat, I finally found you. Don't even think about leaving this base upright. The blonde woman who came out from the corner stood beside Charizard. She was wearing a uniform that was a little different from the other Team Rocket's members. The black Team Rocket's R uniform had special white patterns on the arms and legs. The difference in uniforms meant the difference in positions. This woman Cassidy's heavily made-up face was now distorted and looked very ugly. The mission she was responsible for had such a big problem. A random person broke into the base and rescued Professor Hine right under her nose. She was almost mad. If this matter was heard by the adult at the headquarters, she would not only face punishment, but also a possible demotion in rank. If the coder who had been promoted with great difficulty fell back, it would be better to kill her. N was not surprised at all, and there was a hint of meaningful chuckle on his face. In such a base, there would be at least one officer who managed all other members. He had already begun to guess the strength of this officer before he came in. As long as he did not exceed the elite level, he would have some way to deal with it. However, the quasi-elite initial level Charizard was not easy for N to deal with now. If this woman was the highest officer of this base, then N still had a good chance of winning. But if the strongest guy hasn't appeared yet, it will be a bit troublesome. Put that old man down. Don't play tricks. Charizard, use the fire vortex to catch them first. The vicious Charizard opened his mouth and sprayed a rotating and twisted flame towards N. This orange-red flame with a scorching high-temperature breath was like a controlled Pokémon, and it magically crossed from both sides to surround N in the middle. Cassidy wanted to use the fire vortex to completely trap N and Professor Hine. It was clear that he didn't want N to find a chance to escape. There were quasi-elite coders in front. If they stayed here for too long, there would be a bunch of ordinary combat members of Team Rockets rushing over from behind. Once trapped by the two sides, even the elite among the Alliance prosecutors would find it difficult to escape from here. Not to mention that N now has only 3 Pokémon in total, and basically has no means to deal with fire. Gurdurr, Rock Slide! Boom! Gurdurr roared when he heard the order, and without hesitation, he swung the I-beam in his hand and slammed it on the ceiling. Instantly, the huge force caused the entire corridor to collapse, and cracks began to appear on the rocks above, and the entire base seemed to be shaking. What are you going to do? Cassidy, who had just been confident of victory, finally changed her expression. She looked at the corridor in front of her with a twitch at the corner of her mouth, which began to collapse because of Gurdurr. This is a temporary base. Except for special rooms, other places, including walls, are not made by Orberg. It looks solid but is actually very fragile. Even if it is not deliberately destroyed, some areas will occasionally collapse and fall. Rock slide forcibly suppressed the vortex of flames that rolled over, but in such a place with such a high-intensity battle, this corridor might start to collapse first. Cassidy finally panicked. Her mission was to bring Professor Hine to the Team Rocket's headquarters intact. But the suicidal attack of the kid on the opposite side is obviously to die together. This is an underground base. If a collapse occurs, all of them will die here. Chapter 51 You are too mean. Zorua, use sucker punch. N ignored Cassidy's questioning and gave Zorua an order without saying a word. Zorua, whose strength has reached the middle level of the boss level and is close to the high level, has a speed and attack power far exceeding that of ordinary Pokémon. Even Charizard, who is at the quasi-elite level, was stabbed back several steps by this sudden attack. Damn it! Charizard, you also! Gurdur, continue to use Mega Punch on the wall. Bang! A dull rumble echoed again in the underground base. The power that a boss-level power-type Pokémon can exert is not just exaggerated, not to mention Gurdur, which is also a fierce existence among power-type Pokémon. With the bang of this punch, the entire base began to shake again, and the cracks in the wall expanded again, flowing like a crawling python in every part of the wall. The rubble on the ceiling began to fall continuously, and even fell on Cassidy's shoulders. At this moment, Cassidy finally reacted. The kid pretending to be Team Rockets was threatening her. He, a trainer who came to save people, actually threatened her, a member of the largest criminal organization in Kanto, with this kind of bad fighting method that evil organizations don't often use? Isn't he afraid that Professor Hine, whom he wants to save, will die here together, who is the evil Team Rockets? You are so mean. It must be said that N's method has achieved an unimaginable effect. Cassidy is just a small cotter of Team Rockets. She wants to continue to be promoted to a high position in Team Rockets in the future and has infinite imaginations about her future life. She must not die here. Charizard doesn't understand why his trainer doesn't allow him to fight back. The attack power of that Zorua is very strong. Just when the two sides were in a stalemate, he secretly used Hone Claws several times to greatly increase his physical attack power. Even though his realm is not as good as his, the continuous attacks have left several bloody scars on Charizard's body, and he seems to be a little shaky when standing in front of Cassidy. If it continues like this, he may fall first. It is obviously a quasi-elite, but he dares not fight back. Not to mention Cassidy, Charizard is even more frustrated. Cassidy certainly had other Pokémon, but except for Charizard, they were at most the beginner level of bosses, and the fist of Gurdur could hit the wall again at any time. Who knows when this fragile corridor area will collapse? She didn't dare to bet at all. N's face remained calm. When he sneaked in, he had roughly explored the interior of the base. The internal structure of this underground base was much more stable than Cassidy thought. If it wanted to collapse, Gurdur would have to hit it a few more times. Even if it really collapsed, it would be at most this area that would collapse, and it would not cause the entire base to completely collapse and be destroyed. As for whether Cassidy could escape after the collapse, N didn't know. Anyway, he could run if it collapsed. Moreover, this so-called mutual destruction was N's psychological warfare. He was just betting whether the other party would be afraid because of this. It would be best if he was afraid, so that he could fight back without restraint. Even if he lost the bet because the opponent was a desperate criminal, it didn't matter. With the strength of Zorua and Gurdur plus the assistance of Eevee, he could perfectly form a triangle lineup of attack, defense, and support. Even Cassidy, a cotter, would not be able to do anything to him for a while. As long as he could delay until the group of ordinary Team Rockets members caught up with him, he could use them to carry out the next step of Plan B for escape. In the worst case, if even Plan B failed, he would risk exposing his last trump card and use psychic confusion to collapse the entire underground base, and then escape with Professor Hine. Da-da-da! Suddenly, there was a dense sound of footsteps from behind. N's emerald eyes flickered slightly, and he immediately understood that the group of Team Rocket's members had finally arrived and began to surround this place. In the eyes of ordinary people, it was a deadly situation, but in N's eyes, it was the most suitable time to retreat. "Professor Hine, I'm sorry to bother you." "Hi." Before Old Man Hine could react, the Gurduer suddenly lifted him up roughly with one hand. The action almost broke his old bones, as if he had turned from a rescued person to a hostage. But N wanted this effect. "Lord Cassidy. We're here to support." Dozens of Team Rocket's members finally arrived at the corridor on the west side at this moment. Cassidy was delighted when he heard this. As long as a large number of Pokémon surrounded them, there might be a chance to catch them. "Then, I'll leave it to you next." With a hearty smile on his face, N waved in Cassidy's direction. The action seemed to be talking to a close companion. Cassidy was stunned by the sudden change in attitude. The next moment, she saw that guy running away with Professor Hine. "Others, hurry up and catch up with him. Don't let him run away." Cassidy, who had reacted, shouted angrily. The guy was still looking for a chance to escape, but now it was too late to escape. He was surrounded and couldn't escape at all. Who knew that as soon as Cassidy finished speaking, she saw a large group of Team Rocket's members wearing black uniforms and bright red R logos rushing into the corridor, but she didn't see the guy among them. "Cassidy? Where are they?" Cassidy was so angry that blood rushed to his brain, his eyebrows raised, and his whole face turned red because of his rage. Even his smooth forehead began to show ferocious blue veins. The guy who ran away with Professor Hine ran into this group of Team Rocket's combat members face to face. Could it be that he could still run through a large group of Team Rocket's members? Chapter 52, The Phantom Overlord's First Appearance. "Found it, right there. Hurry up and get that bastard to invade. Catch the culprit. Damn it, you fooled us for so long." After Cassidy shouted this in anger, the group of Team Rocket's grassroots members who rushed over all focused their eyes on her, staring at her with hostility. Then a mess of red and white poke balls were thrown out, and the dazzling white light illuminated the dim corridor like daylight. A large number of various Pokémon that were released directly blocked this not-so-spacious corridor. Even the group of Team Rocket's soldiers who seemed to have problems with their brains commanded their Pokémon to attack Cassidy. "Is there something wrong with your brains?" Cassidy didn't expect that the grassroots members of Team Rockets on the opposite side would become even more raging after being scolded by her. One after another, cold eyes fell on her, as if they wanted to eat her alive. "Damn, what's going on? What did that stinky kid do?" "Lord Cassidy!" This group of vicious grassroots members of Team Rockets rushed over with full resentment. As soon as they rushed in, they saw Cassidy standing there with one hand on her waist, her face full of ferocious anger. Beside her, there was a tightly tied white-haired old man, obviously Professor Hine. "What are you looking at? Why are you still standing here in a daze? Hurry up and catch that damn intruder, don't you want to live?" "Yes, yes." It was still a familiar command. The grassroots members of Team Rockets, who were used to being ordered around by Cassidy, did not dare to contradict her at all. A large group of Team Rocket's members rushed directly into the corridor without any hesitation. After all the guys rushed over, Cassidy turned around and left with Hine. "Thank you for your hard work, Zorua." Cassidy's furious face calmed down in just a moment. The next moment, waves of black shadows like mosaics flashed on his body. He was wearing a black hat and Team N, in Rocket's uniform, stood there. "Kyuso." Zorua grinned and chuckled, exuding a strange and creepy haze from head to toe. This was because it activated the unique feature of Zorua family, illusion, temporarily changing the vision of other people's five senses. In the eyes of others, N's appearance would temporarily become Cassidy's, and Cassidy's appearance would become N's. It was a very simple replacement. This was all due to Zorua's own strength. Great talent, this is the power of illusion that affects the surrounding environment and changes the five senses of living things. It can be said that even after the complete evolution, Zorua, who is called the Illusion Overlord, can't do it, but En's Zorua did it. Its powerful talent of illusion is simply unmatched by other members of the same race. Perhaps there are many gifted people in the Zorua tribe, but it is probably the only one with such a high talent that can do illusions of this level. So the group of grassroots members of Team Rockets who rushed over to sandwich it from both sides will become a great opportunity for En to escape. Zorua's forehead is still sweating. Now using two high-intensity illusions is still too much of a burden for it. Its physical strength is consumed as fast as water. Even if it is so tired, it still has to hold on and show a relaxed and complacent face. Zorua, hold on for a while, we will retreat first. Gerdur, hold Professor Hine tightly. My old waist. Professor Hine experienced the ups and downs of life today. He probably never felt as exciting as today in all his years. First, there was a violent explosion in the research institute. He was abducted by a large group of Team Rockets members in black clothes, along with his documents. But in a short while, a teenager suddenly sneaked into the base and rescued him. Before he could be happy, he was discovered by the codders of Team Rockets in a short while, and there were a large number of Team Rockets chasing him. The Pokémon of this teenager were obviously not as strong as those of the other party. I thought they were all doomed, but they were brought out by this teenager in an amazing way. Isn't it too dramatic? Gerdur carried Professor Hine all the way to the gate of the base. There were still 4 or 5 Team Rockets members guarding the gate of the underground base. They immediately showed surprised expressions when they saw him rushing out. After they reacted, they immediately threw out Pokeballs to stop him. Gerdur, slam! Earth! Gerdur grabbed the heavy red I-beam in his right hand and swung it violently. The strong wind whistled and the air seemed to roar because of the high-speed friction of the object. Houndour, who was closest to him, was quite unlucky and was the first to be hit by the I-beam. The steel hit the door, and then became a tool to increase the weight, knocking other Team Rockets Pokémon around it away. Bang, bang, bang! Eevee instantly released the Shadow Ball and accurately hit the Team Rockets members who had no time to dodge. Not only were the unlucky Team Rockets grassroots members hit, but the Pokémon that were knocked away by Gerdur also hit these grassroots members, knocking them away along with the iron door. Gerdur, use Dynamic Punch on the ceiling again. En quickly rushed out of the big pit blown up by the Shadow Ball with Professor Hine, and also let Gerdur use a long-charged Dynamic Punch in the direction of the hole. With the continuous crisp sound of click, click, the entire ceiling began to show signs of cracking. Boom! The next moment, the direction of the gate was hit by the broken ceiling fragments, and the rough and sharp rocks kept bombarding the ground until the entire hole was covered by rocks, and the vibration gradually stopped. Chapter 53 Team Rocket's minds are full of Seduc. En. And Professor Hine, did you really save the professor from Team Rockets? At this time, Quan Ji, who rushed to the rescue with Miss Jenny after reporting the case, looked stunned. He had originally planned to join the rescue operation as a weak researcher. Obviously, he had already mustered up the courage and made up his mind, but before it started, the hostages had already run out. I am Jenny Lan, the security administrator of Kingzin City. Did you rescue Professor Hine by yourself? Where are the members of Team Rockets now? Miss Jenny was wearing a handsome blue, white and black combat uniform, with long blue hair tied behind her waist. She was wearing light clothes and carrying 3 Growlithes beside her. The Jenny family is a world-class family. Their family has been involved in the management of maintaining public security for generations, just like the Joy family has been doctors who save lives for generations. This time, in order to catch this group of Team Rockets, Jenny Lant brought most of the troops of Kingzin City and notified several Alliance prosecutors who were currently in Kingzin City to go to the suspected base of Team Rockets to encircle and suppress them. After hearing that Professor Hine, who the Alliance attached great importance to, was kidnapped, they had already made up their minds to fight to the death with Team Rockets. They had to rescue Professor Hine no matter what. But I didn't expect that as soon as I arrived in the forest, I saw a boy in Team Rocket's uniform and Pokémon rescue Professor Hine. And he actually sneaked into the base alone and snatched the professor from so many vicious Team Rocket's members? What a joke! Since it is the base of Team Rocket's, there must be powerful codders in it. This boy looks like a high school student at most. How could he do something that the Elite Alliance prosecutor couldn't do? Excuse me, did you really bring Professor Hine out by yourself? Miss Jenny couldn't help asking N again, but before N could answer, Professor Hine on the side had already revealed a look of reproach and spoke first. Although I am old, I am not suffering from Alzheimer's. I saw this young man rushing out with me. Professor Hine, who was wearing round-framed glasses, blew his beard in anger. He looked at N with admiration in his cloudy old eyes and gave him the credit without hesitation. Although it sounds unbelievable to others, it is true that a high school student entered the Team Rocket's base alone, smashed and robbed along the way, and rescued people. Miss Jenny, the whole of the Team Rocket's gate has been temporarily sealed by me. There should be hundreds of Team Rocket's members and codders who have not escaped in time. It is best to gather people to surround them first. I understand. Everyone surround the hole immediately. The excavation team is ready to start the operation. All the hidden Team Rocket's minions must be arrested and brought to justice. No one is left alive. Jenny Lan did not hesitate to hear what N said. All the people she brought immediately surrounded the temporary Team Rocket HQ in a multi-layered encirclement. Once the base built underground is surrounded, it is basically impossible to escape. But until now, she still couldn't believe it. How could a boy who was at most a high school student do this? Going deep into Team Rocket HQ, can we still rescue the hostages? Are all the members of Team Rockets thinking of Siduk? When she was this age, she would still be studying in the Pokémon Academy. Until she was completely safe, N's tense nerves began to relax. He reached out and slowly took off the Team Rocket's black hat on his head, revealing his face hidden under the brim. What on earth was the designer of Team Rocket's thinking? This kind of hat is really stuffy and the clothes are not very breathable. No wonder almost none of the codders of Team Rockets would wear a hat, and he would not want to wear it. When Jenny saw N's appearance, her expression paused, and there was a little more nervousness in her eyes. Are you the researcher Nakiurin from the Oak family? It was impossible for her to make a mistake. Before taking up the position of Miss Jenny in Kingzin City, she also studied in the Pokémon Academy in Kanto region, and naturally heard of the name of the researcher Nakiurin, the grandson of Professor Oak. He was called a genius among geniuses by Professor Rowan of Sinnoh region, the future successor of Professor Oak. At a young age, he has published many academic papers with Professor Oak, and is a rising star in the research community. Wait! Did you sneak into Team Rocket HQ alone in such a dangerous situation? Jenny Ian's face suddenly turned pale and stiff. The nervousness made her smooth forehead begin to sweat densely. She was now in a panic and fear that was visible to the naked eye. You have to know that the young man in front of him is the grandson of Professor Oak, and a precious rising star in the research community. In the future, he may be a new Alliance-level professor. An important person who would be saved even if they died in battle if they encountered any danger. However, she almost encountered life-threatening danger in Kingzin City, which she managed. If this news is reported, it would be a light punishment for her to be stripped of her hat. Mr. Nakiurin, I will report your excellent performance to the Alliance this time, and I will definitely give you a reward truthfully, but please don't do such dangerous things next time. Well, thank you Miss Jenny. Although he didn't quite understand why Miss Jenny in front of him looked so frightened, and still smiled and nodded. However, what he wanted to understand most now was why Team Rockets kidnapped Professor Hine and took away various research materials inside the institute. He vaguely realized that Team Rocket's boss Giovanni might be preparing something. Chapter 54 Evolution Keystone. Professor Hine is a famous figure in genetics, and his research materials are basically inclined to study the resurrection of super ancient Pokémon and various Pokémon genes. Team Rocket's specially sent someone to kidnap him, probably to conduct experiments in this area. Alola Vulpix, who Team Rockets called Experimental Subject No. 18, should have undergone some genetic modification. Team Rockets may also want to apply this technology to other aspects. For example, the previous search for Muse traces was actually to find Muse genes, right? Perhaps the ultimate goal is to create an artificial Pokémon Mewtwo made with Muse genes? Or for something else? It seems that in order to understand what Team Rockets wants to do, we must first find out what happened to this Vulpix. N's eyes swept obscurely to the red and white Pokeball that sealed Vulpix on his waist, intending to find an opportunity to send it to Professor Oak for inspection later. But it seems to be very aggressive, so you must be prepared in advance. Your name is N, right? I was too panicked to ask when I ran away. You are worthy of being Oak's grandson. If you didn't help me this time, I'm afraid I would have died in Team Rockets. Professor Hine, wearing a white coat, walked towards N with a smile on his face. He was accompanied by researcher Quan Ji, who looked at him with a little more respect. Perhaps because he knew that he was the grandson of Old Man Oak, and didn't want to tell others about this, which would always attract strange looks from others. That's not the case. We captured Team Rockets thanks to Miss Jenny and the others. Compared to this, Professor Hine, this is the package that Nanamai asked me to give you. Oh! Professor Hine paused slightly, quickly reached out and took the small package from N's hand, and nodded slightly as if he understood something after opening the letter. I have. It has been confirmed that it has been received. If you hadn't sent this thing over, I might still be lying in Team Rocket HQ now, ha ha ha. Old Man Hine has a very cheerful personality. He has no fear of surviving a disaster. He patted N's shoulder with an expression of admiration. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something, and there was a hint of realization on his face. By the way, Quan Ji, go and get that thing. Is it that? I understand. Quan Ji was slightly stunned, but as a research assistant, he immediately recalled what Professor Hine said that thing was, and went directly into the damaged laboratory without saying a word. This made N couldn't help but be a little curious. Excuse me, what is it? You will know later, it is a good thing. Seeing the flash of suspicion in N's eyes, Professor Hine chuckled and blinked. It just so happened that Oak Nanamai asked N to send something over, which reminded him of that thing. He might as well take it out and give it to the boy in front of him as a thank you gift. Although Professor Hine's research institute was blown up, some valuable items such as props and fossils stored in the basement were still well stored inside and were not damaged by the explosion. In less than a moment, Quan Ji ran back panting. The difference from before was that this time he had a small dark blue box in his hand. The box was wrapped very tightly, and it was impossible to tell what was inside from the outside. Professor? Yes, that's it. Professor Hine grinned, his grey beard fluttering with his smile, and he reached out to take the small box brought by Quan Ji. As the distance got closer, N could suddenly feel the gentle energy fluctuations coming from the inside of the box. This is... Click. As Professor Hine opened the box with a small key, N's originally calm and gentle face also showed a trace of surprise. The small box contained a round crystal ball. The inside had a colorful luster, and the black pattern like a gene chain was wrapped in the light. Under the sunlight, the colorful colors inside shone in all directions, as if it was stained with a sacred breath. As a trainer, N could recognize this thing at a glance. Is this a keystone? Yes, this is the special item required for Mega Evolution, the Evolution Keystone. Professor Hine also expected that N would know this thing. After all, he is the grandson of Oak, the stinky old man, and he is also an outstanding genius researcher. Of course, he can tell at a glance how much power is contained in this stone that looks like a wholesale pinball. Mega Evolution, also known as Mega Evolution. Under certain conditions, Pokémon that have already evolved completely can evolve again. Although it only changes its form for a period of time, it can also produce a qualitative change, and the overall strength will be far beyond before. Among the conditions for Mega Evolution, the most critical item is this evolution keystone. Without this thing, the trainer cannot resonate with the power of the Pokémon, let alone guide it out to promote evolution. I'll give this to you as a thank you gift. I'm too old to use it. It's a pity that I don't have any Mega Evolutionary Stone/Ite for Pokémon. Otherwise, I can give you a complete set according to the Pokémon you have. You can only find the required Mega Evolutionary Stone/Ite by yourself. Professor Hine shook his head with a little regret. In his opinion, the other party risked his life to rescue him from Team Rocket's, but an evolution keystone was not enough to express his gratitude. It was a pity that he didn't have anything good. However, even if there was only the evolution keystone, N was already very surprised. No, this is more than enough. Thank you very much, Professor. N slowly reached out his hand to take the evolution keystone handed over by Hine. This crystal stone containing mysterious power seemed to flash a subtle light the moment it touched N. His viridian power could clearly sense the surging power inside. Professor Hine, who had been observing N, secretly admired that a genius of this age was so humble, which really made him a little jealous of Oak. Chapter 55. Do you still want to improve? Being able to escape from the quasi-elite level Team Rocket's cotters is not just about strength. It is worthy of being trained by the former champion of the Kanto region, Oak Sueshin. He is much better than Oak when he was young. By the way, Professor, I have another favor to ask of you. Is there any place in Kingzin City where we can camp and train Pokémon? N suddenly thought of this important matter. He had to deal with the Vulpix on him. Never release Vulpix in the city or in the Pokémon Center casually. He will never forget that it is very aggressive. If he directly gives it to Miss Joy at the Pokémon Center for inspection, who knows if Vulpix will attack her immediately after Miss Joy releases it. If it causes someone else to get hurt, N will be held responsible. You are really hardworking. You are one of the best young people I have ever seen, but you still think about training all the time. It seems that you will also participate in the Sun City competition in a few months, right? I am not qualified yet. I must improve before the competition. You are not qualified yet? This kid is a bit too modest and has a low self-esteem, right? Professor Hine has lived for so many years, and this is the first time he has seen two completely unrelated characteristics, talent and low self-esteem, appear in one person at the same time. Even Hine couldn't help but keep complaining in his heart, the Pokémon in N's hands are all genuine boss level, right? Especially that Zorua must be at least close to the high-level boss level strength. At this age, this kind of strength is enough to deal with a large number of people in the competition. Looking at so many regions, perhaps only those young people with real talents can compete with him. But the problem is that N is still growing rapidly now. His Zorua has reached the boss level before it has evolved. You can imagine his talent. He will not stand still in these few months. And from Hine's perspective, that Zorua will probably be able to evolve before the Sun City competition. By then, a Pokémon with such a high talent will have another qualitative leap in strength. How strong will it be after evolution? It's really scary. Hine had a hunch that this humble boy who always wore a black and white baseball cap and had a gentle smile on his face might be the youngest elite trainer in the future. No, maybe he could surpass the young Oak Sueshin. In that case, you can go to the beach behind the institute for experiments. There is a forest on the left and the sea on the right. Because the land belongs to my institute, basically no one goes there normally. Professor Hine, who secretly complained in his heart, agreed to lend the beach behind the institute to N. Anyway, the institute has been bombed into a hammer now. It is impossible to rebuild it in a short time, and experiments cannot be carried out. Even if it is really rebuilt, Professor Hine will not stay in Kingzin City for the time being. Because of the kidnapping and attack by Team Rockets, I have to hide with old man Rowan for a while. I will probably board the plane tomorrow. You can use this beach at ease. You can use it whenever you want. There should be some messy things in the basement of the institute. Take whatever you like. Don't be polite to me. The corner of Quan Ji's mouth twitched slightly when he stood next to Professor Hine. Professor Hine was just watching the fun. He probably wanted to give an helping hand as much as possible, and then see with his own eyes how much he can improve before the game. If N becomes stronger in these few months, when he enters the Charizard Cup that only allows people under 18 years old to participate, it will definitely be a dimensional attack from the gods and start a killing spree. The scene that will appear at that time will not only be interesting to Hine, but even Quan Ji wants to see it. Are you going to Professor Rowan of Sinnoh? If so, please say hello to him for me. N was slightly startled, and then he gently touched his forehead with a bit of helplessness. When he heard Professor Rowan's name, he surprisingly showed a headache expression similar to Oak Sueshan. In his eyes, Professor Rowan was also the person he was least good at dealing with, almost on par with Oak Nanamai. I didn't expect that Hine also knew Professor Rowan of Sinnoh region. It must be said that the circle of the research community is really small, and the professors in the circle are basically acquaintances. Besides Old Man Oak, the person who is most familiar with N is Professor Rowan of Sinnoh. At first, Professor Rowan was very opposed to N becoming a trainer, but he couldn't bear to scold his beloved student, so he had to fly to Kanto overnight to scold N's guardian Oak Sueshan. During that period, Professor Oak was nervous every day. It was mainly because of Rowan. Professor Rowan was too serious. In his eyes, N was a natural researcher. With his understanding and talent, he would definitely become a top researcher beyond Rowan and Oak in the future. As a result, he suddenly became a trainer. Even Oak Sueshan tacitly agreed. This was the reason why Professor Rowan was so angry that he flew from Sinnoh to Kanto overnight. Perhaps because of this, N did not dare to contact him for the time being, which led to him not personally greeting Professor Rowan for a while. He should find a chance to admit his mistake to him some other day. But admitting a mistake is a mistake, and a trainer still has to be one anyway. Chapter 56 Frosty Vulpix. The bright moonlight spread to the earth, and the light like white frost reflected on the sea. This is a beach near the blue sea near the corner of the forest in Kingsin City. N didn't like to camp alone in the wilderness. Although the scenery and air near the sea were really good, he would not hesitate to choose the big soft bed in the hotel. The reason why he chose to camp this time was because of one thing. The Vulpix he had snatched from Team Rockets had not been dealt with yet. He had to communicate with this dangerous Pokémon in person. Come out, Vulpix. N took a deep breath, his eyes became more serious, and then he picked up the Pokeball at his waist and gently pressed the button with his fingertips. The next moment, bursts of white light flashed, and an Alola Vulpix with an elegant and noble appearance, a snow-white body and 6 snow-white tails appeared not far away. The moment it appeared, the air began to condense, and bursts of powder snow began to fall from the sky. It was warm weather, but a chilly breeze wrapped around N's body. The pure white Osiris in the sky gently landed on N's shoulder. The weather changed as soon as it appeared. This was obviously the hidden characteristic of this Alola Vulpix. Snowfall. It can turn the weather into snowy weather when it appears. After it becomes stronger, it can even turn into severe hail weather. Unlike other regions' fire-attributed Vulpix, the Alola region's Vulpix lives with its companions on the ice fields and snowy mountains covered with thick snow all year round to avoid other Pokémon tribes. In order to adapt to the cold climate, it has the power to control ice. In the eyes of the world, Vulpix is a docile and relatively rare Pokémon. It can get along well with humans and is often kept as a domestic pet. But this time, N met a Vulpix that was completely opposite to his impression. Ah! The snow-white furred Vulpix bared its teeth and growled in the direction of N. Its petite body was shaking violently, whether it was fear or rage. Its blue-to-white eyes radiated a cold and murderous glow, and its four-legged claws stretched out as if in warning. As soon as Vulpix was released, it immediately released Psybeam at N. It can be said that it no longer distinguishes between good and bad humans. It will take the initiative to attack humans as soon as it sees them. There was a light of great hatred in its eyes. Even N had never seen a Pokémon that hated humans so much. Fortunately, in order to test this Vulpix, N brought it to the beach introduced by Professor Hine before releasing it. There were usually few pedestrians passing by here. Even if something happened in this place, it would not hurt others by mistake. It's okay. The person who hurt you is gone. Ah! Vulpix noticed N's action and immediately opened his mouth to shoot out an ice-blue stream of light. N also glanced calmly and urged Psychic to deviate the attack trajectory of the ice-blue Psybeam, freezing a large tree not far away into ice. With the current strength of this Vulpix, which is only at the leader level, it cannot pose any threat to him who has Psychic, so N has enough confidence. But he was also a little surprised that even he who has the power of Viridian would be so vigilant and hated by Vulpix. He has a strong natural affinity with Pokémon, and can even approach the unfamiliar Gyarados, but it is difficult to approach the ferocious Vulpix in front of him. Its hatred for humans is too deep. It was captured from Alola region by Team Rockets and forced here. It was subjected to inhuman experiments all the time every day. No one knows what it has experienced. Since you don't want me to get close, I won't come. N half crouched down and chuckled, lowering his sight level so that Vulpix and his sight level could be almost parallel. This action could make the other party relax a little, which was more friendly than being condescending. Since he brought this Vulpix out of the Team Rocket space, he had to be responsible for it. This Vulpix had such a human-hating personality. If he released it into the forest of Kingzin City without any care, someone's life would be threatened sooner or later. Not only that, this Vulpix has a genetic modification unknown to Team Rockets. He must investigate this matter and tame this Vulpix before handing it over to Professor Oak for a comprehensive physical examination. Perhaps because of the genetic modification, the life breath of this Vulpix is very unstable. It may be attacked by uncontrollable forces at any time, and it will definitely be in danger of life. Gerdur, please help me set up the tent. Eevee, you come and help too. You should learn to prepare food by yourself at this age. What surprised the Vulpix was that N actually started to set up a tent next to it and even started to make a fire and boil water, which made it clear that he was going to live here. N skillfully took out the supermarket special sale bento lunch, and then immediately took out the high-end Pokémon food and Poke Blocks to eat with it. If others saw this exaggerated contrast, they would probably complain. Because they had earned a lot of travel expenses on the Joseph, and can now be said to have no shortage of money for the time being, but the tradition of eating special sale food cannot be abandoned. Even a world-renowned researcher like Oak Sueshin eats instant noodles every day, right? Chapter 57 Huge Ice Energy. Eating has always been the favorite thing of the three little ones in N's team, especially Eevee, who is obviously a girl but eats more than the muscular Gerdur. Every time Zorua wonders how she can put so much food into such a small stomach. And Vulpix's eyes are still cold, and the six tails are huddled in place, watching the Pokémon who are eating dinner in the distance. Eevee, who can only get along with a megalomaniac and a muscular man on weekdays, accidentally saw Vulpix, and his shiny black eyes lit up slightly. Booey! Vulpix and Eevee are both female Pokémon. Eevee felt like she had seen a rare friend and couldn't help but want to go over and invite it to eat together. But as soon as she walked into the opponent's attack range, Vulpix immediately raised her head and let out a hoarse roar. Although Eevee was startled, she couldn't help but move closer. As soon as she made this move, Vulpix, who had been ready to go, opened her mouth, and the cold ice elements quickly gathered and formed, and a powerful Celadon/rainbow color beam burst out. Aurora Beam! Booey booey! Seeing that Aurora Beam scared Eevee half to death, if it weren't for the fact that Eevee had been trained by N for a long time to have a reaction ability and skill release speed, he would have reflexively used Dig to escape at the moment of Psybeam launch. This aurora beam would probably make it lose its combat ability on the spot. Bye. Evie was so scared that tears almost burst out. After crawling out of the hole, he rolled and crawled behind Zorua, the team leader. Why are the Pokémon he sees more ferocious than each other? It's too scary. Kujuo. Zorua stretched out his claws and slapped Evie's little head fiercely. While scolding, "Why did you provoke her?" he pulled Evie towards N. Before leaving, he glanced in the direction of Vulpix with a warning look. The meaning of this look was very clear. If Vulpix dared to attack them again, then the big brother of the team would never tolerate it. Even if he didn't cripple it, he would beat it half to death. Vulpix's eyes were cold, and he still shrank his body without any change. The 6 snow-white tails also shrank into a ball. On this beach by the sea, it simply had no way to retreat. It could only shrink to a distance and watch the direction of N vigilantly. N didn't expect it to resist so much. It probably didn't eat anything when it was in Team Rocket's, and it didn't eat anything after being released by him. Logically, it should be hungry now, but it didn't move at all. Eat a little. I have no ill will towards you. N picked up a bowl of food and placed it not far from Vulpix and didn't move any further. It knew very well that the human in front of it had special energy, and its attack had no effect on him at all. In addition, there were 3 Pokémon beside the human, 2 of which looked strong and 1 seemed a little stupid. In any case, its combat power was absolutely inferior. It was better to shrink and defend than to attack rashly. Woo! Vulpix was just about to attack N again to force him back, but he didn't expect a sharp pain all over his body. The pain made it tremble constantly, and the blood vessels in his body seemed to be beating at any time, and the capillaries had begun to rupture and bleed slightly. In a short while, Vulpix's hair was stained with bright red blood, which solidified the snow-white and smooth hair dot into a dirty block, and it finally couldn't hold on and fell down. Zorua, come and help. Kuso. Zorua followed N without saying a word, and it was responsible for suppressing Vulpix who might riot at any time, while N sat beside Vulpix and reached out to stroke its back. Woo! The pain made Vulpix's consciousness clearer, but the severe pain all over his body made it unable to exert any strength, and he could only watch this human walk over. There is a very large amount of ice element energy in its body, which is obviously not its own power. I'm afraid that its genes have been modified, and some other Pokémon's genes have been injected into its body. Using the power of Viridian, N saw the problematic ice blue energy in Vulpix's body at a glance, and began to rush around in its body. If this continues, it will definitely be backfired and killed by the uncontrollable genetic power. Such a huge amount of ice energy is not something that ordinary Pokémon can possess. It seems to contain a very faint colorful light inside, which reminds N of the previous Mew who also seemed to emit such light. Could this be? N frowned deeply. Since it is a Pokémon similar to Mew, it is very likely a legendary Pokémon. Team Rockets probably injected the genes of a legendary ice Pokémon into this Vulpix. Perhaps because this Vulpix from Alola is also an ice Pokémon, and its talent is quite superior, Team Rockets thought it might be able to adapt to this power before conducting experiments. As a result, because the power cannot be endured, the conflict of genes has caused the cells of this Vulpix to die in large numbers. It seems that we can only find a way to neutralize it forcibly. N raised his hands and began to activate his Viridian power. The gentle and dazzling green light was stained with a trace of burning golden light, and it directly covered Vulpix. The healing ability of Viridian power is very strong. It can quickly repair all injuries on Pokémon and begin to regenerate Vulpix's cells. Destruction, regeneration, destruction, regeneration. The bright green light began to heat up continuously. After treating the injuries in Vulpix's body over and over again, this conflicting power began to be integrated into Vulpix's body bit by bit. The use of Viridian power consumes N's mental and physical strength. If it weren't for Mew activating his psychic before, causing his mental power to be greatly strengthened, it would have been exhausted by the continuous use of treatment, but now it can still support him to continue to output. If he could save this Vulpix this time, he would definitely burn 3 sticks of incense and go to worship Mu every day. Chapter 58 Vulpix joins the team. Very warm. Vulpix, who has been living on the plateau snowy mountains with his tribe since birth, has only seen endless blizzards. Even as an ice-type Pokémon, it is difficult for it to endure such a harsh environment. The only warmth it has ever experienced is perhaps the feeling of safety and comfort under its mother's tail. But now Vulpix has experienced a more unique warmth. The inexplicable sense of security makes it relax, but it tries hard to open its blue-white gradient pupils. It took a deep look at N, and finally couldn't resist falling asleep. It was already morning when it woke up again. The morning sun shone on Vulpix's face. It slowly opened its eyes and squinted comfortably. Since being captured by those humans in black, it has not had a good sleep for even a single day, and it suffers from the heart-wrenching pain in its body all the time. It realized that it was in the tent and was held in the arms of the green-haired, green-eyed human. It was very comfortable and did not break free. After hesitating for a while, it continued to lie back. But it still couldn't sleep. There was an EV lying on the human's head, a Gerdua leaning on his side, and even a Zorua hanging on his shoulder. If you count the Vulpix in his arms, that's 4 Pokémon. It's amazing that he can sleep. It's morning, everyone should get up. Perhaps because of Vulpix's movement, N, who was not sleeping very well, also got up. Zorua, who was sleeping next to him, yawned, with a sleepy expression on his face, as if he had not woken up completely, but Gerdua got up quickly. Only Eevee was left lying on his head. He couldn't wake up no matter how hard he shook him. But morning exercises were a must. Zorua gave Gerdua a look, and the muscular man immediately understood. Bye. Eevee paused, and suddenly felt as if she was separated from N. The next moment, she suddenly saw herself flying into the sky like a rocket, which scared the normal Pokémon who couldn't fly at all. As soon as the force of flying disappeared, she immediately fell from the air, and Gerdua skillfully fell below. Catch her safely, even so, she is scared to death. Kukiku. Zorua snickered on the side, and this appearance made little Eevee angry to death. He jumped off Gerdua and pursued over. Zorua's speed was much faster than Eevee, and it could not catch up no matter how hard it tried. Ignoring the 3 Pokémon fighting over there, Vulpix's cold expression made it seem particularly unsociable, but obviously its attitude was much better than yesterday. Even if it was held by N for a night, it did not resist. Vulpix looked at the scene in front of him without saying a word. Even she wanted to complain that these guys' personalities were too jumpy. When N looked at her, it snorted coldly and turned its head away as if it didn't see it, but the 6 tails behind it were still shaking, obviously betraying her. Vulpix, does your body still hurt? N asked with a worried tone. Vulpix knew who saved her, but because she had fought with N before, she was too embarrassed to answer him now. If you don't mind, do you want to follow me in the future? I may not be able to guarantee other things, but at least there will be enough food, okay? N finally felt relieved when he saw the Vulpix in front of him, which was completely different from last night and no longer aggressive. Pokémon are very simple and know who will treat them well if they treat them badly. It was worth it that he used Viridian's power to save it yesterday, but it was really thanks to Mew's helping hand. Vulpix didn't say a word until the end of N's question, but one of the 6 pure white tails gently pressed the button of the poke ball, and a red light flashed and it took itself in. This tacit action suddenly gave N a strong sense of déjà vu. I always felt that this Vulpix's twisted personality seemed to have been seen somewhere before. Please give me more advice in the future, Vulpix. N stretched out his hand and gently held the red and white poke ball in his hand, with an unconcealable smile on his face. Now he has finally captured his 4th Pokémon. If he wants to participate in the Charizard Cup, he needs at least 6 Pokémon. The Larvesta Pokémon egg in his backpack has not yet hatched, which makes him very worried. If Larvesta hatches, then he can be said to have 5 Pokémon. He only needs to capture one more Pokemon to participate in the competition. However, he is taking the elite route, and it is not easy to find a Pokemon that suits him. Akio. A girl wearing a pink sports cap in the forest of Sunshine City suddenly sneezed violently, raised her head and looked around strangely. She obviously didn't have a cold. Why did she suddenly start sneezing strangely? Now she was in the Sunlight Forest, planning to go to the neighboring Changio City to challenge Changio Gym. At this moment, she happened to capture a new Pokemon in the Sunlight Forest, which made her excitedly run over to pick up the Pokeball. Ya, Dai, Ze. I succeeded in capturing Pignite. As long as we keep going, we will be able to give that pretentious guy a hard blow sooner or later. He. The girl in a good mood put on an extremely imposing manner, and even couldn't help humming a song, and even began to imagine the future of participating in the Charizard Cup. She appeared handsomely with Emboar after evolution, which scared the guy who always had a calm smile on his face half to death. Chapter 59. The shock was too great for Miss Joy. At noon, Anne took a few Pokemon on her body to the Pokemon Center for a recovery check. Although Vulpix has been subdued by him, she still has great hostility towards anyone except N, so she is the only one who cannot be handed over to Miss Joy for help to recover. All Pokemon except her are temporarily stored here. Then, I'll leave them to Miss Joy. Mr. N, please wait a moment. Just when N was about to leave, Miss Joy from King's Inn City suddenly stopped him. Miss Joy from King's Inn City looks almost exactly the same as Miss Joy from Changio City. She looked at N up and down with a meaningful look on her face, and couldn't help but complain in her heart. He is really handsome. Sure enough, he is worthy of being praised by her crazy cousin. Whether it is appearance or temperament, these aspects are not ordinary outstanding. Excuse me, what can I do for you? Ah. Sorry, the reward from the Alliance for Mr. N's rescue of Professor Hine has been issued. Dragonite Express sent it overnight. So fast. N blinked in surprise. He didn't expect that he had just arrested the members of Team Rockets yesterday, and the reward from the Alliance had already been issued today. Such a fast efficiency really surprised him. Yesterday he broke into Tafter, turning the inside upside down. Team Rocket HQ blocked the hole when they came out, which made it easy for Miss Jenny and her team to capture the person. The effort they put into catching people was even less than that put by Dig. There were more than 100 members in Team Rocket HQ, and none of them escaped. Including the base coder Cassidy, who was sent to prison with a look of regret. However, based on N's understanding of the Alliance, it won't be long before Cassidy will be bailed out, right? After all, she is still useful. After being bailed out, N's information will definitely be exposed to Team Rockets. Yes. This is the reward issued by the Alliance. Please keep up the good work. Miss Joy handed the item box in her hand to N with a smile on her face, and she opened the box with a gentle smile. It is a special ice block sealed by transparent glass, and a saffron seed shining with warm light is also placed in the glass. This is non-melting ice obtained from the MT Coronet vein in the Sinnoh region, and miracle seed that can enhance the power of grass-type Pokemon skills. In addition, there is 200,000 Alliance coins cash as a reward, which has been placed in this card. Miss Joy handed these rewards to N with a smile, which made him feel a little surprised. Not to mention the miracle seed that can enhance the strength of grass-type Pokemon. This piece of non-melting ice can just be used by his Vulpix, plus the reward of 200,000 Alliance coins. The Alliance is really generous. Thank you so much, Miss Joy. You got it by your own ability, so there's no need to thank me. Oh, by the way, it just so happens that all the Pokemon on you need to be checked and treated. Why don't you go to our King's Inn City's annual fishing competition during this free time? N's expression suddenly paused, and at this time he suddenly remembered that there was such an event. When Quan Ji told him about this, he was busy delivering packages, so he delayed it for the time being, and then he was busy dealing with Team Rocket's affairs. It just so happens that this event starts today. You should be able to sign up now. I know, thank you Miss Joy for reminding me. He showed Miss Joy a gentle smile full of gratitude, but he didn't expect that such a sunny and handsome smile would hit Miss Joy's heart hard, who had been single for more than 20 years, so hard that she could still feel a shock in her chest. It's incredible. This gentle and handsome smile has a huge impact on us, Joy. Miss Joy sighed slightly, and looked at N's back as he left with a bit of helplessness in her eyes. The fishing competition was held at King's Inn Lake in King's Inn City. As an annual competition, it also welcomes outsiders to participate. N had just arrived and was led by enthusiastic staff to sign up. The rules of this competition are also very simple. The King's Inn City competition organizer will directly give the contestants 30 special fishing balls. As long as a large number of Pokémon are captured before the end of the specified time, their performance will be evaluated based on the total weight of the captured Pokémon. Of course, some people will think of using 30 Pokeballs to capture 30 Pokémon at will, so that no matter what, the performance will not be bad. In order to stop this, the official took out a special Pokeball fishing ball which is similar to the wild ball in the wild area of Pokémon. Both are rotten and broken Pokeballs. The Pokémon can easily break free. The fishing ball's capture effect is even worse than the ordinary red and white Pokeball sold on the market for 500 yuan, and this is exactly the effect that the official of the fishing competition wants to achieve. The probability of catching a Pokémon with a low-quality fishing ball is very low, and it may take several balls to catch a weak water-type Pokémon. The contestants must be very careful and carefully select the Pokémon they need to catch. Chapter 60 Can this thing be caught? Hey! After entering the competition venue, N found a relatively comfortable place and sat down. Perhaps because his unfamiliar movements were too obvious, a middle-aged man wearing a red fishing hat and fully armed couldn't help but greet him. Hey, you must be a trainer from outside the city, right? Is this your first time participating in a fishing competition? Yes, I just came here to join in the fun and kill some time. N scratched his cheek awkwardly. Not to mention his first time participating in a competition, he had never even touched a fishing rod before. The fishing rod he took this time was an ordinary fishing rod that the official gave out for free to the players. The uncle next to him was amazing. He wore a bright red hat, a red vest, and various equipment around his waist. The fishing rod in his hand was obviously a high-end product. Obviously, he is an experienced fisherman. Since he is a newcomer, he will probably catch all the fish around him based on his rich experience, which will make other people around him anxious. Since you are a newcomer, you can learn from my movements. I have participated in the fishing competition in King's Inn City for many years and won the champion title before. The red hat uncle was obviously very proud. He once caught a whalemer at the last moment and successfully won the fishing competition. This time, he was just playing around with the mentality of giving the opportunity to the young people, but no matter how he let them go, it would be easy to get into the top 10. Just when the red hat uncle was thinking this, the green-haired boy next to him, who was obviously a newcomer and wearing a black and white cap, suddenly raised the hook and threw a Magikarp that was estimated to weigh 30 kilograms onto the shore. Not bad, kid. You caught a big one right off the bat. Maybe I was just lucky today. N waved his hand with a chuckle, then threw the Magikarp back into the lake, splashing water as its heavy body fell into the water. The red hat uncle never thought that the boy would release the Magikarp he had finally caught. Are you kidding? Such a big Magikarp is a good catch, easy to catch and good-sized. Catching it right off the bat can be said to give you a considerable advantage. And he just let it go? I'm just here to fish. I'm not interested in the rewards of the competition, and I don't want to catch too many Pokémon. Are young people so Buddhist now? The red hat uncle twitched his mouth and continued to focus on his fishing rod. Before he could completely turn his head around, the green-haired boy next to him suddenly threw up another Goldeen. The hat uncle? Okay, let's go back. N smiled and sent Goldeen back. His skillful action of releasing the fish made the corners of people's mouths twitch constantly. As a result, when he put down his fishing rod, the Pokémon below seemed to be waiting to bite the hook and directly pulled the fishing rod. Uncle Red had just watched him keep throwing it up. The more he watched, the more unbelievable it was. However, in order to save his face, Uncle Red Hat could only comfort himself by saying that this was the so-called novice protection period. After this period, he would have a headache. The result was unexpected. The frequency of Pokémon caught later was even higher than that of the previous one. Seduc, Horsa, Shelter, Loaded, Corphish one after another rushed up like a queue. It can be said that this uncle just watched N throwing the hook all day, and his fishing rod had not moved at all until now, as if he was in two different worlds with the boy next to him. No. They were so close, why was the guy next to him constantly catching fish, while I didn't make any movement? The self-confidence that the Red Hat uncle had built up was shattered today. When he reacted, he suddenly realized that he and the boy were the only two people still fishing around this area of water. The other contestants had already run away. With this guy around, who else could catch fish? Oops. N looked at the uncle next to him who decisively chose to run away, and couldn't help feeling a little headache. He actually just wanted to enjoy a leisurely fishing time, but who knew that his hook kept catching things? For this situation, he probably guessed that it was due to the passive affinity effect of his Viridian power. All the water-type Pokémon in this area were attracted by his breath, which made it impossible for others to catch prey. No choice, I'll stop fishing after a while. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly felt the hook in his hand sink again, and he subconsciously raised his hand and threw it. Poof! A fish jumped onto the river bank from the water. This Pokémon had purple scales all over its body, and its body was a little bumpy. It looked so shabby, especially the dull dead fish eyes in its eyes, which were almost the same as Magikarp. Phoebus. N was also stunned for several seconds before reacting. This Phoebus was very thin and small, and its body was about a circle thinner than the average Phoebus. It was obviously a Pokémon that had just been born. If it was just a Phoebus, N would not be so surprised, but the problem was that the scales on this Phoebus were different from the earthy yellow of ordinary Phoebus, but were light purple like Viola. This was obviously a natural color. Phoebus. Shiny. Growing. Strength, ordinary intermediate. Potential, superior. This is actually a shiny Phoebus. Because the number is so rare, even N, who has been an assistant to Oak for so many years, has never seen a real shiny Pokémon in person. N didn't expect that participating in such a time-killing activity would actually give him such a big surprise. Chapter 61 Eevee's Evolution. If the Red Hat fishing uncle was still here, he would probably be so scared that he wouldn't even walk. He has participated in fishing competitions in King's Inn City for so many years, but he has never seen anyone catch a shiny Pokémon. Shiny Pokémon are often special individuals that are rarer than even the rare quasi-god Pokémon, and each shiny Pokémon is like being blessed by the creator god Arceus, and their innate qualifications are very outstanding. Some lucky individuals even have some innate special abilities. Pa! N half crouched and took out the ordinary red and white ball he carried with him. In this fishing competition, the official did not stop the contestants from catching Hanoi Pokémon, because the Pokémon caught by the participating fishing balls would eventually be released, so the contestants were allowed to capture one or two Pokémon they liked. The red and white ball was gently placed on Phoebus' body. Who would have thought that this Phoebus with a lifeless look and a dull expression would pop out the moment it was put into the poke ball? A poke ball worth 500 alliance coins was instantly broken. You know, Phoebus and Magikarp are known as the weakest and most pitiful Pokémon. Not only are they weak in swimming and often used as snacks for other carnivorous Pokémon, but they also have no attack power and can only jump. Even if a 5-year-old child comes to capture with the most ordinary red and white ball, there is a high probability that he can catch a Phoebus or Magikarp, and basically there will be no failure in catching. And this Phoebus, who was obviously born not long ago, actually broke the shackles of the Pokeball with his own perseverance. This character is really fierce. Pa. N's eyes were more serious, and he took out the Pokeball again and gently placed it on Phoebe's head. Who knew that this time it still didn't work? Phoebus broke free again and broke the Pokeball's restraints. This Phoebus's strength is only ordinary intermediate, and it is just a child in the growth cycle, which can be said to be quite weak, but it can break through the Pokeball's restraints again and again. Both perseverance and backbone are far superior to other Phoebus of the same species. But this has aroused N's desire to conquer it even more. I don't know if it's because N tried to catch it with Pokeball again and again. This Phoebus suddenly exploded, swung its tattered tail and whipped N's cheek. Fortunately he reacted quickly and dodged it directly. Such a strong aggressiveness. N couldn't help but complain, I really didn't expect this special shiny Phoebus to be so fierce. It's really surprising that it can use tackle even though its level is not high. It seems that my water-type main force has been settled. Phoebus's originally dull eyes have become sharp now, but it is now jumping on the shore. A Phoebus that can only live in water can only do this much on the shore no matter how hard it tries. Finally, N took out an expensive Ultra Ball and finally captured this Phoebus completely. Including the Larvesta Pokemon egg on his body, N has 6 Pokemon, which is the basic qualification for participating in the competition. Unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived in King's City by boat, he captured 2 Pokemon in less than a few days. N's team has finally expanded. However, only half of them have real combat capabilities. Whether it is the unhatched Larvesta or the growing Phoebus, they cannot serve as combat power. Larvesta's Pokemon egg seemed to resonate with N when he just got it, but there has been no movement since then. No one knows when it will hatch. After catching the unexpected Pokemon, N lost interest in the fishing competition and chose to give up the qualification and leave the scene. Let me introduce you to everyone. This is Phoebus. You will be a companion in the team from now on. Let's get along well. After taking back the little guys from Miss Joy, N immediately let them meet their new companions. This is an indispensable welcome ceremony in the team. Facing a large group of Pokemon around, Phoebus just swam in the pool with a dull look on his face, without the fierceness and edge before. Gasso, Iron, Zorua and Gerdur, 2 lively and outgoing guys, immediately surrounded them to say hello. Only the arrogant Vulpix kept a cold attitude and did not approach any Pokemon. What N didn't expect was that Eevee, who usually likes to make friends, didn't move at all today. Well, Eevee, what's wrong? Bye. Eevee had been keeping her head down with worry, then suddenly jumped onto N's shoulder, and stretched out her little paw to poke his cheek anxiously. She wanted to say that her body felt strange, and she always felt like it was going to evolve. Hearing her words, the surrounding Pokemon almost simultaneously focused their attention on her. Eevee is different from other Pokemon that rely on growth to evolve. It can evolve into different forms with various evolutionary stones/ites, and can also evolve with the intimacy with its owner. Now Eevee is no longer the one who was afraid of humans at the beginning. She often runs to N charm from time to time, and sometimes she gets jealous like a little girl because N ignores her when training other Pokemon. Are you going to evolve? Have you thought about what form you want to evolve into? N half knelt down and spoke to Eevee gently. He did not intend to decide the direction of Eevee's evolution by himself, but wanted to let her decide by herself. He also showed it the pictures of Eevee evolution on the Navigator's search network, allowing it to make its own choice. During the day, when the intimacy is full, it can evolve into Psychic's Sun Pokemon, and at night it can evolve into Dark's Moon Pokemon. Of course, you can also choose to spend money to buy special rocks from other regions to evolve into Leaf Pokemon or Ice Pokemon. Chapter 62 Do you like my dragon father? But Eevee is still very entangled about this. Whether it is the noble and elegant Sun Pokemon or the bulk Pokemon, Up's handsome Moon Pokemon are all good. As a girl, it began to hesitate, and after choosing and choosing, it saw the last evolution form. That is a fairy Pokemon that can only be evolved by learning fairy skills. Her cute and beautiful appearance is amazing even for little Eevee. After that, she seemed to have made up her mind and nodded seriously to N. Fairy Pokemon? Good taste. N smiled and nodded gently. Fairy Pokemon's pink appearance is like a little princess, which can really make Eevee like it. Fairy Pokemon is also a very rare fairy type, and its combat power is also very good. In this world, the dragon type can be said to be one of the strongest attributes. Whether it is fire, water, grass, or lightning, it is difficult to have much effect on the dragon type, and the dragon Pokemon are born very powerful, and the realm they can reach in the future with superior talents is far beyond ordinary Pokemon. It is such an invincible and powerful Pokemon that can be said to be helpless when facing the fairy type. Fairy type is naturally immune to the attacks of dragon type Pokemon. A fairy type attack can make dragon type Pokemon jump up and down, and fairy Pokemon has very outstanding special attacks. With its own attributes, it is a well-deserved dragon slayer with very good combat power. Then, start using baby doll eyes and feel the fluctuations of evolution. Bye. Eevee nodded seriously. She would use the fairy type baby doll eyes from the beginning. Learning fairy type skills is also one of the necessary conditions for Eevee to evolve into a fairy Pokemon. The next moment, Eevee's dark eyes began to flash with light pink circles, and her body gradually began to be stained with a layer of pure white dazzling brilliance. Its body was gradually wrapped in white light, and the surrounding Pokemon were watching her evolution carefully. The head, body, forelegs, and even the tail began to undergo huge changes in the white light, and the breath of life began to transform. As the light gradually dissipated, a brand new fairy Pokemon appeared on the field. Bunny. The fur on the body was mainly snow-white fur, and the head, ears, tail, and forelegs changed into a girl Mew. The pale pink and light blue eyes sparkled with lovely light. There were cute pink and white bows tied around her left ear and neck, and the ribbons fluttered gently beside her as she moved. As expected of a fairy Pokemon, her appearance was really as attractive as a fairy at this moment, and her charm was so strong that it could almost charm thousands of girls. Fairy Pokemon. Strength, Quasi-Elite Beginner. Qualification, Superior. Bunny. Fairy Pokemon proudly showed her figure, and the ribbon of the bow was also part of her body. It was very smooth to control, just like her surroundings. Fairy Pokemon made the two pairs of ribbons into fists and punched forward. It's improved so much. N was also a little surprised. Before, Eevee was only a superior. High level, even after N's training and the constant sparring of several Pokemon, he barely crossed the threshold of the boss level, and was almost the weakest member in the team. As a result, he immediately crossed a big level and reached the realm of Quasi-Elite as soon as he evolved, and became the strongest in the team now. Even Zorua, the big brother of the team, is only at the high level of the boss level at this moment. Even if Zorua is also a Quasi-Elite now, he is definitely slightly inferior to the fairy Pokemon in terms of comprehensive strength. Kyuso. Zorua's mouth twitched slightly, as if it had seen the snicker of this stinky pink fox. Before, he could play with her at will because he relied on his strong strength to be unscrupulous. If he jumped on her face twice again, he might be beaten by her so hard that even his own mother couldn't recognize him. There is a big difference between the Quasi-Elite level and the boss level, not to mention that the fairy Pokemon is still in the perfect state after evolution. It is really a matter of hands to deal with Zorua. Phoebus, try to use Dragon Breath on the fairy Pokemon. N whispered to Phoebus by the pool, and Phoebus, with a dull look in his eyes, hesitated for a while before condensing a deep purple energy wave and blowing a breath with dragon energy to the fairy Pokemon, but was forced to retreat the moment it came into contact with the fairy Pokemon. The dragon breath of this Phoebus is its own genetic skill, which N discovered after catching it. It is estimated that Phoebus' father or mother is a powerful dragon Pokemon to inherit this skill. Bunny. The fairy Pokemon raised its little head very proudly. Now any dragon Pokemon that is not too much higher than her level will not pose any threat to her. Maybe she chose to evolve into a fairy Pokemon because of the dragon-like Charmeleon? Phoebus still stared blankly ahead, but N saw a trace of imperceptible envy in its dull eyes. Perhaps Phoebus really envied such a beautiful and cute fairy Pokemon. Originally, Pokemon like Phoebus were disliked by other Pokemon and humans because of their shabby appearance. In addition, this Phoebus was a rare shiny Pokemon, and its different color from its companions also made it an alien that was driven out. It can be said that there is a reason why Phoebus, who is still in the growth stage, has such an aggressive personality. The inferiority and unwillingness brought by the growth experience make its perseverance and backbone far beyond ordinary Pokemon. It doesn't matter. After you evolve, your strength and charm will definitely not be inferior to fairy Pokemon. So work hard to become stronger before evolution, how about that? N reached out and gently stroked Phoebus's bumpy body. He watched Phoebus become dull again but was not discouraged. He knew that the other party had listened to his words. As long as he could evolve into melodic, Phoebus would undergo a real huge transformation. Chapter 63, Azure New Water. After Eevee evolved into a fairy Pokemon, N was somewhat confident. There were not many trainers with quasi-elite Pokemon even among the prosecutors of the Alliance. Because this is the realm second only to elite. Once you reach the elite level, you will become the backbone of the Alliance. If other people become quasi-elite trainers at his age, I'm afraid they will laugh until they wake up at night, and then laugh until they faint. But in N's eyes, the quasi-elite can barely protect itself, which is still not enough. But at least challenging a few gyms is no problem. After thinking for a moment, N did not hesitate. He was ready to challenge the gym from the beginning. Now that he has the opportunity, he will act immediately. The gym in King's Inn City is located in the center of the city. It is an orthodox water-type gym like the gym in Kanto Cerulean City, but unlike Cerulean City, the gym leader of this gym is a veteran trainer whose strength should not be underestimated. The exterior of King's Inn Gym is like an aquarium. The ceiling is made of transparent tempered glass. The bright sunlight reflects the colorful luster along the refraction of the glass. The interior of the gym, whether it is the walls or the floor, is a combination of water blue and white, which fully reflects the charm of being a water-type gym. Oh? Is it a challenger? N was a little surprised that the leader of this King's Inn City gym was a middle-aged man with a strong body, a tough face and dark blue hair. His dark skin, which was exposed to the sun, seemed to be shining at the moment, and his muscles and exposed upper body attracted the attention of the people around him. In this gorgeous gym like an aquarium, there was a shirtless black man as the leader. His strong muscles and six-pack abdominal muscles, in N's eyes, it can be called water-type Brock. It doesn't match the tone of this gym, and it seems quite weird. I'm gym leader, how many badges have you got? Bared his bright white teeth and smiled brightly in N's direction. N has of course heard of his name. He is a monster who has won 5 consecutive fishing competitions. He is called the legendary fisherman by those who often participate in fishing competitions. I just got one now. One? It seems that you are also a newcomer. Raised his eyebrows and pinched his chin in some distress. He is actually not very good at letting water. Because of his personality, he will always unconsciously enter a serious state once the game starts. Many new trainers are beaten by him and dare not come again. This is why his gym is relatively deserted. Except for some wives who always stay in the audience seats, there are almost no people coming. But since he is a trainer who has won a gym badge and is also an official trainer, as a gym leader, he can certainly be more serious. Seeing that both sides are ready, the referee looked serious, stood in the middle of the venue, suddenly raised the flags of both sides, and said with a serious face, "Now let's start the official competition of King's Inn City Gym. The rules of the game are 2-on-2. Only the challenger can change Pokemon. The party that loses all combat ability first will be judged as the loser. If there is no objection, then the game begins. As the referee's voice fell, Mew quickly threw out his first poke ball, and a water snake Pokemon with a body like a snake but a bloody mouth appeared on the water. This guy is Huntail, a Pokemon living in the deep sea. It has a very hard spine and a big mouth full of sharp teeth. It is a very dangerous carnivorous Pokemon. Vulpix, I leave it to you. N raised his mouth, pressed down his cap with his left hand, and slowly took down a dark black and gold Ultra Ball from his waist. Before that, N had replaced all the Pokeballs of his Pokemon with black and gold Ultra Balls. The interior of the more expensive Pokeballs was of course more comfortable than the ordinary red and white balls. Woo! The Vulpix that appeared raised its head and chirped, and in an instant, bursts of pure white Osiris began to fall from the sky. This was the activation of the characteristic snowfall. From this moment on, it started snowing in the sky. Oh! Ice-type Alola Vulpix? This attribute choice is not wise. Mew raised his eyebrows slightly. This young trainer not only chose an Ice-type Pokemon, but also a Vulpix. Ice-type skills have little effect on Water-type Pokemon, and it is a Land-type Pokemon. In this water field with only floating boards, it has a huge disadvantage. But that Vulpix looks very strong, so I won't be polite. Huntail uses Whirlpool. Huntail, with a bloody mouth and a terrifying appearance, suddenly began to rapid spin in the water, and the next moment the water field changed dramatically. With Huntail as the center, the water flow of the entire water field began to rotate rapidly and flow towards the center. The whirlpool rolled in like a surging wave in the sea. The nearest floating board was directly swept into the water, and the floating board where Vulpix stood was also rapidly advancing towards the opponent's position. Mew used the fastest battle rhythm at the beginning, wanting to smash the opponent's foothold as soon as possible. Aim at the center of the whirlpool and use Psybeam, and had a gentle smile on his face, but his tone was as calm as water without any surprise. Vulpix raised his head gracefully, and the ice blue energy bullet was gathered in his mouth. Ka ka ka! The moment that made the eyes of the trees widen appeared. Vulpix's Psybeam suddenly swept a punch like an aurora. In an instant, a large area in front of Vulpix was instantly frozen, and the vortex that wrapped the whirlpool was directly blocked in half. What a terrifying Psybeam! How could the ice skill of this Vulpix be so powerful? Chapter 64 Ice Demon. Vulpix only released a Psybeam to freeze the entire surface of the whirlpool, forcing Huntail to hide behind. And Vulpix standing on the ice was like a flat ground, gracefully swinging the six tails behind him, not affected at all. Not bad. A trace of surprise appeared on his face. What level is this Vulpix? The power of Psybeam is too amazing. Perhaps it is because it has some special item that can increase the power of its moves? Otherwise, it would not be possible to destroy the entire Vulpix with just one Psybeam. The surface of the water field is frozen. At first, he wanted to use Huntail's whirlpool to force Vulpix to fall into the water to fight. Once the foothold is lost, the land-based Pokemon will reduce most of its combat power. However, he did not expect that this Vulpix would be so strong, which was completely beyond his expectations. N had a calm smile on his face. Perhaps others would think that Vulpix had such a strong skill power because he carried a special item. In fact, this was just the tip of the iceberg of Vulpix. Vulpix, which has fused genetic power, has ice power far beyond this realm. The non-melting ice he wanted to give it before was swallowed by Vulpix as a snack. It was a special item that could increase the power of some skills of elite-level Pokemon. In the end, it was swallowed by it. Very good. But don't underestimate my Huntail. Then use Waterfall. Huntail quickly gathered the water element in an instant, and the entire water surface exploded into the sky like a giant dragon. This water field is Huntail's most powerful battlefield. He can use all the water here to attack, but Mew missed a point. Freeze drying. Click, 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 click. N's command was like swinging the hammer of judgment, and Vulpix raised his head and cried loudly. The entire battlefield suddenly froze at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the giant water dragon lifted by Huntail was also frozen in an instant, and the crystal-clear ice crystals covered the ocean of light. In an instant, this area directly turned into an ice stage, including the Huntail, which was directly trapped in the ice with its waterfall. The water that it relied on for survival in the past has now become a cage to imprison it. This is freeze-drying, which can freeze everything around at the fastest speed. Once it sticks to water, the freezing speed will be greatly increased, not to mention Huntail who is staying on the waterfall, and the fish and water are frozen on the spot. Huntail. Quickly use Crunch to break free. Mew was really panicked now. Ice skills have little effect on water-type Pokemon, and there is almost no effect, but freeze-drying is different. This move is very special. It can be said that it is a special skill for water-type Pokemon. Water-type Pokemon that are resistant to ice skills will become the target of heavy blows. The damage caused by this attack to Huntail is very significant. Bang! But even so, Huntail will not fall down with one blow. It began to use the sharp teeth that can crunch or burg inside the ice surface, and not all the ice blocks in front of it, trying desperately to escape from it. Once Imprison is trapped in this ice cage and cannot escape, it can be said that the victory of this game is announced. It's over, the last Aurora Beam. N spoke lightly, and Vulpix on the field also carried out elegance and nobility to the extreme, raising 6 furry tails, and the center of the tails began to gather colorful light, and the lightly floating aurora like a mysterious colorful ribbon turned into a cannonball and shot out. Buzz! Huntail, who was frozen in the ice, had no way to avoid it. The moment he was hit by the splashing light, he lost his fighting ability on the spot. From beginning to end, Huntail could not even get close to Vulpix. Huntail has lost his fighting ability. Please ask the gym trainer to take out the second Pokemon. It was not until the referee announced the result of the game that Mew smiled dumbly. I never thought that as a gym leader, I would be defeated by a challenger with reverse attributes in 3 rounds. It's a bit embarrassing. However, the strength of this boy is really amazing. That Vulpix is at least above the boss level, otherwise it would not have such a strong skill. Above the boss level, but the strength should not have reached the quasi-elite level, otherwise a quasi-elite trainer of his age would have shocked me. Is this really the strength that a badge should have? I have seen trainers with 4 or 5 badges, but I have never seen such surprising strength as him. The green-haired boy seemed to have detected his idea of using Whirlpool to destroy his foothold from the beginning, and actually blocked his water at the first time. Not only did he force Huntail to retreat, but he also created enough footholds with the ice surface. Vulpix stood in the middle of the ice like a demon in the ice. Huntail had to find a way to attack, but the opponent found a loophole to counter-attack. It seems that I don't have to hold back now. I'll show some real skills. Mew laughed heartily and took out the second Pokeball from the pocket of his shorts. He suddenly threw it high into the sky. With the flash of light, a huge shark appeared in the center of the water. Seeing the Pokeball at the moment of dreaming, N's eyes slightly dignified. This is a giant shark with dark blue and white skin, blood-red pupils, and sharp serrations under its bloody mouth, like a dagger emitting cold light, which can tear its prey apart on the spot. This is Sharpedo, known as the Sea Bully. It is so frightening in the waters of Hone region. It is a fierce, cunning, and smart sea king. Its powerful bite force can easily crush steel plates, and it has a terrifying regeneration ability. Even broken teeth can regenerate quickly. Once in the Hone waters, a Sharpedo could completely tear a large ship apart single-handedly. Chapter 65 The Bully Sharpedo in the Sea. Sharpedo. Sharpedo. Strength, High-level leader. Qualification, Superior. N used the power of Viridian to cover his emerald eyes, and glanced at the talent and strength of this Sharpedo. Even he couldn't help but show a hint of appreciation in his eyes. And Mew also keenly noticed this, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise, and he introduced it to N very complacently. I captured this guy on a small boat on the sea some time ago. It took me a lot of effort to fight it at the beginning. This guy is quite strong, don't take it lightly, young man. Thanks for the reminder. Even if you look at the well-developed body, you know that this Sharpedo is not easy to mess with. What bothers N now is what characteristics this superior Sharpedo has. If it is the common rough skin, it's okay, but if it is a hidden characteristic, it will be troublesome. Attack with all your strength, Sharpedo. Use water jet. It will come from the front, avoid it from the side. Puff. Sharpedo's body shot out like an arrow from a bow, and spiral water rolled up all over his body and hit him at high speed. Vulpix, who had already heard the command, also made an evasive move quickly and dodged this fierce attack immediately. Bang! Even if Sharpedo's water jet did not hit Vulpix, this attack was like a rhino rushing in the water, hitting a big hole in the ice surface that Vulpix had created with great difficulty, and swimming at high speed underwater. As expected of Sharpedo, who can run at a speed of 120 km per hour underwater, both speed and physical attack are excellent. Once bitten by that big mouth with terrifying bite force, it is not so easy to bear. Did you dodge it? You reacted quickly. But can you dodge the next attack? Use water jet again. Back 45 degrees, dodge. This time, Sharpedo broke through the water again, and its body attacked Vulpix from the side like a cannonball. The speed and impact force it exploded in the water were as fierce as a torpedo. Although N gave the order in time, Vulpix's movement speed was too slow and it failed to dodge in time. Its petite and weak body was knocked away dozens of meters on the spot. Faster than before, is it true? N's face remained calm. He was just guessing just now, but now he was sure that Sharpedo's characteristic was the hidden characteristic acceleration. This is a very strong characteristic. Pokémon with this characteristic will be faster and faster in battle. The second water jet used was obviously faster than the first time. With this terrifying speed and the attack power that can tear everything in front of it, Sharpedo is undoubtedly the bully in the sea. This is a battle where the disadvantage increases the longer it drags on. Sharpedo's special ability allows it to continuously increase its speed. If it continues to break through, it will sooner or later reach the quasi-elite level. Vulpix's speed itself is not outstanding, and it is very difficult to fight once it is stuck. Vulpix's current realm is only boss level elementary, and only the power of ice skills can reach boss level high, and other than that, all aspects of the numerical value are completely inferior to Sharpedo. To win, you can only rely on a little luck. Aurora Veil. Upon hearing the command, Vulpix immediately launched the move. With its own body as the center, a layer of colorful transparent aurora wall began to wrap the whole body. This is the shield that can reduce all physical and special attacks around for a period of time. Aurora Veil is a special skill that can only be used in snowy weather, and Vulpix's characteristic happens to be snowfall, which can perfectly use its own characteristics to fight. Want to play defense? That's not that easy. Mew smiled slightly. In snowy weather, the defense of ice attribute Pokémon will be enhanced. With this Aurora Veil, Vulpix's defense will be very strong during this period. Even Sharpedo may not be able to break through this defense. But it is only limited to this period of time. Sharpedo's strength can be better reflected when the opponent is in a defensive tactic. The longer the battle time, the stronger Sharpedo will be. As soon as Aurora Veil ends, this Vulpix will be knocked down by the super-fast Sharpedo in an instant. Sharpedo, use Crunch. Sharpedo, who has increased his speed many times, is now extremely fast. He suddenly rises from under the water surface, and the power brought by the terrifying speed is also multiplied. In this case, Vulpix has no way to fight back and can only stand and take the beating. Jump up. Want to get off the ice to avoid it? That won't work. Sharpedo rushes out directly. Mew's face is full of excitement. He will not give his opponent any chance to escape. Just like Sharpedo, the overlord of the sea, he will continue to chase and kill his prey until it is eaten up. Sharpedo jumped out at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye, opened its bloody mouth and bit Vulpix fiercely, as if it was going to swallow Vulpix whole. Crack! A crisp sound as if biting something hard suddenly came, and a strange look appeared on Mew's face. Looking carefully, Sharpedo in midair seemed to be blocked by something hard and couldn't bite it. The slightly glittering light was actually ice. I don't know when the condensed ice combined with Aurora Veil and turned into extremely solid colorful ice, which caused Sharpedo to fail to attack Vulpix's body in the first time. You actually used yourself as bait. Mew was a little stunned. The moment he jumped up, he used Psybeam to freeze his lower body, using himself as bait to deceive Sharpedo's attack. This is above the sky, and the distance between the two sides can be said to be negative distance. Now Vulpix's petite body is hiding directly in Sharpedo's bloody mouth. At this distance, if Vulpix launches an attack, Sharpedo will have no chance to dodge. It's gone. Sharpedo, retreat quickly. Dense cold sweat began to appear on the dark back of the wood. He had suddenly reacted, but it was too late now. When he ordered Sharpedo to chase, he had already stepped into N's trap. Freeze drying. The calm voice was like an invisible sharp blade. The sky suddenly burst into a cold air covering the entire field. This was the fatal blow released by Zero Distance. Chapter 66 Beating the Ice Shark. Crack! The sharp saw teeth in Sharpedo's mouth were instantly frozen. Vulpix stood in the toothed shark's mouth without changing his face. The freeze-drying released by the negative distance can be said to have frozen Sharpedo, who had just come out of the water, all over his body. Now Sharpedo has completely turned into a shark-shaped ice cube, with its mouth full of ice. It is estimated that even Sharpedo himself never thought that there would be such a miserable time. Bang! Shapedo, who was frozen into an ice cube, fell heavily from the sky to the ice floor, while Vulpix gracefully turned several circles in the air before falling. This kind of zero-distance release of freeze-drying certainly has a certain impact on Vulpix itself. But how strong is Vulpix? Her ice power is far beyond that of ordinary ice Pokémon. Naturally, she also has a strong resistance to ice. Even if Psybeam is used on herself, she can remain calm. Sharpedo. Can you still move? Sharpedo. Mew didn't expect that his advantage would be inexplicably reversed in an instant. Sharpedo, who could easily crush the battle with high speed, was frozen to death on the spot just because of his misjudgment. The original Sharpedo was almost in an uninjured state, so he would not lose his combat ability directly because of the freeze-drying effect. But for Sharpedo, the most fatal thing now is not the injury. It is the blockade. Shapedo, wrapped in ice, could not move anywhere on his body, and his proud speed could not be used at all. The smile on N's face was still so calm that no extra changes could be seen, which made Mew feel a chill on his back. I had noticed that the boy's command level was somewhat high before, but I didn't expect it to be to this extent. He was completely calculated by the other party. Sharpedo's speed is very fast. Under normal circumstances, Vulpix's speed may not even hit Sharpedo, but why does Vulpix want to compete with it in speed? It is enough to make it unable to use its own speed. It's over, Blizzard. It's easy for Vulpix to beat the down dog. It was too easy. Just now, because of his lack of speed, he was hit by this stinky shark from left to right, which made Vulpix very unhappy. After finally finding an opportunity, of course he had to fight back fiercely. The entire gym was instantly covered by a storm, and the ice crystals condensed by the ice element were mixed with heavy snow, and Osiris were flying all over the sky. Such a leisurely and pure Osiris was like a cold weapon at this moment, turning into a sky full of ice knives and raging wildly, and blasting towards the Sharpedo that was frozen like a dead fish in front of him. Sharpedo lost his ability to fight. Vulpix won, because the two Pokémon of the gym trainer Mew all lost their ability to fight, so this game is won by the challenger. The referee, who was stunned for several seconds, suddenly reacted. No matter how surprised he was, he would strictly perform his duties as a referee. He quickly waved the green flag belonging to N in his hand to indicate the end of this battle. Oh! Yamu scratched the back of his head in distress. It was the first time he encountered such a powerful challenger. He actually used a Vulpix to knock down both of his Pokémon. He used some real skills, but was still beaten badly. Even a tough guy like him couldn't help blushing in embarrassment, although it was basically invisible under his dark skin. I completely lost. Both your Vulpix and you, the trainer, are so strong. This is the King's In badge, the token of the successful gym challenge. I haven't given out the gym badge for a long time. I'm afraid your Vulpix is about to break through the boss level? It's so strong. Maybe I will have the opportunity to meet the youngest quasi-elite trainer. It's really exciting to think about it. Thank you very much. Yuki handed the badge to N very straightforwardly, and patted N's shoulder with an expression of "I'm optimistic about you," but N just smiled awkwardly and said nothing. In fact, his Vulpix is only at the initial stage of the boss level, and is still far from the quasi-elite. Also, these are the skill learning machines Rain Dance and Waterfall, choose one you like. Thank you very much, Mr. Yaki. N's eyes lit up slightly, and he chose the skill machine of Waterfall. This skill machine is quite good. Many water-type Pokémon cannot learn this move by themselves, but its Phoebus can learn it. As long as there are enough resources, even if the Phoebus is as weak as Magikarp and cannot learn skills other than Tackle Flail, it can learn a lot of skills to enhance its combat power. It's nothing. Next, you should plan to challenge the Lieyang City Gym next door, right? Before that, I suggest you avoid the Steel Cave along the way. It's not very peaceful there recently. Not peaceful? N frowned slightly, which made him think of Team Rockets unconsciously. It's normal for Team Rockets, which is rampant in the three regions of China, Kanto and Johto, to appear nearby and do something. But aren't they busy looking for Mew's trace now? Why run into that dark cave? No, it shouldn't be Team Rockets. Team Rocket's uniforms are very special and can be recognized at a glance, but those guys are dressed very strangely. I didn't have a similar impression before. Strange. They were wearing black and white uniforms, and there seemed to be a shield-like logo on their chests. I wanted to ask them at the time, but they ran away when they saw me. Mew held his chest with both hands and had a headache. His memory was not very good. He was not very good at such things that required brains. Besides, the group of guys just glanced and left directly. He didn't know what was going on. Only N secretly memorized the appearance of these people, and his gem-like emerald green eyes were thoughtful. Chapter 67 Steel Rock Cave. Black and white uniforms with a shield-shaped logo on them? It doesn't look like an organization in the Huaxia region. N lowered his head and thought calmly. He began to look for information related to this description in his brain, but he couldn't find anything similar. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Places like the Steel Rock Cave should have a lot of steel and rock ground Pokémon inside, which is very attractive to N, who has no such attributes in the team. At first, he planned to enter the Steel Rock Cave to explore the situation and see if he could capture a favorite steel or ground Pokémon, and then go to the neighboring Lieyang City from there. Who knew that Mew would specifically ask him to avoid that area? But the more he told himself not to go, the more N wanted to go over and take a look. Just as he was still thinking with his head down, a petite figure passed by him, and her dark blue long hair exuded a soft fragrance like lavender, which distracted N's attention slightly. Thread. It seems that the other party is also here to challenge the trainer of King's Inn Gym, right? But this has nothing to do with N. He has just made up his mind to explore the interior of the Steel Rock Cave and train the Pokémon on him. Of course, before that, Vulpix must recover from his injuries. Wait a minute. The Steel Rock Cave ahead is not safe. There have been explosions recently. Do not approach it casually. Miss Jenny from King's Inn City stopped people who wanted to enter the Steel Rock Cave in the area near King's Inn City. Of course, N also noticed this, so he went around from a distance. As long as Miss Jenny does not put people guarding the gate, and can find 10,000 ways to bypass and reach the entrance of the Steel Rock Cave smoothly. The Steel Rock Cave is just as its name suggests. There are a lot of rocks and iron ores inside the cave, so it was once known as a mine rich in iron ore. But now, due to various man-made destruction, there are many traces of dilapidated places everywhere. Zorua, then I'll trouble you next. N took out the black and gold Ultra Ball and released Zorua. In this dim cave, neither Vulpix nor the fairy Pokémon were suitable. For Zorua, who is good at hiding in the dark, it is a natural and advantageous battlefield. He still remembered the words of the wood in his heart, and he must be vigilant at all times and in all places. Buzz! N's eyes exuded a faint blue glow, and he chose to slowly open the psychic's perception, roughly exploring the internal structure of this cave, and by the way, looking for those special organizations with shield symbols. As a result, he just activated Psychic and found that the released perception wave was blocked. There was something special blocking his perception, making his exploration process inside not smooth. Is perception blocked? And became more alert now. His psychic perception ability can spread widely like signal transmission, but if it is blocked by something, either the psychic Pokémon sensed his psychic fluctuations and used Psychic to block them, or it was caused by a special instrument that could affect the signal. No matter which of the above reasons, N noticed the abnormality inside the cave. Zorua, get ready for battle. Kyuso. Zorua also put away his initial ease and his face began to become serious and indifferent. Once N's safety was involved, he would put away all his playful mentality and raise his vigilance to the highest level. Zorua may not be the strongest in the team now, but he is definitely the most reliable. As the eldest brother, he has the ability to turn the tide at any time, and he is also the one who trains the hardest every day. It can be said that Zorua can use the energy of evolution to evolve at any time, but it has not evolved yet before N opens its current potential, and continues to accumulate its own strength. When it breaks through to the quasi-elite realm, it will be the best time for it to evolve. Once it breaks through to the quasi-elite realm, with Zorua's own top talent, it will definitely be able to raise its realm to a higher level like the fairy Pokémon. In N's eyes, it is very likely to break through to elite directly. At that time, N will have a preliminary means of self-protection in front of an evil organization like Team Rockets. Zorua, wait! N's footsteps suddenly stopped. He felt a little strange when he just entered the Steel Rock Cave. It was obviously a wild cave but he didn't see many Pokémon. This was obviously a bit unreasonable. Now when his right foot stepped on the large rock under his feet, he knew where the abnormality was. There is a sound of wind, and there is nothing underneath. N put his ear to the edge of the rock, and with his super-sensitive hearing, he roughly sensed the situation on the other side of the rock. It seems that it was specially hidden to avoid being seen by others, but he didn't expect that it would be heard by others. They just wanted to use a layer of rock as a barrier. The person who built this must have some way to get in, and N quickly found a piece of irregularly shaped rock on the right wall. Try to touch it and find that it can be twisted. Ka ka ka! The entrance of the cave was opened. It should be said that it is worthy of being a steel rock cave. The interior of the cave is as crisscrossed as a maze, and the location of this cave entrance may be naturally formed, but it was hidden by humans. N and Zorua looked at each other and stepped into the deeper cave at the same time. Here it is very different from the environment outside. Originally, such a place deep in the cave should be dim and dark. If N did not have a strong vision that could be called night vision, he would not be able to see clearly in such a place. But the depths of this cave are bright in the opposite way, with bright electric lights everywhere. N glanced around and found that there were no less than 6 or 7 lights on this winding corridor alone. Occasionally, he could see a few Zubats and Golbats hanging on the ceiling, sand shrews lying on the roadside, etc. The Pokémon in the cave were all exhausted and extremely weak. This kind of electric light seriously affects the ecological environment of Pokémon in the cave. The Alliance would never do such a thing. Then the people who did this privately are probably the members of the organization with the shield logo mentioned by Mew. Chapter 68 for World Peace. Bang bang bang. The closer we got to the depths of the cave, the clearer the sound of hard objects hitting and colliding became. N walked closer with a calm face, but there was no sound from his feet. Finally, he found the source of the sound inside a large cave. Hurry up and find it. Don't slack off. I repeat, this action is for the great ideal of our plasma group. We must use the power of the strongest hunter to make the world peaceful. For world peace. N gently pressed down his cap and only let his eyes observe everything inside the cave through the gap. These guys who claimed to want world peace all came from Plasma Group. Black and white uniforms, plus a unique black and white shield logo on their bodies. That's right, they are the guys with suspicious whereabouts mentioned by the so-called making world peace they said was really righteous. If you don't know, you might think it was a charity organization from somewhere. But these guys are obviously not good people for destroying the ecological environment of Pokemon and illegally mining minerals. Plasma Group is very good at hiding. There is very little information about this organization, as if it is deliberately avoiding the limelight, unlike Team Rocket's in Kanto Huaxia. Most people only know that this group is active in Unova region, always promoting the theory that humans should let Pokemon return to nature, and violating the law with righteousness. However, what are they producing? This is the Steel Rock Cave. In addition to a large amount of iron ore, there are only some rare evolutionary stone/ite resources left, but these things are also available in Unova region. Why does Plasma Group, which only operates in Unova region, run so far to Huaxia region for no reason? It seems that Plasma Group's purpose is definitely not that simple. It is to mine some special items that only appear here. The strongest hunter. N muttered to himself in a low voice. There are not many Pokemon that can be called hunters, but there are even fewer that can be called the strongest hunters. Even the ancient Sky Overlord Aerodactyl or the ancient king of the monster jaws would not be called the strongest hunter. He had read all the information about the mythical Pokemon, and there happened to be a Pokemon called the strongest hunter in ancient times, which was the insect-type phantom god active 300 million years ago. Genesect. N, who noticed this, immediately figured it out. It was probably that the Plasma Group got the fossil traces of Genesect from somewhere in the Huaxia region, so they sent people to search for it. After all, the Huaxia region is vast and rich in resources, so it is not surprising to have Genesect fossils. This is a bit troublesome. We can't let them get the Genesect fossils like this. N's eyes were tinged with a trace of seriousness. Genesect is a legendary Pokemon, and it is the overlord 300 million years ago. Its combat power is stronger than the so-called legendary three birds. If the Plasma Group gets the fossil of Genesect, there will definitely be a way to revive it. At that time, the Plasma Group with the power of Genesect will definitely cause great unrest in Unova region. However, we can't act rashly now. 4, 8, 12, a total of 19 people, and an old man who is similar to the leader. In addition to the white-bearded old man in a brown robe, there is also a woman in black and white uniforms. The rest are basically ordinary grassroots members in black uniforms. In addition, there is a special technological instrument in the middle, which emits waves of energy and is gradually spreading in all directions. Obviously, it is a special technology that blocks N's perception ability. And the old man in brown robe is obviously not an ordinary person. He should be the leading coder here. N is not clear about the opponent's strength now. If he wants to fight, he must find an opportunity to sneak attack. Click. A clear sound of rock breaking was heard, and everyone present, including N, looked behind a large rock not far from N, and saw a girl with dark blue long hair and a velvet white pokeball hat suddenly appearing there. The girl who suddenly exposed herself also looked stunned, as if I didn't expect that the rock in front of me was so fragile that it broke directly with a slight touch. When everyone's eyes were all focused on her, the girl's cute face also had a smile that was uglier than crying. N, who had been hiding in the dark with Zorua, was dumbfounded. He hadn't had time to prepare for action. How could another intruder suddenly jump out from the side? Even at this special time. So close to him. There is an intruder. Don't let her run away. There may be other intruders around, seal the cave and search it all. The face of the leading woman in black and white uniforms was instantly filled with gloom, and the next moment more than a dozen members of the plasma group suddenly jumped up at the same time, throwing out a large number of red and white poke balls together. Magnemite Big Gulp Bat, and more than a dozen Pokémon such as Grimmer Zangus appeared on the field instantly, staring at the intruders in front of them unkindly. The girl who was surrounded also had an innocent look on her face, because she was exposed and was attacked by more than 10 Pokémon in an instant. Under such circumstances, even if she had wings, she would not be able to escape. Damn it, no matter what, we can't just sit there and wait for death. Prin plop, use surf. The girl threw out the expensive luxury ball in her hand without saying a word, and a blue penguin with 2 pairs of golden substances on its head like a crown appeared on the field. This is the evolution Prinplup of the Royal 3 Piplup of Sinnoh region. The moment Prinplup appeared, it caused the waves of the sea, and the water waves like a tsunami instantly rushed away the several Grimmers approaching in front of it, but it was impossible to stop the Golbat and Magnemite flying in the air. Gerdur, use Rock Slide. N, who now knew that he could no longer hide, did not hesitate and quickly threw out the black and gold poke ball on his waist. The muscular Gerdur immediately appeared on the field and punched a few meters long rock fragments with his mighty force. Bang! Gerdur roared and punched the front of the rock. In an instant, countless huge rock fragments began to splash around like shotgun bullets. Some plasma group Pokémon that did not have time to dodge were smashed away on the spot. At this time, the girl with dark blue hair suddenly realized that there was actually another person here besides herself. Chapter 69 Plasma Group Fierce Fight. Sure enough, there are other invaders hiding. Damn, how did these people get in? Lord Rhodes, I will get rid of them right now. Wait a minute, Anja, don't do anything yet. The plasma group woman in the black and white captain's uniform had a cold face. Just as she was about to go up and take action, she was stopped by the brown-robed old man behind her. This made the woman named Anja very confused. Lord Rhodes, why don't you let me take action? This operation is very important. Once the plasma group can successfully obtain the fossil of Genesect, then with the technology in the plasma group that is at least decades ahead of the current society, it can definitely easily revive the fossil and transform it into an invincible weapon. The plasma group, which has the strongest hunter Genesect, will be invincible in the Unova region. As long as the king who can lead the black and white dragons appears in the end, the plasma group will have enough strength to completely crush the entire Unova alliance. By then, the whole Unova region will be able to realize the ideal of completing the plasma group. Wait, let me see again. The old man called Rhodes had an old face, but his eyes were not cloudy at all, but rather bright and energetic. He stared at the green-haired boy standing behind Gerdur, and the smile on the other side made his eyes more meaningful. N and the blue-haired girl on the other side obviously didn't know what was going on over there. The moment the girl saw N, she first showed a puzzled look, then suddenly realized, and then turned into surprise. Although N didn't know why her mood changed so quickly in just a few seconds, now was not the time to chat with her. You deal with those on the right, and leave all the left ones to me. That. Without waiting for the dark blue-haired girl to respond, N lightly pressed the cap with his left hand and threw out a few poke balls again, making Vulpix and the fairy Pokémon appear on the field at the same time. Vulpix, Psybeam Sweep, fairy Pokémon use Dazzling Gleam, Gerdur use Rock Slide again. Under the girl's astonished eyes, N spoke quickly and expressionlessly and issued 3 commands at the same time, as if it was just a daily routine for him, and the 3 Pokémon he called out also launched attacks immediately. Ice skills are skills with a large range and strong control. It is especially powerful in the hands of Vulpix. Just one sweep of Psybeam freezes the 5 Zangoose at the same time, and the hard ice makes the first few Pokémon immobile. At this moment, a pink halo flashes behind Vulpix, and the fairy Pokémon with ribbons on its body jumps up from behind Vulpix, chirping loudly in the air, and instantly releases dazzling light in all directions with it as the center. Buzz! The quasi-elite level dazzling gleam bursts out with terrifying power, and the 5 Zangoose in the front are blown away by the burning light the moment they are irradiated. Vulpix and the fairy Pokémon cooperate perfectly at this moment, and successfully knock down several enemy besieging Pokémon in just one round. In N's team, there is no Pokémon more suitable for this kind of group battle than Vulpix. With its powerful large-scale ice skills to control the entire field, coupled with the demonic harvesting ability of the fairy Pokémon, it is simply a nightmare in group battles. Lord! Behind the plasma group, Anja's face suddenly changed when she suddenly noticed something. She quickly reached out and pulled Rhodes, who was wearing a brown robe, to retreat. The cold light reflected in her pupils, and the light like a silver dragon flashed by. In just a breath, Anja felt that the orange shawl hair at her neck was cut off by something sharp. Not only that, the skin on her neck also felt a warm and moist feeling. She felt a chill on her back when she realized where she was injured. What was exposed in front of her was a black fox with black and red fur. It suddenly appeared with a cold face and danced with blood-red and terrifying claws. Just now, it actually stabbed directly at her neck. Damn! Angie covered the wound on her neck and felt a little scared. Her calves felt weak. She almost died just now. And she didn't realize where the Zorua came from. She didn't notice anything from the beginning to the attack. If the life detection device on her wrist hadn't suddenly sounded the alarm, she would have been lying there. He can control 3 Pokémon to fight at the same time, and even secretly assign a Zorua to attack? Why does he have such a damn command ability at this age? Angie couldn't hold back any longer at this moment, and threw out the 3 Pokeballs in her hand at the same time. The muscular Lippard, the slender Watchog with glowing eyes, and the Magneton with lightning flashing all over his body formed a triangle formation to protect her and Rhodes behind him. The 3 Pokémon were all boss level, and their strength was simply incomparable to those grassroots members of the surrounding plasma team. Of course, Anne also noticed this. On the surface, he remained calm, but in fact, he asked Zorua to retreat. This time, Anne asked Zorua to launch a sneak attack, not to kill anyone, but simply wanted Zorua to hold the guy who seemed to be the leader hostage, and then intimidate them in turn, but the other party still noticed it. If this kind of sneak attack does not succeed the first time, then the other party will be alert, and it will be very difficult to sneak attack again. Everyone, go all out. Don't let those 2 little ghosts escape. Angie waved her right hand gloomily and ordered loudly. At this moment, the ordinary members of the plasma team began to throw out their Pokeballs, and the number of besieged Pokémon became even more exaggerated. Ants can kill elephants. Once besieged by Pokémon with more than 2 digits in number, even if these are only weak superior level Pokémon, they can still pose a great threat to elite level fairy Pokémon. You should know that with so many dazzling skills coming, even high level Pokémon have no way to dodge. Once the enemy finds an opportunity to press it, it will be beaten fiercely, and even if it is forced, it can fill the damage. Chapter 70. At worst, we will die together. What should I do? There are too many Pokémon, and the Pokémon on me don't have enough stamina. The dark blue-haired girl looked a little ugly. She only brought 4 Pokémon with her, and except for Prinplup, the strength of the others was not strong enough. Facing such an exaggerated number of plasma groups, even the leader-level Prinplup has been covered with scars. It can be said that Prinplup is now in a shaky state. If it hadn't been for desperately protecting the master behind it, it would have collapsed long ago, which made the blue-haired girl behind it feel distressed. Even she had such a hard time dealing with only 1/3 of the enemies, while N had to fight more than 2/3 of the enemies at the same time, and the pressure was only higher than hers. When the girl thought of this, she felt full of guilt. It was because of her mistakes that the other party fell into this predicament. Anne still remained calm and kept an absolutely calm attitude at all times. There is still a chance of winning this battle, but we must find other. He had a chance to change the situation, and at worst he had other trump cards to take the girl away. Bang! Just as his brain began to think at high speed, the wall not far away suddenly exploded, the shattered rocks flew everywhere, and the rock dust began to spread. Countless scarlet blood-red lights appeared in the dim cave, and with the hoarse roars of beasts, everyone present was nervous. N, who saw this scene, knew that his chance had come. Carla! With a deafening roar, a large number of Pokémon poured out of the broken wall, and the overwhelming black shadows turned into a terrifying beast tide, knocking all the blocking Pokémon away, and the encirclement of the plasma group was instantly shattered. The Pokémon that appeared was dark grey, with a round body like Orberg, and its head, back and 4 feet were covered with white armor, which made N recognize at a glance that it was one of the common Pokémon in the cave. Aaron. This is the Steel Rock Cave, which is rich in iron ore resources. It is normal for the Aaron family to feed on iron ore. And now, this large group of Aarons are like crazy, turning into a terrifying beast tide and launching a crazy attack on the plasma group, which cannot be stopped at all. What's going on? The plasma group has mined a large amount of minerals in the Steel Rock Cave and seriously damaged the ecological environment here. Of course, the original Pokémon living here will go crazy. N explained to the girl beside him calmly. He thought of this when he entered the cave, but he didn't expect that this group of original residents would not only come to the door, but also the entire group would come out in full force. It's normal to think about it from another perspective. If a group of strangers suddenly came to your house in the hot summer, ate up all the popsicles and ice water you prepared to store for the summer, and even smashed your air conditioner and refrigerator, it would be strange if you didn't get angry. Aaron family certainly thought so too. Previously, it was because of the special instruments of the plasma group that dispersed the Pokémon here and forced them to leave the area where they lived. But because the fighting here was too noisy, they were attracted back. Originally, the Aarons living here were irritable Pokémon. The plasma group destroyed the ecological environment here so recklessly, and they were worried that they had no place to vent their anger. They just caught this opportunity, and they would definitely try their best to kill you. But they are attacking indiscriminately now. You'd better take back all your Pokémon. N said as he took back several Pokémon into the Pokeball, leaving only one Zorua to create an illusion on the spot, so that the Aaron family who rushed in with red eyes and killing sprees would ignore them. Lord Rhodes. Angie's face changed drastically when she saw the large group of Aarons. She didn't expect that such a big problem would happen at this most critical moment. During the battle, the equipment they used to disperse Pokémon and shield signals was broken, which led to the discovery of this location by the natives here. Aaron family was the first group. Once the time was delayed, it would not be just this group that would rush in and launch a crazy attack. Retreat, abandon all the remaining fossils. But Lord Rhodes, if you give up like this. Angie was very unwilling. She had already dug up the fossils of Genesect, but she had to give up all the remaining fossils that she had not taken away in time. Her heart was in great pain. Follow the order. I have received more important news than Genesect. The old man named Rhodes gave the order with a serious face. This time, Angie did not dare to disobey. The old man in front of her was one of the leaders of the Plasma Group 7 Sages, second only to the future king. As a subordinate, she must obey orders completely, which is of course also for the great ideals of the Plasma Group. However, what is the other more important news? Although she was somewhat confused, Anja still gave priority to executing the order. She waved her hand and shouted loudly to the remaining members of the plasma team, "Everyone retreat! Give up all those who haven't taken it, and retreat!" Steelix. Rod suddenly threw out the pokeball in his sleeve, and Steelix, shining with the glory of Orberg, appeared in the cave. Such a huge Pokemon would cause the whole cave to vibrate just by moving, and this Steelix only hit the Orberg tail to knock away all the nearby errands. Before leaving, Rod glanced in the direction of N again before choosing to leave. Dig. Steelix quickly drilled in the mine, and dug a big pit in less than a few seconds. The remaining members of the plasma team also began to flee desperately, which made the leader of the Aaron group who led his men to attack very angry. That's... N immediately saw the Laren in the group, which was bigger than the others. It seemed to be the leader of the Aaron group. N was so familiar with the action of preparing to jump. N's face became serious when he noticed its intention. Is it really going to use earthquake in the cave? A healthy Laren weighs more than 300 kilograms, and this leader of the tribe, who is obviously stronger than other Larens, weighs at least 500 kilograms in N's eyes. The earthquake released with this terrifying weight is enough to shatter the entire steel cave. The furious Pokemon doesn't care about this at all and releases earthquake without hesitation. Boom! Instantly, the entire cave was violently shaken, the unstable ceiling had already begun to collapse, and the direction of the cave was blocked by broken rocks. Wow! The blue-haired girl's feet loosened, and the rock she stomped suddenly broke at this moment, and the whole person fell from above into the depths of the mine. N's face changed, and he immediately rushed forward with big strides to hold her in his arms, and quickly opened his own psychic shield. Chapter 71 The Girl in Sand Gem Town. My head hurts so much. The girl's long black eyelashes trembled slightly, and her fingers moved unconsciously. It seemed that she had been unconscious for too long. As soon as she regained consciousness, she felt dizzy, and her unique pupils with light gold and silver shrank slightly. I always feel like I fell into a deep cave in my dream. It's a bad dream. Although I don't want to break your expectations, this is not a dream. A soft voice came from the side, which made the girl turn her cheek and look at the direction beside her. There was a boy leaning against the wall. He held a thin branch in one hand and was gently swinging the burning fire in front of him. Under the brilliant firelight like red clouds, his handsome face under the black and white hat brim was fully revealed. His long emerald green hair was tied into a ponytail and hung behind his head. His emerald eyes seemed to emit a golden streamer. What's going on? Is this the inside of the Steel Rock Cave? To be precise, it's deep inside. Judging from the surrounding environment, I guess even the Alliance's exploration team hasn't reached here. N smiled and pointed to the iron ore next to him that was flashing with silver light. It was obvious that there was no trace of human mining. After the battle with the plasma group, Aaron's tribe suddenly broke into the battle between the two sides. In N's judgment, the plasma group that destroyed the ecological environment would be counterattacked by Aaron family, and this tribe would instantly smash the plasma group into pieces. Then when the plasma group focused on the Aaron tribe, he could take this opportunity to escape with the girl beside him. He also considered that the crazy fight of Aaron family would destroy the steel cave, but he didn't expect that before he was ready, the girl beside him had already fallen into the cave. He didn't consider this accident, it was indeed his mistake. After reacting, he immediately used psychic to save her, but the cave had completely collapsed. Even his telekinesis couldn't blow a passage directly, so he could only take the girl to hide first. I'm so sorry. The blue-haired girl knelt down in front of him with a gorgeous posture, and apologized in a very sincere tone, with tears in her eyes. Of course she knew that it was all N who saved her, and she knew it very well. Not only did she cause the savior in front of her to be discovered by the evil organization, but because of her own mistake, she also caused him to fall into the depths of the bottomless steel cave. She was so guilty that she couldn't even lift her head. Yet, this is not something that can be forgiven all at once. Anne found the girl in front of him funny and began to pretend to be serious. Who knew that his words would make the girl on the other side almost cry on the spot? I'm very sorry, I know very well that this is not something that can be forgiven easily, but I will do anything to compensate you. That's not necessary, I won't tease you anymore. I don't blame you for this. On the contrary, I have to thank you." The girl's tone was already full of tears. Now even N, who liked to play pranks, didn't dare to tease her anymore. If he really made the girl cry, he would have a headache. Thank you." The girl was dumbfounded by this sentence. She had implicated him to this extent. If no one came to rescue, they might both die in this cave. Even after this, the other party actually thanked him? It's good that he didn't strangle himself to death. The Laren who used earthquake just now should be the leader of the Aran tribe. He is a very good seedling. I want to subdue him. Although we are in a very deep place now, there is still a way to go. Judging from the width and height, it is probably the road that Laren created while eating rocks and iron ore. This also means that their tribe might be nearby. If I hadn't fallen, it would have been difficult for me to catch the Laren in this maze-like cave. N smiled softly and blinked, but he was not panicking at all. If there was really no other way, he could still use perception to find the closest route to the cave entrance, and then use telekinesis to break the thinnest rock layer and find a way to escape from the cave. But thinking about it carefully, it seems that it is quite good to train Pokémon in the depths of such a cave, and he really wants to capture the Laren, so he is not in a hurry to get out. Is this so? The girl nodded, not quite understanding, but her expression was still bitter. She knew that this was probably N's words to comfort her. In fact, she knew how wrong she had done. No matter what, she had to find a way to compensate him. I haven't had time to ask your name yet. My name is N, from Pallet Town in Kanto region. Plantina, my name is just Plantina, and I'm from Sandgem Town in Sinnoh region. The girl said her name in a low voice, then took off the velvet white pokeball hat on her head and hugged it tightly in her arms. Hearing his name, N nodded gently, and it seemed that she still hadn't recovered from her guilt. It's really strange. What era is this? There are still girls with such pure personalities? They are just like a lady in the boudoir. Sandgem Town? Did you get your prinplup from Professor Rowan? N was a little confused when he heard the location of the girl's hometown. Rowan Professor's Research Institute happened to be in Sandgem Town, which was actually a town of about the same size as Pallet Town. N also went there as Rowan Professor's assistant last year. It seems that there is no new trainer who received Earl Dervish Pokémon this year. Chapter 72 Miss Platinum wants to return. It's rare for someone from Sinnoh region to travel to the distant Huaxia region. Actually, I just wanted to escape. Plantina sighed slightly, patted her black pleated skirt, and leaned against the wall like N, with a little more loneliness on her cute face. From her tone, you can hear very obvious frustration and unwillingness. It seems that she also seems to be hiding a lot of things. It seems that you also have a lot of unspeakable secrets. N smiled slightly, and was quite conscious of not asking about her privacy. If you ask about some things specifically, it will reveal the other person's scars. If the other person needs someone to relieve their troubles or vent their negative emotions, they will surely take the initiative to speak. If that situation really happens, N doesn't mind being a quiet listener. Meeting is fate. Since we are trapped in the cave together, how about we work together to escape? Well, I have no problem at all. Please call me anytime if you need any help. The two who had initially decided to cooperate reached out their hands and shook hands. No matter what, they had to escape from the underground of the steel rock cave to the surface first. This kind of cave full of iron ore and rock basically cannot find food. If you can't escape within a few days, you will really starve to death. However, is it fate? There was a trace of melancholy in Platinum's eyes. Speaking of fate, it was really like this. This was not the first time she met N in front of her. She had met him once before in Changjiu City. His unique appearance and gentle temperament would never be forgotten once you have seen him. At that time, she almost spent 500,000 alliance coins to buy a fake and shoddy shiny Magikarp. If it wasn't for N who passed by and kindly exposed the lie of the profiteer, she would have really fallen into the trap. Although 500,000 alliance coins were just a little pocket money for her, if it was really being cheated would also make her very unwilling. After that, Platinum always wanted to find N to thank him, and even stayed in Changjiu City for several days, but she never saw him again. When she was ready to give up, she met him again in Kingzin City across a river, and the location and way of meeting were so special. What a wonderful fate! If N knew that she was actually the one who was fooled by the unscrupulous businessman, his expression would definitely be very interesting. But unfortunately, although N had a good brain, she was actually a little face-blind, and she really didn't recognize Platinum in front of her, but not being recognized did not affect her return. A drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water. This sentence is the family motto passed down from generation to generation in Platinum's family. As a member of the family, she would naturally abide by it. Since she got such great help from N, Hand, no matter what, she would find a way to double the return. Plantina still has a few million alliance coins in pocket money. If it can be solved with money, it would be too easy, but giving money directly seems a bit too vulgar. The proposal was rejected by the girl the moment she noticed it. By the way, Prinplup and the others are seriously injured. We need to release everyone for treatment. Plantina's face suddenly changed when she thought of this problem. Everyone was injured to protect themselves. If they were not treated quickly, the injuries would become more serious. Thinking of this, she quickly took out several Pokeballs on her body and released all the Pokemon. They were Prinplup, the first one she saw, a Ponyta, an Electric Pachirisu and Snorant. Except for Prinplup, which was the only intermediate boss among them, the other Pokemon were all at the superior level. N's Pokemon were more or less injured in the group battle with Plasma Group, but he had used Viridian's power to initially treat them in the Pokeball, and then released them for further treatment. Now the injuries are no longer a problem. The Pokemon on Platina were really badly injured. Prinplup was the only Pokemon that took on most of the pressure from her side. It could only rely on a large-scale water-type skill to repel the siege of the plasma groups. The other superior Pokemon could only play a supporting role. Yes, we have to use potions quickly. Platina frantically took out various expensive potions from her backpack, such as super high-end spray-type potions plus PP supplements, and sprayed Prinplup fiercely, almost drowning this water-type Pokemon. Let me do it. N took over Platina's work with a gentle smile. His voice seemed to have a special magic that made people trust him involuntarily. Sure enough, after he took over the work, he began to treat Prinplup flexibly and skillfully. His superb bandage skills made her couldn't help but be surprised. The remaining Pokemon were all bandaged by N except for Prinplup, who was the most seriously injured and needed to rest for a day. The other Pokemon would soon recover. Coo! A very cute gurgling sound was heard. In this quiet cave with only the sound of burning firewood and breaking firewood, this sound was very abrupt and clear. Even if N's ears were not working well, he could definitely hear it clearly. Woo! Plantina made an incomprehensible whimper. Something went wrong as soon as she relaxed. The sound of her stomach growling in a quiet environment was too obvious. But she hadn't eaten anything since noon. Now she was starving. It seemed that there was a little person knocking in her stomach to protest. This was something she couldn't control at all. Platinum usually eats in high-end hotels, and at most she carries some snacks with her, but in this situation, there is no food at all. Would you like to eat something? Just some discounted items from the supermarket, I don't know if they suit your taste. N took out various foods from the supermarket from his backpack with a bit of a smile. Fortunately, his cooking skills are unique, and he usually has all kinds of fast food on hand, so discounted food is really indispensable. Perhaps because he has been a research assistant with Oak Sueshin for several years, and can't do anything else, but his skills in making instant noodles are simply superb. Chapter 73 The King of Plasma Group. N used the fire here to boil water, quickly prepared instant noodles, and then gently handed the food in his hand to Platinum. Originally, Platinum was going to refuse. She felt that she had received too many helping hands and dared not accept his kindness again, but her stomach was already fighting. The girl hesitated for a long time in her little head, and driven by hunger, she finally compromised with herself after a lot of entanglement. Wow, I didn't expect that she would double her return to the other party, but N immediately gave her a helping hand. How much favor would she have to owe to repay her? Really, thank you very much. Plantina blushed and thanked N, while carefully taking the instant noodles handed over by N, holding it in her arms with a curious look. The food she had eaten since she was a child was specially prepared by the housekeeper and the chef at home. She had never tasted this kind of common fast food even once, and now she was curious because of the chance. N observed Platina beside him with the corner of his eye as if nothing had happened, and then sighed with a bit of helplessness. It really makes people curious about Platina's family environment. Her character is a bit too naive. She has no vigilance against strangers like herself. Even the way Platinum sat aside looked very dignified and graceful. In addition, she spoke confidently and generously, yet elegantly and politely. These habits cultivated since childhood could not be disguised. From this, N could roughly associate her identity. Sinnoh region, Sandgem town, the eldest daughter of a wealthy family. With these factors combined, even if N didn't deliberately infer, she could still deduce her identity. Plantina is most likely from the famous Sinnoh family Berlitz, and she is probably a real boudoir lady. As for why the eldest daughter of the Berlitz family appeared in the Huaxia region, N guessed that it was probably because she ran away from home. But even if her identity had been guessed, N would pretend that he didn't know. Since Miss Platina didn't take the initiative to reveal her identity, it means that she is still worried about something. It is polite not to deliberately expose it at this time. Delicious. This is just a discounted product in the supermarket. It's very cheap. Plantina blinked her beautiful golden and silver eyes in surprise, and her little face was full of excitement. As the saying goes, hunger is the best seasoning. Cheap instant noodles unexpectedly suit the taste of the eldest daughter. She didn't expect to be able to eat such delicious food at such a cheap price. She didn't know this before. Can instant noodles be bought in supermarkets? Even after she ran away from home, she had never been to the supermarket specifically, and of course she had never eaten this kind of food. I don't know how much it costs to buy it. 5,000 alliance coins? Or 10,000 alliance coins? N, it's really delicious. If you want to eat, there are still a lot of food reserves. N looked at the girl in front of him with golden eyes and smiled silently. At this time, he really began to observe the appearance of this young lady carefully. The face is very beautiful, with long straight dark blue hair as smooth as a waterfall, and a cute white mesh hat in the style of poke ball on her head, and a pure white silk scarf around her neck. She is wearing a magenta one-piece long windbreaker dress, and piplup beak-style blonde hair clips on both sides of her forehead. From the decorations on her body and the printplup on her body, it can be seen that the girl in front of her probably likes piplup very much. N was surprised that Miss Platinum would be so approachable. Failed. You failed just digging a fossil of gene sect? Can they come back to life and give you a few blows? At this moment, in a room full of technological instruments in Unova region, a middle-aged man with green hair and black and red special instruments on his face spoke in a low voice with a cold face. His pupils kept shaking, and his cold face and the action of almost smashing the equipment with a punch were enough to show his violent mood at the moment. The green-haired man wore a black robe with strange special patterns, and the black and white shield logo was engraved on the robe. His gentlemanly appearance was full of inconsistent gloom. Even though he showed such violent emotions, his expression did not change at all, but it was even more frightening. Angie's forehead was covered with cold sweat. She bent down to apologize, not daring to raise her head at all. If she hadn't been accompanied by Lord Rhodes, one of the 7 sages, she would have knelt down in fear. Because the green-haired man who was now on the other side of the screen was the leader of the 7 sages and the ruler behind the plasma group, Kechis. His existence can be said to be the first person under the king, and he alone holds the absolute power of the plasma group. Yes, but I found the trace of that dot. What did you say? Found it. Kechis, who had a cold face and cold eyes, suddenly showed a look of astonishment when he heard Rhodes' words. He didn't expect to hear this news suddenly. Kechis once accidentally discovered that the power of Pokemon could be integrated with humans, and the so-called monster in his eyes appeared so abruptly. Recognizing the potential of this monster, the ecstatic Kechi wanted to take him away and train him so that he could become his biggest banner in the future. Who knew that he would go wrong within a few days after he took him away? When he was not paying attention, Taming Zorua snatched the monster away and disappeared without a trace. Quickacy searched for many years in Unova region, but still could not find his most perfect prop. He was ready to give up, but suddenly one day the other party appeared inexplicably. This surprise was really unexpected. He had worked hard for many years to run the plasma group in order to realize his ambitions, and the king of plasma was an indispensable factor to realize his ambitions. The current plasma group is leaderless, and the situation is not optimistic. Although the 7 sages temporarily used the prophecy of the king will appear to fool the cotters and all grassroots members of the plasma group, this is still not a long-term solution. In order to make all the chess pieces under his hands loyal, Quickacy needs a bright and majestic hero to lead others. He is very sure that the prop he lost has the potential of a hero. He will definitely be recognized by the Dragon of Dao. Once the Plasma Group King is recognized by the Dragon of Dao, their actions will be completely justified. After solving the Unova Alliance, Quickacy will brainwash and preach to everyone in the entire Unova region. With the image of the Dragon Hero, let them become the power of the Plasma Group wholeheartedly. After that, first set off a revolution, and then rely on the powerful ruling power to spread to the whole world. One day, Quickacy will be able to realize his ambition. This is indeed good news. It turns out that my missing king was taken to the Huaxia region? No wonder I can't find any trace of him. It's a pity that he didn't start brainwashing when he was young. Now that he has grown up, it will probably be a bit troublesome to convince him, but... Chapter 74 There is something wrong with this sentence just now. The next day, early morning. It was unexpectedly quiet in the dim steel cave, because in this underground where you can't see the sun, you can't judge the changes of day and night outside with your naked eyes. N only knew that it was morning by relying on the time of the navigator in his hand, but the inside of the underground cave was still dark. When he got up this morning, he always felt that his body became heavier than before. N skillfully pulled Zorua off his head, pushed the fairy Eevee on his left hand away, and picked up Vulpix who was crushed to death by his abdomen and put him aside. But when he suddenly found the girl sleeping soundly on his right hand, he finally fell silent. Hi! Plantina's little head leaned against her backpack, her long, soft hair as blue as the sea spread out, looking quite intellectual. The golden hairpins on both sides of her temples were still shining slightly, adding a bit of cuteness to the sleeping girl, and her delicate face was elegant and quiet. Even when she was asleep, Miss Platina was still a lady from a noble family. But this sleeping posture is too bad. When she just went to bed last night, Platina was nearly 3 or 4 body lengths away from him, but when she woke up in the morning, she was already close to him. I don't know how she rolled over. Fortunately, N was the first to wake up. If Platinum woke up before him, she would probably faint from shame in the next second. It's time for morning exercise, Zorua, wake everyone up, you'll do it. Kyuso. Zorua nodded very proudly, walked over and slapped Gurdur on the head, using the simplest and most violent method to wake him up. But when he walked to the fairy Pokemon, Zorua was silent for several seconds, hesitated for a while and chose to use the most gentle way to wake him up. No, boss, you treat them differently? Gurdur scratched his head a little aggrieved. Why was it woken up by a slap, while the fairy Pokémon was woken up gently. Obviously, when the fairy Pokémon was still EV at the beginning, everyone woke up in the same way. Stop nagging, hurry up and train. Zorua's face was quite gloomy. Of course, it woke up the fairy Pokémon at the beginning, but the problem is that it has become too strong now and it can't be defeated at all. If you make her angry, she will really get beaten. As for Vulpix, it still maintains that elegant posture, and doesn't need to worry about it in training or other aspects. In the eyes of other Pokémon, Vulpix is regarded as a reliable big sister. If it were normal, Phoebus would of course follow the morning exercise at this time, but the problem is that this is deep underground now. In the absence of water, Phoebus can only jump. Although several Pokémon have restrained their voices, Platinum was still affected and slowly opened her crystal clear gold and silver gradient eyes. The girl sat there and yawned, revealing a sleepy and lazy posture. Is it morning already? I think I woke you up by mistake. Well, I'm still very sleepy. N, who was preparing breakfast, asked casually, and Platinum was still sleepy and didn't respond. But she thought carefully about the current situation and the conversation between the two. Buzz! The alarm in Platinum's head suddenly sounded. She seemed to have said something unconsciously when she was half asleep and half awake just now. That sentence just now was wrong, very wrong. If others saw it, it would look like charm, right? Plantina pretended to play with her dark blue hair casually, but in fact she was hiding her embarrassed blush, and then quickly grabbed her velvet hat and pressed it on her head. This was the first time I stayed overnight in such a place. I was too confused when I just woke up and didn't know what I was saying. Anyway, let's change the topic casually now. Are your Pokémon training early in the morning? Yeah, they're all working very hard. I get a little annoyed sometimes because they're working so hard. N didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he mentioned this. The Pokémon in his team were very strong. It makes sense that they are promoted so quickly. They are naturally talented, and there are few bottlenecks when they break through. They are competitive by nature. With his strong backup, they will practice more recklessly. No wonder he is so strong. Plantina couldn't help but sigh, and there was more admiration in her eyes when she looked at N. She could see from the Battle of Plasma group that almost all the Pokémon on N were boss level, and each of them was stronger than her Prinplup. N looked only 1 or 2 years older than her, but there was such a big difference in strength between them. By the way, N, how many badges do you have now? 2. Plantina was stunned when she heard this. Even she already had 2 badges. If it weren't for the fact that the gym in King's Inn City was just beaten up, she might have 3 badges now. But N only had 2? She thought N's current strength was at least 6 badges. Let's prepare a little bit. After finishing breakfast, we will go to find Aaron's tribe. If we can subdue their leader, Laren, maybe we can use their power to leave here. Okay, I understand. When she heard that they could leave the Steel Rock Cave, Platinum's eyes also had a little more motivation. Aaron family is very familiar with the environment in the cave. With their help, they can definitely leave the underground easily. Although it's nice to rest in such a place occasionally, she still wants to rest and sleep well on the big soft bed in the luxury hotel. Chapter 75. At worst, we will die together. In fact, N had already used perception to explore the interior of the Steel Rock Cave before. The progress was not smooth because the Plasma Group's instrument blocked Psychic. Now that the machine has been destroyed, his Psychic can be used as unimpeded as running naked on the main road at 3 o'clock in the morning. N, who was well prepared, led Platinum and walked carefully towards the gathering place of Aaron family. The girl followed closely behind him, her right hand subconsciously hovering above the Pokeball on her waist. If a Pokémon attacked them, she would release Prinplup on her body at the first time. Suddenly, Platinum seemed to notice something, and quickly stretched out her little hand to pull the corner of N's clothes, pointing in a direction not far away with a somewhat anxious look. It's Aaron. The round body, short legs with armor, and the round head that could be called a bowling ball. This was the Aaron we met when fighting with the plasma group before. There was not only one, but 5 Aarons were happily eating the iron ore. They did not notice the 2 people who invaded the territory. Several little guys were concentrating on eating the delicious food in front of them, and Growl would occasionally exclaim because of the deliciousness of the food. It was hard to imagine that the cute Pokemon in front of them was the same Pokemon that had attacked the plasma group furiously before. It looks like we've reached the vicinity of our residence. N raised his eyebrows slightly. This place was very close to the gathering place of the Aaron family. It was normal to meet Aaron here. And those Aarons were still happily chewing on the hard iron ore, not paying any attention to them at all. N, what should we do? Should we go around next? No need. If we want to negotiate with their leader, it's only a matter of time before we run into them. N waved his hand gently, signaling that Platinum should stay behind alone, while he stepped forward towards Aaron. His dangerous move scared Platinum into a cold sweat. An expression of disbelief appeared on her little face, and she looked at the direction he left in a daze. He walked too fast. Platinum never thought that N would walk over so directly without any protective measures. You have to know that the Aaron family in the Steel Rock Cave had just been driven away from their home by the plasma group, and their attitude towards humans must be extremely hateful. And N just walked up to someone's face so abruptly. What if that Aaron directly attacked him in anger? Plantina's face was pale. She held Prinplup's pokeball in her hand as if she had made up her mind, and then followed N decisively. What's there to be afraid of? The worst thing is to die together. Anyway, her life was saved by N. Now she is secretly happy to be alive. If something unexpected really happens, she will definitely use Prinplup to protect them both. Dora? Several Aarons seemed to have noticed the strange noise beside them, and then they found N, who suddenly approached them. They were obviously stunned for several seconds, but after hesitating for a while, they did not take the initiative to attack. Hello, I have something I want to ask your leader for help, can you please lead the way for me? Who would ask for directions like this? Where did he get this innocent fool? Plantina behind was almost fainting with anxiety. She hurriedly strode forward, trying to pull N back from such a dangerous behavior. Who knew that her hand had just grabbed the corner of N's clothes, and those Aaron with a calm look, he nodded to N. Coco. The leading Aaron nodded decisively, shouted in the direction of N, signaling him to follow, and the next moment he swung his short legs and led the other Aarons to the depths of the cave. Plantina, hi? Their friendly attitude made Plantina stunned in place, and she didn't even recover from such a big shock. No, is there really someone who can succeed in asking for directions like this? Are those Aarons really okay? They just learned the lesson of being expelled by humans, and then they led N in front of them without hesitation, and the destination was even their own home? N didn't know that Miss Plantina's mood changed continuously in just a few dozen seconds, and she even began to doubt whether she was still asleep and hadn't woken up. Really, is there really no problem? They don't want to trick us into a trap, and then call a bunch of companions to get rid of us all, right? Plantina still seemed a little unbelievable. She stretched out her hand nervously and gently pulled the corner of N's clothes. The nervousness and panic spread in her heart, and the sweat on her temples made her soft dark blue hair look a little messy. Pokemon are very simple. As long as you treat them kindly, they can also distinguish the kindness of others. Seeing Plantina behind him still looking so vigilant, N couldn't help but chuckle. Even if there was any accident, he was prepared, but N basically didn't encounter any accidents when facing Pokemon. But he still had to be a little careful next time. These Aaron leaders didn't seem to have a good temper, and they had just had a big war with humans. If you are not careful, it is really possible to cause the Aaron tribe to attack. Chapter 76 Heavy Slam. The Aarons led the way very quickly. In less than a moment, they led the two to the deepest cave. There were solid rocks on all sides, and the center was hollowed out. The walls were full of holes, which should be the places for Aaron to rest and sleep. Gudong. Plantina swallowed slightly and followed N with a serious expression. As the two of them entered, dozens of errands surrounded them all at once, and the pale blue eyes hidden in the head armor seemed to emit bursts of light. N stood in front with a calm expression. As several small errands went in to report, a huge and strong Laren stepped out from the depths of the cave step by step. It took heavy steps, and every step of its huge body would leave a cracked hole on the ground, and the Orberg armor also made a harsh sound due to the intense friction. Cora. Even if it walks on 4 legs, its height is about 1.2 meters. It is a full circle larger than the average Laren. It is covered with flaky Orberg armor that looks like bones. The armor protruding from its back makes it look more ferocious, and its sharp fangs are extremely ferocious. Laren. Strength, intermediate boss level. Potential, superior. The armor of this Laren has many slight dents and scars, which is enough to show that it is caused by long-term fighting. As a wild Pokémon that has been killed, its combat power is definitely not low. This group seems a bit strange. There is no final evolution typograph here, but there are several Larens living in groups at the same time. Laren is a very aggressive and ferocious Pokémon. When two Larens meet, they often fight directly to fight for their own territory. N guessed that this should have been a large group of errands, but internal conflicts caused this Laren to leave with some members. From the scars on his body, it can be seen that this Laren, as the leader, probably used his hard power to convince the other Larens, otherwise a combative Pokémon like Laren would never be inferior to others. Laren, let's fight. If you lose, follow me. So direct. Plantina behind him couldn't help but complain in her heart. This extremely straightforward and untactful character is very rare. If some Pokémon with bad tempers are angered by this, it will be bad. Cora. Laren kicked on the solid rock, leaving traces of cracks and shatters, and it was obviously very dissatisfied. It hates and even hates humans, but the green-haired young man in front of it doesn't look like a normal human, so it doesn't have any disgust. Laren is aggressive by nature, not to mention that he is the leader of a tribe in the Steel Cave. He has defeated all the Pokémon of other tribes here, and basically has few rivals. Because there are no strong enemies, he is very irritable every day. Besides, since others have come to attack him, as a leader, how can he not accept it? This battle is up to you, Gurdur. N. held the black and gold Ultra Ball on his waist with his right hand, and pressed the button to call Gurdur out of it. Gurdur, who had been exercising all day and was bored, was also excited and roared to the sky. The large I-beam on his shoulder was casually smashed on the ground, causing a harsh echo in the cave. Bulk up! As soon as he appeared, Gurdur began to tighten his muscles and put on a fighting posture. Its muscles looked more prominent and explosive, and its attack and defense began to increase at this moment. Facing Gurdur's taunt, Laren was not accustomed to it at all. The body was stained with a faint silver glow, and the roar of Orberg echoed in this empty cave. Laren's body was like a charging heavy tank rushing towards Gurdur. This blow was a heavy slam. Thunder punch to meet the attack. Gurdur's face condensed, and he chose to insert the I-beam in his hand directly into the rock. He stepped on the rock with one leg, and a spider web-like crack appeared at the center of his feet. He stood there as steady as a mountain. Zzz. A sharp and noisy sound of electricity sounded, and Gurdur's face was hideous. The muscles in his right arm were taut, and the pink veins were stretched like a winding snake. The strong muscles were clearly visible. And the lightning of saffron began to slowly gather in his right fist. The hideous and terrifying electric current was like a long snake, and it began to rage at the moment of gathering. With a sharp sonic boom, Gurdur's explosive thunder punch hit Laren, who was rushing head-on. Boom! The explosion of thunder and the roar of Orberg clashed at this moment. The impact of the tit-for-tat between the two sides destroyed the center of the confrontation, and the rock ground in the center was completely shattered. The residual power of the impact also shook the errands watching the battle around away. Gurdur's whole body was hit and retreated at high speed. It desperately stepped on the rock with its legs to try to relieve this terrifying impact, but in the end it only left 2 deep grooves on the ground. Laren was of course not much better. After bulk up, Gurdur's strength was increased by another level. The power brought by a punch was not ordinary. It was also knocked back several steps by a punch, and the body was covered with sizzling golden currents. The short confrontation made Laren's eyes full of solemnity. There was a conspicuous burnt mark on the steel helmet on its head, and the scorching breath made its head tingle. Knowing that this time the confrontation seemed to be it knocked Gurdur away, but in fact it was slightly inferior. If it weren't for its own exaggerated weight, it would not have retreated a few steps, but would have been directly knocked out. Chapter 77 Do you like me, Gurdur? What a terrible power! Plantina quickly stretched out her hands to block in front of her, trying to ease the strong impact coming towards her. The impact of the battle between the two sides just now almost made her lose her balance and fall to the ground. The visual impact brought by this pure power was really terrible. Gurdur, are you okay? Iron. Gurdur heard N's worried tone from behind, and quickly shook his sore arm and strode forward again. Even if his arm hurt like hell, he had to show his confidence in front of his boss. N's green eyes also had a hint of understanding. After observing the attack just now, it was obvious that the characteristic of that Laren was heavy metal. This is a very terrible characteristic. The weight of a Pokémon with this characteristic will become twice its own. What is the concept? Laren, who normally weighs about 250 kilograms, will weigh 500 kilograms after having this trait. Once it evolves into the final evolution type Agron, its weight will reach a terrifying 720 kilograms. This Laren is larger and stronger than the average Laren. N estimates that it will weigh 800 kilograms after evolution, which is quite explosive in the Pokémon world. Agron family, after evolution, no matter how good its talent is, speed is always a shortcoming. While the hard Orberg armor on its body brings strong defense, it will also greatly limit its speed. So for Agron, speed doesn't matter at all. The most important thing in battle is strength and defense. The higher the weight, the stronger the body that can bear this weight, and the stronger the strength. An Agron with the heavy metal trait is simply a living war tank. Korra! Laren roared in a low voice, his armor glowing silver grey, and he aggressively attacked Gurdur again. This guy is quite straightforward, and he is best at direct confrontation, so even if he was not in an advantageous position in the previous confrontation, it would not prevent him from charging again. Heavy Slam is a move with stronger power as the weight increases. This time Laren's opponent is a strong Gurdur has a lot of strength and defense, so he can withstand this terrifying attack. But if it were a Pokémon that is not good at strength, it would basically be defeated by this weight. Substitute. N's calm command suddenly came into Gurdur's ears. This command made Gurdur's face condense and his muscles suddenly tensed. Gurdur shouted softly, and his body suddenly left the place as if he had shed his shell, leaving only a clone that looked exactly the same, and strangely avoided the attack. This is substitute. Sacrificing part of his own physical strength to avoid the enemy's attack, this move is even more powerful for Gurdur, who is weak and difficult to dodge. But Laren, who was only thinking about the collision, didn't notice this at all, and just smashed Gurdur's clone into pieces with his head. Because of the lesson learned from the last battle, Laren used all his strength here, but he didn't expect that the opponent was not a physical entity at all. And this will become an irreversible fatal mistake. The last dynamic punch. N stretched out his hand and slowly lowered the brim of his hat to cover his eyes, because he had seen the result of the battle. Laren suddenly felt a burning sensation on his side. Gurdur, who had just been smashed by him, suddenly appeared beside him like a ghost. It had begun to gather its own strength after using substitute. When Laren's attack was over, his preparations were just over. This is the absolute killer move released with all his strength, dynamic punch. Gerdur gathered all his strength in this punch. The power gathered by the terrifying power made his entire arm emit a burning breath, and it sounded like thunder when it was bombarded. Bang! The entire steel cave seemed to be shaking. Laren, who weighed nearly 500 kilograms, was knocked to the ground by Gerdur's punch. The fighting-type dynamic punch had a terrifying fourfold restraint damage on Laren, who was a steel rock dual type. Just by resisting this blow, Laren lost his ability to fight on the spot. Win! Plantina's eyes flashed with light, and the other Larens around her also exclaimed. The boss who was invincible and omnipotent on weekdays actually lost to a human? The next moment, Anne walked over at a leisurely pace, squatted beside Laren with a smile, took out a black and gold high-level poke ball and stared at it with a serious look. And Laren seemed to be convinced. It was the first time that he was defeated in a strength competition. This also brought him a hearty battle. It was really long lost. After a moment's hesitation, Laren recognized the human with a nice smell in front of him. He barely got up and pushed the button in the middle of the poke ball with his head. With a flash of light, it completely entered the poke ball. Laren, please give me more advice in the future. Anne slowly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the sound effect of the poke ball in his hand. The Pokémon eggs of Larvesta on his body did not count as one grid, so Anne now had exactly 6 Pokémon on his body. If nothing unexpected happens, these 6 Pokémon will also become the players in the Charizard Cup later. Well done Gerdur, double your dinner today. Iron! Gerdur excitedly raised the I-beam in his hand. He waved the I-beam weighing dozens of kilograms as if it were a branch. How wonderful it is to double your dinner! Sure enough, it's so easy to win. Plantina's nervous mood also relaxed. The two sides were evenly matched just now, but she didn't expect that Gerdur would defeat Laren with one blow in the second round. The rhythm of the battle changed too quickly, and she couldn't catch up. But since Laren was subdued, at least these errands shouldn't attack them, right? Chapter 78 Platina's sneak attack was a great success. At noon, the scorching sun sprinkled on the girl's fair and smooth face, but Platina had never felt so warm today under such a scorching sun. The comfortable temperature made her squint like a kitten and stretch her slender waist lazily. Finally, I'm out. Plantina sighed, she didn't expect that she could really come out of the steel cave. At first, she almost thought that she would stay there with N forever. But thinking about it carefully, it seems not bad. Wait. Did she burn her brain because she didn't get sun for a day or two? What on earth is she thinking about? The girl quickly stretched out her hands to cover her cheeks, revealing only 2 beautiful eyes that blinked slightly from her fingers. This is not a dark cave. If her face turns red, it will be very obvious. Plantina, what's wrong? Hey. No, nothing. I just feel that I haven't seen the sun for a long time, and the sunlight is a little bit dazzling. Plantina quickly covered her face and tried to block N by turning sideways sight, but her attitude puzzled N. Since the sun is so bright, why don't you cover your eyes, but cover your face? Thank you and your companions for your help, Laren. Everyone should go back and rest quickly. Thank you for your help. I will bring you some delicious food next time. N smiled and half-crouched down and gently touched Laren's heavy Orberg armor. She even patted it with her hands a few times, and a dull bang-bang sound was heard. Laren seemed quite calm, and even when praised, he was just calm. This was really thanks to the help of Aaron and others. With their powerful ability to survive in the cave, dozens of Aarons helped N dig a passage to the cave entrance. In order to thank the Aarons and Larens who helped, N specially fed them all the remaining Pokémon food. After all, we can reach Lieyang City before dark, so all these foods can be regarded as a thank you gift for helping. Plantina, what are your plans next? That. The girl who was suddenly asked was quite entangled and crossed her arms. She actually planned to go back to Kingzin City to continue to challenge Kingzin Gym, but she also had a trusting feeling towards N along the way. She wanted to repay his favor. It would be best if she could travel with him. She can definitely learn a lot from such a powerful trainer, but she has already received so much helping hands, and it would be too shameless to ask for more from him. I plan to go back to Kingzin City to challenge Kingzin Gym first. Are you planning to go to Lieyang City? Well, it seems that we have to say goodbye here. N frowned slightly, and a regretful smile appeared on his face. To be honest, he still felt that Platina's personality was quite interesting, and he hoped to make friends with her and become his opponent in the future to spar with each other frequently. After hesitating for a while, Platinum seemed to have thought of a good idea, and her eyes sparkled. Let's add each other's contact information. We can meet again if we have the chance, and I will definitely repay you then. So don't take this kind of thing to heart. No, this is very important. Plantina nodded stubbornly, then took out her Pokémon Pokédex and added N's navigator's contact information. After successfully getting the phone, the girl's cheeks flushed, and her heart was as excited as a child. You will also participate in the Charizard Cup in Sunshine City, right? I will definitely go to the scene to support you. Go to the scene? N was stunned. Based on his understanding of Hilda, the little jealous person, if Platinum met her, things might become very troublesome. Then, I'm leaving. After saying this, the girl turned around and ran away without looking back, as if there was something terrible chasing her from behind, causing N to shake his head in tears. There will definitely be another chance to meet again later, so he didn't feel sad. He just waved to Platinum and prepared to turn around and leave for Lieyang City. Cora? Laren, who was following N, seemed to have noticed something unusual. A trace of doubt flashed across his blue eyes, but after thinking for a while, he didn't speak to remind N, but followed silently. N. Suddenly, a lively and cheerful giggle came from behind, and N's eyes had a hint of doubt. As soon as he turned around, he was hit by a heavy slam in the chest. Platinum hit him hard in the chest with a mischievous smile on her face. The sneak attack was a great success. The girl bared her little white teeth, a bright smile appeared on her slightly red face, her two little hands gently behind her back, and after turning around in place, she ran away as fast as Lapunny. Before leaving, she threw another sentence and slowly floated from a distance. I'm so sorry for hiding it from you before. I actually ran away from home to escape marriage. Escape marriage? N was dumbfounded when he heard this sentence suddenly. He never thought that Platinum would suddenly make such a bold move. This seemed a bit inconsistent with her personality, but N still smiled slightly as he watched her leave. However, why did she tell him about escaping marriage at this time? N raised his eyebrows slightly and was puzzled. It's over, it's over, it's over. Why did I do such a thing? Plantina, who had already run away, covered her head with her hands and looked like her brain had crashed. She obviously just wanted to sneak up on him to scare him at first. Who knew that N reacted so quickly and turned around immediately? Originally, she planned to bump into him from behind as a prank, but by mistake, she bumped into his arms. At that time, Platinum felt that she was about to die socially. Even if I react and use laughter to cover it up, the result is impossible to change. Wow, what am I doing? Plantina gently grasped. She has long, silky dark blue hair that reaches her waist. She covers her face with lavender-scented hair on both sides, trying desperately to hide the ray of pink on her face. Chapter 79 may become the shortest reigning champion in history. The distance between Lieyang City and Kingzin City is not far. If you ride a bicycle, you may be able to reach it in half a day. However, because N is walking, even if you start directly from Ganjian Cave, it will only be at dusk. We barely reached the city at sunset. I almost thought I was going to sleep in the wild again today. N breathed a sigh of relief thankfully. He met many trainers who challenged him along the way. He accepted everyone's challenge without fail, which resulted in a lot of time wasted on the road. By the time he arrived at Lieyang City, the sun had already set. However, the training effect brought by constant battles is also significant. Zorua's strength has been completely stabilized at the peak of the boss level, and he is only one step away from breaking through to the elite level. After the battle with Laren, Gurdur also stabilized at the mid-level boss level, which is the same level as Vulpix. After evolution, Fairy Pokémon, which has broken through to Quasi-Elite, has not made significant progress. Its strength has been stuck at this elementary level, and training has been difficult to achieve. On the other hand, Phoebus's progress is the fastest and most obvious among all N's Pokémon. Phoebus, who was already in the growth stage, continued to eat various high-quality and nutritious Pokeblocks after being conquered by N, as well as various beauty-increasing ones. Snack. The body that was originally underdeveloped has now become healthy, and nutrition allows it to quickly pass through the growth stage. It only took a few days to successfully break through from ordinary intermediate level to superior beginner level, and the breakthrough towards the next level was unstoppable. It's broken. How can we find a Pokémon Center in such a big city? And there are too many lights, making it difficult to see clearly. N rubbed his temples with a headache. As its name suggests, Lieyang City is a city with quite advanced electrical technology. There are bright lights everywhere here, and the flashing neon lights illuminate the entire sky, making the entire city as bright as day. When walking on the street, there are a large number of electric lights flashing constantly, making the city as lively at night as it is during the day. Solar panels can even pave roads and continuously provide electricity to the entire city. Oops, I seem to have accidentally walked into a strange place. N smiled wryly and scratched his cheek with his index finger. He walked on the street looking for the location of the Pokémon Center. As a result, he got lost and walked into the interior of Kabukicho. The place was extremely lively, with various bars and game arcades. KTV and even specialty shops are open until dawn. In less than 3 minutes of walking on the street, N was approached by 4 different girls, and politely rejecting them all made him very tired. Because the time was getting later and later, N had no time to find a hotel to stay in. He rejected the invitations of several older sisters to stay at their homes. After searching for half an hour, he finally found one in the central area of the city. Pokémon Center. In this brightly lit city, the brightly colored neon lights make people's eyes hurt. It is really difficult to find the Pokémon Center logo among all the lights. All of your Pokémon have been checked and recovered. Welcome to visit us next time. Geely. Thank you very much, Miss Joy. Ms. Joy from Lieyang City smiled perfunctorily in the direction of N, and hit yawn from time to show her impatience. The tone of her words was just like that of a girl who was racing cars outside in the early hours of the morning. N had no doubt that she would suddenly snap her tongue in the next second. Even the pink Shinsi who was her assistant next to her was staring in the direction of N with a calm expression, which seemed inconsistent with the gentle and kind-hearted Shinsi in his impression. What's going on? The Ms. Joy he met has a weirder personality than the last one. Is it because the Chinese region is special? With a slight complaint in his mind, N pinned the 6 black gold Pokeballs on the iron tray back to his waist. His eyes suddenly glanced at the telephone machine inside the Pokémon Center, revealing a hint of surprise. Speaking of which, I haven't called home for a while. N, who had been away from home for a month before suddenly remembering this incident, walked to the phone machine and skillfully dialed the number of Oak's family in Kanto. As the screen lit up, a handsome and cold face that looked familiar suddenly appeared on the screen. Hey, this is Oak. Green? Why are you in the research institute today? What, is it N? When he heard the familiar voice being called Green, the corner of his mouth twitched, and he stretched out his hand to scratch his hedgehog-like brown hair. As soon as he saw the green hair on the other side of the screen, the expression on his face was astonishing to the naked eye. Visible speed cooled down. Green. What? Are you going to call me back? I haven't heard anything for so long. I thought you fell into a hole and were buried. Even though we haven't seen each other for such a long time, we still speak so rudely. N raised his eyebrows, but he didn't expect that it would be Blue who answered the call. Didn't Nanami-sensei say that he wanted to have sex with Red next door? Did you go traveling as soon as you got the Pokemon? I just go back to Pallet Town to relax occasionally, but how are you now? It's been so long, so your strength should be pretty good, right? When it comes to Pokemon, the laziness in Blue's eyes is less. Although Blue is not good at dealing with N, he still admires him in Pokemon. Except for Red, who lives next door and has never dealt with him since childhood, N is his biggest rival. No matter what time, Blue will never relax against N in front of him. He has been waiting for a formal fight with him for a long time. I just got the Pokemon a month ago, and my strength is not good enough. Tisk, are you too lazy? If you relax too much, be careful that I will teach you a lesson at the Flame Dragon Conference. Don't worry about this, but Nanami is very concerned about the continuation of the Oak family. Don't you have any plans? N clenched his fist and gently supported his chin, narrowing his eyes and showing a kind smile, but in Blue's eyes, this guy's smile is getting more and more similar to Oak Nanami. When Blue saw this smile, he couldn't help but feel a chill on his back. Shut up, women are the most troublesome creatures, but you, who are about to get married, are still so lax, aren't you afraid of affecting the training of Pokemon? N, hi. Blue, hi. Chapter 80 I am the strongest in the world. Why do you look so surprised? Didn't the old man tell you? I don't know anything about this. Blue couldn't help but burst out laughing when he saw N's face gradually darkening. From childhood to adulthood, N could always keep a calm smile on his face no matter what happened. He was always calm like a monster. Blue had never seen this guy panic. I didn't expect to see such an interesting side today. Even Blue couldn't help but raise his mouth. If he didn't have a camera in his hand, he would want to take a picture of this scene and keep it. Nanami should know about this. Since she didn't tell you, she probably didn't say it on purpose. It's bad. Blue seemed to suddenly realize something and frowned deeply. Since even Nanami deliberately didn't tell N about this, it's obvious that she wanted to give him a big surprise and find an opportunity to tease him. Who knew that he was told in advance? Once Nanami knew about this, wouldn't he be torn to pieces? But it shouldn't matter. N shouldn't tell anyone on purpose. Green, please help me call Professor. I need to report my recent situation to him. Okay. Green waved his hand gently. Just when he was about to leave, he suddenly stopped. He seemed to remember something and supported the table with one hand. A confident and arrogant smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Wait for the next regional conference. I will take down the champion. Because I'm the strongest in the world. Blue left after saying a few harsh words. His personality is getting more and more arrogant as he grows up. And doesn't he think his lines are a little bit ashamed? N raised his eyebrows helplessly, sitting in front of the phone quietly waiting for the arrival of Old Man Oak. He must ask himself what is going on with getting married later. In less than a moment, the old man with grey hair and a white coat came over slowly, and he put on an unhappy expression as soon as he sat down. It seems that Oak Sueshin is very dissatisfied with the fact that N has not called back for a long time. You kid really don't miss home at all. You took a boat to King's City for so many days and didn't even write a letter to the old man at home. I called your house, but it was little Hilda who answered the phone. Why, now there are so many Pokemon to be sent to me, and you finally remembered that you have a grandfather like me. The old man Oak on the other side of the screen crossed his arms and looked unhappy, but when he saw N's kind smile, he felt something was wrong. Why did Xiao Na seem to be wrong today? Grandpa, what's the matter with Blue telling me I want to get married? Ah, so strange. Is that true? Oak Sueshin patted his head lightly with one hand, and his eyes began to wander aimlessly, but he just wouldn't focus on N's face. His perfunctory attitude of shirking the blame made N more convinced, and the smile on his face became even bigger. How scary! Although N rarely calls him grandpa intimately, it feels so scary to call him this time. Ahem, it's true. Seeing that he couldn't hide it anymore, Oxueshan's old face blushed, and he finally decided to tell the whole story. Didn't you work as an assistant to Old Man Rowan for a while a few years ago? During that time, there was a young lady from a wealthy family in Sinnoh who was exactly the same age as you, and she was about the age to make a marriage contract. Old Man Rowan is very familiar with that company. He recommended you directly during the chat. Then the other party also felt good and contacted me directly. I was very happy when I saw that. It seemed good, you know. But don't worry. This is just a simple verbal agreement. Maybe the other party doesn't take it seriously at all, and it will take at least 3 years before they will officially prepare for this matter. You don't have to worry about it at all. Having said this, Oxueshan knew that there was no need to explain further, so he simply started to comfort him. If he was really dissatisfied, the old man could only pull an old face and run to carefully reject the other party. But he found that N on the opposite side didn't seem to be angry. He just frowned and looked like he was thinking about something. N lowered his head and suddenly realized the problem. He didn't even need to ask who his engagement partner was, so his expression was so strange. According to his judgment, the person he was engaged to was most likely the eldest daughter of the Belrich family who had escaped from marriage. Since she had run away from home to escape from marriage, she must have hated this so-called arranged marriage. Besides, she was the only eldest daughter of the Belrich family, and her elders would definitely obey her in everything. If she really disagreed with this matter, of course, he could only give up, and it would be at least several years away, so N really didn't need to care. When he thought of this, he relaxed a lot. I'm in Lieyang City now. After I get the badge of Lieyang Jim, I will prepare to return to Rieo City. Before that, if I have enough time, I may go back to Kanto. Okay. Then I'll talk to you when you come back. I suddenly remembered that I still have an important experiment to do, and long-distance calls are also expensive, so I'll hang up first. Oxueshan was relieved to see that N's expression was still so calm, but now he still made up an excuse to run away. If there is really something, he will leave it to himself to solve it tomorrow. Seeing that the person on the other side of the screen had hung up the phone, N sighed. He began to focus his thinking ability on the electric Lieyang gym tomorrow, and the tactics and lineup required for the gym battle had to be well prepared, as if he didn't take what he just said to heart at all. Chapter 81 U-Sheep Evolution Can Also Call a Dragon. After a whole night of rest, N was able to recuperate. As soon as he left the Pokémon Center where he stayed, he found that the city had changed a lot. Unlike at night, Lieyang City seemed extremely quiet during the day, the deafening music had stopped, and all kinds of dazzling neon lights had dimmed. This city is really strange. It is lively at night but ridiculously quiet during the day, as if N felt that he had walked into the wrong city. Good morning. N smiled and gently stroked Fletchling on his shoulder, then reached out and lowered the brim of his hat, hiding his face in the shadow, and walked quickly towards the gym in Lieyang City. Lieyang Gym is a pure electric gym. It is said that the gym trainer was once an Alliance investigator, but was dismissed because of his unenthusiastic work attitude. In the end, he was sent here to be a gym trainer for unknown reasons. The building of Lieyang Gym is simple and clear. The standard gym logo is specially painted with orange and yellow paint. There is not much special about it. If N had not checked the intelligence in advance, he would probably think that the gym trainer is a sloppy uncle. Bang bang! Really, what time is it? Who would come to challenge the gym so early? Come in, come in. The person who opened the door was a mature woman with a yawn. She was wearing a standard coat and her long wavy hair was draped behind her. Her face was full of sleepiness. She probably wanted to go back and take a nap right now. The woman walked back while playing yawn, without giving N a chance to speak. Her personality is really simple and clear. The decoration inside the gym is very plain, even to the point of being surprising. It is simply covered with the simplest yellow wallpaper. Even the most important battlefield is maintained in a rather ordinary way, barely good enough. There is also a Plusl and a Minun in the gym, holding a small broom and a dustpan respectively, trying to clean. Seeing these two Pokémon sweating profusely, even N, the challenger, twitched his mouth. It can be seen that the gym leader has never worried at all. "Ah, I'm so sleepy." As the woman of the gym leader, she stood on one side of the battlefield while playing with Yan, with an expression that she was not awake at all. She raised her eyebrows slightly, as if she had thought of something, and slowly spoke to N. "Otherwise, young man, take the badge yourself. It's in the box over there." N tilted his head slightly with a puzzled look on his face. It was really the first time he met a gym leader with such a perfunctory attitude. How could the Alliance let her take this position with such a work attitude? "No, Miss Lu Yu. Please work hard." "I already worked yesterday, why do I have to work today?" An assistant wearing round frame glasses and pigtails seemed very anxious. She bent down towards N. Apologize, while anxiously stretching out her hand and shaking the gym leader. From her dark circles, you can see that she is worried. Plusl and Minun also kept bending down to apologize to N. After a long time of chaos, the game finally started. The assistant even had to run to the referee position. The two electric rats then stood on both sides of the referee, acting as mascots. Now, the challenge of Lei Yang Gym begins. The number of Pokémon that can be used is limited to 2. The challenge ends when all Pokémon of one side lose their combat ability. Only the challenger has the right to change Pokémon. "Then I will work harder, Ampharos, leave it to you." After entering the combat state, Luya finally had a serious look on her face. She threw the Pokeball in her hand, and a Pokémon with a yellow body like a kangaroo appeared on the field, with a bright red light ball on its tail and head, and black patterns all over its body. Ampharos. Strength, beginner boss. Potential, medium. Laren, prepare for battle. N held the Pokeball in his hand, and with a flash of white light, the huge and heavy Laren landed heavily. The moment it landed, it cracked the ground and caused unnecessary damage to the gym's battlefield. "Oh! Not bad." Now Laya was a little interested. If another kid with immature strength came and wanted to challenge the gym to try his luck, she would be in trouble. This boy's Laren is obviously very strong. "Ampharos, use charge!" Screech! Ampharos screamed loudly, and his tail crackled with lightning and began to accumulate electricity. Of course, Laren would not just watch it improve its own abilities. He roared loudly and made a piercing sound like Orberg, making Ampharos cover his ears. Screech will greatly reduce the opponent's defense. Ampharos, who took this attack, suddenly felt a buzzing in his ears, and even the trainer's command became a little fuzzy. "Ampharos, use charge beam." As Liu's command came, the ruby on Ampharos's tail began to gather huge electrical energy, turning into a dazzling spark beam and shooting out. Laren's speed was simply unable to avoid this swift attack, so he chose to stride forward without hesitation. Buzz! The charge beam hit Laren's body directly, but it was unimaginable that Laren, with his Orberg armor, actually pushed forward against the beam, scaring Ampharos so much that he took several steps back. Heavy slam! "Ampharos, get out of the way!" Liu shouted to dodge, but Laren, who rushed up with the charge beam at the beginning, was too powerful. In addition, Ampharos's flexibility was not much better than Laren's. It had no time to dodge the charge beam it had just released. Bang! The heavy war tank burst out with silver-white metallic brilliance, and its head hit Ampharos's abdomen hard. This almost made Ampharos vomit his breakfast the next day, and he was knocked 5 or 6 meters away on the spot. Chapter 82 The sudden change of the battle situation. What a strong power! Is the characteristic of that Laren really heavy metal? Seeing Ampharos being knocked out, Miss Liu couldn't help but widen her eyes. This was a heavy blow to Ampharos. Although steel skills were not very effective against the electric Ampharos, Laren had the weight advantage, so he had to knock Ampharos unconscious. Adding to the previously released screech, Ampharos' physical defense was greatly reduced. It can be said that he was half useless after being hit by this thing. But you probably didn't expect this. Snap! Bursts of golden electric light appeared on Laren's body, which was obviously a paralysis effect. The characteristic of this Ampharos is static electricity. As long as you come into close contact with its body, there is a certain probability that it will cause the opponent to be paralyzed. N still stroked his chin with one hand, and did not show any surprise because of Laren's paralysis. It's better to say that he knew this would happen. However, Laren's strengths are mainly in close-range attacks and defense. Its special attacks are not outstanding. If it were to fight Ampharos, who is good at long-range attacks, at a distance, and then, first resist, it will definitely be it that falls. Rather than being timid because of an abnormal state, it is better to fight hard and give Ampharos a heavy blow even if it falls into an abnormal state. Laren has just joined N's team. N let it play this time to cultivate the tacit understanding between the two sides. It doesn't matter if it loses, but N will definitely let it exert its full strength. Use Rock Slide. Ampharos, dodge and smash the rocks with Thunder Punch. Laren stomped his 2 front feet on the ground, and the blocks of rocks flew towards Ampharos like missiles. Ampharos was not to be outdone. His fists began to release Thunder Punch with flashing sparks, smashing all the rocks one after another. The smashed rocks splashed everywhere, and dust was all over the surroundings, which slightly blocked Liu's vision, but she was not worried that Laren could rush over in such a short time. Pokémon with the heavy metal trait have a considerable disadvantage, and their own speed is definitely not outstanding. Then as long as Ampharos keeps a distance from Laren, he can rely on his powerful special attack to consume the opponent bit by bit. With Laren's speed, it is not easy to get close to Ampharos. Wait! Until the dust gradually dissipated, Lu Yu suddenly saw the figure that was speeding towards him. It was Laren. At this moment, it suddenly burst out with a completely different speed from before, approaching Ampharos at high speed. What's going on? Could it be Autotomize? This is a special skill used by Steel-type Pokémon, which can greatly increase its own speed, but the premise is that it will seriously reduce its own weight, which also caused Laren's speed to suddenly increase at this moment. Ampharos is coming. Use Thunder Punch to meet it. Headbutt. Bang. The Thunder Punch with lightning and the headbutt with white light collided violently, making a huge impact. The air between the two sides raised waves of air and rushed in all directions. The air seemed to be compressed and exploded. This sucker punch was too fast. Even Ampharos had just had time to charge up. He was no match for Laren, who was ready to rush over. After just one round of fighting, Ampharos, whose close-range ability was far inferior to Laren, was knocked out again. Lu Yu also frowned. Sure enough, the temporary charge was a bit too forced. Ampharos's close-range ability was not as good as Laren's. This time, he must be hit hard again. But if she chose to dodge, Laren, who had already rushed in front of her at such a fast speed, was not something Ampharos could dodge with her speed. At that time, the injury would be more serious. The battle situation changed too quickly. She didn't expect such a young trainer to make such a decisive decision. Autotomize, but will sacrifice its biggest advantage, weight, just for this sneak attack to succeed. Lu did not expect that the young trainer on the opposite side would make such a choice in just a moment of thinking. Would rather give up its biggest advantage and give Ampharos a hard headbutt. Laren's biggest problem is its own attributes. The combination of steel and rock will be restrained by fighting and ground-based moves 4 times. But the problem is that her Ampharos really doesn't know the skills of these 2 attributes. The trainer on the opposite side seems to have calculated it and launched an attack recklessly. Catch up and use another headbutt. Crack. Laren knocked Ampharos away with one shot. Just as it was about to take advantage of the victory and beat the drowning dog, a crackling electric current suddenly appeared on its body. The paralysis state suddenly took effect at this moment, forcibly interrupting Laren's pursuit and making it unable to move. Good opportunity. Use thunder. Ampharos was furious, roaring, and releasing all the electrical energy in his body. His body seemed to turn into a lightning column of saffron and rushed into the sky, turning into the anger of the sky to send down divine punishment. This thunder was about to hit Laren, who had no time to dodge. Boom! The golden thunder of thunder shattered the darkness and struck Laren with all its strength. The terrifying power seemed to break the ground, but Lu looked carefully and found that Laren seemed to be supported by something. Kara. Laren's pale blue eyes flashed a trace of coldness. There were several rocks on top of his body, which wrapped him tightly inside. This was the use of rock tomb on his own position, using the rocks to offset most of the power of thunder. Headbutt. There was no chance for Ampharos again. It was exhausted after using thunder with all its strength just now. It had no strength to dodge or resist. It was hit far away by Laren's headbutt. It lost its ability to fight with circles in its eyes. Ampharos lost his ability to fight. Laren won. Please ask the gym trainer to bring out the second Pokémon. Chapter 83 Electric Monster. Oh, it was really a step behind. Miss Liu, who took back Ampharos, said with a little regret. The pace of this battle suddenly became too fast. Liu, the former elite, could not keep up with the boy's thinking. The speed of his brain's thinking seemed to stop time, which was really a bit abnormal. Finally, Laren's sudden paralysis gave Ampharos a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, Laren would catch up and directly use headbutt to make Ampharos die on the spot. This critical paralysis state can be said to give Ampharos the opportunity to release the last thunder with all his strength. But what happened to the last one? The speed of his command to the Pokémon was too abnormal. The reaction speed of the boy on the opposite side was like a monster. He actually gave Laren the command of Rock Tomb at the moment before the thunder. It was so fast that it was as weird as future sight, which made Liu a little surprised. How did he know that the next attack would be thunder? From the brain receiving information to thinking and then releasing information, doesn't it take any time? Miss Liu, hurry up and take out the second Pokémon. Oh, I almost forgot about this. The referee's words made Liu scratch his neck awkwardly. He couldn't help but think about the boy's command ability just now, and forgot that he was still in the game. Looking at your ability, you are definitely qualified to get this Lei Yang badge. To be honest, I actually want to give it to you now, but I still have to go through the motions. This guy is next. Come on, Electivire. The Pokeball flashed, and a tall and burly humanoid Pokémon with black and yellow fur appeared in the field. The unique black lines made it feel more oppressive, and there were two black detonators behind its thick arms. Electivire is a very strong Pokémon. Its power generation is the highest level among ordinary electrical Pokémon. Often, only one Electivire is needed to provide all the electricity for the buildings in a large city for a whole year. Electivire. Strength, high-level boss. Potential, medium. This Electivire is not simple. It looks like a high-level boss, but it has already reached the peak of this realm and has already stepped half a foot into the threshold of the quasi-elite level. A large number of Pokémon with poor talent are stuck at the peak of the boss level and cannot climb up. But once they successfully cross this level, they will have a qualitative change in strength. It seems that this Electivire is not the real main Pokémon of Miss Liu. It can serve as the elite of gym trainers and shoulder the responsibility of protecting the city. Every gym trainer is at least a quasi-elite, and a few have elite strength. For example, the missing gym leader Blaine of Kanto Cinnabar Gym was once a fire elite. Laren, can you continue to fight? N looked at Laren, who was a little out of breath on the stage, frowned slightly and asked with a concerned tone. But Laren shook his head quite affirmatively, indicating that he still had the ability to fight. In N's team, the internal competition was very serious. Every Pokémon was trained hard by Zorua's high-intensity internal competition, and they also wanted to show themselves constantly in battle. Even if it can't stand it, it has to hold on. Anyway, N's Viridian power can heal the hidden injuries on its body, not to mention that it can still hold on now. Laren has been in N's team for a short time, and has not learned much other good things, but has learned all the bad habits of other Pokémon. Okay, let's continue. N's eyes also have a trace of seriousness. Since Laren still wants to fight, then he, as a trainer, will naturally accompany him to the end. Electivire. Use Thunderbolt. Rock Tomb. Electivire snarled, and the lightning burst rushed towards Laren like a golden giant snake, but Laren's swift Rock Tomb accurately surrounded Electivire. Even though Thunderbolt still hit Laren, Electivire was squeezed by Rock Tomb in the first time, and it was difficult to escape for a while. You think you can trap my Electivire with just this much? Use Brick Br, then use Earthquake. N put one hand in his right pocket, and a strange light flashed in his green eyes hidden under the shadow of the hat brim. He waved his left hand gently with a calm face. Electivire was trapped inside the stone wall cast by Rock Tomb. As expected, he would rely on his own strength to break out. But in this way, there is no way to escape this move. Earthquake starts. The bright blue eyes flashed with the brilliance of fighting spirit. Laren tried his best to splash and gathered all his strength in his body. The moment his 4 feet hit the ground, the earth-shaking violent vibration was set off. Electivire, who had no way to avoid it, was forced to take this blow. Earthquake is a move with a high hit rate, but in most cases, the enemy will be able to avoid part of the impact. But the Electivire in front of him was firmly stuck on the ground by Rock Tomb. He had just used Brick Break to open the rock. The gap in the tomb was hit by the impact of Earthquake. Electivire was fully hit by this Earthquake. You can actually use Earthquake. And you use it now? Lu Yu had never expected that this Laren actually had such a killer move hidden and not used. The power of Earthquake, which is very effective against electric systems, is exaggerated. If it were her, she might have used it in the battle with Ampharos. As a result, the boy with a hat on the opposite side actually held back this move and gave herself a big surprise at this time, releasing the full impact of Earthquake. Electivire, who had just appeared majestically, was hit hard as soon as she came up. From the previous battle, it can be seen that the boy's command method is very tough. He always wants Laren to fight to come up and hit you, so she specially took out Electivire, who is powerful in close combat and can use fighting skills. Who knew that he didn't play close to you at the beginning, but first tricked her skills, and then suddenly took out Earthquake, which almost shook Electivire's head. Chapter 84 Will of Steel. Cab. Electivire swung his arms as thick as steel bars, smashed the rock tomb in front of him with a ferocious face, and stood there gasping for breath. I didn't expect to suffer such high damage before even touching the opponent. The ground-type Earthquake is already very powerful, not to mention that it is used on electric-type Pokémon that are restrained by ground-type. Fortunately, Electivire is strong enough, at least stronger than that Laren. If the strength of that Laren is comparable to that of Electivire, then Electivire will definitely be half dead after taking this Earthquake. It's good enough to be able to stand now. At this moment, Laren is also very uncomfortable. He just fought with Ampharos for close combat, had forcibly withstood Charge Beam and the weakened version of Thunder, and now it had taken a Thunderbolt. Its remaining stamina was almost exhausted. Now it was not only the stamina of both sides that was being fought, but also the will of both sides. I didn't expect you to have this trick. I still underestimated you. Liua's face no longer had the lazy and indifferent look at the beginning. She thought she had already looked up to the boy on the opposite side, but she didn't expect that she still underestimated the opponent's strength. This Earthquake's surprise attack was indeed very effective and successfully caught her off guard. The current state of Electivire is at most better than that Laren, but it is definitely not much better. Under this circumstance, she still has to find a way to knock down that Laren and deal with the boy's other Pokémon that has not yet appeared. It can be said that it is really a bit difficult. Even if Electivire successfully knocks down that Laren, can it still beat the other one with its current state? If this is in a formal competition, Liu is now at the end of the road. Now there is no extra time for her to think. The green-haired boy wearing a baseball cap standing opposite has waved his right hand and quickly issued orders. Iron defense. Don't even think about it. Electivire uses thunder. Liu reacted and gave the order without saying anything. Electivire was already seriously injured, and the initial advantage was gone. An iron defense can make the Pokémon's defense. Liu's strength has been greatly improved. It is impossible for Liu to watch the Laren strengthen its combat power again. I am a gym trainer after all. If I can't defeat a young boy trainer in a 1-on-2 battle, it would be too embarrassing. No matter what, I have to find a way to defeat the Laren first. The assistant referee was also slightly stunned. Since Miss Liu became a gym leader, she has often been perfunctory and casually ordered the battles, but even the Pokémon used to deal with challenges can defeat most of the challengers. Today, she was forced to this point. Miss Liu, who always spent her days in laziness, actually showed such a serious look. Take it. Boom. This time, the lightning that was even more violent and terrifying than Ampharos fell down, and the golden electric current in the sky turned into a huge encirclement net covering the entire battlefield, surrounding Laren from all sides. This situation was simply unavoidable. Using Rock Tomb again can indeed offset some of the damage of lightning, but simple defense will only be consumed by the opponent, and Laren will fall in the end. With Laren's current physical strength, all he can do is fight to the death. Headbutt. Boom. Laren was filled with Saffron's lightning, but he continued to charge forward while carrying the terrifying lightning. His lightweight body allowed him to burst out with unprecedented speed. Bathed in lightning, he was like a devil crawling out of hell. After the sprint, the full-strength headbutt was like a missile, accurately hitting Electivire's abdomen. The forceful surge of power drove the impact force, and the huge impact knocked Electivire's sturdy body back uncontrollably. The intense pain that surged from the abdomen to the brain made Electivire's face begin to twist, and dense cold sweat splashed on his yellow fur forehead. The final self-sacrificing tackle. Electivire goes straight up and uses all-out brick break. The battle has now reached its final moment. Laren's physical strength has already reached its limit, and the injuries on his body have made him shaky. But the heat and madness in his eyes drove his whole body's willpower. Laren squeezed out the last bit of physical strength, roared to the sky and launched the final attack on the lightning giant in front of him. The final self-sacrificing attack collided fiercely with the brick break that could cut off the light screen. The roar of hitting jade and gold exploded, and the violent collision set off layers of whirlpool of airflow. Saffron's electric current splashed everywhere, and the crackling thunder and lightning roared deafeningly. The air wave caused by the collision between the two sides suddenly blew away Plusl and Minun, who were closest to him, at the same time. Even the assistant lady who was the referee had to stretch out her arms to resist the airflow in front of her. The impact of the confrontation caused the ground in the middle of the two sides to completely crack with a crack, and the entire ground broke into pieces, and the cracks spread rapidly in all directions like a spider web. The two Pokémon were blown away by the opponent's attack at the same time, and Laren was blown back several meters on the spot, with grey-white steam coming out of his body. He fell to the ground and tried hard to get up again. But this time, it was completely exhausted and could no longer get up, and finally fell to the ground. On the other side, Electivire was panting heavily, standing on the other side of the battlefield with great difficulty, and there were very obvious scars on its black-striped abdomen. Its strong right arm, which had just been used for brick break, was also trembling slightly. It was hard to imagine how much force it would take to blow Laren away. Laren has lost his fighting ability. Before the referee finished speaking, Electivire, who was standing on the field, suddenly fell to the ground with his back facing the ground, his eyes spinning, and he could no longer get up. In the final collision, the Pokémon of both sides fell down at the same time. Both sides lost their ability to fight at the same time. Because the challenger still has one Pokémon left, the challenger wins this gym challenge. As the referee finally made the final decision, Lu Yu, who was standing in place, also had one hand on her waist helplessly. In the end, she still lost. She also knew that her Electivire had tried her best. I really didn't expect that there would be such a freak young man now. Is she really just an old aunt? Chapter 85 Sudden Accident. At first, she didn't expect that the boy could defeat her two Pokémon at the same time with a Steel-type Laren. Although she was not the real main force, as a trainer, she didn't hold back in this game. Even so, she was still traded 1 for 2. If Xiao Huimei from Changjiu City knew about this, as a senior, she would never have the face to see her again. Laren, you did a great job. I'm sorry that I gave you the wrong instructions and caused you so much damage. Have a good rest. And squatted beside Laren and reached out his hand, gently stroking its hard silver Orberg skull. Full of apology. Laren grinned with the last bit of strength, a hint of pride flashed across his eyes, and then he fainted on the spot. Although he was a little embarrassed by the beating, he defeated two Pokémon on the opposite side alone, and this record was enough for him to brag about in the team for a while. Laren seemed to have seen the fairy Pokémon guy jumping up and down in a hurry. After all, that stupid fox had no chance to play at all. Boy, when did you start to be a trainer? This level is not ordinary. Liu put one hand in his pocket, asked casually in a teasing tone, and pinched a lightning-shaped badge with the other hand and stuffed it directly into En's hand. She handed out a lot of badges on weekdays, but few of them were handed out in this way. Bang bang! As if she was in a bad mood, the woman patted En's shoulder with a bit of a bad miracle eye expression, took out a skill machine from her pocket, and forcefully stuffed it into En's hand. After the battle, she returned to her lazy look, as if she had no interest in anything. This is the move learning machine Wild Charge. I didn't have much chance to use it in the battle before, so I'll give it to you. I usually don't give such good things to challengers, okay? This time it's just a little gift from my big sister. Thank you very much. En didn't expect to get this kind of skill machine. He originally thought he should get Charge Beam or Thunderbolt, but he didn't expect it to be Wild Charge. In the close combat of electric Pokémon, Wild Charge is already a very lethal move. Although it has a negative effect that it will also suffer some recoil damage from the enemy, it is a very powerful move as a last-ditch gamble. Snap! Just as En put Laren away and used Viridian's power to heal it in the poke ball, the lights inside the gym suddenly went out. The assistant referee hurried to check the switch inside the gym, but found that there was no movement anyway. Not only inside the gym, but also on the street outside. The sign that was originally flashing suddenly went out, and the power of the entire city suddenly disappeared as if it was affected by something. If it weren't for the noise, it might be thought to be a dead city with no one. En frowned in confusion. This large-scale power outage seemed unusual. It would be fine if it was just the gym or this street that had problems, but it seemed that the problem was the entire Lieyang city. It seems that only the solar cells on the floor can barely provide a little electricity, but this is only a temporary solution. The sudden power outage in the Pokémon Center will cause the treatment equipment to stop working, and many seriously injured Pokémon will be in danger of life. Maybe there is something wrong with the power plant in Lieyang City. In this case, we can only enter the backup old power plant to start the backup power supply. Liu's face was a little ugly. She only had one Electivire, and it was the most capable of generating electricity. Now it was knocked unconscious, and it was difficult for the main Pokémon to supply so much electricity. As a gym leader, she needed to deal with abnormal events in the city, but she had to provide power to important buildings now, and she didn't have time to run to the old power plant to start the backup power supply. The woman's eyes lit up slightly, as if she had thought of a very good idea. I have to take my electric Pokemon with me to provide power temporarily. Can I trouble you with this, young man? This was the first time N saw this lazy big sister with such a serious look, and N also vaguely realized that something seemed wrong. After thinking for a while, he nodded gently to Liu in front of him. Okay, big sister won't let you help for nothing, take this first. Liu took out a silver skill learning machine from her robe and stuffed it into N's hand. At the same time, she also got a silver IC key card, which should be the key to the old power plant. And the skill learning machine handed to N made him frown, and his eyes stared at the machine in his hand again and again. There were two big words Protect written on it. This is the learning machine of Protect. You should know that this trick is a skill that is difficult to learn by self-study. Most Pokemon have to rely on learning machines. This move is an excellent move that many Pokemon use. Even a Pokemon with a fragile body may be able to withstand a fatal attack if it has Protect. For this reason, Protect is a precious learning machine that is not only expensive but also often out of stock and difficult to buy. N, who has both Substitute and Protect, can extend his tactics more widely, and the combat effectiveness of the Pokemon in his team can be at least improved by one level. Then the power plant is up to you. I'll go first. Wait a minute, Miss Liu. Liu threw down these words and quickly set off for the Pokemon Center, an important facility. Her assistant also bowed repeatedly in N's direction, and then quickly caught up with Plusle and Minun, two Pokemon. It seems that we have to go and see what's going on. N gently held Laren's Pokeball in his hand. His Viridian Power's healing ability can quickly heal the Pokemon's injuries, and he doesn't need to go to the Pokemon Center when necessary. But it will be a great burden for him to use it constantly, and there will be a risk of exposure. He usually won't easily expose the healing ability of Viridian Power. After all, being able to save a seriously injured Pokemon in a short period of time is equivalent to having 2-second resurrection opportunities, which can also play an unimaginable role in battle. Power plant? N muttered to himself. The power plant in Lieyang City must have been damaged by human beings, as it was a problem with the equipment. It would not have taken so long to repair it. But it had nothing to do with him. If he left it alone, someone would naturally deal with it. He only needed to go to the old power plant to start the backup power supply. Chapter 86 Abnormality of the Power Plant. The old power plant was located next to a lake in the suburbs of Lieyang City. According to the instructions on the map, N quickened his pace and arrived in this area within an hour. The old power plant was originally used to store backup power. Since the new power plant was built in the city, this location has been idle, and there are not even a few staff members. Perhaps because of years of disrepair, the surrounding area of the power plant has been covered with chaotic weeds, and the uncontrollable moss climbed up the walls and occupied the entire surface of the building, and the white painted walls had long been damaged. It was destroyed by something. N's eyes showed a strange color. The gate was damaged by something. The whole gate was deformed and twisted, which caused the lake water to pour into it. Various wall fragments and dead wood and rocks completely blocked this place. It seems that not only the power plant in the city, but also this side was attacked. This was not unexpected. The distance from the city to here was not very far. It was possible that two groups of people had planned to destroy it at the same time, or it was possible that something in the power plant in the city destroyed it and came here. I can't get in through the main gate, but fortunately the authority of this keycard should be enough to open other doors. Phoebus, please dive down and help me find if there is a side door to enter. Phoebus, whose scales were as bright as Viola, quickly dived into the flooded old power plant, while N slowly closed his eyes and began to use psychic to emit energy waves to sense the surrounding atmosphere. The inside of the power plant should not have been flooded yet. It seems that the water was blocked outside by the gate, and there are still many Pokemon breaths inside. I am afraid that after it was decommissioned, it became a habitat for some Pokemon. He sensed a strong but very weak breath, and the owner of this breath seemed to be aware of his presence. In order not to be discovered by the other party, N immediately cut off the energy sensed by psychic. It looks a bit interesting. N's mouth corners gradually rose, and in less than a while, Phoebus swam back quickly, and found an iron door that had not been flooded below. There is also a card slot on it, so it should be able to enter through that side. Ding! As the IC card was swiped, the iron door was opened. The power was activated and turned on. N, wearing a baseball cap, kept looking around. The fairy Pokémon in pink and white, like a fairy descending from the earth, followed him with great interest. This was released in advance to prepare for danger. The interior of the old power plant was not much better. The lights had long been broken and could not be turned on. There were cracks and missing corners on the tile floor. As the iron door opened, a cloud of dust was stirred up. The Zubat hanging on the ceiling was also scared and flew everywhere. The fairy Pokémon immediately took a posture ready to fight. Don't worry, they are not hostile. N slowly reached out his hand to stop the fairy Pokémon, because the internal environment is very suitable for some Pokémon to live in. Of course, there will be many Pokémon in the abandoned power plant that use this place as a habitat. Because this is a power plant with a strong Fulner magnetic field, it will naturally attract Pokémon such as Magnemite and Thunderball. N had just entered the power plant with the fairy Pokémon and saw 5 or 6 Magnemites and Magnetons floating by. Perhaps because of the power of Viridian, these Magnemites and Magnetons just glanced in this direction and directly shifted their sights. On the contrary, the Thunderballs huddled in the corner and the occasional naughty eggs had a stress response because of N's appearance, and their eyes were fixed on his direction. Sorry, I have no ill intentions. N also knew that Pokémon such as Thunderball and Naughty Eggs had explosive temperaments and very fragile psychological endurance. Once they were affected by something, they would be shocked. If it is astonished or stimulated, it will not hesitate to activate the strongest and most convenient means to protect itself. That is big self-destruct. Together with destroying everything around itself, it can ensure its own safety to a certain extent while simply and violently destroying the enemy. But this kind of Pokémon is too fragile and will directly self-destruct when frightened. This also leads to the situation that if there is a group of Pokémon, if one is frightened and starts to self-destruct, other nearby thunderbolts will also follow the stress and self-destruct. The self-destruct of a naughty egg can destroy a large area of a building. If a group of them self-destruct together, the power generated by the chain explosion may blow up the power plant. This is really not something that ordinary people can withstand. Anyway, we have to find the switch control room first. The location should not be far from the distribution room. As long as we don't disturb the naughty egg, there should be no problem. But I don't know what we will encounter. We must be prepared for the enemy. Bunny Bounty. Fairy Pokémon came to N's feet, stretched out her pink paws and patted her chest with a big butterfly ribbon. Her meaning was very clear. As long as she was there, she could beat anything away. She could definitely protect N's safety. Thank you, Fairy Pokémon. N stretched out her hand with a smile and gently stroked Fairy Pokémon's head. Just as she was enjoying it, a violent explosion suddenly came from not far away, and the whole power plant shook violently. It should be in the distribution room. N's jade eyes were more solemn, and he raised his feet and rushed to the distribution room quickly. His arrival also attracted the attention of something. He had just arrived at the distribution room when the iron door in front of him was violently smashed. Boom! The steel door, which was tens of centimeters thick, was violently impacted. The entire panel was smashed into a dent and suddenly hit N's side. There was still lightning flashing on the top, and the charred marks caused by lightning were very clear. The fairy Pokémon immediately stepped forward to block N, chirping loudly towards the front, with dazzling light all over his body gathering energy. N stretched out his hand to hold down the black and white cap that was about to be blown by the wind and waves, and stared at the front. Shadow Ball. The fairy Pokemon opened his mouth and condensed an ominous black energy light bullet, which directly hit the center of the iron door head-on. The exploded shadow ball blew the iron door away again, and the door of the distribution room was blasted out. The enemy obviously knew about N's arrival, so he attacked him immediately. He is really a bad temper who is difficult to get along with. N pinched the brim of his hat, muttered to himself, and turned his eyes to the front. He did not despise this enemy who had not appeared. And it was just as he guessed, the golden lightning flashed, and a humanoid Pokemon stood in the center of the distribution room. It stabbed the nearby electronic equipment with one hand, and bursts of electricity exploded randomly, all of which were sucked in by it. Chapter 87 Zorua. Crackle. The humanoid Pokemon looked like a big cat walking upright. It half-turned its body to look out the door, and Saffron's lightning wrapped its whole body like armor. The pale yellow fur had black lines like lightning, and only the waist and feet were not thick with hair, revealing its slender waist like a willow. A pair of big ears stood upright on its head, and the lightning-shaped blue whiskers trembled slightly. It bared its teeth and roared in the direction of N, and its azure eyes seemed to emit a scarlet glow. Bunny bunny. The fairy Pokemon was so scared that his expression was distorted. The expression of the yellow big cat was so terrifying, and his eyes seemed to want to kill people. The deep blue animal eyes only exuded murderous intent and madness. It didn't look like they could communicate at all. From the attack on N just now, it can be seen that this guy is extremely aggressive. Even Vulpix was only for self-defense and was not that aggressive. But don't be afraid. This electric cat's killing intention is obviously directed at N behind him. He must protect N no matter what. N, who is behind the fairy Pokemon, calmly stares at the so-called yellow cat in front of him. Before coming in, he had already prepared to deal with the legendary Pokemon, but he didn't expect to see this guy here. This guy is indeed a genuine legend. Some of these legendary Pokemon are regarded as legendary gods or messengers of God. Some are considered to be the creators or managers of something in the world. Some even caused some huge disasters in the past and were feared by people. And the electric cat in front of him is also a legendary fantasy Pokemon, a pure electric type, and even among the various legends, it is one of the stronger ones. Zorua. The legendary Pokemon are rare, and ordinary people may not see their true appearance once in their lifetime. Zorua is rare even in the Alola region where it was discovered. It is extremely rare. However, the appearance of this Zorua in the Huaxia region should be caused by human factors. There is a huge wound on its chest that runs from the shoulder to the waist, and its entire right arm is also broken. The blood on the chest dyed the light yellow hair red, and even the hair condensed into pieces due to the blood scab, which looked miserable. It is probably some kind of artificial capture of legendary Pokemon. When it arrived in the Huaxia region, this Zorua found an opportunity to escape, but it also suffered injuries. It is normal for it to appear in the power plant, because Zorua is a special electric Pokemon. It does not have an organ that can generate lightning in its body, so it can store the electric current absorbed from the outside world in its body and turn it into its own electrical energy for use. The injuries on its body are so serious that absorbing electricity may help it relieve the wound, but coincidentally, it was hit by N. It seems that there is no way to persuade him with words. N reached out and gently grasped the necklace hanging on his chest, and at the same time grasped the pokeball on his waist with his other hand. His action made the electric cat on the opposite side stand on end, and became more alert. The aura and momentum of this Zorua far exceeded that of ordinary Pokemon. Just standing there, there was an invisible pressure that made people tremble all over. Zorua. Zorua. Severely injured. Potential. Strength, Elite Peak. Top of the Elite level. The aura of this Zorua is much stronger than that of ordinary Pokemon. Even in the state of severe injury, it can make most Pokemon far behind. If N encounters a Pokemon of this strength at ordinary times, he should turn around and leave without hesitation. But this Zorua is now in critical condition, and its combat power is only 1/10 of that. According to N's experience with injuries, if this Zorua is allowed to run around with this seriously injured body, it will definitely not live long and will die because the injury cannot be treated. This is what he doesn't want to see. Although I don't know what happened to you, your injury must be treated, but it seems. Zorua roared at N without hesitation, and its golden hair suddenly stood up. The blue meatballs on its legs suddenly burst out with huge lightning. The magnetic field brought by the current made all the machines in the entire distribution room extremely unstable. It seems that I have to let you settle down first. Zorua's body disappeared in an instant, just like real lightning agility. The fairy Pokémon's eyes couldn't see the position of the Zorua at all. Because even the fastest Zorua in the team couldn't match the speed of this guy. Coming from the left side, use Draining Kiss. Bunny. Although the eyes can't see at all, the fairy Pokémon doesn't rely on itself alone. The moment it hears the command, it quickly dodges sideways, winks cutely, and shoots a kiss arrow to the side. The pink kiss arrow tore through the air and accurately hit the Zorua who was rushing straight at it. The whole body of Zorua, which was hit by this attack, suddenly froze. After he reacted, he punched the fairy Pokémon with a thunder punch flashing with lightning, but the moment the fist hit, the fairy Pokémon suddenly turned into a phantom and dissipated. Boom! The thunder punch released by Zorua's terrifying power smashed the tile floor in the distribution room into pieces with one blow, and the broken bricks flew everywhere, and lightning circled around his arms. Just a random thunder punch smashed a deep pit on the ground, and the crackling lightning was still flashing. If this attack hits the fairy Pokémon, it will probably lose its combat ability instantly. However, Zorua's attack did not feel like hitting a real entity. Chapter 88 The Real Dark Shockwave. Bang! A fist as big as a sandbag suddenly hit, and Zorua, who had no time to dodge, flew out like an arrow from a string, and his body hit the iron wall of the corridor outside the distribution room heavily. At the same time, a shadow ball followed and exploded immediately after hitting it. The intense pain caused by the double attack made Zorua grin and open his mouth to roar hoarsely. And the one who punched him out was Gurdurr, who was full of strong muscles. At the same time, there was a black and red little fox standing on N's shoulder, laughing. Zorua's phantom successfully deceived Zorua's attack, and successfully let Gurdurr focus energy launch an attack. Gurdurr's power is also first class. After charging, his attack can even hit a fully powered quasi-elitist. He couldn't even withstand a single blow, let alone the seriously injured Zorua. The wound was already very serious, and after being hit by this punch, it was sweating on its forehead. It fell on the wall for half a day and couldn't recover. But perhaps because the pain was too stimulating, its nerves activated the body's self-protection mechanism. After the adrenaline stimulation, Zorua began to gradually forget the pain. Without pain, it will have no worries and become more brutal. Trouble. N frowned. This Zorua was obviously in a state of insanity. In this case, unless he was completely knocked down, there was no way to make him calm down. But the problem is that Zorua's injuries are already very serious. After the impact just now, his wounds were even torn open, and blood began to ooze out. If this continues, his vitality will be lost faster until he really dies. What N has to do is to save it, but it can't make it more seriously injured because of this. However, the power of elite-level Pokémon is far beyond the imagination of ordinary Pokémon. Even if N is not careful, the Pokémon on him will be knocked down and lose his combat ability. It is really difficult to show mercy in this situation. Vulpix, this time it depends on you. N took out the Pokeball on his waist and released the Vulpix on his body. In this situation, Vulpix with the ability to freeze and bind is the most suitable. But with its current leader-level strength, it is difficult to successfully bind the Zorua. Since this is the case, it is time. Click. N took out a piece of ice stone with a faint luster from his backpack, and bursts of snow-white cool air spread in all directions. This is the reward for winning the college exchange competition at that time, a high-quality ice stone. Vulpix. Meow. N threw the ice stone in his hand to Vulpix in front of him, and Vulpix also jumped up and bit the cold ice stone in the air at the same time. Instantly, the coldness of frost spread in all directions with Vulpix as the center, and the pure white evolution light began to constrict its whole body. Zorua. The bloody wound on Zorua's forehead had cracked, and the blood ran down his cheek and dyed his right pupil red, making his originally handsome face look extremely hideous. It seemed to no longer feel the pain and pounced towards Vulpix. The process of Pokémon evolution must not be interrupted. At the least, it will cause the Pokémon to be seriously injured, affecting its basic body, damaging its potential, and making it difficult for it to accumulate evolution energy in a short period of time. Severely, it will cause a conflict of its own energy, putting the Pokémon in danger of life. So even if N stands in front of Vulpix, he must not let Zorua get close. Iron. Gurdurr carried the I-beam and blocked Zorua's way. Zorua, in a frenzy, suddenly flashed lightning with his powerful right claw. The hair on his body stood up like a sharp blade, and a roaring thunder punch came crashing down. Use substitute. Gurdurr roared, and his body suddenly turned into a stream of light and retreated to the back. Zorua's thunder punch pierced through Gurdurr's substitute, and his legs kicked again, and his body rushed towards N again like a human lightning. Gurdurr Rock Tomb Defense, Fairy Pokémon use Baby Doll Eyes. N waved his arms calmly to command, and Gurdurr and Fairy Pokémon responded immediately. The light emitted by Baby Doll Eyes immediately weakened Zorua's power, and Rock Tomb immediately stood in front to defend. However, the efforts of both sides still had little effect. The gap in combat power between them was unimaginable. Elite-level Pokémon already had an unimaginable gap with ordinary Pokémon. Even the Quasi-Elite, which was only one level weaker, was no match for it. Zorua. Thunder Punch smashed the rock wall in front of it into pieces like tearing toilet paper, and rushed towards N again. Seeing that Zorua's claws flashing with lightning were about to approach N's chest, Gurdurr took the initiative to roar and rushed forward, desperately using his body to block the front. Don't get in the way. The hoarse voice of the mind seemed to be transformed into substance and transmitted into N's brain. Zorua's thunder punch punched through the heavy Orberg I-beam and hit Gurdurr's chest again with the same power. A heavy muffled sound filled his ears, and Gurdurr was knocked back several steps by this blow, but his thick muscular arms still firmly grasped Zorua's arms, preventing it from breaking free. In fact, this punch, the impact almost made Gurdurr lose consciousness on the spot, and it used its willpower to control Zorua. Zera? The crazy Zorua barely regained some consciousness. He could only see the sturdy Pokémon in front of him grinning with a ferocious but refreshing smile. It actually couldn't break free at once? It was precisely because of Zorua's momentary daze that Gurdurr forcibly controlled Zorua for a short second, buying precious time for the rear. Dazzling Gleam. The fairy Pokémon jumped up and jumped onto Gurdurr's shoulder. The pink and white light hit Zorua at zero distance. The dazzling light made its eyes, which were already blurred by blood, blind for a short time, and it also took several steps back uncontrollably. Zorua roared in pain and just wanted to break free and escape. A unique voice that was so crisp that it seemed to be directly poured into his mind suddenly appeared in his ears. Dark Blast. Chapter 89 Nine Tails of Ice. Zorua only heard this extremely clear and indifferent voice, and the next moment the ground began to shake violently, and the entire power plant seemed to tremble. Zorua's eyes could not help but be placed behind the fairy Pokémon in the distance. A Pokémon with black and red hair and a petite body that could be ignored was bursting with huge energy. Kyuso. Zorua's forehead was bulging with veins, his sharp teeth flashed with cold light, and his originally clear blue eyes were also full of shadows at this moment. It sneered and roared, and its blood-red claws slammed towards the ground. The surging dark energy surged out of its body, spreading wildly in all directions. In an instant, the breath full of evil thoughts rushed into the sky, madly gathered and condensed into a ball, turning into a terrifying energy wave that hit Zorura's face from the front. Bang bang bang! The impact of this attack made Zorua roll his eyes on the spot, and his whole body flew backwards, smashing several walls in a row, and was directly knocked into the ruins, shaking the sky with dust. This is Night Daze, a special skill exclusive to Zorua family, which transforms the dark energy of the whole body into an energy shock wave and bursts out. Zorua, who had been motionless just now, had been using nasty plot in the back to accumulate his own energy under the command of N. Seeing that his companions in front were threatened, Zorua was furious many times but forced himself to hold back. Until he continued to use nasty plot to gather his own energy to the current peak moment, he released it all in one go, and the power it brought was even greater than that of ordinary quasi-elite Pokémon. Come back, Gurdurr. You did a great job. N looked at the unconscious Gurdurr with a somewhat apologetic look, and took out the Pokeball to take it back and let it rest. Even Gurdurr, who was known as a man of iron and steel, could not withstand a punch from Zorua. Fortunately, several Pokémon cooperated with each other to barely knock it down. However, time has been gained. UMI. It was also at this moment that Vulpix's evolution was finally completed. It completely absorbed the power of the Ice Stone and turned it all into nutrients for evolution. Its body began to change rapidly. The snow-white hair exuded bursts of white cool air, and a faint luster wrapped around its whole body. The 6 tails behind it had also evolved into 9 tails. With her appearance, the whole room became full of cold air. The breath of frost instantly froze the ground, and the tails behind her floated in the air like a ribbon. 9 tails. Strength, quasi-elite beginner. Potential, superior. After evolving to its final form, 9 tails combat power has been directly upgraded by a large class. The cold air and energy fluctuations it unconsciously emits far exceed those of ordinary ice-type Pokémon. Even elite-level Pokémon may not have such pure ice energy as hers. 9 tails, Psybeam. Zorua. Zorua desperately climbed up and tried to fight back, but it was useless at this moment. After evolving, 9 tails' strength has more than doubled. A Psybeam swept across its side like an aurora, and the frost instantly sealed Zorua's body completely in the ice. This is high-strength hard ice. The hardness of this purity of ice is not much less than that of Orberg. It solidly freezes every crack in Zorua's body, making it unable to move even a finger. The black and gold high-level Pokeball was gently thrown out by N, and Zorua's body was covered with ice. Collect it. Kyuso. Zorua stared at the Pokeball on the ground, and it even wanted to use its claws to forcefully hold the Pokeball down, so that the Pokeball would not open. Buzz buzz buzz. The Pokeball kept shaking, and several Pokémon stared at their eyes intently, fearing that the Pokeball would suddenly explode. Ding! A crisp sound rang out, which meant that this Zorua had been captured at this moment. After noticing this, N strode forward and released the Zorua in the Pokeball, and quickly used the power of Viridian to treat it. Zorua collapsed to the ground in a completely comatose state. Because it had experienced another battle in a seriously injured state, it had already entered a deep coma due to exhaustion. In this case, even if all the injuries on the body were healed, it would take a long time to rest before it could wake up. Since the number of Pokémon on him has reached 6, N temporarily teleported Ninetales back to the Oak Institute and asked Professor Oak to give it a full body check. In case there are any abnormalities in its body that N has not discovered, it is best to have a comprehensive check. This way it will be safe. Even if the captured Zorua wakes up after treatment, N can put it directly into the Pokeball, at least the safety problem is solved. Now heal its serious injuries first, and then consider the next thing. N breathed a sigh of relief, and beads of sweat began to appear on his forehead. Even if his mental strength is far beyond that of ordinary people, his physical strength is also limited. After treating Laren in one breath, he has to heal the seriously injured Zorua. The more serious the Pokémon's injuries, the greater his burden. Generally speaking, even Viridian's power is difficult to completely heal such a serious injury. N can only do it with the bonus of psychic, but this will also put a great mental burden. The bright green light kept flickering, and the light golden light enveloped N's emerald eyes. The golden light kept wandering on Ziraura's body along his arm. The power of Viridian was fully driven at this moment. Under the illumination of Viridian's light, the huge bloody wound on Ziraura's chest began to stop bleeding at a high speed visible to the naked eye, scab and heal, and the dense small wounds on the body also healed at an unimaginable speed. Bunny bunny. The fairy Pokemon also came to N's side worriedly, and gently rubbed his arm with her little head. She was so worried now. Although it had been successfully captured, this yellow electric cat was so aggressive. If it suddenly woke up and attacked after the treatment was completed, it would be dangerous. The elite Pokemon in full state was not something they could deal with. This time they were able to win because the Pokemon cooperated with each other under N's command. Kyuso. Zorua was of course also very worried about this. Now its physical strength was also greatly depleted. The only means was the Pokeball that captured Ziraura. If it was destroyed by the other party, it would be really doomed. Chapter 90 The Embarrassed Professor Oak. Fortunately, Ziraura was in a deep coma, perhaps because of excessive bleeding and needed to rest. After all the wounds on his body were healed, he was still in a deep sleep. Taking this opportunity, N took out the Pokeball and temporarily put it back, and then made plans after it was fully recovered and awake. Hi! After solving the problem of Ziraura, N also breathed a sigh of relief. The excessive use of Viridian's power at one time caused a slight tingling sensation in his temples, and his forehead was covered with fine sweat. The whole person became a little drowsy. This was the first time he was in such a bad state. It seems that there will be a lot of work later. N's eyes swept across the black and gold high-level Pokeball in his hand, and he began to mutter to himself. This Ziraura might have been captured by poachers or Pokemon hunters, so it suddenly appeared in the Huaxia region. Perhaps it was to escape from the poachers, so it ended up with such a miserable injury. The original Ziraura's hair was a little burnt, and there were obvious signs of burns on its body, as well as lacerations on its chest and various dense small wounds. There are also some blunt injuries that are not visible on the surface, but N is also very impressed that this guy can survive in this situation. However, this also proves that the enemy who beat Ziraura like this must be no weaker than this Ziraura. Its existence cannot be made public for the time being. If it attracts Pokemon hunters who are chasing it, it will be troublesome. My strength is far from enough. I am afraid it will be difficult to resist if I meet a Pokemon hunter. After this battle, N once again felt that his own strength was far from enough. He relied on the cooperation of 4 Pokemon to fight in a round-robin battle to barely defeat a seriously injured Ziraura. Such strength is indeed too weak. Efforts are far from enough. After the fairy Pokemon broke through to the quasi-elite level, N already felt that he had the initial ability to protect himself, but after this incident, he became more vigilant and could not be complacent at all. This is just a seriously injured elite level. If he encounters a fully elite level Pokemon, wouldn't he be at the mercy of others? That situation is too dangerous. He really has to be more low-key. Kujuo. Zorua jumped up and jumped onto N's cap very skillfully. He lay on his head in a soft posture, and stretched out his little paw to pat N's cheek gently, apparently to comfort him. N chuckled and clapped his hands with Zorua on his head to celebrate, which made the fairy Pokemon on the side puff up his cheeks with jealousy, and his cheeks became like 2 round buns. But there are also benefits. After this battle, several Pokemon have experienced the difference in strength. Especially Gurdurr, he is the only Pokemon that confronts Ziraura head-on, and he may have a big breakthrough after this battle. Zorua's strength has been stuck at the top of the boss level for a long time. After this battle, he has also gained some insights and should be able to impact the quasi-elite soon. However, how should this Ziraura be dealt with? At that time, he was knocked unconscious in order to receive treatment. What will be its attitude after it wakes up? At least N knows very well that this guy's character will definitely not obey his orders. If he can make Zorua recognize him as a trainer in the future, perhaps this electric cat may become N's strongest electric main force in the future. Okay, we have to connect the power supply quickly. N's eyes also looked in the direction of the management room. This time the battle with Zorua was very fierce, causing considerable damage everywhere. Even though he deliberately attracted Zorua to a safe place outside during the battle, he also destroyed part of the power plant. I hope the power supply can still be used. N took a deep breath, quickly arrived at the management office, inserted the IC keycard, turned on the backup power supply of the power plant, and found that although the various equipment were damaged, they could still successfully start the backup power supply of Lieyang City. As he gently pressed the button to start the equipment, the lights in the entire management room all lit up. Until he confirmed that the urban area of Lieyang City was also successfully powered on, and slumped in his chair like he was exhausted. After the power supply in Lieyang City was restored, and immediately returned to the Pokemon Center, gave all the Pokemon on his body except Zorua a comprehensive treatment and examination, and immediately called Professor Oak, who was far away in Kanto. Hello. As soon as the phone was connected, the screen successfully lit up, and a wrinkled face suddenly appeared on the opposite side of the screen. At this distance, you can even see a few nose hairs. Professor Oak's face was pressed against the screen. This terrifying posture almost made N smile and hang up the phone. Professor, my Ninetales should have been teleported over, right? Yes, yes, yes. Ninetales has been successfully teleported to me. By the way, where did you catch Alola's Ninetales? She's very difficult to get along with. I was attacked as soon as I approached her. Professor Oak scratched his grey hair helplessly. It can be seen from the white frost on the wall behind him and the Osiris on his body that had not completely melted. The communication with Ninetales made him a little embarrassed. Even the white coat used for research was frozen into a dry and hard iron sheet, but even so, Oak Sueshin seemed to not feel the cold at all. His eyes were shining and he spoke to N excitedly. Let's not talk about this for now. What's the matter with the energy in this Ninetales? I did a full body check based on your information. Although the process was a bit difficult, I managed to complete it. It should be because of the high-level ice stone I gave it the competition reward, right? The strength of this Ninetales has reached the quasi-elite level, and the power of its ice attribute skills is far beyond that of ordinary quasi-elite Pokemon. It's all because of the special energy in its body. How did he do this? Oak Sueshin took out a tattered notebook with a lot of notes he wrote about Pokemon Lab, including his records of Ninetales. I rescued that Ninetales from Team Rocket HQ at first. It should have been subjected to a special experiment on fusion genes. I barely saved it with my helping hand. If I hadn't intervened, I'm afraid it wouldn't have lasted for a few days because it can. Is that so? Oak Sueshin's original laughing face gradually disappeared, and then there was a little more anger in his eyes, and his expression became cold.